All attributes martial arts. Arc 1. Earth, Part 1 of 2. By June, the East China Sea was already as hot as a furnace. The sky was a clear blue, without a single cloud in sight, and the blazing sun resembled a giant fireball hanging high in the sky. Donghai No. 1 Middle School. 5:30 p.m. Ring ring ring. As soon as the bell rang, the entire campus seemed to awaken from its slumber, and a commotion immediately erupted. A moment later, a large number of students poured out of the various teaching buildings, walking towards the school gate in groups of 3 or 5, chatting and laughing. "It's so hot today," someone cursed. "Brother Wang Tang, let's go for drinks at Rose Bar tonight." A voice pulled Wang Tang back to reality from his thoughts. Shu Jia. He looked at the newcomer. The face was familiar, and distant memories welled up from the depths of his mind. This was a playmate from his high school days. "You guys have fun, I won't go tonight, I have a bit of a headache," Wang Tang said. Shu Jia said urgently, "No, brother Wang Tang, there aren't many people in our little circle to begin with. It'll be no fun if you don't come. Besides, we haven't gotten together in a while. How about we change the time? Tomorrow? The day after tomorrow?" Wang Tang shook his head and said helplessly, "Then let's do it tomorrow night." "Okay, I'll let Xiaowei and the others know, we'll get together again tomorrow night," Shu Jia said happily. As the two walked to the school gate, a sudden commotion broke out ahead. "Hey, what's going on up ahead? There are so many people gathered around," Shu Jia asked, puzzled. "I'll go take a look." As he spoke, he ran up, pushed through the crowd, and squeezed to the front. Wang Tang walked slowly with his hands in his pockets. Several students quickly made way for him, afraid of offending him. The title of young Master Wang is truly impressive. Wang Tang couldn't help but laugh at himself. Unfortunately, it's not a good reputation. He walked to the front of the crowd and saw a girl beating several young men with dyed yellow and green hair to the ground in an open space. The young men were crying and screaming, their eyes filled with fear as they looked at the girl. Based on the surrounding discussions, he roughly understood what had happened. Some young people like to loiter around high schools and junior high schools, specifically targeting students who seem easy to bully, extorting money from them, harassing female students, and so on. Fearing trouble, most of the victimized students kept quiet, which in turn emboldened the thugs. Just after school, a few guys with blonde and green hair bumped into He Manrong. Seeing that she was pretty, they couldn't help but go up to her and flirt with her, saying some vulgar things. They didn't expect that He Manrong was not a soft persimmon to be manipulated, but rather a rose with thorns. Enraged, she attacked, and in just a few moves, she beat the man so badly he couldn't get up. As expected of Goddess He, a high-level martial arts apprentice, those thugs have really bitten off more than they can chew this time. A male student next to him was waving his fist, his pimples on his face slightly red from excitement. Judging from his words, he clearly regarded He Manrong as a goddess. "I'd heard before that He Manrong was a top student, but I never imagined she was so skilled in martial arts. Could she have practiced Taekwondo? The legendary 9th degree black belt? But speaking of which, those long legs are really rare. To have such a great figure at only high school, imagine how amazing she'll be in the future." Wang Tang was marveling at He Manrong's strength and appreciating the beauty of the world when he suddenly heard the words, "advanced martial apprentice," and his expression instantly froze. He was a little stunned. "Did I hear something wrong? That makes sense. I've just been reborn, so I'm a little dazed. It's understandable that I misheard." At this moment, Shu Jia came over and said enviously, "There are only 5 advanced martial arts apprentices in our school, and He Manrong is the only girl among them. She also comes from an ordinary family. She's a real genius." Wang Tang was speechless. What the hell? A high-level martial arts apprentice? Looks like I really didn't mishear. But what's with this perfectly normal urban rebirth story suddenly having a high-energy profession pop up? Is this really a rebirth? Wang Tang felt the malice coming from all over the world, and his heart was filled with questions. Seeing that so many people had been attracted, He Manrong frowned slightly, ignored the thugs on the ground, and left. Once she left, the crowd naturally dispersed. Wang Tang and Shu Jia parted ways at the school gate. Wang Tang found the car that was supposed to pick him up, and amidst the envy of the students, he got into the BMW parked by the roadside and sped away. On the bus, he stared blankly at the street scene rushing past the window. It was then that he noticed that the trees on both sides of the street were exceptionally tall and the vegetation was very lush. These plants seem to have too much nutrition. No wonder I always felt a bit out of place at school. The school's vegetation was also exceptionally lush, but he was so engrossed in his rebirth that he didn't notice it. What Wang Teng saw and heard along the way greatly surprised him. Clean and tidy streets, trendy clothing styles of passers-by, and a bustling commercial area, etc. It's nothing like 2009, and even 2019, the year he was reborn, might not have reached this level. There's definitely something wrong with this world. Wang Teng's mind was in a mess when he suddenly saw a beautiful woman in her early 20s walking along the street with a large fluffy dog on a leash. There wouldn't normally be a problem, but this dog is way too big, about the size of a calf. He couldn't help but swear. Holy crap, what breed is this dog? It's huge. He took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and stroked his chin with a look of surprise and uncertainty. It looks like a golden retriever, but it's huge. Next, he saw several people walking their pets. Those pet dogs were all very large, exceeding the standard size, and some parents even let their children ride on the backs of the big dogs while shopping. Pet dogs are being used as mounts. He also saw some pet cats that had grown 2 tails, and others that had grown to enormous sizes, resembling cheetahs. However, they all seemed very docile, and the passers-by around them seemed to be used to it and did not regard them as wild beasts at all. Wang Teng was somewhat numb. This is definitely not his original world. Even though his classmates are still the same classmates and the school is still the same school, some things have clearly gone astray. After driving for more than 20 minutes, we arrived at the Fuhua Villa district. After a series of twists and turns, the car finally stopped in front of a villa. Thankfully, my home is still here. To be fair, their family is a moderately wealthy family. Wang Teng's grandfather had 4 children, and his father, Wang Shengguo, was the second oldest in the family. He was quite business savvy and started his own business, Xingteng Group, which was second only to Rongsheng Group founded by Wang Teng's grandfather. Both Xingteng Group and Rongsheng Group are large companies with assets exceeding 100 million yuan. However, Wang Teng knew that there were many such companies around the world. The Wang family might be doing well in this small territory, but in front of those truly large conglomerates, they were nothing more than slightly larger ants. In their previous life, the Wang family offended someone and was completely stripped of their power. They only lasted a month or so before all their companies went bankrupt. The Wang family was completely wiped out and became a thing of the past. 2 companies with over 100 million in revenue sound impressive, but they're not even enough to fill someone else's teeth. It has to be said that this is ironic. Wang Teng fell from heaven to the mortal world, and for the next few years, he lived a life worse than that of pigs and dogs, suffering endless oppression and humiliation, until he was reborn. No, maybe it wasn't a rebirth. The world has changed so much. I wonder what will become of the Wang family. Are your parents still the same parents you knew? Don't let them change your parents the moment you walk in the door. No, Wang Teng quickly reassured himself. His heart was not at peace. He took a few deep breaths before stepping into the villa. Around this time in 2009, the price of villas in Fuhua community had already reached over 20,000 yuan per square meter. Wang Teng's villa is 800 square meters. It cost more than 10 million yuan to buy, and with the renovation, it cost more than 20 million yuan. Upon entering the villa, you are greeted by a spacious hall. 2 maids are cleaning. Meanwhile, Wang Mu, Li Shumei, was busy in the kitchen. She came from a scholarly family and was a well-known talented woman in university when she was young, but she was not someone who never lifted a finger. On the contrary, her cooking skills are superb, and the dishes she makes always receive high praise from Wang Teng and his son. Therefore, Li Shumei cooks for herself every day, preparing dishes for her husband and son to eat when they come home. Looking at the busy figures in the kitchen and smelling the familiar aroma of food, Wang Teng stood at the kitchen door, opened his mouth, and after a long while, finally called out, "Mom, I'm home." "You're back." Li Shumei turned around and smiled. "Wait a little longer, your dad should be home soon. We'll have dinner together when he gets back." "Okay, I'll go wash my face first." Wang Teng rushed upstairs without looking back and ran into the bathroom. "What's wrong with this child today?" Li Shumei shook her head. In the bathroom, Wang Teng turned on the tap and let the cold water wash over his face. "I'm back. Unexpectedly, after 10 years, I still have the opportunity to return to this home." After the Wang family fell into ruin, Wang Shengguo was assassinated and died. Not long after, Li Shumei also died of depression. Wang Teng raised his head, wiped his face, and looked at himself in the mirror, his eyes slightly red. 10 years have changed so much. Wang Teng has changed. He is no longer the same person he once was. In his past life, his heart had already hardened to the point of being cold and hard as iron. But in some corner of his heart, there are still a few soft spots, which he just didn't want to touch before. Wang Teng dried his face, walked out of the bathroom, opened his bedroom door as he remembered it, and went inside. The familiar furnishings, everything familiar. The walls were covered with posters of NBA stars, the bookshelves were piled with CDs and novels, the desk was by the window and not far from the bed, and there was a computer on the desk. The computer is a new model, and it's an Apple brand, with a sleek and stylish bright silver body. This is yet another item that doesn't fit the timeline. Upon seeing the computer, he suddenly remembered something, took out a cell phone from his bag, and sure enough, it wasn't an old relic from 2009, but the latest iPhone 8. Wang Teng was mentally prepared and calmly entered the password to unlock his phone. He suddenly felt very fortunate that he was someone who couldn't remember passwords and had been using the same password for so many years without changing it. Meituan, La.me, WeChat, Douyin. Many of these apps appeared later, they didn't even exist in 2009. When he was first reborn, he wanted to rely on his memories of his previous life to rise to the top and make big shots like Jack Ma and Little Ma sing, conquer. Well, it's hopeless now. He let out a sigh, put down his phone, and turned on his computer. There's no better way than searching online. With computers and mobile phones having developed to this extent, there's no reason why the internet should still be stuck in 2009. Technology and the internet have never been separate. After turning on the computer, Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. The computer's operating system isn't Windows 10, but the 11th generation. It seems that the development level is not entirely the same as in 2019, there are still differences. It took him a while to get used to it. Open Baidu browser and search for the word martial artist, and a large amount of information will appear. More than an hour later, Wang Teng closed the browser, leaned back in his chair, and looked completely incredulous. 30 years ago, spatial rifts appeared all over the world, and the other side of the rifts connected to another world, the Star Martial Continent. On the Star Martial Continent, the Force exists, and everyone cultivates the Force to become a martial artist. The martial artist is incredibly powerful. Low-level martial artists can split stone tablets and cleave water with a sword. High-level martial artists can destroy mountains and overturn rivers and seas. This is too fantastical. Wang Teng was at a loss for words. Earth scientists have studied the Force and discovered that it is likely dark matter. However, they have no idea why the people and animals of the Star Martial Continent can absorb dark matter to change themselves, while Earth's creatures cannot. Not long after, with the appearance of the spatial rift, Earth seemed to undergo some kind of change, and life on Earth began to be affected by dark matter. Plants have become taller and more lush, and some species that had long been extinct have reappeared in the world. Animals also became larger, and their physical features, such as scales, sharp claws, and teeth, were enhanced. Some exceptionally gifted animals have even mutated, gaining special abilities based on various attributes such as metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. As the most intelligent of all beings, humans are naturally also within the scope of evolution. Human bodies have also become stronger, running faster, jumping higher, stronger, and living longer. Most of those elderly people who were already in their 70s or 80s 30 years ago are still alive. They are over 100 years old, and their mental state is no different from that of a 60 or 70-year-old. Earthlings have gone mad. Countries around the world put aside their past grievances and convened a global joint conference. The final decision was to organize personnel to explore the spatial rift. After confirming its safety, soldiers and experts from various fields were successively dispatched to the Star Martial Continent. These people are known as pioneers. The Star Martial Continent is vast and boundless. The pioneers claimed to come from overseas, gained the trust of the locals, and engaged in communication and trade with them. The Earthlings did not invade in a barbaric manner, but rather adopted the principle of peaceful coexistence proposed by the leaders of China and lived in harmony with the native inhabitants of the Star Martial Continent in a gentle way. Not long after, the pioneers brought back the cultivation methods from the Star Martial Continent. After research and experimentation, it was discovered that humans on Earth could cultivate, and ultimately, all nations unanimously decided to publicly disclose the cultivation methods, thus ushering in an era of martial arts for all. This is a major transformation. History took a sharp turn from then on, developing in an unpredictable direction. Pay attention here, this is important, it will be on the college entrance exam. Humanity's greatest strength lies in its wisdom. Through cultivation, humans rapidly strengthen themselves, and in just a few years, a large number of powerful martial artists have emerged around the world. Some of these martial artists joined the military, some joined the government, and others belong to large conglomerates and families, forming alliances. Some free martial artists from the civilian population, unwilling to be bound by these restrictions, established various martial arts schools to provide training opportunities for ordinary people. It is precisely because of the existence of these martial artists that some powerful mutated beasts can be kept out of the city, preventing them from causing large-scale impact and destruction to civilized society. However, martial arts is ultimately a profession that requires talent, and not everyone can become a martial artist. To become a formal martial artist, one must hone one's physical body and solidify one's foundation. Those who cultivate at this stage are known as martial arts apprentices. Only with a solid foundation can one absorb primal force and store it within the body, thus becoming a formal martial artist. If we compare the force to water, the body is a container for holding water. The process of absorbing the force is like filling the container with water. Only by widening, enlarging, and strengthening the container can we hold more water. The principles of martial arts training, simply put, are like this. Martial arts apprentices can be divided into 3 levels: Euro, beginner, intermediate, and advanced Euro, based on their overall physical qualities, such as strength and speed. He Manrong, whom I met at the school gate before, was a senior martial arts apprentice, only one step away from becoming a formal martial artist. However, this step has stumped many people. Whether or not one absorbs the force into their body makes a qualitative difference. A fully fledged martial artist who has cultivated the force can easily defeat 10 advanced martial apprentices who have no force. The difference between an advanced martial arts apprentice and a formal martial artist may seem small, but it is actually as vast as a chasm. Moreover, the saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. Martial arts training requires a lot of resources, which are expensive, putting ordinary people at a disadvantage. In conclusion, given the sheer number of people, martial artists are still a minority. Most are simply ordinary people who are slightly stronger. However, this did not prevent martial artists from becoming the mainstream. Their scarcity and importance, on the contrary, created their transcendent status. It was a little after 7 p.m. Wang Teng's family finally sat down together for dinner. Your dad's car is already halfway there, and he has some business at the company. The round trip has taken more than an hour. Can't we finish eating before going back? Li Shumei complained as she put food on Wang Teng's plate. Wang Teng spent over an hour researching in his room, forgetting all about eating. Luckily, his father was late coming home because of something else. The matter is urgent, so I have to go back and deal with it first, Wang Shengguo said helplessly. Let's ignore your dad. He's only focused on his lousy company. Li Shumei rolled her eyes at Wang Shengguo. Wang Teng smiled inwardly. In fact, Wang Teng's relationship with his father was a bit strained during high school. Wang Shengguo had high hopes for his son and was naturally strict with him. However, Wang Teng was somewhat rebellious and uneducated during high school, which deepened the conflict with his father. Looking back now, Wang Teng realizes that some of his past actions were incredibly naive and laughable. At the dinner table, Wang Teng and Wang Shengguo were both rather quiet. Li Shumei was busy serving food to Wang Teng and chatting with the father and son. Wang Teng enjoyed this atmosphere. Wang Shengguo chatted with Wang Teng for a few minutes, mainly inquiring about his studies. Wang Teng gave a standard answer, without the chunibyo, adolescent delusions of grandeur, he used to have, and without throwing tantrums and slamming his chopsticks at the drop of a hat. Wang Shengguo was a little surprised, feeling that he was a bit different today, but he didn't think much of it. After he finished eating, he rushed out the door again. As the head of a large company, he has a lot to do every day, and he only sleeps 4 or 5 hours a day. Wang Teng greeted Li Shumei and went out the door, heading straight for the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall. A yellow sports car sped down the street at night, its roar attracting attention. Modern cars use the force as their energy source, having long since phased out gasoline, making them more environmentally friendly and cheaper. The pioneers not only brought back cultivation methods from the Star Martial continent, but also a variety of products from the Origin Force civilization. Force runes are one of them. Earth's technology, combined with the Force civilization, gave birth to Force technology. Cars use the Force, and computers and mobile phones also use the latest Force rune chips and batteries, making them run faster and have longer battery life. Half an hour later, Wang Teng drove up and parked his car in front of the martial arts school. According to the information he found, Polar Star Martial Arts Academy is one of the 3 giants among martial arts academies in China. The academy's master is a 12-star warrior-level martial artist, whose combat power ranks among the top 5 in China. Even on a global scale, they are among the top 20 strongest. Formal warriors are categorized into 9 levels. 1 to 9 stars represent soldier level, 10 stars represent quasi-warrior level, 11 stars represent lower-level warrior level, 12 stars represent mid-level warrior level, and 13 stars represent upper-level warrior level. The strength of the Polar Star Martial Arts Schoolmaster is evident. The headquarters of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy is in Shadu, but it has branches in major cities across China, with numerous martial arts members and many powerful individuals. The East China Sea branch of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy is located by the sea. In the darkness, it looks like a giant beast lying there, covering an area comparable to a university. The main entrance of the martial arts school is large enough for 5 or 6 cars to pass side by side, which is quite impressive. A huge rock stands in the middle of the main gate, with the words Polaris Martial Arts School East China Branch in bold, gilded lettering prominently displayed on it. At the guard post, several armed security personnel walked to the car. Routine inspection, please cooperate. Wang Teng rolled down the car window, nodded, and then got out of the car. Security personnel thoroughly inspected the interior of the sports car and scanned Wang Teng's entire body with a scanner. At the same time, Wang Teng was also sizing up the security personnel. They were wearing black protective vests, and the weapons they carried were clearly large-caliber machine guns, making them look quite menacing. The gun is engraved with Force runes, indicating that it is a Force weapon, several times more powerful than ordinary firearms. Even a formal martial artist would be crippled if shot head-on. After the inspection, the security guards let us through. Wang Teng parked his car and walked along the path inside the martial arts school courtyard. Even though it was already past 8 o'clock, the martial arts gym was still as bright as day, and there were many students on the road and on the lawn. There are also many people training in the evening. In martial arts training, every second counts. Talent is only the most basic requirement, one must also work hard and sweat to achieve something. Inside the martial arts school, there are 3 tall buildings. They are silver-white in color, distinctive and easily recognizable. The building in the middle is the administration building, which is rectangular and 100 meters high, reaching straight into the sky, but the top is a strange semicircle. On the left is the martial arts apprentice teaching building, and on the right is the martial arts training building. These 2 buildings resemble 2 giant spheres. They are not tall, only 3 stories high, but the interiors are very spacious, at least twice the size of the playground of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. With the 3 buildings placed together, Wang Teng wondered if it was to showcase the owner's perverse sense of humor. Wang Teng had already done his research beforehand, so he went straight to the administration building. Under the guidance of the staff, register to become a student of the martial arts school, and then head to the martial arts teaching building on the left. The martial arts school only accepts students aged 16 to 30 to avoid wasting resources. Wang Teng is only 17 years old, there is no problem. Upon entering the martial arts training building, a cacophony of noise immediately greets you in the lobby. The first floor is where beginner students train. Beginner students are the same as beginner martial arts apprentices. Polar Star Martial Arts Academy has more than 3,000 beginner martial arts apprentices. Inside the training hall on the first floor, the students were practicing their skills, creating a lively atmosphere. Wang Teng had just entered the hall when he froze on the spot. What did he see? There were as many as 40 or 50 transparent bubbles floating in midair. Strength 1. Speed *3. Constitution 1. Comprehension 0.5. Strength 2. A-euro. Wang Teng blinked hard, but the bubbles remained, seemingly invisible to the trainees in the training hall. A cheat code? He was a little unsure, so he stopped a passing student. What? The other person was only 16 or 17 years old. He looked at Wang Teng impatiently with an expression that said, "You're actually more handsome than me. Brother, your flooring is laid quite well," Wang Teng said, pointing to the ground. Those transparent bubbles float at knee height, visible when you look down. But the student completely ignored it and said with disdain, This is the best PVC flooring, engraved with force runes, and features shock absorption, durability, impact resistance, and more. Where did you come from? You have no knowledge at all. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Wang Teng stroked his chin, observing the other person's reaction. Clearly, they couldn't see it, so it really was only he who could see it. The trainees walked around the training hall, some even passing directly through the bubbles, which seemed like illusions to them. Wang Teng stepped forward, approached the nearest bubble, and tried to see if he could pass through it. As soon as it was touched, the bubble disappeared. Suddenly, his vision blurred and a transparent panel popped up. Comprehension, 18. Physical Constitution, 41. Strength, 50, +1. Speed, 32. A euro. Staring at the transparent panel, Wang Teng's heart pounded faster and faster, as if it were about to jump out of his throat. That was so exciting. Wang Teng felt that even if he won 100 million in the lottery, he probably wouldn't be this excited. But now he can't resist. This is absolutely a cheat code. In this era where martial arts are the mainstream, becoming stronger is the only way out. This cheat ability can pick up attributes and then turn them into your own attributes. This function is too overpowered. While others had to cultivate diligently, Wang Teng only needed to collect attributes. It seemed as if an unobstructed path to heaven was opening up before him. One day, Wang Teng will soar to great heights. Wang Teng came to the Polaris Martial Arts Academy to cultivate. Now they're busy picking up attributes. He felt like a scavenger, diligently picking up things that others had dropped. He had observed that the transparent bubbles on the ground were dropped by the students of the martial arts school during their training. There are many students training in the martial arts school, so there are also many attribute bubbles falling. However, there is one thing that pains Wang Teng deeply. The bubbles only exist for a limited time, they will disappear after a few minutes. He was stunned for a moment when several bubbles disappeared, which broke his heart. He felt like he had lost hundreds of millions. The trainees continued training, and occasionally a few attribute bubbles would appear. Wang Teng was having a blast picking them up, and his attributes were skyrocketing as if they were free. A martial arts instructor, seeing him running around the training hall like a headless fly, couldn't bear it any longer and called him to stop. Hey, you there, why aren't you training properly at the martial arts gym? What are you doing running around like that? Teacher, I just arrived today. I'd like to see how everyone trains. As the ancients said, among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. I'll start by learning from everyone. Wang Teng looked at the martial arts instructor and chuckled as he made up some random nonsense. Just arrived? Then come here. I'll teach you the 9th National Broadcast Gymnastics set first. You don't know anything right now, so watching it is pointless. Learn the basics first, the instructor said. Wang Teng thought about it and realized that what he said made sense. This mentor was indeed very responsible. He glanced reluctantly at the few attribute bubbles that had just fallen in the training hall, as if hundreds of millions of dollars had slipped away from him. Teacher, what kind of exercise is the 9th National Broadcast Gymnastics set? Wang Teng walked over and asked curiously. The 9th National Broadcast Gymnastics set is a scientific physical training method developed by the state in conjunction with the basic physical training methods of the Star Martial continent. As the instructor spoke, he turned on the speakers. National Radio Gymnastics Channel 9 euro, Martial Arts Youth, now begins. Wang Teng froze completely. The music started, with that familiar feel and those familiar preparatory movements. Watch closely. The tall and muscular instructor was at least 1.8 meters tall, with incredibly muscular physique. He was looking serious as he prepared for the exercise. Wang Teng was stunned. The instructor, meanwhile, was already doing radio calisthenics to the music. First movement, stretching exercise, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Second movement, chest expansion exercise, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Third movement, leg kicking exercise, 1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4. Wang Teng stared blankly at the other person, his mind racing with countless thoughts of grass mud horses that he couldn't stop. The amazing cat is broadcasting gymnastics. Although he also discovered that, despite the same names, the movements were much more complex, and some of the more difficult movements required a high level of physical skill. It seems, it really can have a body-strengthening effect? But this music, this rhythm, this familiar feeling, it's really embarrassing. Well, did you see it clearly? If not, I'll demonstrate it for you again. The music stopped and the instructor slowly stopped his movements, letting out a long breath. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The effect of National 9th Radio Gymnastics training was amazing. Teacher, I saw it clearly. Wang Teng nodded quickly, afraid that he would really have to do it again. Judging from his still excited expression, he's very likely to keep his word and not be joking. Oh, it seems you have a good memory. I had to read it 3 times before I could memorize it, the tutor said with some disappointment. What's with that disappointed look on your face? You've become addicted to doing gymnastics. Wang Teng persuaded his mentor to leave as if he were a plague god, so that he could go and cause trouble for the other students, and they were all very happy to do so. What National 9th Radio Gymnastics training? I, Wang Teng, will absolutely never practice it, not even if you kill me. The only way to become stronger in this lifetime is by collecting attributes. Taking advantage of the instructor's inattention, Wang Teng continued his great task of collecting attributes. Strength 2, Speed 1, Comprehension *0.2, A-Euro, Basic Boxing Techniques *5, A-Euro. Wang Teng was very happy. He picked up a lot of strength and speed attributes. He hadn't tried them out and didn't know how strong he had become, but when he strolled around the training hall, he clearly felt that his speed had increased a lot. He could easily leap several meters away. The Comprehension attribute is quite low, and the values are all in the tens of percent. It takes several of them to add up to 1 point. My Comprehension attribute has increased, so does that mean I've become smarter? But I don't really feel anything about it, Wang Teng thought to himself. Etc. Basic Fist Techniques *5. Wang Teng absorbed a bubble unlike any he had seen before, and suddenly many memories of practicing martial arts flooded his mind. Basic boxing techniques, I've already mastered them? Wang Teng asked incredulously. At the martial apprentice stage, one does not possess the force and cannot cultivate force combat techniques. Therefore, the state summarized and compiled many basic combat skills, including movement techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques, and so on. Then it can be promoted so that everyone can practice it. Wang Teng's eyes lit up as he looked at the young man in his early 20s who was practicing basic boxing techniques not far in front of him. Although he learned the basic boxing techniques, he was clearly not proficient yet. He only knew them, and his understanding was very rough. Equivalent to that of an ordinary person who had practiced for 4 or 5 days. However, picking up more basic fist techniques, attributes should increase proficiency, right? Bang bang bang. The young man pounded hard on the sandbag, causing it to sway from side to side, each punch leaving a dent. Powerful. Indeed, martial arts is the only way out. Why isn't it falling yet? Oh, it's falling again. Wang Teng was somewhat excited. He secretly reached out from behind, casually picked up the attribute, and then slipped away. Basic boxing techniques *7. Strength 5. This young man has got something. He's got real talent, Wang Teng exclaimed. His basic boxing skills have indeed become more proficient. After waiting a while longer and seeing that the other party had not dropped any more attributes, Wang Teng had no choice but to turn to other students. Since he couldn't afford to neglect one for the other. Only children make choices. My lord, I want them all. I, Wang Teng, am an adult. A-Euro. Basic movement techniques *2. The training hall is surrounded by a running track, just like a playground. A fat man ran past on the track, like a gust of wind, blowing Wang Teng's hair. An air bubble fell from behind my butt. I've confirmed his build, he's a nimble fat guy. Basic movement techniques. Wang Teng picked up the attribute and was suddenly surprised. It was another basic combat skill and a movement technique at that. He was incredibly lucky. The fat man ran tirelessly, and behind him, bubbles seemed to fall like eggs from a hen's eggs. So much. Wang Teng was surprised again. Adhering to the principle of never wasting anything, he followed behind him, running and picking up the items as he went. The newly added speed attribute came in handy, allowing Wang Teng to hang on to the fat man and run with a bit of joy. Speed 1. Basic movement techniques *3. Speed 1. A-Euro. Ha tilde ha. Why are you following me? The fat man stopped, stuck out his tongue, and glared at Wang Teng. Who's following you? I'm practicing my movement techniques. Don't flatter yourself, Wang Teng retorted, glaring at him. You a-Euro. What do you mean, you? Damn it, I'm not running anymore, you can run by yourself. The fat man was furious, but he was helpless against Wang Teng. No, run a little longer. I think you have a lot of potential. Don't give up so easily. Wang Teng urged. Quote. Fatty. It was 11 o'clock and the night was deep. Wang Teng left the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy with a look of lingering enjoyment. While others trained all night, he spent the whole night lounging around. Having an affair? Bah, how can you call the affairs of martial artists mingling? Other martial arts students also left one after another, with Wang Teng being the last batch. It's not that he worked particularly hard, but rather that he made sure not to miss a single attribute bubble. Well, that's a kind of effort too. Wang Teng drove his car on the deserted streets. Comprehension, 19.3. Physical Constitution, 47. Strength, 135. Speed, 86. Combat skills, basic fist techniques, basic movement techniques, basic. I glanced at the attribute panel and felt quite satisfied. The change from single digits to double and triple digits is undoubtedly enormous. Strength and speed are improved the most, while comprehension and physique are improved relatively less. It's easy to see that the drop rates for different attributes vary. To his surprise, he also learned basic fist techniques and basic movement techniques tonight. A martial artist cannot just have a strong body, he must learn combat skills in order to unleash his full potential. I'll come back to the martial arts school tomorrow to take a test and see how far I can go, Wang Teng thought to himself. Back home, Li Shumei prepared a late-night snack. Wang Shengguo was eating when he saw Wang Teng return. He frowned and asked, "Where have you been so late?" "I went to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy," Wang Teng replied casually. Then he turned to Li Shumei and said, "Mom, you cooked egg noodles, did you leave some for me? I'm hungry." "Yes, I saved it for you." Li Shumei was very happy that her son liked the food she cooked. Slurp slurp. Wang Teng took the bowl, sat down next to Wang Shengguo, and began to eat heartily, enjoying the food immensely. Wang Shengguo didn't smell alcohol on Wang Teng, his brows relaxed slightly, and he asked in surprise, "What are you doing at the martial arts school?" "I'm going to practice martial arts," Wang Teng said without looking up. Practice martial arts. Practice martial arts. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were both taken aback. They exchanged a glance and then looked at Wang Teng. They had advised Wang Teng before, but Wang Teng, spoiled since childhood and incompetent, didn't take their words to heart at all. Now he actually wants to learn martial arts? "Son, you want to practice martial arts?" Li Shumei asked, somewhat incredulously. "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. "Son, are you dating someone?" Li Shumei asked suspiciously. "Huh?" Wang Teng was stunned. "When did I start dating? How come I didn't know? Didn't you used to dislike martial arts?" Wang Shengguo asked. "It's no big deal. Now that I've figured it out, I'll naturally start practicing," Wang Teng said casually. "Is it really that simple?" Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei looked at each other in bewilderment once again. "Alright, since you want to practice martial arts, I'll find you a good teacher." Wang Shengguo clapped his hands happily as he saw that Wang Teng wasn't joking. "Dad, let's not hire a teacher yet. Martial arts requires talent, and I want to try practicing on my own." Wang Teng immediately refused. What teacher could compare to his own magic touch? His father could at most hire a high-level martial arts apprentice to be his teacher. Given his wealth, he certainly couldn't afford to hire a martial artist. Learning from a high-level martial arts apprentice is less worthwhile than spending more time collecting attributes. Hiring a teacher is a waste of money. In this age of martial arts, even hiring a high-level martial arts apprentice is quite expensive. Wang Shengguo didn't insist and nodded, saying, "All right, the martial arts school also has instructors." As one of the three giants among Chinese martial arts schools, the instructors at Polar Star Martial Arts School are no slouch. Study hard. I don't expect you to become a martial artist. As long as you can cultivate to the advanced level of martial apprentice, your physical fitness will be greatly improved and your lifespan will be extended. Health is the foundation. With good health, you can achieve twice the results with half the effort in everything you do. Actually, he was also afraid that Wang Teng would only be enthusiastic for a short time and wouldn't be able to endure the hardship for more than 2 days before stopping training. It would be better to let Wang Teng cultivate on his own for a while first. If he can really persevere, then we can make further plans. "I understand, Dad." Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. His dad just loved to lecture him. In the past, he wouldn't have listened at all. But, advanced martial arts apprentice? With his own cheat ability, it's not impossible for him to become a warrior general, let alone a formal martial artist. I was just afraid that telling him would scare him. Wang Shengguo was very pleased, feeling that Wang Teng had matured a lot. Could it be that he's really in a relationship? Son, you're 17 now. If you really start dating, we won't object. Do you have enough pocket money? Wang Teng is a bit confused. We can't get around this hurdle, can we? Mom and Dad, I'm really not dating anyone. If I were, I would definitely bring him home to meet you right away, he said helplessly. What a pity, Li Shumei said with some disappointment. Wang Shengguo nodded in agreement. Quote. Wang Teng said speechlessly, Mom, I'm only 17 years old, what's the big deal? It's not too early. Nowadays, you can get a marriage certificate at 18. If you start dating now and cultivate your relationship, it will be perfect to get married a year later, Li Shumei said. You can get married at 18. Wang Teng was shocked. Is the martial arts era really this blissful? Mom, I've finished eating. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. He ran upstairs as if fleeing, and if he talked to his mother for a while longer, even his son would probably come out. That's just the kind of person his mother is. This child, honey, I think that girl from the Tang family is quite nice. Should we go visit them sometime and ask her about it? Downstairs, Li Shumei was still chatting with Wang Shengguo. Luckily, Wang Teng didn't hear it, otherwise he would have been scared to death. The Tang family's girl weighs at least 200 pounds, my god. A euro. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Shengguo was eating breakfast, steamed buns, fried dough sticks, soy milk. Simple, but a favorite of Chinese people. Wang Teng came downstairs. Since it's Saturday, there are no classes, so you can arrange your time freely. After finishing breakfast, Wang Teng said goodbye to his parents and hurriedly left the house. Wang Shengguo was gratified again and said to Li Shumei, have the servants buy some star beast meat today. Xiao Teng is practicing martial arts, and eating star beast meat will help improve his physical fitness. Polaris Martial Arts School. Wang Teng arrived very early. There were only 2 or 3 trainees in the training hall, and these people were very diligent. They were somewhat surprised to see that Wang Teng was a stranger. However, Wang Teng's diligence was recognized by them. Several trainees nodded in a friendly manner, feeling that Wang Teng was probably the same kind of person as them. Wang Teng also felt that he was very hardworking, but few people came and there were very few bubbles. He went up and greeted each of the students, picking up the attributes along the way. Yes, just by chance. I, Wang Teng, am a polite person. Greeting you is my real purpose. Basic boxing techniques *6. Strength 4. Speed 3. Basic sword techniques *4. A euro. Wow, the attributes are so rich. There are also basic fist techniques and basic sword techniques. I've learned another basic combat skill. The early bird catches the worm. The students at the martial arts school are all talented, they speak so well, and they even have a lot of stats to lose. I really love them. After picking up a few attribute bubbles, Wang Teng saw that the students wouldn't drop any more for a while, so he ran to a corner. Several testing machines were placed there. Force measuring instruments, speed measuring instruments, physical fitness testing instruments, etc. These are all machines for assessing the physical fitness of martial arts apprentices. They are relatively standardized with minimal error. Wang Teng first went to the force measuring instrument. He has already learned the basic boxing techniques, which means he has mastered the most basic power generation skills. Others would need at least a month, and even geniuses would need about 10 days, but Wang Teng only took 1 night. Distance is just a few attribute bubbles. This is the closest distance in the world. Others probably wouldn't even dare to imagine it. Wang Teng slowly stopped, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and relaxed. He suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze sharpened, like a wild beast on the hunt, and suddenly sprang up, his legs gripping the ground firmly, his waist and hips moving slightly. His spine taut like a bowstring, and he threw a punch. Bang! Wang Teng's fist slammed directly onto the force gauge. The numbers on the force gauge screen jumped wildly, finally settling on one value euro 143 kilogram. When he got home last night, his strength attribute was 135. He just got another 8 points, bringing his total to 143, which corresponds to 143 kilogram. This power is close to the limit of an ordinary person. Note that this is the ultimate power. A person driven to the brink of despair might be able to unleash power beyond their physical limits, but for an ordinary person, it's very difficult. Extremely difficult. Looking back now, his initial strength attribute was 50, which is roughly equivalent to the strength of an ordinary person. Luckily, I'm not a complete weakling. Wang Teng consoled himself with a word, then turned on the speed detector and stood on it. The speedometer is like a treadmill. As the tester runs, the belt underneath rotates to measure the speed. Wang Teng started running slowly, then gradually accelerated until he reached his peak speed. The speedometer will display the tester's fastest speed. After Wang Teng felt he had reached his maximum speed, he slowly stopped and stepped off the speed measuring device. He glanced at the reading on the speedometer, 12.7 meters per second. Clearly, speed and attributes are not directly proportional, and Wang Teng doesn't seem to care how the two are converted. It's just that the numerical values are different. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised by the speed he had just measured. This is already comparable to the world 100-meter champion from my previous life, right? If a martial arts apprentice's body is this terrifying, what about a martial artist? Let's take a look at their physical condition. The physical fitness testing device, like a hibernation pod from a science fiction movie, stood upright in the corner. Wang Teng went inside, pressed the start test button, and a beam of light scanned his body from head to toe several times. Physical fitness tests involve a comprehensive range of factors, including blood, muscles, bones, and meridians. They are very complex and can only be performed using advanced technology. Ding! Scan complete. Trainee Wang Teng, Physique 47. A beautiful female voice came from the physical fitness testing device. Tisk tisk, it even has a voice broadcast function. While marveling at how advanced the physical fitness testing device was compared to the force meter and speedometer, Wang Teng couldn't help but ponder. Constitution 47, which corresponds to the Constitution attribute. It seems that only the speed is different. I glanced at the martial arts apprentice level classification chart posted on the wall next to me. The standard for a low-level martial arts apprentice is a strength of 100 kilograms to 300 kilograms, a speed of 9 seconds to 7 seconds for 100 meters, 11.11 meters per second to 14.28 meters per second, and a physique of 30 to 50. It's obvious that Wang Teng is already considered a low-level martial arts apprentice. He was quite satisfied with the result. Are you still not satisfied and want to go to heaven? After all, he saved himself a lot of time compared to others when he went from being an ordinary person to a low-level martial arts apprentice. One should be content. I'll try to reach the intermediate martial arts apprentice level today. Wang Teng was full of enthusiasm and decided not to go anywhere else, spending the whole day in the training hall. The trainees were all training on their own and didn't pay attention to Wang Teng's test results. After all, this is the first time they've met, and they don't have any prior relationship. It would be impolite to presume to know someone's strength. Just as Wang Teng was testing, several attribute bubbles fell from the feet of the students. Wang Teng's eyes lit up, and he casually walked past them, quietly picking up the item. Basic Sword Techniques *3. Strength 5. Comprehension *0.6. Speed *2. A euro. Not bad at all. He even has comprehension, and he's become much more proficient in basic swordsmanship. Wang Teng was secretly delighted. At this time, there were still too few people, and Wang Teng did not want to stand out too much and attract attention. He walked into the armory and glanced around. The armory was filled with many weapons: swords, knives, spears, halberds, clubs, hammers, and so on. Within the same broad category of weapons, there are many subcategories. For example, swords include long swords, short swords, flexible swords, and two-handed swords. It can be said that there is a wide variety of weapons here, and everything you could want is available. Even if the students learn some obscure weapons, they can still find the weapons they need in this weapons room. Wang Teng stood in front of the cabinet displaying swords and took down a black iron sword from the Shadow series. With the rise of martial arts, the weapons industry naturally developed as well, since weapons are extremely important to martial artists. A warrior wielding a sharp weapon has a significant advantage when facing a warrior without a weapon. However, the weapons supplied to martial arts apprentices are all imitation weapons, made of ordinary materials, and without any attached runes. This Shadow series black iron sword is entirely black, and its design and weight are identical to the genuine product, but it lacks any mysterious runes on its blade. If we really want to make a comparison, this sword only costs a few $100s to make, while the genuine article costs hundreds of thousands €. The difference is like night and day. Wang Teng tossed the black iron sword in his hand. The weight was just right. Boys tend to have a fondness and longing for all kinds of weapons. Many people have even dreamed of wandering the world with a sword. In his previous life, Wang Teng lived in a technological society where martial arts did not exist, so he had no opportunity to come into contact with them. Now, looking at the longsword in his hand, he felt a sense of excitement, like he was seeing a prey. He had previously acquired the basic swordsmanship attribute and gained some understanding of basic swordsmanship. Taking advantage of the fact that no one else had come to train yet and there were no bubbles to collect, he decided to go out and practice to see the power of this basic swordsmanship. He left the armory, found an empty spot, and began practicing swordsmanship based on the sword techniques he had acquired from his memory. Swish, swish, swish. The longsword was swung, producing a faint sound of air being cut. If this were to strike a person, it would either kill or seriously injure them. Among the students, the young man who had provided Wang Teng with the basic swordsmanship attribute was also practicing swordsmanship. He was quite surprised to see Wang Teng come out with a long sword. So he slowly withdrew from his stance and watched Wang Teng practice from a distance. Turns out he was just a beginner. However, after glancing at it twice, he shook his head and stopped paying attention. It doesn't seem too difficult. I became much more proficient after practicing it twice. My comprehension is only 19.3, which isn't very high. Wang Teng stopped, thinking in surprise. He was unaware that his comprehension level of 19.3 far exceeded that of ordinary people, so he naturally didn't find the basics of cultivation too difficult. If it were about learning force combat techniques, it wouldn't be this easy. Force combat techniques involve the use of the force, which is inherently profound and complex. Without sufficient comprehension, mastering them can be extremely difficult. This shows that talent is indeed highly valued in martial arts cultivation, and those who can become martial artists must be geniuses. After practicing swordsmanship for a while, Wang Teng put it back in the armory. After that, he switched to practicing boxing. Upon seeing this, the swordsman shook his head again, saying that martial arts training is about quality, not quantity. Wang Teng's approach of practicing swordsmanship twice and then going on to practice fist techniques is worse than simply practicing one. Otherwise, in the end, he will definitely not master either one. This new guy is hardworking, but he's a bit slow. Wang Teng was unaware that he had been labeled as stupid. He practiced the boxing twice and felt that he had become more proficient in the basic techniques. The effect was good. Turning my head, I saw a tall figure standing beside me with his arms crossed. It looks like they've been watching for a while now. Teacher, when did you arrive? Why didn't you say anything? You startled me. The figure was the martial arts instructor who taught Wang Teng the National 9th Broadcast Gymnastics exercise last night. Wang Teng still felt a chill run down his spine when he saw him. Young man, I've seen you practice for a while now. Your punches are quite good. The instructor gave Wang Teng a thumbs up. Thank you for the compliment. Wang Teng, feeling embarrassed, said, Teacher, my name is Wang Teng. I don't know your name yet. My name is Peng Hai. You don't need to call me teacher. Just call me senior brother Peng, Peng Hai said. Senior brother Peng, Wang Teng readily agreed, then asked, You arrived so early too? I'm not talented enough. I'm over 20 and still only a high-level martial arts apprentice. I can only rely on hard work, Peng Hai said sadly. Wang Teng was speechless. Haha, don't mind me, I was just venting. Wang Teng, you have good talent and are willing to work hard. I believe that in less than 3 years, you will definitely become a martial artist. Keep up the good work. Peng Hai encouraged. 3 years? No, 3 days should be enough. Wang Teng thought this to himself, but he could only nod and say, I will try my best, senior brother Peng. Alright, I'm going to the 3rd floor for training. There will be other advanced martial arts apprentices guiding you today. Of course, you can always come to me if you have any questions, Peng Hai said. What an enthusiastic senior brother. Wang Teng watched him walk up to the 3rd floor and couldn't help but sigh. Before long, students began to arrive one after another, and the training hall gradually became lively. Senior brother. Good morning, senior brother. Senior sister, you look as beautiful as ever today. A euro. People who knew each other greeted each other and then began their cultivation. Everyone valued their time and made the most of it. Looking at them, Wang Teng suddenly felt that these trainees were like sheep walking upright on 2 legs, covered in wool that seemed endless. That's wonderful. A fatherly smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. Once they're fat, we can slaughter them. Pshaw, such good sheep aren't meant to be slaughtered, they must be kept being plucked. As everyone began their enthusiastic training, various attribute bubbles began to fall down. Soon the training hall was transformed into a sea of bubbles. Wang Teng happily immersed himself in it. I'm a wool gatherer, always grabbing and wool gathering deals. He didn't dare to actually sing the song, fearing he'd be beaten to death. Instead, he quietly made a fortune while singing it in his heart. If there's a notification sound at this point, it will definitely be like this. Strength 2 and Speed 6 have fallen ahead. You pick them up, and your strength and speed have increased. 2 basic fist techniques dropped ahead. You pick them up, and your basic fist techniques have become even more proficient. You picked up Comprehension 1 and Constitution 3 that had fallen ahead of you, and your Comprehension and Constitution have improved. €. There were even more people training on Saturday than last night. Wang Teng completely underestimated the number of attributes that everyone dropped, or rather, he underestimated how hard everyone was working. The harder the trainees train, the greater the probability of losing attributes. It's like milking, the harder you try, the more milk you get. After a whole day, he actually completed the transformation from a low-level martial arts apprentice to an intermediate-level martial arts apprentice. Whether it's strength, speed, or physique, they have all surpassed the threshold standard for intermediate martial arts apprentices, without any exaggeration. Moreover, he has achieved minor mastery in basic fist techniques, basic body movements, and basic sword techniques. Combat skills can be categorized by proficiency level as follows: basic, proficient, intermediate, advanced, and masterful. Once you reach proficiency, you can unleash the full power of your combat skills. Once you reach a minor level of mastery, you have an even greater advantage, with the power at least doubled. If one reaches a high level of mastery, or even a level of subtlety, the power will be many times greater. In addition, Wang Teng also obtained the basic knife techniques and pushed it to the proficiency level. The gains were considerable. In the evening, it was dinner time. After a day of training, the trainees were starving. They packed up and left the training hall one after another. At this moment, Wang Teng was inspecting the results in a corner. He wielded a black iron sword, using his agility to move swiftly and shift his position, wielding the sword with a sound that tore through the air. The young man who had practiced swordsmanship that morning was returning his sword as he walked out of the armory. He happened to pass by Wang Teng and glanced at him casually. This. He was completely startled, his mouth agape, and he rubbed his eyes hard, as if he doubted that he was hallucinating. This is definitely not a basic sword technique at the level of proficiency. It's at least at the minor level of mastery, it must be at the minor level. He himself is skilled, although he hasn't reached the level of a minor master, but he still has a good eye for talent. But how could that be? In the morning, he watched Wang Teng train. He was still a beginner, and his swordsmanship was very rough. A day passed, and upon closer inspection, I was surprised to find that I had achieved a minor level of success. This must be a joke, right? Do such geniuses really exist in the world? He felt like he was questioning his existence. He had mocked the other person for being stupid that morning, but now, upon reflection, it seemed somewhat ridiculous. They've gone mad. The young man looked dejected, shook his head with a bitter smile, and walked out of the training hall. Wang Teng had no idea that such a person existed. He practiced the knife, sword, fist, and movement techniques, and felt a sense of smoothness throughout his body. Phew! He slowly exhaled a breath of stale air and put the weapon back in the armory. As he walked towards the underground parking lot of the martial arts school, he brought up his attribute panel. Comprehension, 28. Physical Constitution, 52. Strength, 455. Speed, 185. Combat skills, basic fist techniques, minor mastery, basic movement techniques, minor mastery, basic sword techniques, minor mastery, basic knife techniques, proficient. What a fruitful day, Wang Teng said with a big smile as he drove home. At home, Li Shumei was cooking, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out of the kitchen, immediately making Wang Teng's stomach rumble. Mom, what delicious food did you cook today? It smells so good, he asked as he walked into the kitchen. Your dad specifically asked me to buy you star beast meat, Li Shumei said with a smile. Really? My dad's really going all out? Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Star beasts are mutated wild beasts influenced by the Force, named so because the Force originates from the cosmos. Their meat is extremely nutritious, unlike that of ordinary animals, and is very expensive. It smells so good, I'll try it. He saw a plate of braised pork on the stove, his mouth watered, and he couldn't resist picking up a piece and putting it in his mouth. This is so delicious, Mom, you're such a great cook. Oh dear, you're like a starving ghost reincarnated. And look at all that sweat and stench. Go take a shower. Li Shumei chased him out of the kitchen. Wang Shengguo returned home around 6 p.m. Li Shumei asked her maid, Aunt Chen, to call Wang Teng downstairs for dinner. Wang Teng had just finished showering and changed his clothes, and was using a hairdryer to blow dry his hair. Okay, Aunt Chen, I'll be right down. He answered casually. After becoming a martial arts apprentice, even his hearing improved significantly, and the noise from the hairdryer did not affect him at all. In less than a minute, he finished drying his hair, unplugged the power cord, and went downstairs to eat. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were both waiting for him. Several bowls of dishes were laid out on the table, steaming hot and fragrant. The family sat together for a meal. Son, how was your practice today? Li Shumei asked the question that Wang Shengguo most wanted to ask, and he looked at Wang Teng expectantly. That said, being a father like Wang Shengguo isn't easy. His friends often brag to him about how outstanding their sons and daughters are, how so-and-so's child has become an intermediate or advanced martial arts apprentice, and so on. Wang Shengguo, however, found it difficult to speak up. He was the CEO of a large company with assets of over 100 million yuan, yet his son was good for nothing. People will definitely laugh at me if they find out. Now his son has finally come to his senses and is willing to practice martial arts. Once he becomes a high-level martial arts apprentice, he can go out and talk about it. It's alright, the senior students at the martial arts school said I still have some talent, Wang Teng said. He didn't tell his parents that he had already become an intermediate martial arts apprentice, because he was afraid that their happiness would come too suddenly and make them faint with joy. I'll tell them slowly later. It's good to have talent, it's good to have talent. Wang Shengguo's eyes narrowed with joy, and he waved his hand, saying, you should train hard. Although our Wang family can't be considered a wealthy and powerful family, we are at least much better off than ordinary people. Don't worry about the resources for your martial arts training. Wang Teng nodded without saying anything more. He wasn't too worried about resources. Others might need all sorts of training resources, but he wasn't very dependent on them. With his cheat-like abilities, other people's resources become his resources. Come on, eat more. You must be hungry and tired after a long day of training. Li Shumei was more concerned about whether Wang Teng would suffer or not than whether he could become a martial artist. She felt a little sorry for him as she watched him wolf down his food. Wang Teng didn't even have time to speak. He had to admit that the star beast meat was indeed delicious, fatty but not greasy, and melted in his mouth. Once you eat it, it feels like a warm current is flowing through your body, relieving your fatigue. Li Shumei and Wang Shengguo also ate a little, but didn't dare to eat more. They didn't practice martial arts after all, and eating too much was counterproductive. Although ordinary people in the martial arts era were influenced by the Force and had much higher physical abilities, it was a long-term, subtle influence. After finishing his meal, Wang Teng was about to head to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy when his phone rang. Upon answering, Xu Jia's voice came through. Brother Wang Teng, we're already at the Rose Bar, hurry up and come over. Wang Teng finally remembered this matter that he had long forgotten, and couldn't help but smile wryly, saying, okay, wait for me, I'll be there soon. Looks like I won't be able to go to the Polar Star Martial Arts Gym tonight. Wang Teng felt a little regretful, but he also knew that he couldn't spend every day at the martial arts school. Just treat it as a way to relax. Wang Teng said goodbye to his parents and then went out. Boom boom boom. The sports car roared down the street, and both its streamlined body and its loud engine noise drew the attention of passers-by. South City Bar Street. Donghai has many bar streets, and the southern part of the city is the most bustling. A large number of bars are gathered here, of different types, styles, and even price ranges. Popular bars cater to lower-end consumers, while upscale bars are suitable for the elite or wealthy. Although I don't want to say it, people are indeed unconsciously divided into different classes. Every night, the bar street is ablaze with lights. The dazzling neon lights and the interplay of light and shadow create a dreamlike and magical scene. Young urban men and women work hard during the day and are under a lot of pressure. In the evening, they just want to find a place to relax. Social pressure has never disappeared. In the martial arts era, the pressure is even greater. They need to vent. Of course, for people like Wang Tang, it was just a place to have fun. Outside the Rose Bar, a row of sports cars and luxury cars were parked. Wang Tang searched for a long time before finally finding an empty parking space, parking his car, and then walking into the bar. Boom! A door separates the bar into two worlds. The moment the door opened, loud music, the sounds of handsome men and beautiful women laughing and joking, and flickering lights all converged, assaulting Wang Tang's eardrums and eyes. That feeling is so familiar. In his previous life, after the Wang family fell from grace and disappeared, Wang Tang never came to the bar again. He felt as if he had been kicked out of this noisy world. But now, he's back. Wang Tang strode into the Rose Bar. With his handsome face, designer clothes, and the fact that he had become strong and upright after becoming a martial arts apprentice in the past 2 days, his mental state was completely renewed. He was like a diamond in the sand, shining brightly and dazzlingly. Many women were drawn to him, seemingly quite interested. Wang Tang used to be a seasoned veteran, but now he's a true heartthrob, with a youthful appearance but a completely different temperament. In his past life, he experienced many things and ups and downs. I have experienced both wealth and poverty. He was once full of vigor and achieved early success, but he also fell into depravity and frustration. His rich experiences have shaped his calm and composed nature, making him easy to like at first sight. Wang Tang scanned the bar, looking for Xu Jia and the others. Just then, a voice came from the left. "Brother Wang Tang, over here, over here." Wang Tang saw the girl waving at him, Bai Wei, a younger sister in their circle. With her hair tied in a bun, she looked playful yet alluring. Wang Tang still remembers that after she grew up, this girl was so beautiful that she was devastatingly beautiful, and countless men were captivated by her. "You're here early." Bai Wei made room for Wang Tang, and Wang Tang sat down next to her. "Brother Wang Tang, you're late," Xu Jia complained. "The long night has only just begun, why come so early?" Wang Tang laughed. "Brother Wang Tang." Another boy also greeted Wang Tang. "You how, it's been a long time." Wang Tang looked at him. "My dad's been keeping a close eye on me lately, so I had to sneak out today," Yu Hao said helplessly. "This kid's been forced to practice martial arts by his dad," Xu Jia said with a smug grin. "Oh, how's your training going?" Wang Tang asked in surprise. "I'm already a low-level martial arts apprentice," Yu Hao said, scratching his head sheepishly. "Damn, you little brat, you became a low-level martial arts apprentice without a word." Xu Jia exclaimed, clearly unaware of the news. "Among us, you're the only one who became a martial arts apprentice. If anyone bullies us in the future, they'll all come after you." He then put his arm around Yu Hao's shoulder and chuckled. "Little mouse, we're counting on you from now on." Bai Wei chimed in with a smile. Yu Hao was quite pleased with what they said, especially Bai Wei's affirmation, which made him very happy. The group of people who were close together inevitably developed some vague feelings of attraction between the men and women. Yu Hao treated Bai Wei the same way. Wang Tang smiled and asked, "Why haven't I seen Yuan Zhenghua?" The group fell silent for a moment. "He's not coming," Xu Jia sneered. What's going on?" Wang Tang asked, frowning. "That guy climbed up to Li Rongcheng of the Li family and became his lackey," Xu Jia said with a sneer. Li Rongcheng. After thinking for a while, Wang Tang finally remembered such a person from the depths of his memory. Wang Tang and his friends came from similar backgrounds, their parents knew each other, and they had business dealings, so they naturally formed a small circle. The Li family, to which Li Rongcheng belongs, is considered a large family in Donghai, much stronger than the other families. In Xu Jia's view, Yuan Zhenghua's growing closeness with Li Rongcheng meant he had climbed onto Li's coattails. That's how it is in their circle of rich kids. Only those with similar financial strength can become friends. The difference is too great, which is to say it's about clinging to someone else. "Let's not talk about him anymore. Everyone has their own ambitions, there's nothing to say," Wang Tang said indifferently. "Yes, let's not talk about that kid anymore, just mentioning him makes me angry," Xu Jia said. The group changed the subject, ordered wine and fruit platters, and chatted and laughed. Wang Tang gradually rediscovered the feeling of his youth. Time flew by as we chatted and laughed. The music in the bar was rousing, the atmosphere was lively, and everyone gradually got into the swing of things. At this moment, Shu Jia, Bai Wei, and the other two were playing a game of truth or dare. The three of them will decide based on the palms and backs of their hands. The game has been going on for several rounds, with both sides winning and losing, and some interesting but harmless truths have been said. If you don't want to talk about it, choose dare. The most interesting time was when Yu Hao asked Bai Wei to flirt with a girl. To everyone's surprise, Bai Wei actually succeeded. The unfortunate beauty who was chosen blushed after being teased by her, which made everyone burst into laughter. This time, it was Yu Hao's turn. Shu Jia and Bai Wei laughed heartily. Then Shu Jia came up with a terrible idea, to make Yu Hao reveal the object of his first erotic dream. This question made Yu Hao's face turn as red as a pig's liver. Wang Teng smiled and shook his head. He didn't participate. After all, he had too many secrets, and it would be easy to mess things up if he played this kind of game. Shu Jia and Bai Wei cheered and urged Yu Hao to speak quickly. Wang Teng stood up and went to the restroom. Eating star beast meat at night helps with metabolism and helps eliminate impurities from the body. Moreover, the smell of smoke in the bar triggered his nicotine cravings. In his past life, he didn't know when it started, but he felt uncomfortable if he didn't smoke for a day, and he wanted to quit but couldn't. A short while later, he came out of the toilet and went outside to buy a pack of cheap cigarettes. I'm not used to smoking the good ones. Wang Teng, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, walked towards Shu Jia and the others. As they approached, they found themselves surrounded by several people, and Shu Jia and Yu Hao seemed to be arguing with them. That group of people looked like thugs, wearing earrings and covered in tattoos, giving off an "I'm not someone to mess with" vibe. Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. At this moment, one of them shoved Shu Jia and cursed, "Damn it, this little girl dirtied my clothes, and you think you can just say sorry and be done with it? Do you know how much this dress costs? Can you afford to pay for it?" A few little brats, trying to be like adults and coming to the bar. As he spoke, the people next to him burst into laughter, their faces showing mockery. Yu Hao and his companions had never been treated like this before. These rich kids are spoiled and pampered, and wherever they go, they are the objects of flattery and fawning. If it were someone of higher status or position, they could tolerate being wronged, but these few were clearly just small fry who appeared out of nowhere. If someone were to be bullied by such a person, it would likely become a laughingstock among other wealthy second-generation individuals. Shu Jia was pushed, and his face darkened even more. But don't let his usual carefree and arrogant attitude fool you. He's not a brainless person at all. At this point, the other side clearly outnumbered them, and there were girls among them. If a conflict breaks out, they will definitely be the ones who suffer. Besides, this is the age of martial arts. What if some people who look unremarkable are actually masters? That would be a death sentence. So he took a deep breath and tried to remain calm as he said, "Gentlemen, even if we were in the wrong for getting your clothes dirty, we'll just pay for it. Are you really going to push things too far and make them unmanageable? Everyone here can see it clearly. Even if we call the police to mediate, we are still in the right." "Damn, you want to call the police? Are you threatening me?" The man whose clothes were soiled was a young man in his early 20s with a hooked nose and a sinister appearance. He was a complete scoundrel who felt that Shu Jia was threatening him and immediately started cursing. "Shu Jia, why waste your breath on him? This bastard is obviously looking for trouble." It wasn't Bai Wei who bumped into him. He deliberately walked over when Bai Wei got up, causing her to collide with him, Yu Hao said angrily. "Kid, don't talk nonsense without evidence," the sinister young man sneered. "Whether that's the case or not, you know it in your heart." Yu Hao stepped forward and pointed at him. The sinister-looking young man sneered impatiently, "Stop talking nonsense. Let this girl have a few drinks with us, and we'll call it even. Otherwise, hee. What did you say? Say it again, or I'll kill you." Yu Hao exploded. These people actually wanted Bai Wei to drink with them. It's obvious what they were up to. This really angered him. Shu Jia immediately thought to himself, "Oh no. The other party was clearly setting a trap for them," and Yu Hao's outburst made the situation irreconcilable. "Yu Hao, stop talking." Bai Wei had been holding on to Yu Hao the whole time, but he broke free before she knew it. At that moment, she could clearly feel the atmosphere become tense. "You little beast, you still want to kill me? I'll kill you first today." The sinister-looking young man grinned maliciously, took a step forward, and reached out with his hands like eagle claws to grab Yu Hao's neck. They were truly ruthless. Every move they made was a vicious one. "Martial apprentice," someone exclaimed. Yu Hao's expression also changed abruptly. Firstly, he didn't expect the other party to attack so suddenly, and secondly, he didn't expect the other party to be a martial arts apprentice. In his haste, he didn't have the courage to confront it head-on and could only dodge to the side. Fortunately, Yu Hao has recently been forced by his father to practice martial arts, and he is now a low-level martial arts apprentice. Otherwise, if it were an ordinary person, forget about dodging, they'd probably be frozen in place by the other party's menacing aura. The bar immediately descended into chaos. Shu Jia quickly pulled Bai Wei away, but since they weren't martial artists, they couldn't help at all. The sinister-looking young man was slightly surprised that Yu Hao was able to dodge, but he didn't take it seriously. He twisted his body and swept a leg kick at Yu Hao. Yu Hao quickly grabbed a chair next to him to block the other person's attack. Bang! The iron chair was bent by the sinister young man's kick. Yu Hao was also sent flying by the powerful force, crashing heavily to the ground. The tables and chairs were smashed and knocked over. The bottles shattered with a crash, sending the entire bar into chaos. The men and women screamed and ran away to a distance. However, many people did not leave. Instead, they watched the spectacle from a distance. Cough cough. Yu Hao clutched his chest and coughed dryly, feeling as if his ribs were broken. He knew he'd met his match this time. He was a novice martial artist, but judging from the opponent's strength, although he was also within the category of low-level martial artists, he was almost at the intermediate level. The sinister-looking young man retracted his leg and slowly walked towards Yu Hao. Kid, weren't you so arrogant just now? You think you can kill me? You're not strong enough. The sinister-looking young man cornered Yu Hao step by step, looking down at him with a mocking gaze. If you dare touch me, my dad won't let you get away with it, Yu Hao said through gritted teeth, his face pale. Little kid, if you can't win, go find your dad. You're still breastfeeding. The sinister young man sneered. Yu Hao's face turned bright red with embarrassment. Shu Jia, naturally unable to stand by and watch his friend be humiliated, stepped forward and said, "We've lost today. Name your price, and we'll compensate you." The sinister-looking young man wagged his index finger, making a clicking sound. His face was full of disdain. Little brat, I'll teach you a lesson today. If you don't have the guts, don't try to show off. The sinister young man raised his right foot and kicked Yu Hao hard in the head. Some people couldn't bear it and closed their eyes. Shu Jia and Bai Wei's expressions suddenly changed drastically. That kick will definitely seriously injure Yu Hao. And it was kicked in the head. If anything bad happened, his life would be over. They never expected that this sinister young man would be so ruthless. Bang! A heavy impact rang out. However, Yu Hao remained unharmed, while the sinister young man was sent flying and crashed heavily into the wall. PFF'd. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Whether it was Shu Jia and Bai Wei, or everyone else in the bar, they were all stunned by this sudden scene. Everyone stared blankly at Wang Teng, who was standing in front of Yu Hao. With one hand in his pocket and a cigarette dangling from his mouth, he said nonchalantly, "My friend, when did it become your place to lecture him?" As soon as he finished speaking, his heart skipped a beat. As the sinister-looking young man landed on the ground, several attribute bubbles also fell down. This can also result in explosive attributes? Wang Teng suppressed his doubts and did not go forward because there were too many people. Brother Wang Teng. Yu Hao then realized what was happening and stammered. Shu Jia and Bai Wei stared blankly at Wang Teng, as if they were seeing him for the first time. "Aren't you getting up? Is it cool on the ground?" Wang Teng said with a laugh. "Brother Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to be so amazing." Bai Wei jogged over, a barely perceptible glint in her eyes. "Big brother, from now on you're my real big brother. You kept this from us for so long." Shu Jia exclaimed excitedly. "Alright, what are you yelling about? When did I hide anything from you? You just didn't ask me," Wang Teng said helplessly. "You bastard, you dare hit me? Get him and kill this little beast." The sinister-looking young man got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and shouted at his companions with resentment in his eyes. "Big brother, this kid is too powerful, we are no match for him," one of them said fearfully, looking at Wang Teng. Before they could even see how Wang Teng made his move, the sinister young man, who was close to the level of an intermediate martial apprentice, was sent flying. What use were they, who were not martial apprentices? Trash. The sinister-looking young man kicked the other man angrily and said to Wang Teng, "Kid, if you have the guts, state your name and I'll call my men." At this moment, Wang Teng suddenly stepped forward, startling the sinister young man, who involuntarily took a few steps back. Wang Teng casually touched the bubbles and picked them up. Strength 15. Speed *12. So much. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. This was the largest amount of loot he had ever received from the same person at once. Defeat monsters for amazing stats. Could this be the correct way to use the cheat system? He only thought about it briefly before putting it aside, but the timing was clearly wrong. Now is not the time to think about this. Wang Teng smirked and said, "What are you afraid of? My name is Li Rongcheng. You have half an hour to call someone. If you're late, you're out of luck." "Fine, you just wait." The sinister young man led his men away from Rosebar in a sorry state. As soon as the others left, Bai Wei couldn't help but laugh. "Brother Wang Teng, you're so mean. You actually made Li Rongcheng take the blame. If he knew, he would hate you to death." Wang Teng shrugged. "Let's go home. Shouldn't we wait for them to come back?" Yu Hao asked unwillingly. Wang Teng slapped him on the head. "Have you gone stupid from practicing martial arts? Who knows how many people they will bring? What if there are advanced martial arts apprentices? Or even martial artists? Are we just going to stay here like idiots and wait to die?" "That's right, you impulsive kid. If it weren't for brother Wang Teng, you would have suffered a great loss this time." Shu Jia couldn't help but scold. Let's go. If they want to look for someone, they should look for Li Rongcheng." "I'm not Li Rongcheng." Wang Teng and his group left the bar, got in their car, and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. It would probably be a matter of luck for those people to find him. As for whether finding him was good luck or bad luck, that's hard to say. After Wang Teng and his group left, the staff looked at the messy bar and asked a man in his early 30s wearing a suit, "Manager, are we just going to let them go like this?" The man in the suit glared at the staff member and said irritably, "What else can we do? Go and keep them here? You have no sense of propriety. That Zhao Gangbao is a low-level martial arts apprentice, while his brother is an even higher-level martial arts apprentice. As for those rich kids, each of them has assets worth hundreds of millions. Most importantly, 2 of them are martial arts apprentices. Let's not talk about the one who was knocked down. The one who just made a move is at least a mid-level martial arts apprentice. Do you know what it means to be such a young intermediate martial arts apprentice? That means he'll be at least a high-level martial arts apprentice in the future. You idiot, don't drag me down with you if you want to die." The staff member was speechless and immediately felt immense admiration. It turned out that the manager had already thoroughly investigated the other party's background. No wonder he can be a manager while I'm just a nobody doing odd jobs. When something happens, the difference becomes apparent. "So what do we do now?" the staff member immediately asked humbly. "Just wait and see. Didn't Zhao Gangbao go to call for backup? Knowing his vindictive nature, he'll definitely be back soon, and who knows what he might do next. We'll take stock of the losses after they leave." That bastard, of all people to mess with, he had to pick on those rich kids. Do you believe he'll definitely come out on the wrong foot this time? Even if his brother comes in person, it might not make a difference, the man in the suit cursed. After thinking for a moment, he added, "Put all the losses on his head. Also, make sure to keep all the security footage from the bar safe. It's all evidence, so don't lose it. I'll make a copy and send it to the boss on WeChat later. This matter involves several martial arts apprentices, and we ordinary people can't get involved. We can only leave the decision to the boss." €1. After Wang Teng and his friends left, they lost interest in going anywhere else and went home. I got home around 10 p.m. Wang Teng stopped going to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy and stayed home to surf the internet, browse materials, and deepen his understanding of the martial arts era. Tonight's incident should serve as a wake-up call for him. Even a random thug could be almost a mid-level martial arts apprentice. If he hadn't been frantically collecting attributes and leveling up these past 2 days, things definitely wouldn't have turned out this way tonight, and it would have led to a major disaster. Although the percentage of people who practice martial arts is indeed not high among the billions of people. The problem is, if you leave them in a crowd, you have no idea when you might be unlucky enough to run into them. What if we offend a real martial artist later? They could easily cripple themselves and the Wang family with just a flick of their fingers. He didn't want to go through the same experience he had in his past life. Wang Teng had just been reborn and already felt a sense of crisis, but now that sense of crisis was even stronger. I must become a formal martial artist as soon as possible. Even advanced martial arts apprentices are not enough. Only by becoming a martial artist can one possess even a modicum of self-defense ability. Around 11 p.m., Wang Teng finished showering and prepared to go to bed. He picked up his phone to set an alarm so he could get up early the next day. I opened my phone and saw 2 messages on WeChat. Although this world is only in 2009, WeChat already exists and has long been widely used. People post on their WeChat moments from time to time. The social circles of martial artists are especially popular and sought after because they can enter other worlds through spacetime rifts. So I filmed a lot of strange and wonderful sights from other worlds, and even beautiful women from other worlds with exotic charm. These days, showing off clothes, bags, and luxury cars is so outdated. Showing off the world is truly sophisticated and classy. Wang Teng glanced at the 2 WeChat messages, one of which was sent more than an hour ago. Brother Wang Teng, I'm home. €1 from Bai Wei. It was followed by a cute emoji. The other one was from 3 minutes ago. Brother Wang Teng, I'm going to sleep now, good night. €1 from Bai Wei. Followed by a sleeping emoji. When did this girl become so polite? It's one thing to just say goodbye when you get home, but she's even learned to say good night to me before going to bed? Wang Teng asked with a strange expression. He thought for a moment it was posted 3 minutes ago, so he should be asleep by now, right? 4 minutes have passed. I shouldn't reply, lest I wake her up again. Wang Teng scrolled through his WeChat moments a few times, but finding nothing interesting, he put down his phone, closed his eyes, and went to sleep. In less than a minute, his breathing gradually became steady, and he drifted off to sleep. On the other end of the phone, in the Pink Princess room, Bai Wei waited for a long time without receiving a response, and a look of disappointment appeared on her pretty face. Bang! She threw her phone down, rolled around on the bed in frustration, and was very upset. €1. The next day, Sunday. Wang Teng got up early again, ate breakfast, and left home amidst the gratified expression on his father Wang Shengguo's face. Finally, I can't feel that gaze anymore. After the sports car had driven quite a distance, Wang Teng shivered. Could this be the legendary love gaze? Hiss. This is terrifying. Not long after, Wang Teng arrived at the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall. There were some attribute bubbles scattered on the lawn and roads inside the martial arts hall. He picked them up and then walked into the martial arts training building. Several trainees were training in the lobby on the first floor. Wang Teng glanced at them and saw that they were basically the first group of people who arrived yesterday. Wang Teng still had a deep impression of them. He thought he was early enough, but it turned out that others were even earlier than him. They were indeed very diligent. However, when it comes to diligence, I, Wang Teng, will never admit defeat. Wang Teng walked over, greeted them politely, and picked up all the attributes that the others had dropped. Basic sword techniques *1. Basic movement technique *1. Strength 3. Basic fist techniques *2. Speed *5. €1. This is a fantastic start. So awesome. After collecting the attributes, Wang Teng didn't linger and went straight to the second floor. His actions attracted the attention of several trainees. The young man practicing swordsmanship couldn't help but remind them, the martial arts school rules state that low-level martial arts students are not allowed to go up to the second floor. I know, thanks for reminding me. Wang Teng turned around and smiled. However, last night I accidentally broke through to the intermediate martial apprentice level. After saying that, they had already climbed the second step of the stairs and could no longer be seen. After calmly showing off, he waved his sleeves and left without a trace. The young man practicing swordsmanship stood still. What did he say? He asked the other students in disbelief. This kid, he just arrived yesterday, right? Instead of answering him directly, those people asked him another question. No, he came on Friday night. I've seen him before, another student suddenly said. You became an intermediate martial arts apprentice after just 2 days of training? You must be kidding me. Absolutely impossible. He must have been practicing martial arts before he came to the martial arts school. Judging from his appearance, he is obviously a rich second generation. The saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. With money in his family, he must have started practicing martial arts much earlier and more easily than us. This statement was unanimously agreed upon. No one believed that someone in this world could go from being a defenseless weakling to a low-level martial arts apprentice, and then to an intermediate-level martial arts apprentice. In less than 2 days. That's simply a fantasy. That can't be described by the word genius at all. It can only be called a prodigy. €1, of course, cheating is an exception. On the second floor of the training building, there were also many trainees training. Wang Teng glanced around, his eyes suddenly brightening as he spotted a familiar figure. A nimble fat man. He was sprinting on the track at that moment. The other party has also advanced to the intermediate martial arts apprentice level. No wonder I didn't see him on the first floor all day yesterday. It turns out he came to the second floor. Good morning, fatty. Wang Teng greeted the other person as if they were an old acquaintance. Upon hearing the voice, the fat man turned around and his expression immediately changed. How could it be this guy? He pretended not to see Wang Teng, didn't reply to a word, and ran even faster. Wang Teng watched as the other person ran away, completely unaware that attribute bubbles were falling behind him, and he couldn't help but feel amused. He used basic movement techniques to follow behind the fat man, collecting attributes as he ran. Speed *6. Speed *7. Basic movement techniques *3. Speed *6. A euro. Upgraded to intermediate martial apprentice, this fat guy lost more attribute points. So, the higher the strength, the more attribute points are lost. Wang Teng thought to himself. If that's the case, then you'll definitely get more attributes on the second floor than on the first floor. After all, everyone here is a mid-level martial arts apprentice. In this way, I believe it won't be long before I can be promoted to advanced martial apprentice, and I will be one step closer to becoming a formal martial artist. Why are you like a leech, always sticking to me? When will you ever stop? The fat man's angry voice pulled Wang Teng back from his thoughts. Hee, what's the point of training alone? How about we have a competition? Let's run 10 laps and see who takes the least time. What do you say? Want to come? Wang Teng said. Just as the fat man was about to refuse, his eyes lit up and he said, if you lose, stay away from me and let me train alone. Can. Wang Teng agreed, then added, what if you lose? What a joke, how could I possibly lose? The fat man scoffed. Confidence is a good thing, but since you've set your conditions, I naturally have my own requirements as well. A competition is all about fairness, don't you agree? Wang Teng said. So what do you want? The fat man asked, frowning. It's simple. If you lose, I don't care what you do. Just call me boss, Wang Teng said. Okay, as long as you win, I'll call you whatever you want, the fat man agreed, patting his chest. Wang Teng chuckled inwardly. You'll be calling me daddy when you lose. There's a timer over there. I'll go find someone to help us keep track of time. As he spoke, the fat man walked to the side and said a few words to a trainee who was training, asking the trainee to help him time the session. The student nodded and followed the fat man to the edge of the track. Get ready, I'll say start, and then you can run, the student said, standing next to the timer. The two nodded. The fat man began to prepare, shaking his leg and relaxing his muscles. The result was that the fat jiggled wildly. The other trainees, seeing that the two were about to compete, gathered around and watched the excitement from the side of the track. They burst into laughter when they saw the fat man's jiggling fat. This fat guy, he's so fat, yet he's learning movement techniques and practicing speed. I don't know what he's thinking. But you know what, this fat guy is pretty good. He can run faster than a rabbit. A euro. Hearing the whispers around him, the fat man couldn't help but show a smug look on his face. He gave Wang Teng a defiant look, then stood straight in place, not even bothering to start running. Wang Teng smiled, remaining standing still, and casually asked, Fatty, what's your name? My name is Wu Liang, the fat man said, pointing to his own nose. Make sure you remember this name, so you don't lose without even knowing who you lost to. After saying that, he asked, and you? My name is Wang Teng. If you lose, remember to call me boss. Wang Teng laughed. TCH. Wu Liang rolled his eyes dismissively. A loud shout suddenly came from the side. Ready, go. Although Wang Teng and the fat man were talking, they both darted out the moment the sound rang out. The person next to him changed his expression slightly. Both of them were very fast, and in an instant they rushed dozens of meters away. They maintained a high speed, not conserving their energy for the final sprint after running 10 laps. Because this is a timed run, it's all about time. Moreover, martial arts practitioners have abundant stamina, so running 10 laps is a piece of cake for them. Despite Wu Liang's large size, he ran incredibly fast. In fact, he outran everyone else present. There are very few people who have truly mastered his agility and speed. That's why the students watching suddenly turned pale. He truly lives up to his reputation as a fat man who moves like the wind. Many people sighed inwardly. When they looked at Wang Tang, their expressions were extremely surprised. They already knew about the fat man, so even if they were surprised, they could quickly accept it. But Wang Tang was a stranger, and he was probably a newly appointed intermediate martial arts apprentice. However, this newly promoted intermediate martial arts apprentice was able to keep up with Wu Liang in running time, which was quite remarkable. Wait a minute, Wu Liang seems to have just become an intermediate martial arts apprentice as well. He just went up to the second floor yesterday. So, these two are both very young and fresh newcomers. Are all newcomers these days so aggressive? Are they even going to leave these elderly people with a way to survive? The Yangtze River's waves push the previous waves forward, while the previous waves perish on the beach. A somber atmosphere suddenly permeated the group of intermediate martial arts practitioners. This newcomer is still a bit inferior to Wu Liang, someone commented. It's hard to say. Although he was always behind, he was always right behind the fat guy. Didn't you notice that the distance he was behind was never more than 20 meters? Hey, I didn't even notice until you pointed it out. The group looked at Wang Tang in surprise, but upon closer inspection, he didn't seem to be struggling at all. Wang Tang didn't go all out and fell behind Wu Liang, mainly to collect attributes. Moreover, this competition was designed to make Wu Liang lose more attributes. He had roughly figured out some of the uses of the cheat code. To make these monsters drop more attributes, you need to make them train harder, or hit them directly. The harder you hit, the more explosions might occur. The latter point was inspired by the sinister young man last night, but it still needs to be verified. After all, you can't just pick anyone and beat them up. In order to get rid of Wang Tang, Wu Liang ran with extra effort in this competition, and his attributes dropped a lot, almost all the way. Basic movement techniques *2. Speed *5. Speed *6. Basic movement techniques *4. Speed *7. A euro. Wang Tang felt like he was playing Temple Run, with each attribute bubble like a gold coin. I seemed to hear a series of ringing notification sounds. As he ran, he collected attributes, and his own attributes continued to increase. He didn't feel tired at all. On the contrary, he became more and more energetic. This is also what gives him the confidence to challenge the fat man. If we cheat, we'll lose face and be humiliated. The students watching noticed a slight smile on Wang Tang's lips and their expressions immediately turned strange. This guy is basically walking a dog. No, he's walking a fat man. All that's missing is a chain. Wu Liang was completely unaware of anything amiss. Seeing that Wang Tang was still lagging behind him, he turned around and laughed loudly. Little brat, I told you were no match for me, but you insisted on getting beaten up. Whoosh tilde. No sooner had he finished speaking than a figure flashed past him. The fat man's smile instantly froze. His eyes widened, his mouth gaped open, and it took him a long time to utter a single word. Depend on. Wu Liang looked depressed. You're so cunning. You were holding back all along, only unleashing your power at the very end, making me happy for nothing. Wang Tang chuckled and said, who was so confident in the first place? Besides, I was only trying to save you some face, so I let you stay ahead for so long and only caught up at the very end. I didn't believe your nonsense, you old geezer, you're really wicked. Wu Liang sneered. I 1/4, greater than _ less than I 1/4 per mil . How did I become a decrepit old man? Alright, you dare to lose but not admit it? Just say the word, and I won't ask you to honor the bet, Wang Tang said speechlessly. Who wouldn't dare to acknowledge him? It's just calling him a Euro big brother, what's there to be afraid of? Wu Liang said, sticking out his neck. Then go ahead and yell. I've been waiting forever. Wang Tang glanced at him sideways. Wu Liang looked as if he had swallowed a fly, his chubby face shifting unpredictably. On one hand, they couldn't bring themselves to say it, and on the other hand, they didn't want people to think they were a sore loser. His entire face screamed with 2 words confusion. But he eventually resigned himself to his fate, deflated, and called out in a barely audible voice, Big brother. What? I can't hear you. Wang Tang propped his ear up with his hand, pretending not to hear. Wu Liang was furious. He took a deep breath and roared. Big brother. Hey. Wang Tang smiled and patted him on the shoulder, saying, if you ever need anything, you can come to me. I'll protect you. Wu Liang. Seeing that he looked depressed and would probably be in a bad mood all day, Wang Tang stopped teasing him. Although this fat guy is kind of funny. But too much of a good thing can be bad. If it's fun, we can play it slowly later. Judging from his age, he's about the same as me, and he's already an intermediate martial arts apprentice, which means he must have pretty good talent. Who knows, he might even become a martial artist in the future. This is such a promising target for exploitation. After the two finished their match, the students watching discussed it for a while. They were amazed by what they had done and were also inspired to compete, so they all threw themselves into even more hard training. Many attribute bubbles have already fallen in the training ground on the second floor. Wang Tang walked over, picked them up one by one, and greeted them. Speed *6. Strength 7. Basic boxing techniques *3. Strength 5. Basic knife techniques *6. A euro. After another surge in attributes, it stopped in front of a student who was practicing boxing and observed for a moment. Wait until the other person finishes practicing and stops to rest. Wang Tang stepped forward and said, "Senior brother, how about we lend a hand?" The other person looked older than Wang Tang, probably in his early 20s. Hearing Wang Tang's words, he paused for a moment and said, "Your name is Wang Tang, right?" "My name is Zhang Xiaoyang. I just finished watching your match with Wu Liang, and I'm also a bit interested in you. Since you brought it up, let's have a friendly spar. Senior brother Zhang, please." The two stood in an open space, keeping some distance between them, and Wang Tang gestured for them to proceed. "Then I won't stand on ceremony." Zhang Xiaoyang clenched his fist, took a step forward, and charged towards Wang Tang. Thump thump thump. The two sides immediately clashed. Wang Tang didn't use any other combat techniques, relying entirely on his footwork and fist skills to fight Zhang Xiaoyang. The two exchanged blows, their fighting quite violent and wild. Even if you get hit, the punches are all direct and brutal. Zhang Xiaoyang was somewhat surprised. He was a muscular man, the kind of tough guy who looked like he could fight anything. Wang Tang was wearing loose sportswear and his muscles were not visible. From the outside, he looked like an ordinary teenager. But unexpectedly, when they actually started fighting, it was just as explosive. It doesn't look out of place at all. In addition, Wang Tang's strength also surprised him greatly. He had previously thought that Wang Tang was just good at movement and fast, but now it seems that he has to take back that assumption. Wang Tang's boxing skills are no weaker than mine. This guy seems to be a genius. Zhang Xiaoyang thought to himself. The two were evenly matched, each possessing exceptional talent, and fought back and forth, neither willing to concede defeat. Zhang Xiaoyang's basic boxing skills have reached a high level, haven't they? After fighting for so long, Wang Tang is still holding his own. The students in the distance didn't think much of Wang Tang, and when they saw him challenge Zhang Xiaoyang, they didn't pay much attention, thinking it would be a matter of a few punches. However, the reality was unexpected. The two had been fighting for quite some time, but still hadn't determined a winner. Could it be that Zhang Xiaoyang didn't use his full strength? Someone asked suspiciously. Are you stupid? Looking at Zhang Xiaoyang, does he look like he wasn't using his full strength? The person next to him said speechlessly. A euro. Stop fighting. Stop fighting. After the two sides exchanged blows and retreated, Zhang Xiaoyang quickly waved his hand and said, "Why did you stop playing?" Wang Tang asked, still wanting more. Our boxing skills are evenly matched. If we continue fighting, we won't be able to determine a winner. Instead, it will consume too much energy and affect our training for the whole day, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Moreover, you didn't use the same movement techniques you used when you fought Wu Liang, otherwise I would have been defeated long ago. Alright, that's enough for now. We can have another match another time, Wang Tang said. Okay, I've learned a lot from sparring with you. Zhang Xiaoyang nodded. Wang Tang went to the side to rest, recover his strength, and take stock of what he had gained from the exchange. Basic fist techniques *23. Strength 45. Just as he guessed, killing monsters dropped attribute bonuses, and the harder you fought, the more you got. In particular, basic fist techniques wouldn't drop as many as they could if they trained on their own. So this is indeed the correct way to use a cheat system. Wang Tang strolled around the training ground, slowly recovering his strength, and picked up all the attributes he had just lost. Half an hour later, he had almost recovered. Then he took a sword from the armory and went to a student practicing swordsmanship. Senior brother, do you have time to give me some pointers on swordsmanship? Okay, the other party readily agreed, nodding in agreement. By this time, there were more and more trainees in the training ground, but only those who arrived early knew about the two previous competitions. That Wang Tang has gone to challenge someone again, and this time it's actually a swordsmanship duel. The newly arrived student asked in confusion, "What's going on? This student looks unfamiliar, is he new here?" One of the students immediately explained it to him. Wang Teng and his companion had already started fighting, their long swords clashing and sparks flying. Swordplay is naturally much more dangerous, but both of them are careful and will not actually hurt each other. After the competition ended, Wang Teng gained a wave of attribute bonuses and rested on the sidelines. Basic sword techniques *26. Strength 30. €. An hour later, Wang Teng approached a student who was practicing swordsmanship, clasped his hands in a fist and said, "Senior brother, my broadsword is itching for a fight. Let's have a contest." "Alright, my greatsword has been itching to be used for a long time." The two looked serious, their eyes sparking like electricity as they locked gazes. €. The other trainees were already numb. Wu Liang was one of them. Looking at those people who had been approached by Wang Teng, he suddenly felt a pang of sympathy. This Wang Teng is practically a fighting maniac. He knows all kinds of combat techniques and can fight them all to a standstill. He's probably some kind of monster. All morning, Wang Teng did was pick up the attributes dropped by others during training and find people to spar with. He tested all the techniques he never euro, body techniques, fist techniques, sword techniques, knife techniques euro on others. The nickname Fighting Maniac has unknowingly spread among the intermediate students, and no one knows who started it. I better not find out which bastard it is. When Wang Teng heard someone address him that way, his face turned dark. Damn it, what grudge do you hold against me to slander me like this? Achoo! Fatty Wu Liang was having lunch in the cafeteria of Polar Star Martial Arts School when he suddenly sneezed. The food in my mouth got into my nose and the rice grains stuck to my snot dripped out. He rubbed his nose, annoyed, and said, "Sneezing for no reason, is someone talking about me behind my back? How rude." €. Wang Teng checked his attribute panel and realized that he had indeed gained a lot on the second floor. In just one morning, his attributes were almost at the level of an advanced martial arts apprentice. Comprehension, 35. Physical constitution, 66. Strength, 621. Speed, 323. Combat skills. Basic fist techniques, mastery, basic movement techniques, mastery, basic sword techniques, mastery, basic knife techniques, minor mastery. The threshold for becoming an advanced martial arts apprentice is a physique of 70, a strength of 700 kilograms, and a speed of 100 meters in 5 seconds. With a little more effort this afternoon, a fresh and tender advanced martial arts apprentice will be ready. Several basic combat skills have also been upgraded to a higher level. Fist techniques, sword techniques, and movement techniques have been upgraded from minor to major, and knife techniques have been upgraded from proficient to minor. The overall strength has undergone a tremendous change. Unfortunately, no other combat skill attributes were found today. It seems that most people choose these few combat skills as their main training programs. After leaving the training building, Wang Teng headed towards the martial arts school's cafeteria. He heard from Zhang Xiaoyang and a few of his students that the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy had a cafeteria. And as long as you have money, you can eat anything. Even ingredients from star beasts are available. These star beast ingredients are all hunted by the martial artists of the martial arts school, and then sold to the school in exchange for points or cash. Therefore, the martial arts school has a much richer variety of star beast ingredients than outside. Many rare star beasts are not even available for sale outside. Furthermore, the martial arts school cafeteria has specially hired a master chef to prepare the star beast ingredients. The spirit chef is a secondary profession derived from the martial artist profession. Every master chef must possess the force. To cultivate the force, one must be a martial artist. Can you imagine a martial artist becoming a chef? However, the food prepared by the master chef is not ordinary food, it is spiritual food that is beneficial to the cultivation of martial artists. Its cooking methods and various dishes all come from the star martial continent. Even the profession of master chef originated from the star martial continent. The income of a master chef is very high and there is no danger involved. Many martial artists are eager to eat spiritual food and therefore admire master chefs. So the status of a master chef is actually very high. As Wang Teng and Zhang Xiaoyang walked to the cafeteria, Wang Teng asked curiously, "So, the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy's cafeteria also serves spiritual food?" Zhang Xiaoyang explained. Yes, our Polar Star Martial Arts Academy is one of the 3 giants of Chinese martial arts academies, so naturally we can afford to hire a master chef. Nowadays, dishes from other worlds have been researched, experimented with, and even innovated by Earth chefs, and have gradually formed a complete system of spiritual cuisine. However, this otherworldly cuisine is only available on the 3rd floor of the cafeteria, a place usually frequented by martial artists. Ordinary students can't afford it. Wang Teng nodded, then exclaimed in surprise, "Oh? We can even see martial artists." You can see them, but the number is usually not large. Most martial artists usually explore the Star Martial Continent or carry out missions issued by martial arts schools. They don't actually spend much time at the martial arts school, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Wang Teng nodded, then asked, "Are all spiritual foods very expensive?" It's not just expensive, even ordinary dishes cost tens of thousands, and those with high difficulty or rare ingredients cost hundreds of thousands or even millions. It's incredibly expensive, Zhang Xiaoyang exclaimed. My goodness, even Michelin chefs aren't this amazing. Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback. Besides, how can a single meal cost hundreds of thousands or even millions? Are all martial artists that rich? He naturally didn't go to the 3rd floor of the cafeteria. He just had a meal on the 1st floor with Zhang Xiaoyang and a few others. A meal costing hundreds of thousands of yuan is not something Wang Teng would do extravagantly. I'll eat it when I become a martial artist and can easily earn 100 million. Then I can let my parents taste this so-called spiritual food. After finishing our meal, we rested for an hour. Then training continued in the afternoon. Wang Teng took his eagerly awaiting broadsword and went around sparring with people, mainly looking for students practicing basic sword techniques. Of the various combat skills, his swordsmanship is still at a minor level. One should be fair and not favor one person over another, so he decided to first improve his basic swordsmanship to the highest level. In the afternoon, several hours passed in the blink of an eye, and Wang Teng's various attributes had already surpassed the threshold of advanced martial arts apprentice. In other words, he finally became a high-level martial arts apprentice. Among martial arts apprentices, he was among the elite, a relatively strong ant. His basic swordsmanship has also been improved to a high level. However, his movement, fist, and sword techniques were inadvertently perfected, leaving his basic knife skills behind once again. What happened to fairness? A feeling wronged a JPG. Basic knife technique. It seems like the improvement is a bit too fast. Wang Teng thought helplessly. Life is truly as lonely as snow. Wang Teng decided to stay on the 2nd floor for a few more days, since the improvement would be the same anyway. Perhaps the 3rd floor will have more attributes, but a few more days won't make a difference. In the evening, Wang Teng returned home, had dinner with his parents, and then went out again to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall to collect attributes. He didn't get home until 11 o'clock. After taking a shower, I lay in bed and quietly opened the attribute panel to take a look. Comprehension, 43. Physical Constitution, 84. Strength, 964. Speed, 533. Combat skills. Basic fist techniques, perfected. Basic movement techniques, perfected. Basic sword techniques, perfected. Basic knife techniques, mastered. Very good. Judging from these attribute values, they are at the upper middle level even among advanced martial arts apprentices. As long as they don't encounter formal martial artists, they at least have some ability to protect themselves. As he pondered these thoughts, he lay down on the bed and soon fell asleep. The next day, Wang Teng got up early as usual. It was Monday, and he had to go to school. He almost forgot that he was still a high school student. He had just been reborn and still had the mindset of an adult. It just so happened to be the weekend, so he went to practice martial arts, which was completely unlike what a high school student would do. In the morning, the family sat together to eat breakfast. Wang Shengguo, while drinking his porridge, said, "Although you are practicing martial arts now, you can't neglect your academic studies. Nowadays, universities have martial arts majors. As long as you reach the advanced martial arts apprentice level before the college entrance examination, you can apply. If you can get into a military academy, that would be a good choice. After you graduate, you'll at least have the rank of colonel." Nowadays, military ranks are largely linked to martial arts prowess. However, currently only orthodox martial artists who graduate from military academies are awarded ranks. While martial artists who graduate from ordinary universities do not receive this privilege. Wang Teng nodded, his eyes thoughtful. The state is the best protection. If you can get into a military academy and obtain a military rank after graduation, it would be a good option. Of course, even if you enter a regular school, martial artists will still enjoy many benefits, and even regular schools can form their own factions. Each martial arts faction undoubtedly protects its own members, and they enjoy a relatively high degree of freedom. In short, each has its own advantages. It seems that if possible, he should still get into a good university. Even with his special abilities, he still needs time to grow. Before becoming the strongest and able to disregard all rules, the best approach is to find a powerful backer for yourself. The problem is, whether in his past life or this one, he never really went to school properly, and his academic performance was absolutely terrible. While eating breakfast, Wang Shengguo chatted with Wang Teng for a few minutes. Unlike before, when he wouldn't listen to a word, Wang Teng listened very attentively and seemed to be thinking about something. Grown up, Wang Shengguo felt a surge of relief. Wang Teng's performance these past 2 days had been quite different. I've always heard stories of children suddenly growing up and becoming more mature. At that time, he could only manage a wry smile. My good-for-nothing son probably won't mature before he's 30. Being a father is truly a pain in the ass. But now, he has actually waited for this day. I'm so touched. My strictness has finally paid off. Being a strict father wasn't for nothing. After finishing his porridge, Wang Shengguo wiped his mouth and said in a serious tone, "The college entrance examination is a turning point in life. I hope you can think about it carefully. I'm telling you this not so you can take the exam this year. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Your academic performance is poor, and you've only just started practicing martial arts. You definitely can't expect anything this year, you can only wait until next year or the year after. The Education Bureau stipulates that anyone under the age of 20 can apply for martial arts majors, so you have 2 more opportunities to retake the exam. As long as you become a senior martial arts apprentice before the age of 20, you will have the opportunity to apply for a martial arts major. I can also arrange for a tutor to give you intensive tutoring in your academic subjects, so you will have a very good chance of getting in." After he finished speaking, he looked at Wang Teng, a hint of expectation in his eyes. "Hoping your son will become a dragon. Almost every father has this expectation for his child, and perhaps this is also a kind of love." Under Wang Shengguo's gaze, Wang Teng slowly finished the fried dough stick in his hand, looked up and smiled. "Dad, maybe we don't have to wait until next year." Seeing the smile on Wang Teng's face, Wang Shengguo knew that Wang Teng had taken his words to heart, but why did those words sound so irritating? He couldn't help but laugh and scold. "It's good to have confidence, but can you stop showing off to your dad, you brat?" He simply didn't believe that Wang Teng would be able to pass the exam this year. This child is getting more and more mischievous. Li Shumei took the suit jacket off the hanger and handed it to Wang Shengguo, then scolded Wang Teng. "By the way, starting today, I won't be arranging a driver for you. You can drive or take the bus, it's up to you." Wang Shengguo took the suit jacket, said this, and went out the door. Wang Teng was speechless. Was he really that unreliable in the past? He needed to be picked up and dropped off at school, as if someone was afraid he would run off somewhere to fool around. He shook his head and greeted Li Shumei. "Mom, I'm done eating, I'm leaving now." "Okay, be careful on your way." €1. Wang Teng drove to Donghai No. 1 Middle School in 20 minutes, parked his car, and walked towards his classroom. If I remember correctly, it should be Senior 3-8 class. The senior high school teaching building. The students here mostly seemed to be in a hurry, and the atmosphere was much more tense than that of the first and second year high school buildings. When I arrived at the classroom, many students were already engrossed in their studies. In order not to disturb others, they all moved their lips slightly and silently recited the text without making a sound. Wang Teng's arrival seemed abrupt in the quiet classroom, and several students looked up, their eyes revealing a hint of surprise. But I didn't think much of it. This rich kid might have just accidentally gotten up early. I guess I'll be back to my usual routine of being late every day tomorrow. Several students had the same thought in their minds, but they immediately lowered their heads and went back to doing their own things. Wang Teng walked into the classroom, his eyes suddenly flashing. Attribute bubbles. Several air bubbles were clearly visible floating next to several students. Especially the girl who was silently reciting the text. A tiny bubble rose from her mouth, slowly growing larger as she continued reciting €1. Then it fell to the ground with a thud. It looks just like a goldfish blowing bubbles. Wang Teng was completely mesmerized. Studying could actually produce bubbles? He had always thought that only martial arts had attribute values, but now it seems that this is not the case. He walked over and, without making a sound, picked up a few attribute bubbles. Chinese language 10, English 15, biology 12, chemistry 15, a euro. The next moment, Wang Teng laughed. He had just been worried about his poor academic performance, but now his academic prowess had come into play. The cheat code is really powerful. After acquiring the cultural subject attribute, Wang Teng's mind gained a wealth of knowledge. This knowledge seemed as if he had learned it himself, and it was directly integrated into his memory, never to be lost. Wang Teng sat down next to the girl who was blowing bubbles. That's right, Wang Teng and the other person were classmates. This girl is Lin Chuan, their class monitor. She comes from an ordinary family but is a super academic achiever and is expected to attend one of the most prestigious universities in China. A rich second-generation girl with poor grades and a commoner girl with excellent grades. The two of them should never have sat together, but their homeroom teacher, Comrade Fan Weiming, arranged it that way. They call it one superior helping one inferior. Therefore, Lin Chuan, the best student, took on Wang Teng, the worst student. Comrade Lao Fan's antics almost broke the backs of all the students in the class. They weren't worried about influencing Lin Chuan and leading a perfectly good top student astray. She was a promising candidate for the best university in the country. Of course, Lin Chuan's appearance is also a major reason why everyone is indignant. What a beautiful little flower. Old Fan, what a terrible thing to do, planted it next to cow dung. Unfortunately, everyone was angry but dared not speak out. A rich second-generation heir with hundreds of millions of assets to inherit a euro, you can't afford to mess with him. Surprisingly, although Wang Teng, this rich second generation, was ignorant and incompetent, he didn't have much of an impact on Lin Chuan. The two sat at the same desk for over a year, and Lin Chuan's grades were consistently ranked first, never falling below that level. Moreover, because of Wang Teng, many boys dared not provoke Lin Chuan, which instead created a quiet learning environment for her. What seems like a misfortune may actually be a blessing in disguise. Looking at Lin Chuan beside him, Wang Teng recalled a memory. That was at the beginning of the senior year of high school. One evening, Wang Shengguo suddenly said to Wang Teng with a smug look, "Son, I gave your homeroom teacher a little something and asked him to arrange for the best student in your class to be your deskmate. You should study hard with him. By the way, don't you dare bully those young girls. If I find out, I'll break your legs, you hear me?" Upon hearing this news, Wang Teng froze on the spot. Seeing old Wang's smug expression, he was speechless. You put the prettiest girl in the whole high school in front of me, but you won't let me touch her. Are you still my real father? That's so cruel. Despite his complaints, Wang Teng dared not disobey Wang Shengguo, so he dutifully served as Lin Chuan's good deskmate for a year. Oh, a degree. Oha euro. Whether in his past life or this life, Wang Shengguo's way of ruining his son's life is exactly the same. In his past life, Wang Teng was also Lin Chuan's deskmate for a year. The prettiest girl in the entire high school is right in front of you, but you can't make a move. How ridiculous. After graduating from high school, Lin Chuan went to the summer capital to study at the first capital university. Then I heard that he went abroad for further studies, returned to China 3 years later, and showed extraordinary business talent. In just a few years, he founded a company, expanded across the country, and looked to the world, becoming a business tycoon. He was incredibly impressive. Think about others, then think about yourself. It's like a salted fish lying in front of a giant whale, and it's been lying there for a whole year. Wang Teng looked down at Lin Chuan's slender legs and felt an urge to hold her tightly. Those legs are absolutely gorgeous, they're practically made of gold. That said, this girl's figure is truly amazing. Lin Chuan was reciting her text when she suddenly felt a burning gaze fall on her thigh, and her brows furrowed unconsciously. Snort. A cold snort startled Wang Teng awake. Wang Teng glanced at Lin Chuan's slightly cold face, touched his nose, chuckled, and looked away. Still laughing, this guy is awful. Lin Chuan thought to herself, annoyed. Wang Teng shook his head, thinking to himself that even though he had been reborn, his willpower was still insufficient, which was a bit embarrassing. He took out his phone, intending to go online to look up information about the college entrance examination. Wang Shengguo's words that morning gave him a new understanding of the college entrance examination. Wang Teng originally thought that after becoming a martial artist, his status would be different, and he would no longer need to take the college entrance examination. But I never expected there to be so many twists and turns. Fortunately, Wang Shengguo reminded him in time, otherwise he might have really missed this year's college entrance examination. A quick search will bring up a ton of information about the college entrance examination. It must be said that this world is very different from the Earth of the past, and without careful understanding, it is impossible to know. For example, the Earth in this world is not actually called Earth, but Earth Star. For example, their country is called Washa, Kyoto is called Shadu, and their first capital university is Shadu University, and so on. Tunghai University is similar to Shanghai in its previous life, and it is a key university on par with Summer Capital University. The date of the college entrance examination has also been changed, postponed from June to July 5th. Because this day marks the beginning of the promotion of martial arts. Nowadays, the college entrance examination focuses on martial arts, so the examination date is set on this day with special significance. Wang Teng then looked up information about applying for martial arts majors. It turns out that martial arts exams are very different from regular exams. The academic subjects tested in martial arts exams are not limited to Chinese, mathematics, English, physics, chemistry, and biology. They also include human anatomy, the history of martial arts, alchemy, mineralogy, and many other miscellaneous subjects. The Education Bureau also compiled this knowledge into a book called 5 Years of Martial Arts Exams and 3 Years of Simulations. Students who want to apply for martial arts majors are said to all have a copy of this book. Wang Teng looked at the name with a strange expression, wondering if he should also get a copy and learn from it. After thinking about it, I decided to give up. Learning is impossible, you can only rely on picking up attributes. Donghai No. 1 Middle School has 5 advanced martial arts students. They will definitely take the path of martial arts examination. They have probably already carefully studied 5 years of martial arts examination and 3 years of simulation. Find an opportunity to go there and pick up some attributes to improve your proficiency in 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation. If that's not enough, there are also students from other schools who want to study martial arts. Just go to those schools and get some more attributes from them, and that should be enough. Wang Teng had a brilliant plan. This guy, he's here so early, and he's playing on his phone. Lin Chuan frowned again as she watched Wang Teng fiddling with his phone for a while, and said in a low voice, "Wang Teng, come out with me for a moment." After saying that, she stood up and walked out of the classroom. Wang Teng was pondering the martial arts exam when he heard Lin Chuan's words and was immediately confused. However, seeing the other person's back as they walked out of the classroom, he still got up and followed them out. "Fine, I'll give you face since you're pretty." Wang Teng put his phone away, put his hands in his pockets, and strolled out of the classroom. He saw Lin Chuan waiting for him at the corner. "Is there something you need, class monitor Lin?" Wang Teng asked, looking at the beautiful face in front of him. "Wang Teng, the college entrance exam is less than a month away, why are you still playing around all day? Don't you plan to take the exam at all?" Lin Chuan said coldly. "You know there's less than a month left, so what's the point of working hard now?" Wang Teng said with a laugh. Wang Teng's flippant tone disgusted Lin Chuan. She frowned but patiently said, "I have some notes. Although it's only been a month, if you study hard, you might be able to get some points on the college entrance exam. Plus, with your family background, getting into a good university shouldn't be too difficult." "Squad leader Lin, do you like me?" Wang Teng suddenly asked. "I like you?" Lin Chuan was stunned. "I like you, my foot. How can there be such a shameless person in the world? Otherwise, why are you so concerned about my college entrance exam?" Wang Teng pressed. "Your homeroom teacher arranged for me to sit next to you so that I could help you with your studies. I could forgive you for not listening before, but now that the college entrance exam is just around the corner, I'm reminding you one last time," Lin Chuan explained. "Why are you in such a hurry to explain?" Wang Teng teased. Lin Chuan was speechless at his shamelessness and said angrily, "I only advised you because we were desk mates. Whether you listen to me or not is up to you. It has nothing to do with me if you fail the exam." After saying that, she turned around and prepared to go back to her class. After taking only 2 steps, my wrist was suddenly grabbed by a strong hand. "Wang Teng, what are you doing? Let me go." Lin Chuan was startled when Wang Teng suddenly attacked her, and her delicate earlobes turned red. It was the first time a boy had ever grabbed her hand, and she felt extremely embarrassed and angry. Ignoring Lin Chuan's struggles, Wang Teng pushed her against the wall and pinned her against it. The corner was already narrow, and Wang Teng's arm blocked the other side, so Lin Chuan had nowhere to hide. She tried to push Wang Teng away, but with her small arms and legs, she was no match for Wang Teng, a high-level martial arts apprentice. What are you going to do? Lin Chuan spoke in a low, stern voice, as if afraid of being seen by others, otherwise she would be too ashamed to face anyone. Fortunately, the corner was in a blind spot, and with Wang Teng's body blocking the view, people outside couldn't see what was happening in the corner. What do you think I'm going to do? Wang Teng's lips curled into a wicked smile as he lifted Lin Chuan's chin and stared intently into her eyes. The prettiest girl in the entire high school was right in front of me, but I didn't cherish her. When I lost her, I regretted it deeply. There is nothing more painful in the world than this. Now that God has given me another chance, I will tell that girl, you can't escape my grasp. In Wang Teng's mind, an evil little man was laughing wildly. Seeing Lin Chuan huddled in the corner, looking weak, helpless, and pitiful, Wang Teng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, look how scared you are. I was just kidding, you didn't take it seriously, did you? He withdrew his hand and took a step back. Wang Teng, I hate you. Lin Chuan, with a strength she didn't know she possessed, shoved Wang Teng away forcefully and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Wang Teng touched his nose, feeling a little guilty. Did you cry? It seems like we went a bit too far. He walked into the classroom. Almost everyone has arrived by now, and many attribute bubbles have fallen to the ground. Amidst the puzzled looks of his classmates, Wang Teng walked around the classroom, collecting all the attribute bubbles. English *9. Chinese language 12. Biology 15. A euro. What is this young Master Wang doing? Who knows, they were probably just taking a walk. Walk? Who cares about him? He's a rich kid, his thinking isn't on the same wavelength as ours. That's truly a unique way of thinking. The nosy classmates looked at each other strangely and couldn't help but whisper a few words to each other. When Wang Teng turned his head to look, the sounds disappeared again, and everyone was sitting upright, looking serious and focused on their studies. Wang Teng pursed his lips and sat down in his seat. Lin Chuan was not in her seat, she had disappeared somewhere. She didn't walk into the classroom until the morning bell rang, her face cold, and she didn't even glance at Wang Teng. Sitting in my seat, it felt as if there was only a cloud of air next to me. Wang Teng smiled wryly, not daring to provoke her again. Lin Chuan was naturally aloof, and now with a cold face, she exuded a chilling aura that said, keep away. This girl is really cold. During the morning reading session, Wang Teng idly flipped through his textbook. The students were busy reviewing all morning, and Wang Teng also had a fulfilling time, listening to lectures and reviewing his attributes. His academic knowledge is growing rapidly. If you give him a test now, he'll probably score a little over 60 points. That's terrifying. Keep in mind that his previous scores were all in single digits, and he was only successful because he guessed the multiple choice questions correctly. Although Lin Chuan ignored Wang Teng, they were still deskmates, and she couldn't possibly not see what Wang Teng was doing. I couldn't help but feel a little surprised. This guy has changed his ways, he's actually reading a book. Could it be that my words really worked? This bastard, could he like me? Although Lin Chuan had never been in a relationship, she knew that her best friends would definitely discuss topics about boys, and she had also secretly read some romance novels. In novels, it's often said that if a boy likes a girl, he'll take her words to heart and make changes for her, trying to present a better version of himself to her. Lost in thought, Lin Chuan suddenly woke up, shaking her head vigorously, her ears turning red involuntarily. Lin Chuan, you must be crazy. How could a rich second generation like me? Even if he really wanted to pursue me, he would only be playing around and wouldn't be serious at all. No, it's his business if he likes me, it has nothing to do with me. No, that's not right either, anyway, he can't like me. Lin Chuan's mind was in turmoil, a jumble of girlish thoughts, and her face was burning hot like a steamer. After a long while, Lin Chuan sighed dejectedly. It's all this guy's fault. Why did he have to flirt with me for no reason? Seeing her shaking her head frantically and sighing inexplicably, Wang Teng was filled with questions. Has she been driven crazy? He couldn't help but say, Class monitor Lin, get out of class is over. Why don't you go get lunch and rest? Or should I treat you? Consider it an apology for what happened this morning. Lin Chuan was startled and her face became wary. It's a setup. It's all a setup. This guy definitely has ulterior motives towards me. Wang Teng was completely dumbfounded. Why do you look so wary? People who don't know me might think I'm some kind of human trafficker. Lin Chuan glared at Wang Teng and said coldly, I'm not going. After saying that, he got up, picked up his school bag, and ran out of the classroom, as if something bad would happen if he stayed with him any longer. How inexplicable. Wang Teng shook his head speechlessly. Am I really that scary? This girl actually avoided him like the plague. Brother Wang Teng, let's go eat. At this moment, Xu Jia's voice came from outside the classroom. Wang Teng got up and went outside. Xu Jia is also a senior high school student, but he is in class 12 of senior high school, and is not in the same class as Wang Teng. Bai Wei and Yu Hao are in their second year of high school at Donghai No. 1 High School, a year younger than them. Generally, they don't go home for lunch, they usually just grab a quick bite at the school cafeteria, or sometimes they eat at restaurants outside the school. When Wang Teng and Xu Jia arrived at the cafeteria, it was already packed with people, and the noise was so loud it almost lifted the roof off. Just then, Xu Jia's WeChat rang. He took it out and looked at it, then said, let's go straight to the second floor. Bai Wei and the others are waiting for us there. The second floor is much more spacious than the first floor. When I got to the second floor, the air conditioning was cool and refreshing, and there weren't many people, so it didn't feel crowded at all. The prices on the second floor are much higher than on the first floor, so ordinary students don't come to eat on the second floor. As soon as they came in, they glanced around and spotted Bai Wei and Yu Hao sitting on the right. The food had been ordered and was still steaming hot, clearly freshly cooked. This is also a characteristic of the second floor. Not only are the dishes exquisite and delicious, but they are also all made to order. Unlike the first floor, where everything is already plated and students order whatever they want, the cafeteria staff will serve them that dish. Many of the spoons used for serving dishes are universal. You can use one spoon for one dish and then immediately use another. The combination of several flavors is incredibly delicious and refreshing. Have you ever tried stir-fried tomatoes with twice cooked pork, eggplant with garlic sauce, and once you've tried it, I guarantee you'll never want to try it again. Moreover, sometimes if you're a little late, you'll get leftovers, a cold, hard lump of food, mostly vegetable scraps and juice. The four of them ate while chatting and laughing. Halfway through the meal, Yu Hao suddenly pointed in a direction and said, Isn't that Yuan Zhenghua? Xu Jia and Bai Wei immediately looked in the direction he was pointing. Hey, it really is this kid. Xu Jia sneered. Is that pig-headed guy next to him? Is he Li Rongcheng? Bai Wei suddenly widened her eyes and asked in confusion. What pig's head? Xu Jia and Yu Hao were both taken aback, then looked at it carefully. Hiss, haha, it really is young master Li Rongcheng. How did he end up looking like this? The two were taken aback, and then burst into laughter. Could it be? Upon hearing Bai Wei's words, Xu Jia and Yu Hao suddenly realized something and looked at Wang Teng with strange expressions. Wang Teng glanced at Li Rongcheng and recalled that night at the Rose Bar when he seemed to have made the other man take the blame. He coughed lightly and said, Don't make things up without evidence. Wang Teng's innocent, indifferent expression made Xu Jia and Yu Hao burst into laughter again. Bai Wei was trying very hard to suppress her laughter, and it was very difficult for her. As soon as they laughed, she couldn't hold back any longer and burst into laughter along with them. Li Rongcheng has been in a bad mood these past 2 days. Yesterday he went to the Rose Bar to hang out and chatted with 2 young women from the streets. They went to a hotel to talk about life and their ideals. Just as the girl was about to make a move, a group of scoundrels burst through the door and shouted. Which one is Li Rongcheng? Show yourself if you dare. Li Rongcheng was furious. He stood up abruptly and shouted, I am Li Rongcheng. Which dog let down its leash and let you mad dogs out? The group was furious and, without thinking twice, rushed forward and put a sack over Li Rongcheng's neck. Li Rongcheng probably didn't expect that this group of people were all beginner or intermediate martial arts apprentices. Although he was a high-level martial arts apprentice, he was powerless against this group of beginner and intermediate martial arts apprentices. They knocked Li Rongcheng unconscious and took him to an abandoned warehouse. The sinister young man Zhao Gangbao was waiting there. As soon as he saw Li Rongcheng being brought over bound, without even opening the sack, he ordered his henchmen to give him a good beating. They only opened the sack after they finished hitting it. Upon closer inspection, something seems off. The group of people looked at each other in bewilderment. Zhao Gangbao was so angry that he cursed loudly and then vented all his anger on Li Rongcheng. What followed was another brutal beating. At that moment, Li Rongcheng was completely dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going? After venting their anger, Zhao Gangbao and the others left, leaving Li Rongcheng lying face up on the ground of the abandoned warehouse, tears of grievance and helplessness streaming down his face. From beginning to end, he had no idea what had happened. Later, with trembling hands, he took out his phone and dialed 120, which led to him being taken to the hospital for emergency treatment. Fortunately, it was just an external injury, and Li Rongcheng was a high-level martial arts apprentice with a physique several times stronger than that of an ordinary person. So his injury healed quickly. That's why he can come to school today, all lively and energetic. However, he always harbored a grudge and found fault with everyone. As the morning passed, every classmate who saw him looked at him with a strange expression, wanting to laugh but not daring to. Several classmates who were secretly laughing were all given a severe beating by him. He came to the cafeteria for lunch, but as soon as he went upstairs, he heard a burst of laughter, and his anger flared up instantly. He was so angry that his face turned pale. Damn it, what are you laughing at? Li Rongcheng strode aggressively toward Wang Teng and his group. Xu Jia was no pushover either, and he stood up and retorted, I'll laugh, it's none of your business. Everyone knows each other well. Although the Li family is much stronger than the Xu family, family matters cannot be fought to the death over a conflict between two juniors. Matters between younger generations should be resolved by the younger generation themselves. This is the rule that everyone agrees on. If an elder intervenes, it means you're the one who has to throw your face on the ground and stomp on it. They are all respectable people who value their reputation highly, and they wouldn't risk losing face over such a trivial matter. In the past, Xu Jia might have been a little intimidated by Li Rongcheng, a high-level martial arts apprentice, but now, with Wang Teng backing him up, he was naturally not afraid of him. Xu Jia, you've got some nerve, daring to talk to me like that? Li Rongcheng grinned maliciously and suddenly threw a punch at Xu Jia's face. Xu Jia became depressed. Li Rongcheng is surprisingly unpredictable. Shouldn't the rich kids exchange a few words first? You resorted to violence right from the start. Where does that leave the dignity of us rich kids? Little did he know that Li Rongcheng had been in a bad mood all day and would explode at the slightest provocation. The punch was quite powerful, and the force of the blow made Xu Jia's cheek sting. He had no doubt that if that punch landed, his nose would completely collapse. It's over. Xu Jia involuntarily closed his eyes. But the pain he had imagined did not occur. He opened his eyes slightly and saw a hand firmly gripping Li Rongcheng's wrist, making it impossible for him to exert any force. Young Master Li, getting angry is bad for your health. Wang Teng said slowly. Wang Teng. Li Rongcheng was shocked. Everyone knew that Wang Teng was notoriously ignorant and incompetent, but now the other party had actually shown remarkable martial arts skills. Yuan Zhenghua was also standing next to Li Rongcheng, his eyes wide with disbelief. He used to be a friend of Wang Teng and his group. However, he later sided with Li Rongcheng and severed ties with Wang Teng and the others. But for so long, he hadn't realized that Wang Teng actually possessed such strength. Xu Jia recovered and stood behind Wang Teng with lingering fear. He glared triumphantly at Yuan Zhenghua, mocking him for being blind. Li Rongcheng struggled with all his might, but found that no matter how hard he tried, Wang Teng's hand was like steel, firmly gripping his wrist, and he could not break free no matter what. Let go. Li Rongcheng's face turned ashen, and he hissed in a low voice. Wang Teng immediately loosened his grip. Li Rongcheng was still pulling backward when he suddenly sat down hard on his buttocks. Young Master Li, how could you be so careless? Get up quickly, the ground is cold. Wang Teng said with concern. You. Li Rongcheng pointed at Wang Teng, too angry to say anything. He got up from the ground and said fiercely, Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to have been hiding your strength. No matter what the reason, we've now formed a grudge between us. Do you have the guts to fight me? Okay. Wang Teng stopped smiling and looked directly at him in response. Alright, let's settle this at the gymnasium after school this afternoon. Li Rongcheng said, then turned and walked downstairs. Yuan Zhenghua glanced at Wang Teng but didn't dare to meet his eyes and quickly followed Li Rongcheng. Young Master Li, are we not going to eat? What the hell are you eating? I'm so angry I'm full. €1. After Li Rongcheng left, Bai Wei asked worriedly, Brother Wang Teng, are you really going to fight him? Before Wang Tang could speak, Yu Hao said, in martial arts competitions, since we've agreed, we have to fight. That's the rule. Little mouse, what you said is wrong. Wang Tang suddenly laughed. Yu Hao looked at him with a puzzled expression. Wang Tengke added, rules are made by people. Whether or not to abide by them is entirely up to you. Just do not go against your conscience. Yu Hao was completely bewildered and couldn't understand what he meant. Brother Wang Tang, are you confident you can beat Li Rongcheng? Shu Jia asked. If I wasn't confident, would I agree? Wang Tang asked with a smile. Okay, don't worry, sit down and finish your meal, then go back and rest. We'll talk about what happens after school. After school, when you guys have your competition, we'll go with you, Bai Wei said. Good. In the afternoon, the 3 classes are physics, mathematics, and biology. In each class, the teacher and students lost a lot of attribute bubbles, which further boosted Wang Tang's academic attributes. He didn't take the fight with Li Rongcheng to heart at all, and just went about his business as usual. Wang Tang spent the whole day immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and even after school ended at 5:30, he was still somewhat reluctant to leave. He felt that he must have been held back by his status as a rich second generation in his past life. Otherwise, he would definitely be a good student who loves learning. Fortunately, although we missed each other in our past lives, we still have a chance in this life. From now on, I must strive to be a well-rounded student with excellent moral character, intellectual ability, and physical fitness. Thinking about it this way, Wang Tang suddenly felt that the red scarf on his chest was even brighter. As soon as the bell rang, all the students rushed out of the classrooms. Wang Tang had nothing to pack, so he just threw his books into the drawer. After meeting up with Shu Jia, Bai Wei, and others, the 4 of them walked together toward the stadium. Unlike Wang Tang, who looked relaxed and without any worry, Shu Jia, Bai Wei, and the other 2 kept exchanging glances, seemingly wanting to say something but holding back. Bai Wei mustered her courage, smiled at Wang Tang, and said, Brother Wang Tang, why don't we go eat first? We'll have the energy to fight if we're full. Yes, why don't we go eat first? Li Rongcheng is so free, it's no big deal to make him wait a little longer. Maybe he went to eat too. Shu Jia and Yu Hao nodded in agreement, and the 3 of them chimed in with their own words. I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. Wang Tang said speechlessly, it's not advisable to exercise right after eating, as it can cause stomach prolapse. Well, the 3 of them immediately realized that they had made a very silly suggestion. Alright, you don't need to worry. Although Li Rongcheng is a high-level martial arts apprentice, he's no match for me, Wang Tang said, seeing their concerns. Brother Wang Tang, are you not an intermediate martial arts apprentice, but an advanced martial arts apprentice? Yu Hao asked in shock. Wang Tang nodded. The 3 were deeply shocked. Advanced martial apprentice. Wang Tang is actually a high-level martial arts apprentice. Although I knew Wang Tang was a martial arts apprentice, there are 2 completely different concepts between advanced and intermediate martial arts apprentices. Advanced martial arts apprentices can apply for martial arts majors, and becoming a martial artist in the future is almost a certainty. At that time, the gap between them and Wang Tang will only widen. That's incredible. Up here, someone you know very well, whom you thought was the same as everyone else, has suddenly become incredibly successful. We agreed to work ourselves to the bone together, but you secretly made it big. A complex mix of emotions welled up within them. Not long after, the 4 arrived at the stadium. Every school attaches great importance to students who practice martial arts, and in order to provide them with training facilities, they will set aside an entire floor in the gymnasium. The stadium, 2nd floor. Li Rongcheng leaned against the wall, arms crossed, looking impatient. Yuan Zhenghua stood beside him, fetching him water and towels, acting like a complete sycophant. Shu Jia got angry just looking at him. This kid, he'd rather be a decent person than someone else's dog. You've finally arrived. Li Rongcheng turned his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and stared at Wang Tang with a dangerous gaze. Young Master Li is here early, did he skip class? Wang Tang teased. Enough with the nonsense. I'll use a knife. Whatever weapon you want, go pick one yourself, Li Rongcheng said impatiently. Just like you, I'll use a knife. Wang Tang walked to the side and took a standard-issue longsword from the weapon rack. The back of the blade is not very wide or thick, and the blade is slightly long, somewhat resembling the Tang sword of the previous era. I weighed it in my hand, it was rather light. He shook his head to himself, realizing he needed to find time to get a weapon. Just make do with it. Wang Teng took the knife and walked to the opposite side of Li Rongcheng. When Xu Jia and Bai Wei saw that they had used weapons, their faces turned pale instantly. Why are you using weapons? What if they get hurt? What do you think this is? This is a fight, not a child's game, Yu Hao said, taking a deep breath. Despite saying that, he had only recently become a low-level martial arts apprentice, and this was the first time he had ever seen such a scene. Wang Teng, your strength is indeed not weak, you should have reached the level of an advanced martial apprentice. To be honest, I'm very surprised. Everyone else has misjudged you. You've been hiding your true abilities very well. But, who gave you the confidence to challenge me to a knife fight? Li Rongcheng said with some disdain. He started practicing martial arts at the age of 15, and became a senior martial arts apprentice in 3 years. During those 3 years, he only practiced swordsmanship, and his basic swordsmanship skills had long been mastered. Therefore, he has the right to be arrogant. He found it amusing that Wang Teng dared to draw his knife in front of him. Let's begin, Wang Teng said directly without elaborating. Good. Li Rongcheng's eyes widened, and he roared. He suddenly stomped his foot. With a muffled thud, as if a wave of air was surging, he was propelled towards Wang Teng like an arrow released from a bow. At that moment, the fierce aura terrified Yuan Jinghua, Xu Jia, and the others. However, Wang Teng, who was the first to be hit, did not change his expression at all. Li Rongcheng thought he was frightened, and his expression became even more disdainful. He raised his long sword high and slashed down with a simple, sweeping motion. Just as the long sword was about to touch Wang Teng's body, Wang Teng suddenly swayed and appeared on Li Rongcheng's right. Li Rongcheng's expression changed instantly when he slashed at empty air. He forcefully twisted his body and slashed the long sword horizontally at Wang Teng at a 180-degree angle. Clang! The two blades clashed, producing a deafening metallic clang. Bang! Then came another muffled thud. Before Li Rongcheng knew what was happening, he felt a sharp pain at the back of his head and then completely lost consciousness. Weak. Too weak. Wang Teng shook his head. Basic knife techniques *20. Strength 12. He picked up the attribute bubble that Li Rongcheng had dropped, walked over, and put the knife back. At this moment, Yuan Jinghua, Xu Jia, and the other three suddenly realized what was happening and stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. The exchange just now seemed simple, but the speed of a high-level martial arts apprentice was so exaggerated that it dazzled the four of them. As the saying goes, experts see the details, while laymen just watch the spectacle. The four of them were just there for the spectacle, and even Yu Hao wasn't exactly an expert. So it gives you a feeling that you don't understand it, but it's really amazing. Especially considering how short the time was. 3 seconds? Or 5 seconds? Before they'd even really started fighting, Li Rongcheng had already collapsed. They watched as Wang Teng put away his weapons, then walked over, seemingly muttering something to himself. Too weak, how could it be so weak? It can't be. The four of them fell silent. Wang Teng, a dignified advanced martial arts apprentice and one of the 5 strongest students in the entire Donghai No. 1 middle school, actually thought he was weak. Dude, we're all old acquaintances, so please stop showing off like this. However, this also demonstrates Wang Teng's strength. Li Rongcheng may not be weak among the students of Donghai No. 1 middle school, but Wang Teng is stronger than him, much stronger. Let's go home and have dinner. Wang Teng called out to Xu Jia and the other two, then headed downstairs. Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and the other two quickly followed, leaving Yuan Jinghua standing there dumbfounded. He didn't dare to greet Wang Teng. This version of Wang Teng felt unfamiliar and frightening to him. Wang Teng was previously ignorant and incompetent, but because his family background was better than his, he dared not offend Wang Teng. But now, he has developed a fear of Wang Teng himself. I betrayed Wang Teng before. Will he hold a grudge? What if he gets upset one day and wants to cause me trouble? Thinking this, Yuan Jinghua panicked and looked at Li Rongcheng, who was lying unconscious on the ground, as if Li Rongcheng could not protect him. For a moment, a sense of regret filled his heart. We walked out of the stadium. Xu Jia and his 2 companions were extremely excited, and they kept talking the whole way. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. Brother Wang Teng, are all advanced martial arts apprentices this strong? For ordinary people, advanced martial arts apprentices are quite strong. Wang Teng lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, slowly exhaled, and said calmly. Haha, that's great. With you protecting us from now on, no one will dare to bully us anymore. Xu Jia laughed loudly. Brother Wang Teng, do you think I can be as strong as you in the future? Yu Hao clenched his fist and asked enviously. Practice hard, becoming an advanced martial arts apprentice is not difficult, Wang Teng said. Bai Wei remained silent, but her gaze would occasionally fall on Wang Teng, a sweet smile appearing on her lips. The four parted ways at the school gate and went home to find their mothers. On his way home, Wang Teng kept thinking, why is Li Rongcheng so weak? This wasn't him showing off, he genuinely thought Li Rongcheng was too weak. As he was driving on the road, he suddenly realized what was going on when he saw the cars speeding past him. Speed, that's right, it's all about speed. In the world of martial arts, speed is the only way to break through. His speed far surpassed Li Rongcheng's, so Li Rongcheng's attacks seemed far too slow to him. He was so slow that he only needed 2 moves to knock Li Rongcheng unconscious. The speed attribute on the attribute panel wasn't very intuitive. Wang Teng kept picking up attribute upgrades but never actually tested how fast it was. Today's sudden outburst left Li Rongcheng utterly powerless to retaliate. In the evening, after having dinner at home, Wang Teng went to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall to train and improve his attributes. His life remained uneventful for the next few days. During the day, I attend classes, collect attribute points to improve my academic knowledge, and occasionally tease my aloof but beautiful deskmate. I'm living a wonderful life. Moreover, his academic performance improved rapidly over the past few days, and he is now confident that he can score over 90 points in the exam. This level is perfectly sufficient, he doesn't plan to become the top liberal arts student anyway. Besides, it's not much better than before. Every night, without fail, he would go to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy to sign in and train, and collect attributes to improve his martial arts cultivation. His martial arts attributes have long since surpassed the limits of advanced martial arts apprentices. Comprehension, 51. Physical constitution, 121. Strength, 1356. Speed, 632. Combat skills. Basic fist techniques, subtlety, basic movement techniques, subtlety, basic sword techniques, subtlety, basic knife techniques, subtlety. Knowledge, basic disciplines, full marks. The limits of an advanced martial arts apprentice are 100 physique, 1000 kilograms strength, and a speed of 4 seconds to run 100 meters. And now all of his attributes have exceeded that. He had specifically tested his speed before, and it had reached 100 meters in 2 seconds, which was much faster than the limit speed of an advanced martial arts apprentice. Although it may seem like only a 2-second difference, many people may not be able to complete the leap in this area even after 3 to 5 years. Just think about how difficult it was to break the world records of those 100-meter champions in my previous life, and you'll know how challenging it is. Combined with basic movement techniques at the microscopic level, it's almost overwhelming against opponents who are also advanced martial arts apprentices. It's worth mentioning that Wang Teng's basic combat skills have all reached the level of subtlety. What is meticulous attention to detail? As the name suggests, it means meticulous and thorough, taking things a step further than perfection. Just how powerful are microscopic combat techniques? Let me give you a simple example. If attacked, someone with a perfected basic movement technique would need to dodge at least half a meter away. However, if it is a basic movement technique at the microscopic level, one can be right next to the enemy's attack and remain unharmed, with the distance between them not even exceeding a few centimeters. The difference between these two can only be truly revealed in actual combat. It can be said that Wang Teng's current strength is only one step away from becoming a formal martial artist. Once he cultivates the force, he can become a formal martial artist. €. On Friday, after class, Wang Teng went home as usual. As I drove along the road, gazing at the scenery outside the car window, I was thinking about how to get a manual for cultivating the force. He is currently at a stage where he is considered a quasi-martial artist. By cultivating the force, he can undergo a qualitative change. However, the force technique is not a basic combat skill for martial arts apprentices, nor is it something as common as gymnastics that anyone can learn. The transmission of the force technique has always been strictly controlled. Alternatively, one can enter university through a martial arts exam, which offers the greatest degree of freedom. You can either apply for the prospective martial artist assessment at a martial arts school, and if you pass and your identity is verified, the school will teach you the force techniques. In this way, they become martial artists nominally affiliated with the martial arts school, essentially tied to the school's fate. Alternatively, one could become a vassal of a family, gain their trust, and possibly be taught the power of the origin force, but this would be tantamount to signing a contract of servitude. The martial arts exam can only be taken after the college entrance exam, and you need to go to university to study it, which takes too long, so we won't consider it for now. Should I go to the martial arts school to apply for the preliminary martial arts practitioner examination? No. Wang Teng knows his own situation best. He's only been practicing martial arts for a short time, and he's already about to become a martial artist. If he's targeted by someone with ill intentions, there will be endless trouble. So, become a vassal of a martial arts family? Come on, he's a rich kid, it's beneath him to act like a bootlicker. Boom! As he was thinking, a sudden explosion came from ahead. Thick smoke rose into the air. The intersection ahead was blocked for some reason, and the car in front of Wang Teng suddenly stopped, apparently after being rear-ended. Although Wang Teng reacted extremely quickly, he immediately stepped on the brakes. But the distance was too close, and the car lurched forward due to inertia, crashing into the rear of the car in front with a thud. Beep beep beep, beep beep beep. In an instant, car horns and alarms blared in unison. The scene was chaotic at one point. This section of the road is completely paralyzed. Wang Teng frowned and had no choice but to get out of the car to see what had happened. I still need to go home for dinner. What happened? What the hell is going on? The car's wrecked. Drivers leaned out of their cars, cursing incessantly. Thud, thud, thud. Several sounds were heard, and the scene suddenly fell silent. Gunshots. Wang Teng was shocked. I'm sure I didn't mishear, that was definitely gunshot. Robbery in the street? Riots? Or is it a kidnapping? Various thoughts flashed through his mind when he suddenly saw several people rushing towards him at high speed. This speed is that of a martial arts apprentice. Wang Teng made a judgment in his mind and then quickly stepped aside. He had no idea what was going on, and it was best to mind his own business. Unfortunately, his reluctance to meddle in other people's business doesn't mean that trouble won't come his way. Just as the group was about to pass by him, one of the men, a man with a scar on his face, suddenly shouted. Etc. What's wrong? His companion asked. The police are coming soon. Running away like this is too passive. Let's take someone hostage and negotiate with them. As he spoke, Scarface reached out and grabbed at Wang Teng. Just as Wang Teng was about to resist, the scarred man raised his other hand and pressed the gun against his head. Behave yourself, or I'll shoot you. Feeling like a thorn in my side. The intense sense of impending death made Wang Teng's scalp tingle, his blood flow accelerated, his heart paused slightly, and then began to pound wildly. Danger. Extreme danger. Having a gun pointed directly at his head was a first for Wang Teng, even in his 2 lifetimes. Between life and death lies great terror. Although he had been reborn once, he had never truly experienced death. That time, it was as if he had fallen asleep and then woken up again. That situation is incomparable to what it is now. The dark muzzle of the gun resembled the gaping maw of a terrifying beast, beyond which lay a gloomy hell, waiting to devour him whole. Horrifying. Terrifying. In an instant, Wang Teng's whole body stiffened, and his soul couldn't help but tremble. He was just an ordinary person after all. Even though he had practiced martial arts all his life, he had never encountered such a situation before. Moreover, at such close range, he could clearly see the silver patterns on the pistol. Force runes. Therefore, this is a runic weapon, which poses a deadly threat to advanced martial arts apprentices and even martial artists. Even though he could run 100 meters in 2 seconds and his movements were incredibly precise, he didn't dare to move when the rune gun was pointed at his head. Damn it! Wang Teng cursed inwardly, then decisively chickened out. Instantly backed down. Without any hesitation, he backed down immediately. Don't shoot, I'll cooperate. Wang Teng quickly said, fearing that the other party might get angry and shoot him dead. I have to be a coward. That's terrifying. I can't help but tremble with fear. Behave yourself and don't try anything funny, or I'll let you taste the bullet. Scarface shoved Wang Teng and said in a harsh voice. Wang Teng was forced to join their escape group. He secretly observed that there were 5 people in the group, each carrying a rune gun. Judging from their aura, they were at least intermediate-level martial arts apprentices. Wang Teng paused for a moment when his gaze swept over 3 of them. They were all carrying large bags, stuffed full, and through the gaps in the loosely zipped zippers, one could vaguely see many banknotes. Could this group have robbed a bank? I remember there was a bank not far ahead. Wang Teng suddenly felt that things were not going well. He seemed to have gotten himself into a very troublesome matter. So, they were just passing by, and I accidentally became a hostage? Wang Teng was speechless. He felt very innocent and unlucky. On my way home, I ran into robbers. If you run into him, fine, but why not arrest him when there are so many other people involved, and instead take him hostage? Isn't this bullying? Little did he know that the scarred man had taken him hostage simply because he was driving a supercar and the rich kid was more important than the average person. Wang Teng was held hostage by a group of robbers and turned into a small alley. He then ran around in the alley for an unknown amount of time. He pretended to have kidney deficiency and was out of breath after only a few steps. Damn, this rich kid must have slept with too many women, he's so weak. One of the robbers, whether out of envy or jealousy, disliked Wang Teng and uttered a disdainful curse. Or we could just kill him, he's just getting in the way, another robber wearing a hat said ruthlessly. Holy crap! Upon hearing this, Wang Teng was immediately startled. This person is too ruthless. It's just that he runs a little slower, why is he so quick to kill? Does he have to be so cruel? No, don't kill me. I can run. I can catch up with you. Wang Teng said in a panic. Never mind, we've already brought him here, so what's the harm in taking a few more steps? We'll just get him in the car later, said the lead robber. The group ran for nearly 10 more minutes. Although Wang Teng looked exhausted, he managed to keep up with their pace. A white minivan was parked on the side of an old street. One of the robbers opened the car door, shoved Wang Teng inside, and the van started up with a roar. The van sped through the city. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren came from behind the car. Damn, the police are catching up. The robber in the car slammed his hand on the steering wheel, slammed on the gas, and the van sped off. Listen up, van in front. Pull over to the side of the road immediately. Pull over to the side of the road immediately. Silly. The robber driving the car stuck his hand out of the window and gave the middle finger to someone behind him. Turn right, onto the overpass. The lead robber said calmly. The robber in the car immediately turned the steering wheel. The car swerved sharply, its rear end swung sideways for a distance, leaving a long trail on the ground, before speeding off to the right. The police car behind sped forward quite a distance before suddenly braking and turning around to chase after the van. Police cars and vans were chasing each other on the main road. Many vehicles collided, causing traffic jams, and road rage drivers stuck their heads out and shouted insults. Listen up, van in front. If you don't stop, we'll shoot. The robbers ignored them completely. Snap! Then came a gunshot, but it was fired into the air. There were many people in the city, and the police did not dare to fire indiscriminately. This shot was purely for deterrence. But the robbers were no pushovers. The more intimidated they were, the more ruthless they became. Scarface pointed the gun at Wang Teng, leaned out of the car, and roared, "If you dare to shoot, I'll blow his brains out first." Wang Teng felt like a rag doll. Weak and helpless. The van sped along the overpass, the wind blowing through his hair, making him feel a bit disheveled. What did I do to deserve this? Wang Teng silently questioned the heavens. As expected, the police cars behind were hesitant to fire, and Scarface pulled Wang Teng back into the car. He said smugly to the other robbers, "See? This is the benefit of taking a hostage." Well done. The ringleader was generous with his praise. Wang Teng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, "You're such a clever little devil." Unfortunately, they were too happy too soon. More than a dozen police cars gave chase all the way. The robbers underestimated the police's determination. Even though the robbers were very cunning, they were eventually cornered in front of an office building. Damn, it's just a little money to spend, why are you chasing after me like this? Shut up, all of you, the ringleader shouted coldly. They had to get out of the car, grab Wang Teng, and retreat into the office building. You are surrounded. You are surrounded. Surrender now. The police loudspeaker kept blaring. The robbers ignored them and rushed into the office building. It was already past closing time, and most people had already left. There wasn't a soul in the lobby. Several robbers went up to the third floor, probably wanting to gain a high vantage point. The third floor houses a clothing design company, where several professional men and women are still working overtime, with more women than men. Several robbers kicked the door open and rushed inside. Snap! One of the robbers fired a shot. The reprimands that the female office workers were about to utter turned into terrified screams. The ringleader pulled the trigger on a middle-aged woman, who was immediately shot in the thigh and screamed in agony. This middle-aged woman appears to hold a high position in the company. She was scolding her subordinates before the robbers rushed in, but in the blink of an eye, she was in such a miserable state. The other female office workers screamed again, their voices cracking, upon seeing the blood. "Shut up, if anyone makes another sound, I'll kill her," the lead robber shouted coldly. The white-collar workers all covered their mouths, afraid that if they made the slightest sound, they would be killed by the robbers as a scapegoat. The middle-aged woman who had been shot also tried her best to suppress the groans that came out of her throat from the pain. Her forehead was covered in cold sweat. Wang Teng frowned. These robbers were truly vicious and ruthless, showing no regard for human life whatsoever. They were utterly depraved. "Everyone get to the corner and squat down with your hands behind your heads. Anyone who dares to cause trouble, watch out, my gun won't have eyes." The robber brandished his gun and told everyone to crouch in the corner. Wang Teng was not so lucky. He was dragged to the window and made to look down. A dozen or 20 police cars surrounded the office building, and police officers pointed their guns at the building's windows. "Brother, what should we do?" Scarface asked, his face grim. The ringleader didn't answer, but fired a shot, startling the police below who quickly took cover. "Listen to me, prepare a helicopter for us within 1 hour. If we don't see a helicopter within 1 minute, we'll kill 1 hostage. If it's more than 2 minutes, we'll kill 2. Until we've killed them all." His words were heard not only by the police, but also by Wang Teng and the other hostages in the building. The employees of the clothing design company were all terrified and turned pale. Wang Teng's heart also jumped, and his face turned very ugly. "Buddha euro a euro. 5 robbers, 5 rune guns a euro," he wasn't confident. "It seems we can only hope that the police will have the helicopter ready on time." A euro a euro. Time passed slowly, and an hour quickly went by. However, the helicopter did not appear. The hostages looked desperate. "It's almost a minute late. If we don't get there by then, we'll have to kill one of the hostages," the leader shouted to the police cars below. "Don't be impulsive, the helicopter is already on its way and will be here soon." The person in charge below was sweating profusely and shouted through a loudspeaker. The ringleader didn't say a word. Judging from his appearance, it seems that no matter the reason, he will kill someone if the time limit is exceeded. A minute passes in the blink of an eye. "Hey kid, come here," the lead robber said, pointing at Wang Teng. "You're just unlucky, kid." Scarface grinned maliciously and pushed Wang Teng toward the lead robber. Wang Teng sighed, thinking that he must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out today, which was why he was so unlucky. He thought that if he obediently acted as a hostage, the kidnappers would release him once they achieved their goal, but now it seems he was too naive. "We can't just sit here and wait to die. There's no way out. They want to kill me, but I don't want to die. I'm still young, and I've only been given a second chance at life. How can I die here? Absolutely not. No one can kill me. My new life has just begun. There are still many regrets to make up for, and many things I haven't done. In this life, I will also be filial to my parents, I will become a martial arts master and make them proud, and I also want to see what the other world is like. I don't want to die. I don't want to die, so I have no choice but to kill them. I'm so honest, so cooperative, so cute. Why do they still want to kill me?" Wang Teng didn't understand. Mom is right. A handsome and adorable rich kid like him must take good care of himself when he's out in the world. The outside world is too dangerous. One wrong move and your life could be in danger. He walked step by step toward the ringleader, trembling all over. "Kill them, you must kill them, they are all vicious and evil people." 1 step, 2 steps. As they drew closer, the other hostages cast pitying glances their way. Although they felt pity, there was also a hint of relief in their eyes, relief that they weren't the ones who died first. They were also trembling. Such a cute boy, and those robbers didn't even spare him. They're incredibly ruthless. Why haven't the police helicopters arrived yet? If they don't come soon, they'll be the ones dying next. Kill them, kill them. Wang Teng's mentality collapsed. He's very nervous right now. His palms, back, and forehead are all sweaty. There is no other way but to kill them. 3 steps, 4 steps. Soon he was less than half a meter away from the leader of the robbers. "Hurry up, get over here," the lead robber shouted impatiently. "That's enough. That's close enough. We can't wait any longer." Wang Teng suddenly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. "Why are you forcing me? I 1/4 ye 1/4 why?" The ringleader thought Wang Teng was probably terrified and was becoming incoherent. But the next moment, the robbers and the hostages all widened their eyes. The ringleader looked like he'd seen a ghost. What did he see? The hostage, who had just been as docile as a lamb, suddenly transformed into an enraged and frenzied bear. The atmosphere changed instantly. A euro. All of this seems slow, but it's actually happening very fast. The moment Wang Teng raised his head, he did not hesitate at all. His heart was as firm as iron, and he stomped his foot heavily. Boom! The tiled floor shattered, sending pebbles flying everywhere. A surge of power rose from his feet, propelling Wang Teng forward abruptly. Like an arrow shot from a crossbow, Wang Teng instantly pounced on the leader of the robbers. Extreme speed, microscopic movement techniques, and full force explosion. He crossed the distance of less than half a meter in less than a second. The ringleader could see them, but couldn't keep up. Wang Teng swung his fist like a hammer, raising it high and bringing it down, his fist growing larger and larger in the horrified gaze of his opponent. A euro grass. Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Teng delivered a powerful blow to his head. Bang! How terrifying is the force of over 1,000 kilograms. It's probably like a big truck running over your head. Snap! With a crisp sound, a perfectly good watermelon was shattered. First blood I 1/4. It broke. Wang Teng felt nothing at this moment. His mind was filled with the crisis of death. Now that he had killed one, there were still 4 left. They have guns, that's terrifying. We must finish this quickly. So he didn't pause at all. He grabbed the lead robber and slammed him down onto the scarred robber behind him. Wang Teng leaned in and pressed forward. At this moment, his mind was racing, and all the basic combat skills he had mastered seemed to have merged into one. Body movement is integrated with speed. Swordsmanship and knife skills are integrated into fist techniques. Without any weapons in his hands, his fists were swords and his legs were knives. The lead robber's body slammed into Scarface, catching him off guard. Wang Teng's kick was like a knife, sweeping across from the left. Click! The sound of bones breaking was clearly audible. Boom! He flew through the air, crashing into the wall, spitting blood, his head lolling to the side, and he lost consciousness. Double killie 1/4. Smack! 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 The other 3 robbers looked terrified, but finally reacted and opened fire on Wang Teng. The bullets, aided by the runes, poured forth with greater speed and power. Whoosh! The bullets seemed to tear through the air, carrying a piercing, sharp sound, and aimed directly at Wang Teng's vital organs. Head, heart, thighs. Wang Teng was prepared. He finished off the scarred man in one strike, then shrank back. A perfect donkey roll. He hid under the workbench. Bang! The bullet hit the wall, blasting a large crater in it. Wang Teng glanced at it, still feeling lingering fear. Thank goodness I didn't resist rashly before. Such power would definitely leave a bloody hole if it hit the body. Even a high-level martial arts apprentice's physique couldn't withstand it. The thought only crossed my mind for a moment. He immediately grabbed a chair in front of him, threw it away, and then darted out from the other side. The 3 robbers were on high alert. When they saw something fly out, they instinctively fired several shots at it. Not good, but as soon as the gun was fired, they knew they were in trouble. Wang Teng gave them no time to regret it, attacking from the other side and throwing a punch that struck one of the robbers in the temple. The robber swayed and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Triple kill I 1/4. One more done. Then he turned to a robber who was 2 meters away from him. Wang Teng remembered the other person. He was the first person to say he wanted to kill him. Therefore, he struck even harder, clasping his hands together and slamming down like a heavy hammer, sending the robber flying 3 meters away. Quadra kill I 1/4. Smack! Smack! The last robber was the one who drove the car earlier. Seeing Wang Teng's ferocity, his companions were either killed or seriously injured in just a few moves. Terrified, he kept backing away and hurriedly fired several shots at Wang Teng. Wang Teng flashed to his side and threw a punch, the simplest of the basic sword techniques, the rapier. One move, another trick. The robber then collapsed. Penta killie 1/4. None of the 5 robbers escaped. From the moment Wang Teng suddenly attacked to the end of the fight, it took no more than a minute. The hostages were all stunned. He opened his mouth wide but no sound came out. The injured middle-aged woman seemed to have temporarily forgotten her pain, staring blankly at him. We're both hostages, so why are you so much better and more ferocious? We agreed to tremble in fear together, but you killed all the robbers. You must be a monster. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With all 5 robbers down, Wang Teng's tense nerves relaxed and he gasped for breath. Tired, a wave of fatigue washed over me. Although the battle lasted only a few dozen seconds, he was under immense pressure during the life-or-death crisis. His adrenaline surged, and his bodily functions operated at high speed, which took a huge toll on both his mind and body. "Why are you forcing me?" Wang Teng muttered to himself, his gaze sweeping across the room, his face suddenly turning pale. The horrific sight of the bandits made his stomach churn, and waves of stomach acid seemed about to surge up from his throat. He quickly turned his head away, only to meet the gazes of the hostages. These people were filled with fear, their faces were pale, and some even hid in the corner to vomit. They looked at Wang Teng with a strange gaze, not at all like they were looking at an innocent high school student. It's more like watching a deranged serial killer. "Would you believe me if I said I'm a good person?" Wang Teng asked sincerely. The hostages instinctively shook their heads in unison, but then immediately realized what was happening and began nodding frantically. But that guilty expression was utterly unconvincing. It was almost 9 p.m. when Wang Teng finally came out of the police station. Before that, he called home and told his parents that he had made plans to go out for dinner with his classmates that evening. In fact, he was taken to the police station and a statement was taken. Fortunately, Wang Teng was the victim, and after the police learned what had happened, they released him. Criminal Police Captain Yang Zhenchao personally escorted Wang Teng to the door and offered him a cigarette. "Want to smoke?" Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony and took it, putting it in his mouth. The two lit cigarettes and began puffing away in front of the police station. "He's learned to smoke at such a young age," Yang Zhenchao joked with a smile. "Let's not talk about it." Wang Teng sighed and shook his head. Yang Zhenchao didn't dwell on it and said seriously, "Those robbers came to Donghai City from other cities. They had committed many major crimes before and were wanted by the police. You should have noticed by now that they are all vicious criminals, each with several lives on their hands. Your elimination of them is entirely for the benefit of the people, so don't feel too much pressure." Wang Teng felt a little better immediately. As expected, they are all bad people. If I hadn't been forced into this situation, how could I, a well-rounded student, have been so ruthless to them? Yang Zhenchao. This kid seems a bit shameless. He felt he had worried for nothing and said irritably, "Once we've completed our procedures, we'll send you the reward and the banner." "Huh? You're even giving me a reward and a banner?" Wang Teng was a little surprised and quickly waved his hand, saying, "No need, I can't accept this reward and banner." "Really don't want it? These robbers have been wanted for a long time and haven't been caught yet, so the bounty is quite high, a full 100,000. Yang Zhenchao thought Wang Teng didn't know the amount of the bounty. So he explained, "Really, it's not necessary. I'm not short of money." Wang Teng said calmly, "You're not short of money?" Yang Zhenchao was speechless. This kid had quite the nerve. "Why don't we donate the money to your police station? You work so hard as public servants, so consider this a small token of my appreciation," Wang Teng said. "Then I thank you on behalf of the entire police station." Yang Zhenchao immediately became respectful. "By the way, Captain Yang, before I was taken away by those hostages, my car was parked on the side of the road. Could you help me check if my car was impounded by the traffic police?" Wang Teng suddenly remembered his supercar parked on the side of the road. "Okay, I'll make a call and ask." Yang Zhenchao made a phone call, said a few words, asked Wang Teng to give him the license plate number, and soon the result was in. They really were brought back. "Let's go, I'll take you to get them," Yang Zhenchao said after hanging up the phone. "Okay." Wang Teng nodded and followed him. "Speaking of which, you really went for a rough approach." As the two were walking down the street, Yang Zhenchao suddenly turned to look at him and said, "This is the first time I've encountered something like this, and I definitely didn't handle it with much force," Wang Teng said helplessly. "Compared to you, my first murder was far inferior. I almost met my end in a ditch, but luckily a senior came to my rescue." Yang Zhenchao recalled. Then he added with some emotion, "You're so young, yet you're already a high-level martial arts apprentice, and your strength surpasses mine. It seems you'll be able to become a martial artist in less than 2 years. Captain Yang, you flatter me." "I was just lucky," Wang Teng said modestly. Not long after, the two arrived at their destination, signed the papers, and picked up their car. Yang Zhenchao looked at the supercar in front of him and said speechlessly, "No wonder you look down on that 100,000 yuan. It turns out you really don't care about that little bit of money." Wang Teng got into the car and waved to Yang Zhenchao. "Captain Yang, thank you for today. I have to go home now, otherwise my parents will worry." "Don't mention it. I've forgotten you're still a high school student. Go back now. Yang Zhenchao nodded. A euro. Watching the supercar drive away, a man in his 30s walked up to Yang Zhenchao and said, "Who is this kid? Why did you, Yang Zhenchao, have to make this trip yourself? He's not particularly famous, but he's a high-level martial arts apprentice. Today, he single-handedly killed 5 desperate criminals wielding rune-infused firearms," Yang Zhenchao said. Advanced martial apprentice. The man exclaimed in shock. He's only 17 or 18 years old, yet he's already a high-level martial arts apprentice. And he was able to kill 5 desperate criminals wielding rune-infused guns with his bare hands. Where did this genius come from? Who knows, but he's really something. I'm afraid we'll have to look up to him when we see him again in the future, Yang Zhenchao exclaimed. The man nodded as if he agreed. A euro. Wang Teng was unaware of the conversation between the two people behind him. He drove straight to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. After arriving at the martial arts school, he went up to the 2nd floor. Looking at the trainees training enthusiastically in the training hall, my somewhat agitated emotions gradually calmed down. He collected a bunch of attributes, then walked to a sandbag and started practicing his punches. Bang bang bang. Wang Teng needed an outlet to release the pressure he had been accumulating. He threw punches rapidly, his arms creating afterimages as he pounded the sandbag. The sandbag shook violently as if it were being battered by a storm, fueled by his powerful punches. Seeing his madness, the students next to him couldn't help but take a few steps back. How terrifying. Has this person gone crazy? Let's get away from him. As Wang Teng practiced his boxing, the scene of killing 5 robbers earlier that day kept replaying in his mind. If you had the choice again, would you still act so ruthlessly? The answer is, yes. Although he felt unwell, he did not think he had done anything wrong. He who kills will be killed by others. Moreover, in that situation, if a fatal blow is not delivered, it is very likely to provoke even fiercer resistance. The opponent has a rune gun. If he's not careful, he'll be the one who dies. So, being too soft-hearted is not advisable. Everything is just for survival. After finishing his boxing practice, he started practicing sword and knife techniques. Wang Teng didn't want to stop for a moment. He wanted to put himself into extreme exhaustion so that he could completely release the pressure. They practiced until 11 p.m. Only after all the students had left did he drag his tired body and drive home. Back home, I finally felt completely at ease. Son, didn't you go out to eat with your classmates? Why did you go to the martial arts gym to practice again? Seeing Wang Teng covered in sweat and looking exhausted, Li Shumei couldn't help but ask. I went there after I finished eating. When it comes to martial arts, perseverance is key, Wang Teng said with a smile. You're really serious this time, kid, Li Shumei said with satisfaction. Go wash up quickly, I'll make you some late-night snacks, you can come down and eat later. Li Shumei's care warmed Wang Teng's somewhat cold heart, and he smiled as he went upstairs. I grabbed a change of clothes, went into the bathroom, and turned on the tap. The icy water washed directly over his tired body, as if trying to wash everything away. After taking a shower, Wang Teng felt an unprecedented sense of ease and clarity. He dried his hair and went downstairs. Wow, it smells so good. Mom, what delicious food did you cook? Your favorite egg noodles, made with broth simmered with star beast meat, and with some more star beast meat added. Come and eat, Li Shumei said, carrying a bowl as she walked out of the kitchen. No wonder it smells a little different, but it's even more fragrant now. Wang Teng couldn't wait to pick up his chopsticks and slurp down a big mouthful. It's delicious. He swallowed it whole, steam rising from his mouth, and Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Eat more if you like it. You've been using up a lot of energy practicing martial arts, so you need to replenish it, Li Shumei said. Wang Teng quickly swallowed most of the bowl of noodles, then looked up and asked, Mom, where's Dad? Why hasn't he come back? He's away on a business trip and won't be back for the next couple of days, Li Shumei said. Oh. A short while later, Wang Teng finished his noodles, patted his stomach contentedly, and stood up to stretch. I'm full, Mom. I'm going upstairs now. You should get some rest too. Okay, I'll wash the dishes and then go to sleep, Li Shumei replied. Wang Teng returned to his room and took out his phone to check it. There are several unread text messages on WeChat. 2 messages came from Bai Wei, asking what he was doing, and one came from Yu Hao, who wanted to practice martial arts with him. They were all sent when Wang Tang was being held hostage, so naturally I can't reply. It's so late now, and he hasn't replied yet. Let's talk about it tomorrow. He turned on his computer and went online for a while, watching the silly arguments and complaints of netizens. When he felt sleepy, he climbed into bed in a good mood, said good night to himself, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. The following day was Saturday. Wang Tang rarely woke up late. He didn't open his eyes until after 8 o'clock. The sunlight streaming in through the window fell on his face, causing him to instinctively raise his hand to shield his eyes and adjust his gaze. It's 8:45. Wang Tang checked the time, got up, brushed his teeth, washed his face, and then went downstairs. The housekeepers, Aunt Chen and Aunt Li, were already at work. Aunt Chen was sweeping the floor, and Aunt Li was wiping the dust. Villas are big, but cleaning them is a hassle, and it's clearly unrealistic to expect everyone to do it themselves. Get up, come and have breakfast, Li Shumei said when she saw him. Mom, I overslept. Why didn't you wake me up? Wang Tang said. I saw you were so tired, so I didn't call you. Anyway, it's Saturday, so an hour or two won't make a difference, Li Shumei said. The young master has changed a lot. He's becoming more and more diligent, Aunt Li said with a smile. Although Aunt Chen and Aunt Li were servants, they got along well with the family. Even though Wang Tang was a playboy, he never disrespected them. This is thanks to Wang Shengguo's strictness and Li Shumei's character education. Like father, like son. I heard that the young master is practicing martial arts. My son used to practice too, but unfortunately he didn't have the talent and had to give up in the end. After all, practicing martial arts is too much of a burden for ordinary families like ours, Aunt Chen chimed in. You guys shouldn't praise him too much, or he'll get too cocky, Li Shumei said with a smile. While eating breakfast, Wang Tang chatted with Aunt Li and the others for a few minutes. I also replied to the WeChat messages Bai Wei and Yu Hao sent last night. After finishing breakfast, he told Li Shumei and drove off. Polaris Martial Arts School, 2nd floor of the Martial Arts Training Building. Wang Tang greeted several familiar students. Hey Tang, you're a little late today. Zhang Xiaoyang stopped practicing his boxing, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and looked like he had been training for an hour or so. I overslept and my mom didn't wake me up, Wang Tang said helplessly. Haha, all mothers are the same. If I oversleep, my mom never wakes me up either, Zhang Xiaoyang laughed. Wang Tang shook his head with a chuckle. By the way, I have something to tell you. I'm about to be promoted to Advanced Martial Arts Apprentice, Zhang Xiaoyang said happily. Oh, congratulations. When are you planning to get promoted? Wang Tang was a little surprised, but he didn't find it strange. Zhang Xiaoyang's strength was already close to that of a high-level martial arts apprentice, and he had previously guessed that the other party might be promoted at any time. I'll get used to it in the morning, then I'll go for the test. If all goes well, I'll go to the 3rd floor for training this afternoon, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Wang Tang nodded and joked, there are even more experts on the 3rd floor, so don't get too badly beaten. HMPH, how could that be? After I train for a while, I'll definitely catch up with them quickly. But you, don't keep me waiting too long. Advance to Advanced Martial Apprentice as soon as possible. I've found that I improve faster when I spar with you, Zhang Xiaoyang said. Okay, I won't keep you waiting too long. Wang Tang smiled. The two chatted for a while, then, without wasting any more time, began their respective training sessions. In the afternoon, Wang Tang went to watch Zhang Xiaoyang's test. He met all the standards and successfully became a senior martial arts apprentice and went to the 3rd floor. Wang Tang was genuinely happy for him. Advanced Martial Arts Apprentice, you've taken another step closer to becoming a martial artist. Although there is still a long way to go, every martial arts practitioner is striving for it. When will I be able to become a martial artist? If only I could get a manual on origin force cultivation techniques. It's a pity it's too difficult. Wang Tang pondered silently, still at a loss. Wang Tang spent the rest of the time at the martial arts gym, collecting attributes and training himself hard. He didn't even have time to tease Wu Liang, that fat guy. Sunday, around 9 a.m. Wang Tang was still training at the martial arts gym when he suddenly received a call from Xu Jia. He said there was a gathering today where he could meet many prominent families, and invited him and Bai Wei, among others, to go together. Wang Tang wanted to refuse, but in the end he couldn't resist Xu Jia's persistent pestering, which made him look like he would be annoyed to death if he didn't agree. He had no choice but to agree. After all, they've been friends for years and it wouldn't be good to embarrass Shu Jia. To be honest, he was reluctant to go. He had attended countless similar gatherings in his past life. It's full of rich kids and children of officials. They get together to eat, drink, and have fun, and also to connect with each other. Once we've established a good relationship, we can stay in touch and help each other out when needed. But when his family fell into poverty, these people avoided him like the plague, and not one of them was truly willing to help. He understood it then. They're all fair-weather friends, superficial brothers. They can only help with minor, insignificant problems. If something serious happens, they're completely unreliable. Oh well, I'll just treat it as a free ride, Wang Teng consoled himself. He put the sword and knife back in the armory, then went home to tidy up, changed his clothes, and prepared to meet up with Shu Jia and the others. Mom, I won't be home for dinner tonight. I'm going to a gathering with Shu Jia and the others in our circle, Wang Teng told Li Shumei. Go ahead, it'll be good for you to make more friends. I'm worried you'll become a martial arts fanatic if you practice martial arts all the time, and then you won't even be able to find a girlfriend. Upon hearing Li Shumei mention her girlfriend, Wang Teng immediately felt a headache coming on. Moreover, judging from her expression, she seemed determined to keep talking about this topic indefinitely, which frightened him so much that he immediately fled. Horrible. Wang Teng drove the car, still feeling lingering fear. About 20 minutes later, he met up with Shu Jia and the others at the toll station at the highway exit leading to Baoan Mountain. This gathering was held at a mountain resort in Baoan Mountain. I heard that the organizer's family is very influential and has a great appeal to the younger generation. The villa is entirely his personal property, and he is offering it up for everyone to use for the gathering. The four of them drove 2 cars. Bai Wei sat in Wang Teng's car and gave him a brief explanation of the situation. She wasn't really sure about the specifics. Shu Jia drove the car and led the way. Yu Hao sat in his car, feeling somewhat resentful. He had originally wanted to sit with Bai Wei so they could chat along the way. Before he could even speak, Bai Wei had already run into Wang Teng's car. Wang Teng's supercar could only seat 2 people, so Yu Hao had to give up the idea. Baoan Mountain is located on the outskirts of Donghai City. It only takes half an hour to reach it by highway. There were road signs on the highway, and they followed the signs to exit the highway and drove straight into the mountains along a cement road. After years of development, Baoan Mountain has seen the construction of many resorts and even entertainment facilities. To facilitate travel, a wide road has been paved. It's also because Baoan Mountain isn't very high to begin with. If it were too high, the road simply wouldn't be able to reach it. The road is lined with lush trees, the scenery is pleasant, and the occasional birdsong and the tinkling sound of mountain streams can be heard, making people feel relaxed and happy. Since the appearance of the spacetime rift, life on Earth has undergone tremendous changes. Trees grew tall and lush, animals became gigantic, and racial characteristics became more prominent. The fierce became fiercer, and the silly became silly. In the wilderness, giant eagles hundreds of meters long soar through the sky. Lions as big as heavy trucks crouch on the grassland, and winged tigers roar in the mountains. Of course, there are plenty of silly huskies in the city who are still dedicated to their destructive sprees, and adorable cats who are just as cute as can be. The mutated star beasts were kept out of the city by the martial artists, and the people and animals in the city continued to live together happily. Baoan Mountain is not actually considered a wild area, it is still within the jurisdiction of Donghai City. The trees here are lush and tall, some reaching tens of meters, making it a truly magnificent sight. Occasionally, some brightly feathered birds would fly out of the woods and land by the roadside, seemingly oblivious to the passing vehicles. These birds used to be just ordinary wild birds, but now they have bright feathers, beautiful eyes, and graceful figures, making them no less than those precious birds of the past. But now, they are just wild birds that can be seen everywhere in the mountains. A white rabbit peeked out from the grass. Its fur was soft and shiny, its eyes were like rubies, and its long ears were folded back. Little white rabbit, what an adorable little white rabbit! Bai Wei exclaimed in delight. Wang Teng was driving when he glanced at it out of the corner of his eye, and his lips twitched involuntarily. This little white rabbit is not small at all. The car drove away quickly, and the little white rabbit disappeared into the bushes, much to Bai Wei's disappointment. The 2 cars drove to the middle of the mountain. A manor built against a mountain, with lush vegetation behind it, blends seamlessly with nature, exuding class without being extravagant. After parking the car, Wang Teng and his group walked towards the villa. A waiter greeted them at the door. The group entered the villa, walked through a corridor, and arrived at a large hall. There were already quite a few people inside chatting and laughing. Upon seeing Wang Teng and his group, someone immediately came forward and said with a smile, "Cousin, you've arrived. Aren't you going to introduce these gentlemen?" "Sun Gaoyan, my cousin. This is my older brother, Wang Teng. The other two are also my best friends, Yu Hao and Bai Wei." Shu Jia introduced the two sides to each other. Sun Gaoyan was genuinely surprised to see Shu Jia call Wang Teng brother. He and Shu Jia are cousins and usually get along quite well. So he knew him quite well. Shu Jia was usually a pretty reckless person, but he actually called Wang Teng big brother, which meant that Wang Teng must have something that impressed him. "Shu Jia is my cousin, he calls me big brother, so I have to call him brother too," Sun Gaoyan said to Wang Teng with a smile. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and Wang Teng also laughed and said, "Let's each talk to ourselves. We're all the same age, so let's not call each other brothers. Just call each other by name." Sun Gaoyan then turned to Yu Hao and Bai Wei, exchanging a few jokes and making sure to speak to everyone. Then, with Sun Gaoyan acting as a go-between, Shu Jia and the others quickly became friends with the others. Although Wang Teng disliked social niceties, since he was already there, he would smile and agree with others who came over to chat, without making anyone lose face. As a rich kid, even without having specifically learned it, he could learn it just by watching. Moreover, he wasn't some clueless hothead who couldn't stand anything. We still have to do the superficial work. Among them, Bai Wei was surprisingly the most popular. The girl is pretty, and when she stands with other girls, she attracts the attention of other boys. Yu Hao felt very uncomfortable seeing this. Then, more people arrived, totaling more than 20 people, all of whom were second-generation rich kids or second-generation officials. Wang Teng couldn't help but marvel at how influential the organizers were. "Gao Yan, who exactly is organizing this? Can you give me some information?" Shu Jia whispered to Sun Gaoyan. "Zhou Beiyun." Sun Gaoyan chuckled before uttering a single name. "Zhou Beiyun." Shu Jia was startled. "That Zhou family?" "Yes, it's the Zhou family you're thinking of," Sun Gaoyan nodded. "Then who is Zhou Beiyun?" Shu Jia wondered, his curiosity practically exploding. "The third son of the Zhou family used to live abroad, and he just came back this time," Sun Gao said. "You're coming back and not leaving again?" Shu Jia immediately realized. "Yes, they're not leaving. It seems the Zhou family is about to have a fierce battle," Sun Gaoyan said with a meaningful smile. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were also listening nearby. As children from wealthy families, they could naturally imagine what would happen next. Wang Teng didn't care, these things had nothing to do with him. No matter what, he will not participate, and once he becomes a martial artist, the so-called family disputes are nothing but a joke. "They're here," a voice suddenly shouted. Footsteps sounded outside the hall, and then 4 people walked in. "Excuse me, everyone, I went to pick up a friend on the way." "I'm sorry to have kept you waiting," the woman in the middle of the group said, looking around. The woman appeared to be in her early 20s, tall and slender, with a looks that would easily score over 90. However, she possessed an overbearing aura, with her chin slightly raised, revealing her long, elegant neck, resembling a proud white swan. It's not late either, we just arrived." Everyone was very polite and echoed. "Why is Li Rongcheng here too?" Shu Jia asked, frowning as he approached Wang Teng. "Didn't Miss Zhou say that's her friend?" Yu Hao said, pursing his lips. "Li Rongcheng has a grudge against us, so he won't interfere or speak ill of us to Zhou Beiyun, will he?" Bai Wei said. "He dares to gossip behind people's backs? Isn't he afraid of Wang Teng beating him up? I haven't seen him at school these past few days." "He's probably hiding from Wang Teng," Shu Jia said disdainfully. "Alright, it's their home turf, let's all keep quiet," Wang Teng said. Zhou Beiyun was a very adept social butterfly, skillfully maneuvering among a group of wealthy and powerful young men, quickly making them forget the unpleasantness caused by her lateness. Li Rongcheng stayed by her side the whole time, which clearly showed that Zhou Beiyun valued him highly. Whether they are truly friends or not remains to be seen. A short while later, Zhou Beiyun, carrying a glass of red wine, walked up to Wang Teng and the others. "These gentlemen look unfamiliar. May I ask whose talented young men they are?" The saying goes, everyone carries a beautiful sedan chair. The moment the third princess of the Zhou family uttered those words, she lifted Wang Teng and the others high in the air. "A talented young man? If someone like Wang Teng, who is utterly ignorant and incompetent, can be considered a talent, then the standard for talent has truly been dragged down to the abyss. Li Rongcheng's expression changed as soon as he saw Wang Teng. Yuan Zhenghua, who was following behind Li Rongcheng, also changed his expression. The two people had almost identical expressions. Before Sun Gaoyan could introduce them, Zhou Beiyun keenly noticed the strange atmosphere among them and asked with a smile, "What, you know each other?" "Of course I know you. We're old classmates and acquaintances." Xu Jia chuckled. "Young Master Li, you look much better lately." Seeing that everyone was an old acquaintance, Wang Teng greeted them. To everyone's surprise, Li Rongcheng's expression turned even uglier. Zhou Beiyun had no idea what was going on, and her smile was a little stiff. Sun Gaoyan quickly explained it to her. "So it's the fifth young master of the Wang family," Zhou Beiyun said with a smile. "The emotions I felt just moments ago vanished instantly." Before coming here, she had already done a detailed research on the families, big and small, in Donghai City. Now, through Sun Gaoyan's introduction, she learned the identities of Wang Teng, Xu Jia, and Bai Wei. After a brief chat, she offered a slight apology and walked towards the others. After she walked away, Xu Jia whispered, "This Zhou Beiyun probably doesn't think much of our families." Although Zhou Beiyun didn't show it, it was obvious that she wasn't as enthusiastic towards Wang Teng and his group as she was towards others. Sun Gaoyan's expression was rather unpleasant. He had invited Xu Jia and the others, and Zhou Beiyun's attitude made him lose face. Wang Teng patted him on the shoulder. "Don't worry about it. We're just here to eat and drink for free today. Making friends is secondary." "Gao Yan, don't worry about it, don't worry about it. It's not bad to have a day of eating, drinking and having fun for free," Xu Jia said with a chuckle. His interruption immediately improved everyone's mood. How did Li Rongcheng and Zhou Beiyun end up together? Logically speaking, the Li family isn't even on par with the Zhou family, is it? Bai Wei suddenly asked. "I heard that Zhou Beiyun is recruiting martial arts apprentices, especially those advanced martial arts apprentices who have the potential to become martial artists," Sun Gaoyan said. "That makes it no surprise." After Li Rongcheng became a high-level martial arts apprentice, the Li family publicized it extensively, as if afraid that others wouldn't know. Everyone said that the Li family had produced a genius and that there would definitely be a martial artist in the future. Yu Hao also joined the discussion. HMPH, martial artists aren't so easy to become. High-level martial apprentices aren't rare, but very few can actually become martial artists. Out of 1,000 high-level martial apprentices, you might not even find one who becomes a martial artist. As for Li Rongcheng, even if the Li family sold everything they owned, they might not be able to get him to that level. Xu Jia said displeased ly. "But that doesn't stop Zhou Beiyun from trying to win him over," Bai Wei mocked. "Cast a wide net and catch more fish. Li Rongcheng is probably one of those fish, but if Zhou Beiyun knew about your strength, brother Wang Teng, hee." Xu Jia laughed gleefully. "This has nothing to do with me. No matter how good she is to me, I won't get involved," Wang Teng said, shaking his head. Sun Gaoyan's heart skipped a beat. The conversation between the two, combined with Li Rongcheng's expression earlier. After some mental contemplation, he seemed to have discovered something, and a glint of light flashed in his eyes. However, he didn't show it in any particular way, and his attitude remained the same as before. He simply integrated himself into Wang Teng's small group, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Yu Hao and Bai Wei didn't dislike Sun Gaoyan's personality, and although Wang Teng sensed something, he didn't say much. Furthermore, since he is Xu Jia's cousin, this relationship naturally makes him more acceptable to them. So the group chatted happily for a while. €1. It was lunchtime. Plates of exquisite dishes were placed on the table, their aromas irresistible and making mouths water. "This is food from star beasts." Yu Hao had seen it before and said in a low voice. "Zhou Beiyun has really gone all out. These star beast ingredients must have cost a lot of money," Xu Jia remarked. Everyone sat down at the table, and others crowded around Zhou Beiyun, soon occupying the front of the table. The entire dining table is long and narrow. Wang Teng and his group could only sit at the end, feeling somewhat out of place. Soon, everyone started eating. Wang Teng picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. After taking a small bite, he found that the blood and qi energy contained in it was not very strong. These should just be slightly mutated wild animals from Earth. He immediately understood. That makes sense when you think about it. We are just ordinary people here. How could we withstand the energy contained in real star beast ingredients? Moreover, after a cursory glance, Wang Teng noticed that many of these rich and powerful second-generation individuals looked pale and as if they might suddenly die at any moment. For them, eating a little is good for their health, but eating too much is like poison and can be fatal. Zhou Beiyun probably understood this as well, which is why she prepared these ingredients. Of course, most people don't know this. Slightly mutated wild animals are just like the rare wild game that rich people ate in their previous lives. They rarely get to eat them normally. In addition, these ingredients were cooked by a master chef, making them delicious, visually appealing, and nutritious, so everyone enjoyed their meal. Everyone says Zhou Beiyun is very thoughtful. The meal lasted for more than an hour. After everyone was full, Zhou Beiyun stood up and said, "There are many entertainment options at Baoan Mountain. Let's rest for an hour or two this afternoon, and then we'll set off to play at 2:30. Since we're here today, let's have a great time." Everyone responded loudly. There were many rooms in the resort. Everyone found a room. Those who wanted to rest went to rest, while those who didn't wanted to continue chatting and joking around. Xu Jia, Bai Wei, and the others didn't have as much energy as Wang Teng, so they all planned to rest for a while. Since Wang Teng started practicing martial arts, he consciously kept his energy levels high at all times. Since he had nothing to do at the moment, he took a short nap. 2:30. Everyone came out of their rooms and gathered in the hall. Led by Zhou Beiyun, they headed into the mountains. There are indeed quite a few recreational facilities in these mountains. There's an open-air mountain spring swimming pool. On a hot day, you can grab a pistol and go swimming, and maybe even catch a glimpse of beautiful women in swimsuits. It's worth noting that many of these wealthy young men are beautiful girls. Furthermore, Baoan Mountain has designated a specific area as a hunting ground, where tourists can form teams to hunt, which offers a unique experience. Given men's love for firearms, this hunting game can undoubtedly satisfy them to a great extent. As for other entertainment, I won't go into detail. When everyone arrived at the destination, looking at the open-air swimming pool under the small waterfall and the various recreational facilities nearby, they couldn't wait to take off their clothes and jump into the cool water. Oh ho! Clearly, someone had already done it. Without even taking off their clothes, they let out a wolf howl and jumped into the water. Water splashes everywhere. Lin Hao, are you crazy? Those who knew him well couldn't help but laugh and scold him with disdain. Lin Hao popped his head out of the water, wiped the water off his face, and laughed. This is so much fun. If you want to play, hurry up and come down. What are you babbling about? As his name suggests, he is indeed very forthright and unpretentious, Zhou Beiyun praised. Lin Hao burst into laughter again. Idiot, Xu Jia muttered under his breath, laughing. The hunting grounds are right next door. If you want to play, you can go there and register with the staff. You guys can go hunt some wild game and have a barbecue tonight. I've prepared a mystery gift for the person who hunts the most prey. Zhou Beiyun pointed to an entrance-like place on the left, explained it, and then gave a reminder. However, I would like to remind everyone that many of the wild animals inside are somewhat aggressive, so please be careful. It is best to go in a group so that you can look out for each other. If you go alone, the danger will be greatly increased. As soon as Zhou Beiyun finished speaking, someone greeted her and walked enthusiastically toward the hunting grounds. Wang Teng's heart stirred, and he summoned the attribute panel. Comprehension, 82. Physical Constitution, 167. Strength, 2888. Speed, 1033. Combat Skills. Basic Fist Techniques, Mastery, Basic Movement Techniques, Mastery, Basic Sword Techniques, Mastery, Basic Knife Techniques, Mastery, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery. These days, not only have all his attributes improved, but he has also gained a new skill, Spear Technique. Moreover, it has already reached the minor success level. Wang Teng had a lot of knowledge about firearms in his mind at this moment, and he felt that his aim had become super accurate and his eyesight had become a little sharp. The marksmanship attribute comes from the 5 bandits killed in the previous 2 days. Those bandits were all martial arts apprentices, having only learned rudimentary fist techniques and movement skills, which provided them with very limited attributes. However, since they used guns, they gained a considerable amount of gun skills attributes. The 5 of them together directly pushed Wang Teng's spear skills to the minor mastery level. Killing people will undoubtedly yield the most explosive attributes. It's terrifying to even think about. Besides the attributes, Wang Teng gained another thing that Dia Euro, a rune gun. Each of the 5 bandits had a rune gun, but the leader actually had another one hidden on him. After the hostages escaped from the building, he, adhering to the principle of not wasting anything, looted the corpses. Wang Teng, can I say that these are all good habits I developed from playing games? Oh, degree, oh. Fortunately, the surveillance cameras were destroyed by several professional thugs, which created the perfect opportunity for Wang Teng. So Wang Teng is actually carrying a murder weapon. After acquiring the gun skill attribute, Wang Teng hadn't had a chance to test it yet. Now, upon hearing that guns could be used in the hunting grounds, he was immediately intrigued. Brother Wang Teng, shall we go have some fun? Xu Jia said, his eyes shining. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan both looked eager to try. Wang Teng smiled inwardly. It seems everyone has the same idea. Xiao Wei, are you going? Wang Teng asked Bai Wei, who was standing next to him. I'm not going. You guys play with your real guns, I'll play with my little water gun. Bai Wei said, waving a water gun she had somehow gotten her hands on. Whatever makes you happy. Wang Teng's eyes twitched, and he said to Xu Jia and the other two, let's go then. Bai Wei joined a water gun team of several girls. Wang Teng and his 3 companions arrived at the entrance of the hunting grounds, registered with the staff, received their guns, and entered the hunting grounds. The gun, although it's a rune gun, but its power is nowhere near that of the ones used by bandits. Even though they are all rune guns, their power varies. The powerful ones can kill martial artists, while the weak ones can only be used to hunt the lowest level mutated beasts. Based on their power levels, rune guns can be divided into 1 to 9 stars. These hunting rifles don't even qualify as 1 star. But Xu Jia and the others touched the guns as if they were some priceless treasure. The group walked through the hunting grounds. The entire hunting ground was surrounded by barbed wire, which was imbued with runic power, making it much more defensive than ordinary barbed wire. The hunting grounds were dimly lit, with trees rising from the ground and their dense canopies blocking out the sunlight. The ground was covered with rotten branches and leaves that had accumulated over the years, and they creaked underfoot. Isn't this hunting ground usually cleaned by someone? Xu Jia complained. Why bother cleaning this up? It's completely unnecessary. Many people come here for the atmosphere, and too many artificial traces are not aesthetically pleasing, Sun Gaoyan said. Xu Jia thought for a moment and nodded, that makes sense. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. He had to admit that Xu Jia was usually a bit of an idiot and a moron. Bang! As the group was chatting idly, a gunshot suddenly rang out beside them, startling them so much that they almost jumped up on the spot. Damn it, Wang Teng, why did you shoot? Xu Jia said, patting his chest. Wang Teng raised his chin, and Xu Jia and the other 2 looked in that direction. A big gray rabbit. It lay dead in the grass. A great start. Xu Jia burst into laughter. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan looked at Wang Teng in surprise. When did this rabbit appear? They hadn't noticed it at all. And the accuracy is truly unparalleled. A single shot is fatal. Xu Jia picked up the rabbit. The group continued deeper into the hunting grounds, where the wild animals roamed. An hour passed in the blink of an eye. Xu Jia and his group were all carrying prey, indicating that they had had a good haul. There's some noise ahead. As soon as Wang Teng spoke, the 3 men stopped and immediately raised their guns. Listening closely, they could indeed hear faint sounds coming from not far ahead. They were already used to Wang Teng's keen senses and took it for granted. They each found a tree and hid there. Quick, chase it, don't let it get away, someone shouted from ahead. Xu Jia and his companions exchanged glances. It seemed they had run into other hunters. They are preparing to give up. A rustling sound came from the bushes in front of them, causing them to stop moving. Then they saw a nimble black figure suddenly dart out. The person who had just shouted also came after them. It's them. Xu Jia and his group looked and saw that it was Zhou Beiyun, Li Rongcheng and the others. Eager to impress Zhou Beiyun, Li Rongcheng fired his gun as he ran. Bang bang bang. All 3 shots missed their mark, and the dark figure dodged left and right with incredible agility. Li Rongcheng, don't fire randomly if you can't hit us. Wasting bullets is one thing, but what if you hit us? Xu Jia shouted mockingly. Damn it, what are you guys doing here? Li Rongcheng cursed angrily. Hee, this hunting ground isn't yours to run. Just because you can come doesn't mean we can't, Xu Jia retorted. You a euro. Stop it, it's trying to get away. Before Li Rongcheng could speak, Zhou Beiyun suddenly shouted. Wow, brother Wang Teng, it's a white fox that's heading your way. Shu Jia exclaimed after taking a look. Wang Teng didn't want to get involved. This fox was Zhou Beiyun and her group's prey, and interfering midway would inevitably cause resentment. But Li Rongcheng fired several more shots, all of which missed. Whoever hits this fox, I'll grant him one request. Zhou Beiyun shouted as the white fox tried to escape. Wang Teng stared speechlessly at the fox running towards him. You've got a path to heaven, but you won't take it. There's no other way but to take action now. Bang! One shot. He anticipated the fox's escape route and shot it in the abdomen. The white fox let out a miserable cry and fell off the tree trunk, crashing to the ground with a thud. Haha, you hit it. Shu Jia was even happier than Wang Teng when he saw that he had hit the target. He came out from behind the tree and laughed loudly at Li Rongcheng, making Li Rongcheng's face turn pale. Bullshit, Li Rongcheng cursed. Yu Hao and Sun Gaoyan walked over, looked the fox around, and clicked their tongues in disapproval. That fox has such beautiful fur. Zhou Beiyun walked over, squatted down, stroked the fox's fur, and said happily, very good, this fur is perfect for making a scarf. Having been baptized by the Force, the animal underwent a transformation. This white fox's fur was as smooth as silk, not only beautiful in color but also incredibly soft to the touch and excellent in terms of warmth. Zhou Beiyun immediately fell in love with it. She handed the fox to a girl who was following her, then stood up and said to Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to be such a good shot. Thank you for helping me earlier. I'm not just saying this for nothing, you can make a request of me. She then gave a playful smile and added a sentence. But we can't go too far. It has to be said that Zhou Beiyun, who usually has an arrogant demeanor, has a charmingly contrasting expression when she makes this playful face. She must have realized some of Wang Teng's strength because her attitude towards him changed completely. Ah, it smells so good. No need, it's just a small favor. Wang Teng smiled, his calm expression driving Li Rongcheng to the brink of madness, his mind screaming in frustration. Show off, he's definitely just showing off. Let's go. Wang Teng turned and called out to Shu Jia and the others, then headed towards the entrance of the hunting grounds. He was tired of it. The prey here couldn't even unleash a third of his marksmanship. Shu Jia didn't hesitate. He gave Li Rongcheng the middle finger and followed Wang Teng's steps. Zhou Beiyun's expression immediately turned sour. Sun Gaoyan said to Zhou Beiyun, Sister Zhou, we're tired from playing, so we'll head back first. You guys keep playing. Zhou Beiyun was secretly annoyed that Wang Teng was disrespectful, but she couldn't show it. She just nodded indifferently. Wait for me. Yu Hao was a little reluctant to part with the gun in his hand, but since he was alone, there was no point in doing anything, so he quickly jogged after him. The four returned to the entrance and handed the guns back to the staff. There are many beach chairs placed next to the outdoor swimming pool, shaded by greenery, with sparkling mountain spring water in front of them. Wang Teng and his friends found 4 empty beach chairs and lay down on them. Have some chilled fruit, snacks, and drinks. Admiring the beauties in the water, wow, so satisfying. Shu Jia and Sun Gaoyan burst into loud, quacking laughter. Yu Hao couldn't help but glance at it a few times, then looked at Bai Wei with disdain and turned to look at her with a devout expression. It's good to be young, full of energy. Wang Teng said with sunglasses on, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, exhaling smoke with a weathered and wistful air. This guy is showing off again. Or is he just showing off to thin air? Shu Jia suddenly leaned over and asked mysteriously, Brother Wang Teng, which one do you like? I? Shu Jia nodded. Wang Teng glanced at it and said, that goes without saying, of course, it's someone with a good figure. Shameless. The three spoke in unison. Wang Teng laughed heartily, and as he was looking at the beautiful woman over there, a sudden scene made his eyes narrow sharply. He casually picked up a small pebble from the ground and flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The pebble cut through the air and eventually hit a young man's groping hand that was quietly reaching out from the pool. The force and accuracy were perfectly controlled. Perfect. Ah! The young man involuntarily let out a cry of pain, and the groping hand withdrew as if pricked by a needle. What's wrong with you? Bai Wei turned around and looked at the young man with suspicion. Oh, it's nothing. I think I just got bitten on the foot. It gave me a fright. He casually put his hand behind his back and chuckled dryly. Bai Wei ignored them and continued playing with her water guns with her friends, squelching and splashing. The young man looked at the back of his hand, which was red and swollen, and gasped in pain. What just happened? He looked around in confusion but found nothing. Wang Teng thought that after this lesson, the young man would be more restrained. As a result, a dozen minutes later, this guy sneaked up behind Bai Wei again and reached out his groping hand once more. Wang Teng frowned. This is never going to end. He picked up a larger pebble, flicked it with his finger again, and the pebble flew towards the young man with a strong wind. This time, instead of hitting the back of his hand, they attacked his groin directly. Smack! A crisp sound rang out. Ouch! A painful howl followed. The earth-shattering scream startled everyone. The young man's face contorted in pain, his hands covering his groin, his body curled up like a shrimp. What happened? Everyone looked at him, and some acquaintances stepped forward to ask him questions. He dared not make a sound, waving his hands repeatedly. After a long while, he said in a hoarse voice, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I think I was bitten by something just now." Upon hearing this familiar reply, Bai Wei looked at him suspiciously. The man stood behind her twice, and both times he made strange noises for no reason, saying that she had been bitten. She wasn't that stupid. Bai Wei seemed to sense something, raised her head, and her gaze fell on Wang Teng on the shore. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow at her and made a gesture. Bai Wei immediately understood and felt disgusted with the young man. This commotion dampened her spirits, and she came out of the water and walked over to Wang Teng and the others. I found an empty chair, sat down, drank my beverage, and chatted with them, but didn't mention what had just happened again. Time flies. Before long, it got dark, and everyone lit a campfire. Zhou Beiyun had already given the order to have the prey cleaned up. At this moment, plates of fresh wild game were laid out, and those who knew how to grill meat began to show off their skills, making a good impression on the beautiful women. The barbecue, along with fruits and vegetables, made everyone's mouths oily, but they didn't feel greasy at all. With beer added, the atmosphere became even more lively. People gathered in small groups, some singing, some playing games, as if they were old friends. Time slipped away amidst the eating, drinking, and having fun. Around 9 o'clock, everyone was tired after a day of fun and was preparing to head home. Zhou Beiyun stood up, clapped her hands to attract everyone's attention, and planned to say a few polite words. Everyone was very considerate and quietly looked at her. Zhou Beiyun opened her mouth. Boom! A loud noise suddenly came from the distant mountains and forests, and even from a great distance, everyone felt as if the ground shook. What happened? Everyone was taken aback and looked in the direction from which the sound came, only to find it was pitch black and they couldn't see anything at all. The group looked at each other, wondering what had happened over there. Li Rongcheng stepped forward at this moment and said to Zhou Beiyun, "I'll go take a look." "All right, be careful." Zhou Beiyun nodded. Li Rongcheng smiled, ran into the forest ahead, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. This Li Rongcheng must be a high-level martial arts apprentice. Only someone who practices martial arts can make a difference in this situation, a rich second generation said enviously. Wang Teng looked at the dark night, hesitated for a moment, and said to Xu Jia and the others, "Don't wander around here, I'll go take a look too." "Brother Wang Teng, you need to be careful," Bai Wei said with a hint of worry. Wang Teng nodded. He stomped his foot and leapt up, lightly touching the tree trunk with his toes, and landed on the top of a large tree in a few quick movements. Everyone gasped in surprise. They never expected that the unassuming Wang Teng was actually a martial arts apprentice. Moreover, judging from his strength, he is in no way weaker than Li Rongcheng. As expected, he is a high-level martial arts apprentice. Judging from his strength, he seems to be even stronger than Li Rongcheng. A glint flashed in Zhou Beiyun's eyes as she gazed at the figure standing atop the tree. Wang Teng gazed into the distance, discerned the direction, and then unleashed a burst of fierce power. Boom! His toes touched the treetop, and the entire canopy exploded, scattering leaves from the sky. Wang Teng's figure shot into the night sky like an arrow, using the trees as cover to move quickly through the air. A group of rich kids and government officials were mesmerized. Could this be the true strength of a high-level martial arts apprentice? If Li Rongcheng saw this scene, he would definitely criticize Wang Teng for showing off. And what kind of advanced martial arts apprentice is that? This is completely unsportsmanlike. Which advanced martial arts apprentice has such exaggerated strength? If every advanced martial arts apprentice were as unruly as him, the city would be full of martial arts apprentices who could leap across rooftops and scale walls long ago. Shortly after Wang Teng left, Li Rongcheng returned. "What did you find?" Zhou Beiyun stepped forward and asked. Li Rongcheng shook his head. The sound must have come from a very far place. I checked the whole area and found nothing unusual. Boom! He had barely finished speaking when another loud bang rang out. The atmosphere became awkward at that moment. Li Rongcheng was a little embarrassed. Xu Jia and the others made no attempt to hide their sneer, which only fueled his anger. What are you laughing at? Huh? Where's Wang Teng? He suddenly realized that Wang Teng was nowhere to be seen. After you left, Wang Teng also went to check, Zhou Beiyun said. Li Rongcheng's expression turned even more grim. Damn it, why does this guy have to be involved in everything? Let's wait a bit longer. Maybe Wang Teng will bring back some news, said one of the rich kids. Alright, then let's wait a little longer, Zhou Beiyun nodded. A euro. Wang Teng traversed the mountains and forests, lightly touching the treetops with his feet each time before leaping forward. Ordinary advanced martial arts apprentices certainly do not possess his level of strength. Tree crowns are inherently fragile. Too much force and they'll fall, too little force and they won't be able to jump up. Ordinary advanced martial arts practitioners not only lack such strength, but also such strong body control, so they really cannot do what Wang Teng did to show off. A moment later, Wang Teng stopped, jumped down from the tree, and landed gently on the ground. It should be around here. Wang Teng's eyes scanned the darkness and he discovered some clues. There was a fight here just now. Such a loud noise, could it be martial artists? A slight thought struck him, and he was startled by his own guess. If he really is a martial artist, then I'd better not go. Wang Teng was having second thoughts, yet he couldn't help but hesitate. But when martial artists fight, attribute bubbles drop, right? What if there's something I need among them? He stood still, a voice in his mind telling him that curiosity killed the cat, while another voice on his left tempted him euro, fortune favors the bold. Otherwise, I'll take a look and run away immediately if anything seems wrong. Wang Teng finally convinced himself and cautiously made his way over, feeling extremely nervous. After walking another 10 meters or so, all around were fallen trees, their trunks smashed and charred black. There are several pits in the ground. The edge of the pit was half charred black and half covered with ice shards. This. Wang Teng opened his mouth, somewhat shocked. Could this be the power of a martial artist? He took a few more steps forward, and his gaze suddenly sharpened. A figure lay motionless on the ground, lifeless. Several attribute bubbles floated beside the figure. Just as a surge of elation rose in Wang Teng's heart, a sudden sense of horror overwhelmed him, completely drowning out his joy. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a chill run down his spine and goosebumps rose all over his body. I felt a sharp pain somewhere on my back. Without a second thought, he unleashed his fastest speed, activating his microscopic movement technique. There wasn't enough time to dodge to the side, so I could only turn slightly to the side. Pshaw! A sword beam pierced past Wang Teng's side, tearing through his clothes and piercing his skin. Blood splattered. Fortunately, it was just a superficial injury. However, he dared not relax in the slightest, for the danger was like a bone-deep infection. Almost simultaneously with his dodge, he flicked his wrist and a small rune gun appeared in his hand. He fired several shots in the direction from which the sword light had come. Boom 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 boom. Wang Teng stopped firing only after all the bullets in the gun were used up. He ducked behind a tree, panting heavily, his heart still pounding, still shaken. Who is it? Who exactly is it? Why did you want to kill me? The woods were unusually quiet. Apart from the rustling of leaves in the wind, there was no other sound. Wang Teng waited for a moment. He peeked out slightly, looking in the direction from which the sword light had come. A dark figure leaned against a tree, also completely still. Several bubbles floated. The faint light emitted by the bubbles allowed Wang Teng to vaguely see that the figure seemed to be dead. I killed him? Isn't he a martial artist? Wang Teng was filled with doubt. After hesitating for a moment, he walked over there, channeling his strength into his fists, ready to strike at any moment. However, when he got closer, he found that the other person was indeed dead. One bullet to the forehead, several more around the internal organs euro. If he didn't die, he wouldn't be human. Phew! Wang Teng immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He touched his waist, his hands covered in blood. That was close, I almost died. Is the martial arts world all this dangerous? People kill each other at the drop of a hat. Wang Teng was puzzled, looking at the other person's unseeing face, which still showed disbelief and the fear of dying. Wang Teng was puzzled. He probably never imagined he would die by my hand. Then Wang Teng's gaze fell on a few bubbles that had fallen beside the other person. Pick it up. A Euro Crimson Flame Technique a Euro. Basic Fire Talent. Fire Force *2. A Crimson Flame Technique Euro. Basic Fire Talent. Fire Force *2. Fire Kirin Sword Technique *10. Spirit 0.1. Wang Teng picked up all 5 bubbles. In an instant, his entire being underwent a dramatic transformation. The infusion of Spirit 0.1 brought a brief moment of clarity to Wang Teng's mind, which vanished in an instant. At the same time, his body underwent indescribable changes. Close your eyes and all you see is darkness. But now he sensed many tiny, fiery red particles, drifting between heaven and earth, like little sprites with life. Fire Force. This is the fire elemental force. After Wang Teng's body completed its transformation, the fire elemental force that had been wandering around him seemed to have discovered an amusement park, cheering and surging towards him, drilling into his body through every pore. However, they were not guided and only knew how to rampage wildly inside Wang Teng's body. Fortunately, a memory that appeared out of nowhere came into play. A Crimson Flame Technique a force-based cultivation method. A phantom figure cultivated in Wang Teng's mind, and the meridians in his body manifested, extending from the spine to the limbs and bones, densely covering his entire body. The fire elemental force was immediately drawn in. The 2 points of fire elemental power that he had just picked up were the most obedient. At this moment, they were like a leader, leading a group of little radishes, who lined up and marched forward in an orderly manner through the meridians in Wang Teng's body. Eventually, they flow down the main spine and converge at the lowest node. A bright red light shone forth. Boom! A burning sensation erupted from the tailbone of Wang Teng's spine, spreading throughout his body. The injuries he had sustained earlier healed rapidly as the burning sensation passed through him until they disappeared completely. Finally, a burst of heat rose from the top of his head. Then it slowly dissipated, the red light at the tail node gradually receded, and finally returned to silence. On the other side, there was another figure, holding a battle sword, practicing in Wang Teng's mind. The battle sword was wrapped in the power of flames, and its power was astonishing. A Fire Kirin Sword Technique a force-based combat art. When all the sights disappeared, Wang Teng opened his eyes, suppressing his joy, and looked at the attribute panel. When Wang Teng saw the result, he was stunned. The properties panel has completely changed. Comprehension, 83. Spirit, 12.1. Talent, Basic Fire Talent, 10/300. Force, 6/100. Fire, 1-star Soldier Level. Technique, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 1/100. Combat Skills. Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Spear Technique, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 10/100. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 132. The final interpretation right belongs to the system, EA. This is? Wang Teng stared at the completely changed attribute panel, especially the Force section, and his gaze was fixed on it. 1-star combatant level? I have become a martial artist. Wang Teng clenched his fists and took several deep breaths before he could barely calm down. Therefore, this person is indeed a martial artist. And I actually killed a martial artist. He looked down at the lifeless corpse of the martial artist before him, unsure of what to feel. Phew! He exhaled a breath of stale air. He suddenly remembered that there was another person on the other side who had also dropped several attribute bubbles, and he had to pick them up immediately. Otherwise they would disappear after a certain time. Fortunately, although what just happened was a long story, it actually only took a short while. When Wang Teng returned to that person's side, the bubble, though somewhat illusory, did not completely disappear. Pick it up. Basic Ice Talent. Ice Type Force *1. A Mysterious Ice Technique A Illusion Ice Fist *8 A. There are 4 attribute bubbles, but it lacks 1, Spirit, compared to the previous martial artist. As expected, this person was also a martial artist. As the attribute bubbles merged into Wang Teng's body, a scene similar to the one before appeared again. Wang Teng acquired the Basic Ice Talent, making his body compatible with Ice-type Primal Force, causing the cold particles floating in the world to flow into his body. The Origin Force Technique, Mysterious Ice Technique, has begun to take effect. A figure sat cross-legged in Wang Teng's mind, and in reality, Wang Teng also sat cross-legged. Following the circulation route of the profound ice technique to guide the ice-type primal force into his body, circulating throughout his limbs and bones. The icy sensation sent a shiver down his spine. A thin layer of frost had formed on the ground all around. Unaware of anything amiss, Wang Teng directed the ice-type primal force to flow into the node at the tail of his spine. Boom! The influx of ice-type primal force triggered the fire-type primal force that had recently taken root within it. The two are fundamentally incompatible. Once they meet, they will inevitably fight to the death, and neither will tolerate the other's existence. However, just as the two sides were about to clash, a mysterious force appeared between them. Under the influence of this force, the ice and fire energies gradually calmed down. The two rotate slowly, eventually forming a circle and maintaining a stable equilibrium point. At the same time, information about the illusion Ice Fist was also successfully integrated into Wang Teng's memory, and he acquired another force combat technique. A moment later, Wang Teng let out a long breath and opened his eyes. That was close. Ice and fire are incompatible, and it almost exploded inside my body, which scared my dad to death. He was still shaken and felt that he must brush up on his knowledge of martial arts when he got back. Otherwise, if you make some common sense mistake later, you won't even know how you died. Speaking of which, was that power from the system itself? After a moment's thought, Wang Teng couldn't think of any other reason. The most likely explanation was that the system's powerful figure had intervened. After all, he didn't have any mysterious ring on him, so there was no way to expect the old man to suddenly appear and save the day. Then, with tears welling up in their eyes, they cried out. Lion Tiger. It moved heaven and earth, and touched you, me, and everyone else. Wang Teng stood up, brushed the withered leaves off his body, and was stunned when he saw the thin layer of frost forming on the ground around him. The force, it's truly amazing. He sighed, looked at the corpse of the martial artist before him, and pondered for a moment. Let's loot a corpse. I searched the other person's pockets and found nothing but a cell phone and a coin. However, the purplish-black gloves on his hands caught Wang Teng's attention. Nice one. I'll take it for now and study it carefully when I get back. Then he ran back to the fire-type martial artist and rummaged through his pockets as well. A fruit 8. A Zippo lighter, what a great find, I'll take it. There was also a flattened pack of cigarettes. The owner seemed to be a fellow connoisseur. Wang Teng didn't mind and put it in his pocket. This sword is not bad. Wang Teng pried open the other person's fingers, examined the longsword with crimson runes, and unceremoniously took it for himself. Don't blame me, don't blame me. You can't take it with you when you die, so consider it a contribution to society. Wang Teng muttered. After looting all the items from the two martial artists, Wang Teng turned to leave. He's been out for a while now, and if he doesn't go back soon, Shu Jia and the others will probably come looking for him. If they were to see what's happening here, etc., Wang Teng couldn't help but frown. He took all the martial artist's belongings. If someone came to investigate, wouldn't it be easy to trace it back to him? To destroy the evidence? It seems this is the only way. Wang Teng placed the two corpses into a deep pit, activated the fire elemental force within his body, and a wisp of flame emerged from his fingertips. You dug this pit yourselves, and now it's perfect for you to use. Criminalization is popular in society nowadays. It's environmentally friendly and doesn't waste land. What's that poem again? Oh right, it's turning into spring mud to protect the flowers. To be able to contribute to this forest even after death, it couldn't be better. Wang Teng mumbled a few words, then looked at the martial artist who had tried to kill him earlier, and said with a complicated expression. Although you tried to kill me before, I didn't die after all, and I even accidentally killed you. Consider those lighters and cigarettes as compensation for my emotional distress. I'll give you a free cremation now, since I'm still a good person. With a flick of his index finger, a flame flew out and landed on the corpse. Light it. The fire was raging. Using the force as fuel, the fire burned exceptionally brightly. In no time, the two corpses turned to ashes, leaving not a trace. Without the body, no one will know exactly what happened here tonight. Even if someone finds out that Wang Teng was here, they certainly won't be able to find out what he took. Perfect. It's time to go back. But why are these two having sex here so late at night? Is it some kind of fun? Wang Teng was a little puzzled. He glanced around but didn't find anything. He shook his head, realizing he was overthinking it. So I decided to go back. He took a step forward, then pulled back. Looking at the big tree that the fire-type martial artist had just leaned against, Wang Teng felt that something was off. He walked to the tree and looked up. But with the leaves obscuring the view, he couldn't see anything clearly, so he could only leap lightly up the tree and glance around briefly. His gaze suddenly stopped. A backpack. Wang Tang jumped over, took the backpack off the tree branch, unzipped it, and saw that it was full of weeds, and wrapped in the weeds was an egg. Could it be that they're fighting over this egg? Wang Tang wondered, stroking his chin. But since there's no way to verify it now that he's dead, there's no point in thinking about it anymore. The egg now belongs to him. €1. Wang Tang has been gone for almost half an hour, why hasn't he come back yet? Having waited too long, the rich kids and children of officials had grown impatient and were showing signs of dissatisfaction. I didn't keep you waiting. If you want to leave, just leave. What are you babbling about here for? Shu Jia frowned. You can't say that. We're waiting here because we're worried about Wang Tang, but from Wang Tang's perspective, it's not fair to make so many of us wait for him. If you can't find out, just come back sooner. Why be so stubborn? Li Rongcheng said. Exactly, what kind of advanced martial arts apprentice is he? I doubt he just declared it himself, a young man said dismissively. Others wanted to chime in, but suddenly a voice came from the woods. I don't recall ever saying I was a high-level martial arts apprentice, so where does this self-proclaimed title come from? The young man's face immediately froze. Wang Tang glanced at him indifferently, then smiled at everyone. I'm really sorry to have kept everyone waiting for so long. I suddenly forgot that I have a terrible sense of direction and I just got lost. ... Everyone fainted. A person with no sense of direction dares to go into the woods alone late at night. What are you even checking? What the hell are you checking? Young Master Li, be careful not to become a gossip monger by talking behind people's backs. Wang Tang said to Li Rongcheng with a half smile. Li Rongcheng felt a little guilty under his gaze, snorted, and turned his face away. Zhou Beiyun didn't quite believe Wang Tang's nonsense and walked over to ask, Young Master Wang, didn't you find anything? No, I circled around the area several times and finally found my way back, but I didn't find anything, Wang Tang said, shaking his head. Zhou Beiyun gave him a meaningful look and said, in that case, let's go back. It's getting late. No one had any objections. Everyone went to the resort to pick up their cars, said their goodbyes, and left. It's worth mentioning that Li Rongcheng was the one who caught the most prey. Because Wang Tang left the stage early, Li Rongcheng gained a slight advantage. He actually received a so-called mysterious gift, a lifelike doll that Zhou Beiyun brought back from abroad. A woman. Li Rongcheng's expression at that moment was simply indescribable. €1. Wang Tang and Shu Jia drove their two cars, one after the other, into Donghai City. At the intersection, while waiting for the red light, Shu Jia rolled down the car window and called out to Wang Tang, Brother Wang Tang, we'll head back now. Please take Xiao Wei home. Go ahead, send a WeChat message when you get home. Wang Tang waved his hand. The two parted ways at the intersection. Wang Tang took Bai Wei home. Her home was in a villa area called Jinhua. Donghai City has many wealthy people, so naturally there are many similar villa areas. Bai Wei stood at the entrance of a villa, tiptoeing, and waved, saying, Brother Wang Tang, you should go back now and be careful on the road. I'm off then. Go to bed early, staying up too late will make you age faster. Wang Tang smiled and drove away. You're the one who's getting old, Bai Wei pouted. €1. Wang Tang drove very fast on the road. At this moment, all he wanted was to get home as soon as possible to take stock of and analyze tonight's haul. The backpack containing the mysterious egg, the fire-type warrior's sword, and other miscellaneous items were all hidden in the trunk of the car by Wang Tang beforehand. Wang Tang first returned to the villa as quickly as possible, hid the things, and then went back to meet with Zhou Beiyun and the others. Otherwise, there's really no way to explain this sudden addition. Fortunately, the wound inflicted by the fire-type martial artist when I broke through to the martial arts realm had completely healed. Otherwise, it would have been an inexplicable problem. He changed out of his blood-stained and torn clothes and put on a similar colored one. Since it was dark, no one noticed that he had changed his clothes. In this rush, this is all we can do. Some of these claims don't stand up to scrutiny. Zhou Beiyun probably figured something out, but since there was no evidence, they could only remain speculation. As Wang Tang drove, he reviewed his previous actions and, after confirming that there were no major problems, he breathed a sigh of relief. Egg, it's like you're doing something wrong. He shook his head. With few cars on the road at night, Wang Tang rested his left elbow on the car window, propped his head up, and drove with one hand. As the car drove through a commercial street, he glanced at the bustling street scene outside out of the corner of his eye. It was already past 10 o'clock, but there were still many people on this street. They joked and played around. The boy and girl held hands and stayed out all night. Very nice. The life of an ordinary person is actually not bad, Wang Teng thought to himself when a familiar figure suddenly appeared in his eyes. Lin Chuan was exhausted after a busy day, and her delicate face looked somewhat haggard. Her forehead was covered in sweat, making her hair slightly disheveled. But this cannot overshadow her beauty. Lin Chuan works at a milk tea shop, yes, the Dian milk tea shop. Her presence undoubtedly added a bright touch to this milk tea shop. The owner of the bubble tea shop often lamented that his decision was incredibly wise. As long as Lin Chuan was there, his shop's business was always better than usual. Unfortunately, Lin Chuan only comes to work on weekends. It's a pity. The boss is a married man with a domineering wife, and he doesn't seem to have any feelings for Lin Chuan. However, the two male employees in the store were extremely fond of Lin Chuan, and they would either bring her breakfast or treat her to lunch every day, being incredibly attentive to her. The boss saw this and wanted to say something, but didn't want to interfere in his employees' private affairs, so he could only stipulate that employees couldn't date during work hours. The effect is definitely there. But once he gets off work, the boss can't control him anymore. The store employees are packing up and getting ready to leave work. A tall, handsome young man walked over and smiled at Lin Chuan, saying, "Chuan, it's so late, let me take you home later." Another boy with a fresh and clean look and permed hair saw that he was a step behind and hurriedly said, "Chuan, my place is on the way to yours, let me give you a ride." One girl teased, "Come on, what you call, on the way, is at least 10 kilometers away from Chu Han. At least it's closer than Qian Weibao's. His home and Chu Han's home are at least 20 kilometers apart, one in the east and one in the west," said the boy with the perm. The tall young man, Qian Weibao, frowned slightly and then smiled. "I usually exercise in the evening. I take Chuan home and then return, which just meets my exercise needs for the day." "TCH, what a high-sounding excuse," the man with the perm sneered. "Alright, stop arguing. I don't need you to take me home. I can get back by myself," Lin Chuan said coldly, as always. Both of them felt helpless, as they were rejected every time. In fact, they didn't even know where Lin Chuan lived. Lin Chuan only told them roughly which district they lived in. After all, girls need to protect themselves when they're out and about, and they shouldn't just tell other boys their home address. Before the two boys could say anything more, a voice rang out. "Hey beautiful, I'd like a milk tea." The frivolous and dissolute voice sounded very familiar to Lin Chuan. "Sorry, we have to close now." As soon as Qian Weibao finished speaking, Lin Chuan turned her head, saw the person's appearance clearly, and asked in surprise, "Why is it you? Look at what you're saying, why can't it be me?" Wang Teng said with a grin. Listening to the two men's familiar conversation, Qian Weibao and the man with the perm suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. "And this man is kind of handsome." Just a little." Qian Weibao asked, "Chu Han, who is this?" "Chu Han? Hee. Wang Teng narrowed his eyes slightly and gave him a meaningful look. "He's my deskmate," Lin Chuan said. "My deskmate?" Qian Weibao and the boy with the perm stared at each other for a moment, then looked at each other. "I recognized them by their eyes. This was a formidable foe that we needed to team up against. Since he's Shaolin's deskmate, let's make one last cup of milk tea." The shop owner nodded to Wang Teng and said. Qian Weibao asked, "So, student, what would you like to drink?" "Do you have Shang Piao Piao?" Wang Teng asked. Qian Weibao, "This is utterly ridiculous. This is a bubble tea shop, not a supermarket. Want to drink Shang Piao Piao? Just go to the supermarket, buy a cup, and make it yourself at home. €1, you idiot." Qian Weibao roared inwardly. The owner and other employees of the milk tea shop were speechless and utterly exasperated. Lin Chuan had already started making the simplest milk tea with black pearls. She quickly mixed it in a large cup and placed it in front of Wang Teng. 12 yuan. So expensive. Wang Teng didn't care what kind of milk tea it was, complained, and took out his phone to scan the code and pay. Lin Chuan ignored Wang Teng, finished tidying up, said something to the owner, and left the milk tea shop. She pushed a pink scooter out of the parking area next to her. Then, I put on a super round Hello Kitty helmet and was about to mount the little sheep. "Chu Han, wait for me." Qian Weibao and the boy with the perm quickly finished tidying up and each pushed an electric bike to catch up. Wang Tang's appearance suddenly gave the two of them a sense of urgency. Regardless of whether Lin Chuan refused tonight, they planned to shamelessly take her home. Lin Chuan frowned in displeasure when she saw the two sticking to her like glue. Class monitor, let me see you off. Wang Tang walked over carrying a milk tea. No need, Lin Chuan said coldly. We're old classmates, why are you being so polite with me? Wang Tang snatched Lin Chuan's little lamb and lifted her up with one hand. Wow, that's some strength. Qian Weibao and the other man's expressions immediately changed. When Wang Tang walked to the sports car parked by the roadside, their eyes widened in disbelief. A beep sound. Wang Tang opened the trunk and stuffed the scooter inside. Now, the trunk lid can't be closed at all. The pink lamb was partially exposed, which was quite eye-catching. Oh, sexy. That's so sexy. A sports car fitted with a scooter, this is truly unprecedented. This whole operation left the milk tea shop owner and Qian Weibao and the others dumbfounded. Is this what the difference is? Qian Weibao and his companion suddenly began to question the meaning of life. Wang Tang opened the car door and urged Lin Chuan, who was still standing there, to hurry up. Come on, what are you waiting for? Lin Chuan bit her lip, stomped her foot, and finally got into the car. Snap, I think I heard the sound of glass breaking. My heart aches so much. The two clutched their chests. Wang Tang closed the car door for Lin Chuan and was about to get in when he remembered something and walked over to Qian Weibao and the other man. Gentlemen, are you very familiar with my class monitor? He asked with a smile. Just as the two were about to nod, Wang Tang placed his hand on their shoulders and gently pressed down. The next moment, the rattle drum started shaking. Since we're not familiar with each other, remember to include your surname when you call me by my first name in the future. I am Wang Tang. Truly petty, JPG. Wang Tang chuckled and let go of their hands. Qian Weibao and the other man's faces were already flushed red. It hurts. It feels like my bones are about to be crushed. His strength is astonishing. This person must be a martial artist. And driving a sports car means you're rich. We can't afford to mess with them. We can't afford to mess with them. Shivering tilde. The two nodded quickly. Lin Chuan? Who is that? Is she pretty? What does she have to do with me? None of that matters anymore. The most important thing is to get rid of this demon as soon as possible. Wang Tang drove the car, roaring into the night. Qian Weibao and the boy with the perm stared blankly at the taillights of the sports car. And that little scooter sticking out of the window. I felt an unprecedented sense of mockery. Stop the car. The car had just driven out of the street when Lin Chuan suddenly spoke up. Wang Tang didn't stop the car, but turned around and asked, Where do you live? I want to get off the bus. You don't need to take me. I can go back by myself, Lin Chuan said. Isn't that a bit much? It's like discarding a donkey after it has served its purpose. Wang Tang laughed. Who discarded me after I've served my purpose? Lin Chuan said, feeling a little guilty. I just got rid of two troublemakers for you once and for all, and now you want to kick me aside? Isn't that like discarding a used tool after it's done its work? Wang Tang retorted. I want to get out of the car. Unable to argue with Wang Tang, Lin Chuan unbuckled her seatbelt and said firmly. If you don't tell me where you live, I'm going to drive back to my house, Wang Tang said with a nonchalant smile. Lin Chuan, she ultimately lost. They were defeated by Wang Tang's shamelessness. Wang Tang took her home. Lin Chuan lived in a row of residential houses. It was hard to imagine that such a place still existed in Donghai City. In front of us was a dark alley. Once they arrived, Lin Chuan refused any further requests for him to take her there. Since the car couldn't get in, Wang Tang had no choice but to give up. He lifted Lin Chuan's scooter off the scooter and then hung the milk tea on the handlebars. Alright, you can go back now, Wang Tang said. Your milk tea. Lin Chuan frowned. I can't sleep if I drink milk tea at night, Wang Tang said. So you want to keep me awake? Lin Chuan said speechlessly. Haha, you only think of me when you can't sleep, Wang Tang laughed loudly. Get lost. Lin Chuan fled in panic, riding her scooter into the dark alley. The alley was so long and dark that even with her headlights on, she could only see very little. She drove very carefully. Suddenly, a white light appeared behind me. She glanced back and saw that Wang Tang had turned the car around and turned on the headlights, illuminating the entire alley for her. That guy. Lin Chuan was touched, but she quickly shook her head to dismiss it and rode her scooter forward with her head down. Wang Tang drove away only after Lin Chuan was out of sight. It was already 11 o'clock when I got home. Wang Teng couldn't help but smile wryly. He had wanted to get back earlier, but he still ended up being late. Women. It's a hassle in itself. The house was quiet. Wang Teng closed the door and climbed upstairs. It looks like Li Shumei is already asleep. Wang Teng didn't make a sound. He put his haul back in his room, then took his clothes to take a shower. After showering, I dried my hair. After locking the door, Wang Teng rubbed his hands together, sat down on the floor, and took out all his belongings to check them. 1 coin, 1 Zippo lighter, half a pack of cigarettes, and 2 cell phones. These are all ordinary items. However, if possible, it would be best to crack the passwords of both phones. The phone must contain some information he needs, including the identities of the 2 dead martial artists, and so on. In addition, there is a pair of boxing gloves and a sword. Both are rune weapons. The gauntlets and sword were engraved with runes, giving them a mysterious and extraordinary appearance. Wang Teng looked it up online, just like the picture. The purplish-black gauntlets are a 1-star high-grade ice weapon in the Shadow series, with a market price of around 2 million. The sword with crimson runes is a top-tier 1-star weapon in the Crimson Flame series, priced at 3.5 million on the market. This price. Wang Teng could only sigh that martial artists were indeed all rich and powerful. Fortunately, this rich second-generation heir was not without experience and did not make a fuss over a few million. However, this saved him the trouble of dealing with weapons. These 2 types of weapons were enough for him for the time being. Finally, there's that egg. Wang Teng took it out of his backpack and examined it carefully under the light. From the surface alone, it's impossible to tell what kind of animal the egg is. However, this egg should be the root cause of the fight between those 2 martial artists. If that's the case, then this egg must be extraordinary. He compared various pictures of eggs he found online and observed them for another half hour. Ultimately, a surprising conclusion was reached. This is a bird's egg. That's right, that must be it. Wang Teng nodded to himself, then stuffed the egg back into his bag, covered it with weeds, zipped it up, and hid it in a corner under the bed. Whatever it is, let's leave it for now. Once we figure out its origin, we'll see if we can hatch it. Next, Wang Teng turned his attention to the attribute panel. Comprehension, 83. Spirit, 12.1. Talents, Basic Fire Talents, 10 300ths, Basic Ice Talents, 12 300ths. Force, 6 100ths Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 4 100ths Ice, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 1 100th, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 1 100th. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Spear Technique, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 10 100ths, Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 8 100ths. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 135. Looking at the rows of attributes, Wang Teng suddenly felt a sense of satisfaction. Warrior. He's finally a martial artist. Although the time it took him to go from practicing martial arts to becoming a martial artist was much shorter than that of others, he experienced just as much. During this time, they even faced life or death crises. Fortune favors the bold. Worth. Wang Teng then compared the differences between the attribute panel before and after the changes. He didn't have time to think about it while he was on Baoan Mountain. Upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that the attribute panel has indeed changed significantly compared to before. First of all, there's an added element, spirit. It's not hard to understand from the literal meaning. Spirit, or soul, represents a person's consciousness. It's a very mysterious concept. It's highly likely that the spirit attribute was obtained from that deceased fire-type martial artist, which is why it was activated. Further down, the original constitution disappeared and was replaced by talent. Talent. Wang Teng knew that after a martial artist's physique reached the standard, they would undergo special instrument testing to determine which type of talent they belonged to, and then choose to cultivate the corresponding origin force techniques and combat skills. This is the biggest difference between a martial artist and a martial arts apprentice. Wang Teng thought about it carefully and was startled. But then again, I acquired the fire and ice talents by picking up attribute bubbles, so does that mean I didn't have any talents to begin with? He had previously researched that most people possess talent, and as long as their physique meets the requirements, they can cultivate origin force techniques. However, there are also a very small number of people who simply do not possess talent. Having exceptional talent and having no talent are 2 completely opposite extremes. The probability of them occurring is very small. I never expected that he would be one of them. Luckily, I have the system master. Wang Teng was overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of lacking talent. What he feared most was having no talent at all, which would cut off all possibilities. Imagine how terrible it would be to be told that you have no talent after working so hard to cultivate your skills and are just one step away from success. People who lack willpower may become discouraged and give up. Wang Teng shook his head. Next is force, which represents a martial artist's level. Wang Teng is currently a 1-star warrior, but he possesses both ice and fire elemental forces, making him significantly stronger than single-element warriors. He had searched online and found that single-element martial artists were the most common, while multi-element martial artists were extremely rare. Dual systems can be seen occasionally, 3 systems are almost non-existent, and as for the later 4 systems, 5 systems, and even 6 systems, they have never appeared. The cultivation techniques and combat skills haven't changed much, except that each has gained 2 more origin force cultivation techniques and origin force combat skills. Finally, there's combat strength. Combat strength should be a combination of various attributes, including physique, strength, speed, force, combat skills, etc. This is good, as it allows us to demonstrate our strength in the most direct way. €. After going through everything, Wang Teng couldn't help but yawn, feeling sleepy. He closed his eyes and gradually drifted off to sleep. On Monday, my first day as a martial artist. Wang Teng had just woken up and was still a little dazed. After a moment, the events of the previous night came back to mind. So, I'm already a martial artist. Wang Teng clenched his fist, feeling the power hidden within his body, and finally found a sense of reality. A martial artist infuses the force into their body, using it to temper their form and cause qualitative changes to their bones, muscles, and other physical attributes, making them incomparable to a mere martial arts apprentice. However, in the era of martial arts, becoming a martial artist is just the beginning. Wang Teng got up, washed up, and then went downstairs for breakfast. Mom, hasn't Dad come back yet? At the dinner table, Wang Teng stuffed an egg into his mouth and asked Li Shumei curiously. They said a project fell through and it will be delayed for a few more days, Li Shumei said, sipping her bird's nest porridge. Wang Teng nodded. Since it was a company matter, he didn't ask any further questions. After finishing breakfast, Wang Teng drove towards Donghai No. 1 Middle School. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is getting closer and closer. The atmosphere at school grew more tense every day, with students studying desperately in order to secure a better future. Everyone says that the college entrance examination is a turning point in life. Many people scoff at this, saying, "What's the point of working so hard to get into university? After graduation, you'll still be stuck with a meager salary of 3, 4, 5, or 6,000 a month. Save every penny for 10 years, then think about buying a house and a car." They were all bought with loans. As for those who earn 100,000 yuan a month or a million yuan a year, they are a minority. Every one of them is a top student, a genius, who graduated from a prestigious university. How do we compare them? How can you even compare? So, the idea that knowledge can change one's destiny is just a hoax? Wrong. Because if you don't go to university, you'll find that you'll only end up worse off. Lin Chuan arrived even earlier than Wang Teng. Wang Teng used to think she was just very hardworking. But now we know that she was working outside so late, yet she still got up earlier than many others to study the next day. No wonder he became a top student. If this were in his previous life, when Wang Teng was still a spoiled young master. At his age, he would only feel disdain for Lin Chuan's behavior. What's the point of studying so hard? Even if he works hard all his life after graduation, he might not be able to afford one of his supercars. But after witnessing the downfall of the Wang family, he realized that he was utterly worthless and that without the Wang family, he was nothing. That's absolutely useless. Wang Teng was deeply moved as he watched Lin Chuan engrossed in her studies. Without disturbing the other person, I sat down and took out my phone to log into Taobao. He planned to see if there were any containers specifically designed for storing weapons. Given the characteristics of the system, Wang Teng's future development will only become more comprehensive, and he will learn more and more combat skills. He already has 2 weapons, a sword and gauntlets. He will definitely use more weapons in the future. You can't exactly carry around all sorts of things on your body when you go out, can you? I swiped it. Taobao really has everything. You can find all sorts of random things there. Entering keywords quickly brought up a bunch of similar items. However, these were all things like sword sheets, knife sheets, and staff sheets, which couldn't meet Wang Teng's requirements at all. The morning classes ended, and the first class started quickly. Wang Teng was still browsing Taobao, completely oblivious to his class. Lin Chuan couldn't stand it, so she frowned, but sighed inwardly and said nothing. Suddenly, a glint flashed in Wang Teng's eyes, and his gaze settled on an object. A hidden weapon box? Judging from its appearance, it is a long wooden box with a rather retro design. He glanced at the introduction. This weapon storage box is said to be able to hold 14 different types of weapons. There's also a mechanism on top. Press it, and the desired weapon will pop out. That's awesome. As Wang Teng continued reading, he was both amused and exasperated to discover that the so-called 14 types of weapons were actually just swords and sabers, including 14 different categories of varying lengths and styles. To buy or not to buy? Wang Teng hesitated for a moment. Never mind, I'll ask the seller if I can order one. This store is called Lu Master, and it's a flagship store with a gold crown rating. The reviews below are all positive. The comments section also features many custom-made items. So Wang Teng directly opened the chat box and asked the other party. Are you there? AOA diaresis I 1/4 oya squared I 1/4 I 3 pounds I pound I 1/4 of a per mil AA, I 1/2 Z. Can you order custom-made concealed weapon cases here? A hidden weapon box? A euro you do not know? Wait a moment, honey, let me check. A euro. Wang Teng was speechless. This store didn't even know what it was selling. Was it reliable? After a moment, the other party replied. Honey, are you there? I just looked it up for you. So this is what you meant by the hidden weapon box. A photo was attached. The photo shows a wooden box piled up in a corner of a warehouse, its surface covered in dust. Wang Teng finally understood why the other person couldn't remember. How many years has it been since you last took this out? He asked suspiciously. Haha, don't worry about the details. This hidden weapon box was made by my grandfather when he suddenly had an inspiration. Later, no one bought it, so it just piled up in the warehouse. I didn't expect that after all these years, someone would still ask about it, the other person said with an awkward laugh. May I ask how old this thing is? Not much, just 10 years. Ouch, Wang Teng said, his tooth aching. Okay, then ask your grandfather for me if he can order one according to my idea. I'm afraid that won't work. I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. Why? Wang Teng asked. I don't want to see my grandfather so soon. I per mil? Sorry, Wang Teng said helplessly. Then forget it. He was about to log off when the other party hurriedly sent him another message. Etc. If possible, tell me your ideas, and I'll see if I can make some modifications to this hidden weapon box. If we can sell it, I think my grandfather would be very happy in the afterlife. Oh, Wang Teng's spirits lifted. Let's try anything, even if it seems hopeless. So he told the other party what he wanted. After a long silence, someone finally said, Are you going to keep this as a collectible? Just take it as such, Wang Teng said. Okay, I'll try my best and let you know when I'm done, the other party said. And the price? Seeing that the other party was in a hurry to log off to study how to modify the hidden weapon box, without even discussing the price, Wang Teng suddenly had a vague idea of this person's character. He's probably an idiot. Oh right, I forgot about it. Oh, degree, oh. After thinking for a moment, the person on the other end responded. Anyway, nobody wants this stuff, so just give me a little bit of 80,000 or 100,000 as a favor. Alright, as long as I'm satisfied with the product, I'll buy it for 100,000. Wang Teng agreed without hesitation. Those rune weapons cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, so this weapon storage box only costs about 100,000, which is not unacceptable. Moreover, he had many requirements, so it could only be customized, and the higher cost was understandable. After settling the matter of the hidden weapon box, Wang Teng went online to check how to hatch eggs. Then a string of messages popped up. Netizens offered all sorts of hilarious replies, but Wang Teng found a more reliable Onia Euro, using an incubator to hatch the eggs. However, before that, he planned to go to a pet store to ask some questions. This is no ordinary egg. Don't kill him, that would be a complete waste. 2 martial artists lost their lives for this egg. After the second class ended, during the break, Wang Teng said to Lin Chuan, I have to go first. If the teacher asks later, just say I had a stomachache and went to the hospital. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Chuan's response, he ran out of the classroom without looking back. This guy actually skipped class. Lin Chuan was furious, her eyes wide with anger, but there was nothing she could do. Wang Teng had already disappeared. A euro. At the school gate, several thugs who didn't look like good people were squatting by the roadside, smoking cigarettes, with cigarette butts all over the ground. After Wang Teng drove out, he encountered a red light and had to wait at the intersection. The group of thugs were drawn to the sports car. Tisk tisk, are all the students at Donghai No. 1 High School this rich? They can even afford supercars. Damn it, driving a sports car to school? What a show-off. A group of people cursed with envy and jealousy. One of the thugs saw Wang Teng in the driver's seat, suddenly remembered something, and shouted, "Brother Leopard, it's that kid." Unfortunately, Wang Teng didn't hear it. The sports car roared and drove off. Zhao Gangbao saw a face flash by in the car, threw away his cigarette and cursed, "Damn, it really is that kid. I finally caught him. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and chase after him." Shouting, he rushed to the car parked on the side of the road, started it quickly, and chased after Wang Teng. At the same time, a phone call was made. Beep beep beep. Hello? Brother, I found the kid who beat me up last time. He's heading towards Tungming Road right now. Come quick, we can't beat him. Zhao Gangbao shouted into the phone. Okay, you come with me first, I'll be right there. The person on the other end of the phone seemed to sigh. A euro. Meanwhile, more than 10 kilometers away from Donghai City, in the open airspace above. It's a full kilometer high. A huge, jet-black raven flew across the sky. It is over 20 meters long, and its feathers have a cold metallic sheen, making it look like a fighter jet, exuding a sense of danger. Its eyes were blood red, and there seemed to be a hint of murderous intent in them. The target is Donghai City. Boom! During its flight, the giant crow suddenly increased its speed dramatically, creating a crackling sound in the air, and shot straight towards the East China Sea like a black line. A euro. On Tungming Road, in a pet shop called Cat Cat. Wang Teng asked the pet store staff about some basic hatching knowledge and finally felt that he had a better understanding of the process. He thanked the pretty, but more importantly, kind, young lady at the pet store, and then left the store. They're out. Zhao Gangbao pointed at Wang Teng and said to a man next to him. Sudden cry. A cry that pierced the sky resounded. The man's expression changed, and he suddenly looked up. At the same time, Wang Teng also raised his head with a solemn expression and looked into the distance. High in the sky, a huge black creature rapidly approached from a distance, and at the same time, an extremely piercing scream suddenly rang out. Cry a euro. The sound exploded in the sky, becoming even more high-pitched and piercing, with astonishing penetrating power. Wang Teng felt a sharp pain in his eardrums, and pedestrians on the street also frowned and covered their ears. Click, click, click. A series of sounds of shattering glass rang out. Wang Teng's expression changed. The terrifying sound waves generated invisible shockwaves that spread outwards. Cracks appeared in the glass windows and doors of the shops on both sides of the street, and then they exploded with a bang. Smack! The flying glass shards hurtled towards nearby passers-by. Just as the pet shop assistant dropped Wang Teng off at the door, the glass door suddenly shattered, and a palm-sized shard of glass fell straight down from above her head. Wang Teng reacted quickly and pulled her away. At the same time, his whole body trembled, and his energy exploded, shaking away all the flying glass shards. Pedestrians on the road dodged left and right, some of whom were hit and suffered minor cuts. In severe cases, sharp shards of glass pierced the body, causing the victim to collapse to the ground and scream in agony. Some were lucky enough to escape unharmed, but quickly moved far away, still shaken. Where did this bird come from? How did you end up in the city? Call 120 immediately. Someone is injured. A euro. What a terrifying bird. It must be a star beast. Wang Teng looked up. The bird grew larger and larger, rapidly approaching from a distance. No, it's heading this way. Wang Teng was startled, his face turned pale, and he said to the girl next to him, "Go into the shop quickly, don't come out." He then ran to the roadside, took out his sword from the trunk, put on his boxing gloves, and then rushed toward the shop next door with the backpack containing the eggs on his back. Cry! As if sensing something, the giant crow increased its speed again, rushing towards them even faster, its cries bursting forth. What's going on? Is this bird going to attack our Donghai city? The crowd scattered and fled, covering their ears and screaming in terror. The giant crow arrived over Donghai City in the blink of an eye, its wings outstretched, blotting out the sky, and a howling wind blew as it flapped its wings. It plummeted straight down from the sky. Egg, why does this bird seem to be heading straight for me? Wang Teng felt as if dark clouds were pressing down on him. When he looked up, he met a pair of huge blood-red eyes. An overwhelming sense of malevolence surged into my heart. Wang Teng was shocked and his whole body stiffened, unable to move. What to do? What to do? Why does all this trouble have to come on me? Hurry up and move. Oh, right. He suddenly bit the tip of his tongue. As the pain entered his mind, Wang Teng finally regained control of his body, unleashing his force and covering the battle sword. Damn it. Even if I die, I'll make you suffer. The sword glowed intensely red, its fire elemental power reaching its peak. Wang Teng's hands were sweaty, and his gaze was fixed on the giant raven. Once it reaches attack range, this sword strike will be unleashed. You beast! Insolence! At that moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out. A streak of cyan light shot out from the top of a building, slashing towards the giant crow in mid-air. Cry! A mournful cry rang out. Pshaw! The blade flashed and blood splattered. The flash of the blade stretched all the way to the horizon, splitting the clouds in two. A huge bird carcass crashed down from the sky. Everything happened in an instant. Everyone was stunned, staring blankly at the sky, their minds completely blank. So strong. The man next to Zhao Gangbao had a vacant look in his eyes and was muttering to himself. Wang Teng gripped his sword tightly with both hands, his back drenched in cold sweat. He hadn't even had a chance to unleash that strike yet. His mind didn't quite process it, and he looked completely bewildered. Wow, that's amazing. Absolutely amazing. Wang Teng took a deep breath, calming his rapidly beating heart, and couldn't help but sigh. That sudden flash of sword light truly opened his eyes. This is a true martial artist. Their sword could slash for hundreds of meters in a single strike, compared to that a euro. Remembering oneself? That's so lame. Wang Teng quickly composed himself, his expression of utter bewilderment corrected. I was all set up, and you pull this stunt? How embarrassing. Fortunately, everyone's attention was just drawn to the giant crow. In the chaos, everyone was busy finding places to hide, and no one noticed him at all. Wang Teng quickly put away his sword and gauntlets, and also stuffed the backpack containing the eggs into the car. Then, as if nothing had happened, he looked towards the spot where the giant bird had crashed. It's not far, just a few dozen meters away. A huge bird carcass lay dead in the middle of the intersection, and several parked cars were crushed and their sirens blared. 2 or 3 streetlight poles had fallen, and sparks were crackling from the electricity. Passers-by kept their distance, but they all took out their phones to take pictures and post them on WeChat Moments and Douyin. This crow is so big, it's terrifying. Was that a martial artist who made a move just now? Of course, only martial artists can deal with such a terrifying behemoth. That single strike across the sky was absolutely stunning, it amazed the entire East Sea. I wish I had that kind of strength. The crowd was abuzz with discussion, expressing both admiration and envy for the martial artist who had unleashed such a stunning blade of light. Warrior, warrior. This is what a true martial artist is. In the age of martial arts, who wouldn't want to become a martial artist? But is thinking about it useful? There are still so many people who are blocked outside by invisible walls, not even qualified to step in. Even the advanced martial arts apprentices who were already standing by the door were no exception. For example, the man next to Zhao Gangbao is like that. At this moment, Wang Teng stared blankly at the giant crow's corpse. Killing star beasts can actually drop attribute bubbles? Several enormous, transparent bubbles were floating prominently in front of the giant raven. Others couldn't see it, but in Wang Teng's eyes, it was exceptionally conspicuous. He quickly pushed through the crowd, pretending to be curious, and subtly touched a few attribute bubbles. Pick it up. Speed 130. Fire Force *35. Blank attribute *60. A euro Eye of Insight *1 a euro. A euro a euro. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. I'll say it 3 times because it's important. This attribute is amazing. Wang Teng suddenly felt a little giddy. 3 fog grasses are not enough to express the turbulent emotions he felt at that moment. Speed 130. Gaining 130 points of speed attribute at once is really a lot. The 35 units of fire force merged into his body, causing his fire force to surge dramatically and relentlessly. This feels absolutely amazing. Let's continue reading. Blank attribute *60. He was somewhat surprised. There's even a blank attribute? What's the use of this? Can it be used to add points at will? Wang Teng decided to go back and study it carefully. It seemed that there had been quite a few changes since the last system refresh. At last a euro. A euro eye of insight *1 a euro. Wang Teng felt as if some strange change had occurred in his eyes, as if a cool current was flowing through them. Now, if we give him a mirror, Wang Teng would see that his eyes seemed to be covered by a thin black film, giving them a dark color. How amazing! But what is the purpose of this eye of spiritual vision? He looked around but didn't find anything special about those eyes. Forget it, now is not the time to delve into it. So, how should we put it away? Wang Teng had a thought, and the strange power in his eyes seemed to receive a command, diving deep into his eyes and lying dormant. A euro. A short while later, a group of people arrived. The crowd was evacuated and the scene was cordoned off. They're from the city guard. The newcomer was dressed in black, with a distinctive symbol on his clothes, a euro, crossed swords, a euro, and a rustic shield as a backdrop. Someone immediately recognized them. The City Protection Bureau, as the name suggests, is a special department established specifically to protect human cities. Apart from clerical staff, all other personnel within the organization must possess considerable combat skills. It is precisely because of the existence of such people that ordinary people can live peacefully and stably in the city. Often, they have resolved many problems without the public's knowledge. The city guards loaded the giant crow onto a large truck and cleared the road. They then inquired with passers-by about the situation, seemingly trying to find out why the giant crow had suddenly invaded Donghai City. Unfortunately, everyone was talking at once, and all they described was the scene of that powerful and mysterious martial artist's attack, without providing any substantial information. Ultimately, the city guards had no choice but to leave. Wang Teng stood in the crowd, watching their departing figures, lost in thought. That giant raven seems to really be coming for me. But why? What grudge do I have against it that would make me want to come all the way from the wilderness 1,000 miles away? Wang Teng couldn't figure it out either, so he had to give up. At this moment, the pretty young lady from the pet shop, seeing that things had calmed down outside, jogged over to Wang Teng. On the other side, Zhao Gangbao saw the city guards leave and said to the man beside him, "Brother, the city guards have left. Let's hurry up and grab that kid, or he'll get away. I'm going to get my revenge for that kick from last time." As she spoke, she recalled being kicked away at the Rose Bar, and being tricked into grabbing the wrong person last time, which made her happy for nothing. Suddenly, a surge of evil fire rushed to the top of his head. Zhao Gangbao angrily walked towards Wang Teng. Smack! However, unexpectedly, the man next to Zhao Gangbao suddenly slapped him on the head. "Arrest! Arrest! Arrest your mother's ass!" Zhao Ganggu was furious and cursed loudly. Zhao Gangbao was completely dumbfounded. He stared blankly at his brother and stammered, "Brother, how could you scold mom? Damn it, you've made me so angry I'm going crazy." Zhao Ganggu slapped Zhao Gangbao on the head again. "You hit me again, what are you so angry about?" Zhao Gangbao asked, bewildered, his head shrank back, his face full of grievance. "I'm so angry you're an idiot. You damn fool, do you know who you've messed with? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. How can you be so sabotaging to your brother?" Seeing that Zhao Gangbao didn't even know where he went wrong, Zhao Ganggu was so angry he felt like vomiting blood. "We were born to the same mother, so why is my younger brother so stupid?" So he raised his hand, wanting to slap her again. Zhao Gangbao, however, had anticipated this move and quickly dodged, shouting, "Brother, even if I die, I must die knowing why. What exactly happened? Explain yourself." "Okay, I'll tell you." Zhao Ganggu took a breath and said, "That person, he's a martial artist." "What?" Zhao Gangbao was shocked, but he didn't believe it at all. "Impossible. He looks so young, how could he possibly be a martial artist?" "You don't believe me?" Zhao Ganggu sneered. "You don't know anything, do you? You don't believe me? Do you know what I just saw? The Force. That's the Force. When that giant raven swooped down, he unleashed the Force, and I saw it clearly." "You're telling me you don't believe me? Am I blind?" With Zhao Ganggu's stern shouts echoing in his ears, Zhao Gangbao was completely dumbfounded. Original Force. Martial artist. That kid is actually a martial artist. But when I saw him last time, he wasn't that strong. He was at most equivalent to a mid to high level martial apprentice. How could he be a martial artist? Zhao Gangbao simply couldn't believe it. This can only mean that he's hiding his true strength and doesn't want to expose it, Zhao Ganggu guessed. Hiding his strength, Zhao Gangbao exclaimed in surprise, then asked in confusion, what is his purpose? That's beyond our knowledge, but think about it yourself. What would happen if you repeatedly angered a martial artist? Zhao Ganggu stared at him with exasperation. Hiss! Zhao Gangbao gasped as soon as he thought about it. Brother, I offended him once, he won't kill me, will he? He couldn't help but tremble at the thought of certain consequences. That's hard to say, but ultimately, it's a potential problem. Here's what we'll do. Now come with me to apologize to him and see if we can get his forgiveness and let this matter rest, Zhao Ganggu said after a moment's thought. Zhao Gangbao hesitated, somewhat afraid to face Wang Tang directly. But seeing that Zhao Ganggu was about to lash out again, and considering the consequences, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll go apologize right now. A euro. As the Zhao brothers were imagining the terrible consequences of provoking Wang Tang, the beautiful woman from the pet shop ran up to Wang Tang. Hello, thank you for what you just said. The pretty woman at the pet shop looked up at Wang Tang shyly. You're welcome, it was nothing. I should thank you for answering so many of my questions. I searched many pet shops before finding someone like you who knows about birds, Wang Tang said with a smile. Let's add each other on WeChat. If you have any questions, you can ask me directly through WeChat in the future, the beautiful woman at the pet shop said proactively. Wang Tang didn't receive this treatment before. Indeed, rescuing a damsel in distress is the ultimate skill for picking up girls. Buddha euro. Adding on WeChat. Am I the kind of person who adds girls on WeChat casually? I pound. Okay, let's add each other on WeChat. I'll need to bother you again if I have any questions in the future. Wang Tang quickly took out his phone. After adding each other on WeChat, they exchanged names and changed their nicknames in each other's contacts. Lu Jiqing, the pretty lady at the pet shop, said, the pet shop is very busy today, so I have to go back first. We can contact each other via WeChat if needed. Good. Lu Jiqing smiled and waved before running into the pet shop. After seeing that Wang Tang had finished picking up girls, Zhao Ganggu cautiously led his good-for-nothing younger brother over. Sir, please wait a moment. Wang Tang turned his head, first glancing at Zhao Ganggu, whom he didn't recognize, before noticing Zhao Gangbao behind him. It's you. His ambiguous smile and meaningful tone made Zhao Gangbao's heart leap into his throat. Zhao Ganggu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly pushed Zhao Gangbao. Big brother. Zhao Gangbao stammered. Wang Tang lit a cigarette and suddenly said, I haven't been a big brother for many years. A euro. What the heck? Zhao Gangbao was completely dumbfounded. Zhao Ganggu chuckled dryly and said, Sir, you're joking. My name is Zhao Ganggu, and I'm this bastard's older brother. My good-for-nothing brother was blind and offended you before. Today I brought him here to apologize to you. Then he yelled at Zhao Gangbao, get over here right now and apologize to this gentleman. Zhao Gangbao was about to bow and apologize when Wang Tang stopped him. Wait a minute, you probably didn't come here today just to apologize, did you? You've been following me all the way here. Do you think Wang Tang, am stupid? Wang Tang sneered. Zhao Ganghu's expression changed. Zhao Gangbao was so frightened that he shuddered. Oh my god, we've been exposed. Mr. Wang. Boom. Wang Tang didn't give him a chance to speak, and his martial arts aura erupted, pressing down on Zhao Ganggu and the other man. I was just bluffing him. Although I knew someone was following me, I didn't know their purpose. Look at Zhao Ganghu's expression now. They were clearly there for revenge, but something happened along the way that made them change their minds and come over to apologize. Could it be that I used the force just now and they saw through it? Thinking to himself, Wang Tang stared coldly at Zhao Ganggu and the other man. Since it's been delivered to our doorstep, we might as well deal with it, so we don't keep having this on our minds. Even though he is not afraid at all now, it would be annoying for anyone to have ants crawling around in front of him. Zhao Ganggu faced the pressure from the martial artists head-on and could only struggle to hold on, deeply shaken. As expected, he is a martial artist. Zhao Gangbao's face turned deathly pale, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to get up. Impressive presence. It sounds mysterious, but it's really just a kind of pressure that the strong exert on the weak. Wang Tang versus Zhao Ganggu is a martial artist versus a martial apprentice. The disparity in strength is too great. The gap is stark. That's why there's pressure. We are willing to compensate, Zhao Ganggu said with difficulty, his forehead covered in cold sweat and his teeth clenched. Compensation? Wang Tang grinned. This card has 5 million in it, consider it an apology. Zhao Ganggu said, pulling out a bank card. 5 million. That's a considerable amount. An average person might not be able to save $1 million in their entire life, but this is a full 5 million. However, Wang Teng is a damn rich second generation. He smiled faintly and said, do I look like someone who's short of 5 million? Zhao Ganggu's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that things wouldn't be so easy to resolve. He had forgotten that the person in front of him was someone who wasn't short of money at all. Can someone who drives a supercar be short of money? His mouth was full of bitterness, and he wished he could beat Zhao Gangbao to death on the spot. Of all people to mess with, he had to mess with such a wicked star. Please give me a day, and I will give you a satisfactory answer tomorrow. Zhao Ganggu was decisive. Seeing that 5 million couldn't solve the problem, he immediately gave up and made a guarantee. Okay, I'll wait for your news tomorrow. Wang Teng nodded. He wasn't worried about the other party running away. Donghai City is neither small nor large. If you really want to find someone, it's not difficult. Unless Zhao Ganggu is willing to abandon everything in Donghai and run to other cities, they will eventually run into each other. Wang Teng believed he wouldn't be that foolish. Watching Zhao Ganggu carry Zhao Gangbao away, Wang Teng couldn't help but shake his head. Although Zhao Ganggu was only a high-level martial arts apprentice and quite old, he was still a figure of some importance. But his younger brother a Euro, that's utterly hopeless. Tiger brother and leopard brother, the elder brother is a tiger, but the younger brother may not be a leopard. Wang Teng left Tungming Road, where the pet shop was located, and headed to the place Lu Jiqing had recommended to buy an incubator. Extra large is best. That egg practically filled my hiking backpack. Egg? Bird eggs? Wang Teng suddenly felt a jolt. He slapped his forehead, wondering how he could be so stupid for only thinking of this now. Isn't this a mother crow coming to find her cubs? Holy crap, what grudge do I have that they want to kill me? Turns out I've been a child trafficker. Wang Teng thought to himself, speechless. However, given the strength of those two martial artists, how did they manage to steal its cub right under the nose of that terrifying giant raven? They probably didn't use any special methods, they just stole it when the giant crow went out to forage for food. Forget it, it's pointless to even think about it. Wang Teng shook his head, suddenly feeling somewhat fortunate. Luckily, that mysterious martial artist intervened, otherwise this would have been a blood feud. Even if I didn't steal the egg, it's in my hands now. If the giant crow doesn't come after me, who else would it come after? Wait, when that martial artist unleashed that strike, did any attribute bubbles remain? Damn, those are attribute bubbles of powerful individuals. The giant raven's attribute bubble had already given him a taste of success. If that mysterious powerhouse were to fall, wouldn't that be even more awesome? Wang Teng quickly turned the car around and sped towards the building where the blade's light originated, following his memory. We absolutely have to make it. The car sped along the road, and he kept praying in his heart. Finally, the car stopped in front of a commercial building. This should be it. Wang Teng jumped out of the car, slammed the door shut, and rushed out. Sir, who are you looking for? Do you have an appointment? The receptionist had barely finished asking her question when Wang Teng had already run past her and reached the elevator. Sir, this is a private company. Outsiders are not allowed to trespass. Quick, stop him. Upon hearing the shouts from the front desk, several security personnel quickly surrounded Wang Teng. Beep, the elevator has arrived. Halt, the security personnel shouted. Only a fool would stop. Wang Teng rushed into the elevator and frantically pressed the close button. The elevator doors slowly closed, and the security personnel were too late, watching helplessly as he disappeared from their sight. They could only catch up using another elevator. However, this time difference is enough. Wang Teng climbed directly onto the rooftop of the building. His gaze swept across the empty rooftop, and he spotted a bubble that was about to disappear. Thank goodness. Wang Teng quickly went over. However, just as he was about to pick it up, the bubble disappeared. I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. Wang Teng stood frozen in place, his smile fading. They've disappeared. It still disappeared. My heart suddenly aches so much. Wang Teng clutched his chest. This pain would cost him at least 1 billion yuan. That's so cruel. God, why are you so cruel to me? Well, Wang Teng sighed, walked to the edge of the rooftop, lit a cigarette, and stood there bewildered in the wind, feeling melancholy and wistful. At this moment, the security personnel caught up, panting. Upon reaching the rooftop, I saw Wang Teng standing on the edge, looking utterly dejected. The words of accusation that were just about to come out were swallowed back down. Young man, let's talk this out. Could you please come down first? A middle-aged security guard said, trying to keep his voice gentle. You don't understand, I just lost $1 billion. Wang Teng sighed, his expression becoming even more melancholy. 1 billion? Is this young man just bragging? Don't make a sound, or you'll provoke him. If he really jumps, you'll be responsible. The security guards exchanged glances, completing a silent communication. The middle-aged security guard continued, it's just 1 billion. You're so young, you can earn it back in the future. Maybe by then, it will be 2 billion or 3 billion. What is a mere 1 billion now? This middle-aged security guard talks about billions without saying a word. Anyone who doesn't know him would think he's Jack Ma or king of the underworld with 100 million. Wang Teng also looked at him with surprise. You make it sound so easy, I almost thought it was ghost money. The middle-aged security guard couldn't help but chuckle awkwardly. So be it, if I gain it, I'm lucky. If I lose it, it's my fate. Wang Teng sighed again. Several security guards breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him put it down, but who knew that Wang Teng would suddenly leap into the air the next moment. Goodbye everyone. Several security guards reached out and shouted, just like the moment Kong tried to grab Ziwei. No tilde. Some people even closed their eyes because they couldn't bear it. But the tragedy did not happen. The middle-aged security guard chased after Wang Teng as he leapt up. He was a senior martial arts apprentice, but now that he was middle-aged, he had no chance to advance further and could only make a living as the head of security at the company. He was faster than the other security guards. When we got to the edge of the rooftop, we looked down. His eyes widened suddenly. Wang Teng landed lightly on the air conditioner unit outside the wall, and then jumped down layer by layer. When the middle-aged security guard peeked out, he didn't forget to wave at him. Now it was the middle-aged security guard's turn to stand on the edge of the rooftop, bewildered in the wind. This guy is something else. €1. Wang Teng left the commercial building with regret, bought an incubator, and then returned to school. It was already noon. Everyone went to the cafeteria for lunch. Before he came back, he sent a WeChat message to Shu Jia and the others, so they saved him a portion as well. After lunch, there are about 2 hours left for a lunch break. However, during the senior year review period, many students only rested for an hour or two before starting to do exercises and memorize texts again. While Lin Chuan was reviewing her studies, Wang Teng was wide awake, studying the attribute panel beside her. Comprehension, 83. Spirit, 12.1. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 10/300, Basic Ice Talent, 12/300, Insight, Basic 1/10. Force, 41/100, Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 4/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 1/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 1/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Spear Technique, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 10/100, Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 8/100. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 182. Blank Attribute, 60. Wang Teng's fire elemental force surged to 41 points, and he could feel that the fire elemental force in his original core had begun to take shape. The pronucleus is the node at the tail of the spine, where the force is stored, hence the name. At the same time, due to the increase in speed and fire elemental force, Wang Teng's overall combat strength increased to 182 points. This signifies an increase in strength. Wang Teng had checked and found that humans also have a method for assessing combat strength. The combat power of a 1-star soldier is roughly between 100 and 300. The combat soldier level ranges from 1 star to 9 stars, with each level further divided into 4 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, and top tier. 100 to 180 combat power is the beginner level, 180 to 230 is the intermediate level, 230 to 280 is the advanced level, and 280 to 300 is the top level. If the system's combat power rating is equivalent to that of humans, then 182 combat power points already represents the strength of a mid-tier 1-star soldier. Wang Teng looked at the last extra column €, blank attribute, 60. He stroked his chin, hesitating about how to use this blank attribute. His eyes scanned the attribute panel from top to bottom. Let's try them one by one. So Wang Teng first added a blank attribute to Comprehension, and the 83 points of Comprehension jumped to 83.1. Ratio, 10:1. Wang Teng nodded to himself. Further down, a little more was added to Spirit, which also increased the spirit attribute by 0.1. This is clearly an exchange rate of 10 to 1. Next, add 1 point to the fire and ice talents respectively. Each of these two talents has been increased by 1 point. Ratio, 1 to 1. When he got to the spiritual vision talent, Wang Teng thought it would be the same. But he didn't expect that adding a little bit of blank attribute would only increase the spiritual vision talent by 0.1, which was another 10 to 1. Could it be that the spiritual vision talent is more advanced? Wang Teng couldn't help but guess. He continued his experiments and discovered that the force, as well as the techniques and combat skills, were all in a 1-to-1 ratio. However, when it comes to combat power, you can no longer directly add points to it. It seems that combat power can only be indirectly improved through other attributes, Wang Teng said thoughtfully. After a series of experiments, 11 points of blank attribute were used up, leaving 49 points remaining. After a moment's thought, Wang Teng directly added 20 points to the fire elemental force, and the remaining 29 points to the fire Kirin sword technique. It's better to specialize than to be a jack of all trades. Given a limited number of blank attributes, one can only improve one attribute as quickly as possible. Comprehension, 83.1. Spirit, 12.2. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Insight, Basic 1.1, 10. Force, 62/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 5/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 2/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 2/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Spear Technique, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 40/100, Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 9/100. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 191. Blank Attribute, 0. He glanced at the changes in the attribute panel and nodded in satisfaction. The blank attribute is a great thing, I wish we had more of it. Wang Teng couldn't help but exclaim. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be so easy to acquire so many blank attributes all at once in the future. That giant raven is incredibly powerful, so it drops a lot of attributes. This kind of thing is rare and can only happen by chance. If it weren't for the intervention of the mysterious martial artist, he wouldn't have even been able to save his life, let alone collect any attributes. It's best not to dream of something as good as a free lunch. Shaking his head, Wang Teng quickly adjusted his mindset. Afternoon. The first class was taught by the homeroom teacher, Fan Weiming. He walked into the classroom and said seriously, "Students, there are only 2 weeks left until the college entrance examination. You must make the most of your time to review, but also remember to get plenty of rest, adjust your schedule, and don't get sick. When you get home, ask your parents to cook you some good food to supplement your nutrition." In addition, the Education Bureau just issued a notice that there have been some changes to the college entrance examination for martial arts majors this year. All the students in the class looked at him. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng suddenly perked up. The college entrance examination undergoes some reforms every year. I wonder what changes will occur this year. Moreover, it's a college entrance exam for martial arts majors. Amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd, Fan Weiming announced, "This year, we will expand enrollment in martial arts programs. And intermediate martial arts apprentices will also be eligible to take the martial arts school's professional college entrance examination." Expand enrollment. Is this true? If even intermediate-level martial arts apprentices can participate, then I also have a chance to take the martial arts major exam. Many students got excited, especially those who had reached the intermediate level of martial arts apprentice, who were so happy they danced around. As for the lower-level martial arts apprentices, they were all dejected. There are only 5 advanced martial arts apprentices in Donghai No. 1 Middle School, but there are quite a few low-level and mid-level martial arts apprentices. This is undoubtedly great news for those intermediate martial arts apprentices. The college entrance examination is a turning point. By being admitted to a martial arts major, one can enjoy more resources and have the opportunity to become a martial artist in the future. In the past, many of them couldn't even reach the advanced martial arts apprentice level before the age of 20, let alone pass the martial arts major entrance exam. Let alone become a martial artist. The expansion of enrollment in martial arts majors means that their opportunities have arrived. How could I not be excited? Alright, quiet down and let me finish speaking. Fan Weiming clapped his hands. The crowd gradually quieted down and looked at Fan Weiming. Fan Weiming said, "If any students in our class want to apply for the martial arts major, remember to come to my office to register within this week. The Academic Affairs Office needs to count the number of students and report it to the Education Bureau. Only after you register will you be issued an admission ticket for the martial arts exam. Without the admission ticket, you cannot participate in the college entrance examination for martial arts majors. Make sure you remember this." He paused for a moment, then continued. "However, there is one thing you must make clear to your parents. The college entrance examination for martial arts majors includes a practical assessment, which is somewhat dangerous. Now that the internet is so developed, you may all know there are dangers, but you probably don't have a real concept of just how dangerous they are. Let me tell you this, there is actually a fixed mortality rate in actual combat assessments. If you don't exceed this mortality rate, the higher-ups won't pay too much attention. In other words, if you die, you die. Therefore, students who are not confident should not take chances and should retake the exam for another year. Alright, that's enough for now. Get ready, let's begin the lesson." After Fan Weiming finished speaking, he gave the students present some time to digest the information. Sure enough, the students below immediately began to whisper among themselves. "There's even a mortality rate? I always thought the worst that could happen was injury." I asked a senior student, and he said there were no deaths in the martial arts major entrance exams in the past 2 years. Could he be lying to me? Not necessarily. There didn't seem to be any deaths in the first 2 years, but what about before that? So we'll have to investigate this thoroughly when we get back. If there really is a mortality rate, we'll have to think about it carefully. Some students frowned, their previous joy somewhat dampened. If we want to take the martial arts college entrance exam, we need to pick up the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation textbook again. How can 2 weeks be enough? Someone suddenly exclaimed. Yeah, I didn't even study 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation. How am I supposed to take the exam? This is outrageous. Why didn't they notify us sooner? The atmosphere immediately shifted. Just moments ago, everyone was worried about the mortality rate, but now they were all stumped by the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation. Wang Teng shook his head. So it was about expanding enrollment, which didn't really concern him. In any case, his abilities were more than enough to handle the college entrance examination. Wang Teng suddenly turned his head and noticed that Lin Chuan seemed to be acting strangely. Her eyes were shining, but her face was full of hesitation and apprehension. Could class monitor Lin be a mid-level martial arts apprentice? Wang Teng thought of a possibility and couldn't help but ask her, "What, do you also want to participate in the martial arts college entrance examination?" Hearing Wang Teng's tone, Lin Chuan felt looked down upon and glared at him. Is that not allowed? No, I just always thought you would pursue a career in the humanities, Wang Teng said innocently. We are now in the era of martial arts. It is foreseeable that the role of martial arts will only become more and more important in the future, and its impact on society will become more and more profound. This change in the college entrance examination is obviously a signal. So even if I choose the liberal arts, I don't want to fall behind in martial arts, Lin Chuan analyzed. What you said makes a lot of sense, Wang Teng nodded. You must be taking the martial arts college entrance exam too. Lin Chuan gave Wang Teng a meaningful look. Judging from his usual behavior, even if she couldn't be sure, she had a pretty good idea. Wang Teng just smiled. Lin Chuan didn't delve into it, but she already had the answer in her heart. No wonder he doesn't usually pay much attention to humanities subjects. However, the martial arts exam also has requirements for liberal arts subjects, especially the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation textbook, which is almost mandatory reading. Can he be confident? She still had some questions, but when she thought of the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation program, she unconsciously frowned again. What is the Education Bureau thinking? Why did they announce this news at the last minute? Many intermediate martial arts apprentices haven't even studied the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation program, so they have no hope of passing the exam. How would I know? Big shots always have rather unconventional ideas, Wang Teng shook his head. At that moment, a boy in front suddenly turned around and said something. I heard it's related to the policies of the Global Federation. Global Federation policy. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan exchanged a glance. This involved a wide range of people. Yang Jian, how did you know about this? Wang Teng asked the boy. Yang Jian also wanted to show off in front of Lin Chuan, so he turned around and said smugly, "My uncle works in the education bureau. I got the news from him a month ago, and I've been studying 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation recently." Damn it, a crony. Wang Teng couldn't help but laugh and curse. In fact, Wang Shengguo had heard some rumors, but he thought that Wang Teng had just started practicing martial arts and had no chance this year, so he did not tell him the news. Lin Chuan felt somewhat helpless and powerless. This is the difference between ordinary students and people like Yang Jian. They received the news a month ago, while I only found out when the notification came down. The information was too delayed. Information is always the most valuable asset, regardless of the era. Yang Jian didn't take it to heart and smiled at Wang Teng, saying, "Young Master Wang, let's not talk about second brother anymore, shall we?" Then he saw Lin Chuan's expression and knew the reason, so he quickly comforted her. "Class monitor, don't worry too much. Since the higher-ups only notified us so late, they must already know about the students' situation. I also heard that the difficulty and scores of the liberal arts exams this year will be lowered, and may even hit a new low in recent years." Wang Teng immediately smiled at Lin Chuan and said, "You heard everything, so the chances are pretty good. Don't keep that long face. Besides, with your brilliant mind, a mere 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation is a piece of cake." Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at Wang Teng, then said to Yang Jian, "Thank you for telling me all this. No need to be polite, no need to be polite. Even if I didn't tell you, you would have found out soon enough. Now that this matter has been made public, some information can't be kept from people." Yang Jian waved his hand. "Alright, students, the 10-minute discussion time is over. If you keep talking, I won't be able to teach this class anymore." Fan Weiming tapped the blackboard. The students immediately sat up straight. The teacher's authority was no joke. A euro. The entire afternoon was filled with the news announced by the teacher, and a big discussion ensued as soon as get out of class ended. Someone went to check the next class and found that all the students were talking about it. Some students took advantage of the break to call home, asking their parents for inside information and their opinions. The martial arts exam is of utmost importance. Many parents have even stopped going to work, and as soon as they receive a call from their child, they rush around trying to find out more information. All the relatives and connections we could muster were mobilized. In a family, having a child taking the college entrance exam always makes them the focus of everyone's attention. After 3 afternoon classes, I went home. Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuan, who was packing her school bag beside him, and said, "Class monitor, do you want me to take you home?" "No need," Lin Chuan quickly replied. "I'm afraid that if I speak too late, I'll be forced into the car again. I always feel that this guy has been plotting against me lately, unlike before when he seemed to be more restrained." "Whatever." Wang Teng didn't care. He got up to leave, but then thought for a moment and said something else. "Since you want to take the martial arts exam, it's best not to work for the next 2 weeks. Time is indeed a bit tight. Focus on reviewing 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulations. If you encounter any difficulties, remember to come to me, since we've been classmates." After saying that, he left the classroom without giving her a chance to refute. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt a warm current flow through her heart, then shook her head and cursed. "This guy is flirting with me again. A euro. Wang Teng, Xu Jia, and Bai Wei met at the school gate. They already knew about the expanded enrollment, including Bai Wei and Yu Hao, both second-year high school students. Bai Wei and Yu Hao were both quite excited. After all, they still have a year. Becoming an intermediate martial arts apprentice is much easier than becoming an advanced martial arts apprentice, so their chances are very high. Especially Bai Wei, even if she has never practiced martial arts, as long as the Bai family provides her with more resources. It is not impossible for her to reach the intermediate martial arts apprentice level in a year. Xu Jia, however, was somewhat dejected. The expansion of martial arts exams was simply cruel to those who thought they had no chance and therefore did not practice martial arts. Even if Xu Jia were to pursue martial arts, reaching the advanced level would be difficult, but would there be no hope for him to reach the intermediate level? Unfortunately, there's no going back in life. Opportunity always favors the prepared mind, and he was destined to miss it this year. Wang Teng thought for a moment and said, "Xu Jia, maybe you can choose to repeat a year and go back to discuss it with your parents." Exactly, we've been trying to persuade him to repeat a year," Yu Hao agreed. "Brother Wang Teng, do you also think I should repeat a year?" Xu Jia asked, looking up. It's not about what I think, but whether you want to or not, Wang Teng said. I'll go back and ask my parents first, Shu Jia said after a moment's hesitation. Wang Teng didn't say anything more. Ultimately, the choice was up to him. Through his recent experiences, Wang Teng clearly understands that the path of martial arts is not easy. Should I learn martial arts? Is practicing martial arts right or wrong? Will I regret it later? No one can give Shu Jia the answer. Only by going through it himself can he judge what is right and wrong, and whether he regrets it or not. Shu Jia and his friends were feeling down because of the martial arts college entrance exam. Bai Wei quickly changed the subject, saying, "Did you know? Zhou Beiyun sent people to check Baoan Mountain again today." "Oh, what did they find out?" Wang Teng asked casually. This situation was exactly what he had expected. Intelligent people are always curious, and Zhou Beiyun is the kind of person who considers herself intelligent. She didn't get an answer last night, so she'll definitely go and find out more. "I heard from Wu Yuan that they found signs of a fight in a forest, and judging by the intensity, it was probably a battle between martial artists," Bai Wei said. "Warrior." Shu Jia and Yu Hao were immediately taken aback. There are charred marks at the scene, as well as some frozen plants, which must have been damaged by the force, Bai Wei nodded. "It's actually a martial artist. Luckily, brother Wang Teng, you didn't find that place last night, or it would have been dangerous," Shu Jia said. Wang Teng nodded. "By the way, who is Wu Yuan?" Yu Hao suddenly asked Bai Wei with a puzzled look. "It's a girl I met at the resort yesterday. She's very gossipy, incredibly well informed, and a chatterbox. She told me about it on WeChat as soon as she found out about it," Bai Wei said with a smile. "Did she say anything else?" Wang Teng asked. "She also said that Zhou Beiyun had just arrived when the city guards came, but they didn't seem to find anything. The two martial artists probably left after they finished fighting," Bai Wei said. Wang Teng seemed to be thinking to himself. It seemed that Bai Wei only knew some of the surface information, and probably didn't know much more than that. After chatting for a few minutes, the group parted ways at the school gate and went home. €1. When Wang Teng returned home, he found several strangers in his house. Wang Shengguo has returned from his business trip and is currently talking with those people. "City Guard Bureau. I didn't expect them to come knocking on our door so quickly." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat, but his expression remained unchanged as he walked into the villa's hall and asked, "Dad, you're back. And who are these people?" Wang Shengguo nodded, his brows furrowing slightly, and said, "They are staff members of the City Guard Bureau. They're here to ask you a few questions." "You haven't gotten into trouble again, have you?" Wang Teng immediately protested. "How could that be? I've been diligently practicing martial arts and attending classes lately, and I've just been meeting up with friends. What trouble could I possibly have caused?" "President Wang, don't worry, we're just asking routine questions." A young man waved his hand, then stood up and said to Wang Teng, "Wang Teng, right?" "That's right. I am Chai Yu, the captain of the 3rd Squad of the City Guard. I came here today to ask you about what happened at Baoan Mountain last night," the young man said. "Oh, so that's what it was about. No problem, ask away, I'll tell you everything I know," Wang Teng said, feigning realization. Next, Chai Yu asked a few questions, and Wang Teng answered them one by one according to his prepared answers, leaving no room for doubt and making it impossible for them to find any problems. Especially regarding his terrible sense of direction, Wang Shengguo chuckled and said, "Don't laugh at me, but this kid has never been able to find his way around since he was a child. Luckily, we have GPS now, otherwise I'd really be afraid he'd suddenly get lost one day." "Okay, thank you for your cooperation. I'm sorry to bother you today." Having gained nothing, Chai Yu got up and took his leave. Once the city guards left, Wang Shengguo tapped Wang Teng's head lightly with his finger. Wang Teng chuckled and said, "Dad, you cooperated quite well. Stop talking nonsense." Wang Shengguo glared at him. "From today onwards, behave yourself and don't cause any more trouble." Wang Teng didn't explain what happened, and Wang Shengguo gave him a warning but didn't investigate further. Li Shumei then set the food on the table and invited the father and son to eat dinner. €1. As Chai Yu sat in the car, the driver asked him, "Brother Chai, how much of what this kid says is true and how much is false?" "It's hard to say." Chai Yu frowned. Judging from the on-site tests, the martial artists involved in the fight should be dead. There must have been a third party present at the scene. From Li Chengrong's confession, we know that Wang Teng's strength is not weak, probably reaching the level of a high-level martial arts apprentice. But it's simply impossible for a high-level martial apprentice to kill two martial artists. So it probably has little to do with him. At most, he saw the fight and was hesitant to tell the truth. The driver speculated, is it possible that the two martial artists died together, and he then profited from the situation? You've been reading too many novels. How come I've never encountered such a good thing? Chai Yu rolled his eyes. Hee, brother Chai, you don't know, this kind of plot is popular in novels now, it's so satisfying to read. The staff member chuckled. Get your car moving. Chai Yu chuckled and cursed, then couldn't help but sigh. Sigh, Li Rongcheng and Wang Teng are both advanced martial arts apprentices, and they are expected to become martial artists in the future. The Li family and the Wang family are not ordinary families either, so it's not good to go too far. Moreover, both martial artists' belongings are gone, including their cell phones. We have no idea who they are, and we can't even investigate them. This matter will probably remain an unsolved case. That's right, since connecting with the other world, the disappearance and death of martial artists has become difficult to count, a staff member remarked. €1. After dinner, Wang Teng took the backpack containing the eggs back to his bedroom when his parents weren't looking. Take the eggs out, place them on the incubator, turn it on, and let the incubator slowly incubate them. He lay on the bed with his hands behind his head. After a moment of stunned silence, he suddenly jumped out of bed and grabbed a mirror. Looking in the mirror, his eyes activated his spiritual vision talent, and he saw what appeared to be a thin black film covering his pupils. It looks like I'm wearing colored contact lenses. There's a red glow deeper inside. My God, it looks a bit like a crow's eye. Wang Teng observed carefully and immediately felt a little depressed. Could he really have developed crow eyes? Sigh, I wonder what kind of ability this spiritual vision talent is. Wang Teng sighed, his gaze sweeping across the room, and he suddenly paused when he saw the eggs in the incubator. This is €1. With the spiritual vision talent activated, the egg was entirely fiery red, resembling a burning flame. Fire force. Could this be the effect of the spiritual vision talent, allowing one to see the force? Wang Teng, with a burst of imagination, guessed. That giant raven was able to find the East China Sea and eventually lock onto me, perhaps because of this innate ability. This talent comes from the giant raven. Compared to it, my talent is just a weakened version and has room for further development. However, this talent is truly remarkable. Through these eyes, one can see the force and thus judge the strength of other martial artists. Wang Teng mused. He was thrilled by the discovery and studied it for a while until his eyes started to ache and his head started to feel dizzy, at which point he had to put away his spiritual vision talent. What's wrong? I feel a little dizzy. Could it be? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. He summoned his attribute panel and saw the words overconsumption appearing in the spirit section. The spiritual vision talent actually consumes mental energy. In that case, we can't use it recklessly. After resting for a while, the dizziness in Wang Teng's head gradually disappeared. Currently, we only know that the spiritual vision talent allows one to see the force. We wonder if there are any other abilities? After thinking it over, Wang Teng decided to pay more attention to this talent, as it had great potential and deserved special attention. After studying the Eye of Insight for a while, the food in my stomach had been almost digested. Wang Teng got up and went downstairs to greet his parents. Mom and Dad, I'm going to the martial arts gym. Wang Shengguo just returned from a business trip and didn't go to the company tonight. He's resting at home and also spending time with his wife. Right now, he and Li Shumei are watching TV in the living room. When they came across something exciting, they would discuss the melodramatic plot with Li Shumei. He looks no different from millions of ordinary men in the world. Upon hearing Wang Teng's voice, Wang Shengguo waved his hand without turning his head. Get out of here, don't disturb your mom and me watching TV. It's really exciting. Alright, I won't bother you two anymore. Wang Teng rolled his eyes and made a hasty retreat. Li Shumei patted Wang Shengguo on the shoulder and quickly called out, Son, what do you want to eat tonight? Mom will cook you a midnight snack. Whatever, Mom, just cook it as you see fit. I'm off. Wang Teng's voice came from outside the door, followed by the roar of a sports car. Polaris Martial Arts School. Wang Teng parked his car and walked along the path inside the martial arts school, thinking to himself, I'll go straight to the third floor today. Some people already know that my strength is more than just an intermediate martial arts apprentice, so there's no point in pretending to hide it. However, it's best to postpone my becoming a martial artist for now. Sigh, rapid improvement can be a problem. In fact, Wang Teng himself did not expect to become a martial artist so quickly. He originally thought he would have to wait until after the college entrance examination. Accidents always happen so suddenly. I suddenly strained my back. Wang Teng stood in front of the martial arts training building, glanced at the martial arts training building next to it, and sighed deeply. It's so desirable yet unattainable. Wang Teng walked into the building, silently completed the test, his identity information was automatically modified, and he gained the qualification to go to the 3rd floor. After collecting the attributes from the 1st and 2nd floors, he headed straight for the 3rd floor. The staircase leading to the 3rd floor is in a rather conspicuous location. Although Wang Teng didn't want to be in the limelight, he still attracted everyone's attention when he stepped onto the stairs. Wang Teng, I didn't expect you to become an advanced martial arts apprentice so quickly, a familiar student said as he stepped forward. The tone was envious. The training of martial arts apprentices becomes increasingly difficult as they progress. Many students here have been stuck at the intermediate martial arts apprentice level for a long time, unable to break through the threshold of the advanced martial arts apprentice level. It's a sad and lamentable situation. Sigh, Zhang Xiaoyang became a senior martial arts apprentice, and now another one has left. I heard that the Education Bureau is reforming this year, and intermediate martial arts apprentices can also participate in the martial arts college entrance examination. But it has nothing to do with us. Damn it, why wasn't this policy introduced sooner? The news of the expansion of recruitment for martial arts exams spread like wildfire, and everyone who needed to know knew about it. Many of the intermediate-level martial arts students present were martial arts practitioners from society, and they were generally older and unable to take the college entrance examination route. Unlike students in school, even intermediate martial arts apprentices have the opportunity to advance to a higher level in the future. This news was not good news for them. On the contrary, it's a blow. Some people were born in the wrong era and missed out on good opportunities. If the times are not on my side, what can I do? Keep up the good work, there will always be opportunities. Wang Teng nodded to the student and walked towards the 3rd floor. That's right, there's always a chance. The student clenched his fist, his fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes. He was only in his early 20s, it was too early to give up now. In the crowd, a fat man watched Wang Teng's arrogant back as he left, cursing inwardly. I knew it, this guy must be hiding his strength, otherwise how could he be faster than me? And how could he become a high-level martial apprentice in such a short time? This is not martial arts at all. 3 floors. The number of people was much less than on the 2nd floor, and the number decreased with each floor from the 1st to the 3rd, which perfectly illustrates the pyramid principle. Wang Teng's arrival caused many people to stop their training and turn around to take a look. So young. Another genius. HMPH, a genius? A euro. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the ground, revealing a floor covered in attribute bubbles, and a flock of 2-legged pure wool sheep waiting for him to pluck them. Very nice. At this moment, Zhang Xiaoyang, who had just advanced to the advanced martial arts apprentice level, walked over and stared at Wang Teng with a strange look in his eyes. Wang Teng, your speed is terrifying. I've been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and I've been at the intermediate level of martial arts apprentice for a while now. I just need the right opportunity, Wang Teng said with a smile. Zhang Xiaoyang, with an I knew it expression, put his arm around his shoulder and walked inside. Come on, now that you're here, I finally have someone to spar with. A euro. In one night, Wang Teng collected all the attribute bubbles from the 3 layers. Another wave of substantial gains. Total euro. Comprehension 5. Spirit 6. Strength 153. Speed *66. A euro. Wang Teng is currently focusing on improving his comprehension and spirit, but these 2 attributes remain as rare as ever. He had looked it up online. Force techniques and force combat skills are quite profound, thus requiring a high level of comprehension. If you have high comprehension, you will achieve twice the results with half the effort in cultivating techniques and combat skills, but if your comprehension is too low, you will experience what despair is. Although Wang Teng could improve his martial arts and combat skills by collecting attributes, the number of martial artists was already small. And they couldn't gather together like martial apprentices, allowing him to exploit them wave after wave. So when you have attributes, pick them up. When you don't have attributes, you can only rely on your own cultivation. Improving one's comprehension is a form of foresight. However, at least Wang Teng can improve his comprehension by collecting attributes. Little by little, you can gradually accumulate knowledge and skills. I'm sure I can improve my understanding over time. Unlike others, who have low comprehension and can only despair to death, what else can they do? The spirit attribute relates to the endurance of the spiritual vision ability. This ability may play a significant role in the future, so it's best to expand the battery capacity now. In addition, he also collected a lot of basic movement techniques, basic fist techniques, basic sword techniques, and basic knife techniques tonight. These combat skills are now pushing towards another level beyond the subtle. After getting to the microscopic level comes understanding the trend. Understanding the power dynamics is the final stage of basic combat skills. Once you reach this level, you've grasped the concept of power dynamics, and when you fight someone, you prioritize your momentum. Subduing the enemy without fighting. This refers to the role of momentum. However, few people would spend so much time honing their basic combat skills to this level. With that energy and time, they would be better off raising their strength to that of a martial artist and cultivating force combat skills. Wang Teng didn't care, he was just picking up attributes anyway, so why not? Moreover, mastering the basics is beneficial for future cultivation of force combat techniques, since only with a solid foundation can one build a higher level. In addition to the existing basic combat skills, Wang Teng also obtained a new basic combat skill, basic staff technique, beginner. Stick fighting. Does this mean I should get a Ruyi Jingu Bang, magic staff, or a Sui Shin Tai Gon, iron staff, in the future? Then showed a euro. Hey, monster, let go of my lion and tiger. End of a night of exploiting loopholes. Oops, end of a night of training. After collecting the last attributes, Wang Teng left the Polar Star Martial Arts School and drove home along the coastal highway. Polar Star Martial Arts School is located by the sea. Along the coastline, there is a highway, but at night, there are hardly any vehicles passing by. It appeared exceptionally quiet in the pitch-black night. Wang Teng was the last to leave. The other martial arts students had already gone home. Music was playing in the car. The stirring music dispelled the surrounding silence. Tonight, in the cold night, I watched the snowfall. With a heart that has cooled, drifting far away. Chasing in the wind and rain, unable to distinguish the shadow in the fog. The sky is vast and the sea is wide, and so are you and me. Things may change, but who hasn't changed? A euro, squeak. The screeching sound of brakes suddenly rang out, breaking the rhythm of the music. Wang Teng narrowly managed to brake, his body lurching forward due to inertia, but as a martial artist, his coordination was exceptional, and he immediately stopped. The high beams illuminated the road ahead, where a large tree lay fallen in the middle of the road. Meanwhile, on the trunk of the big tree sat a figure whose appearance was indistinct. Wang Teng frowned. This person doesn't seem to have any good intentions. It was as if they were targeting him. Just as he was about to get off the bus, he suddenly remembered something and activated his spiritual vision, A ball of light, like a 50-watt incandescent bulb, appeared in the field of vision. The Force Warrior. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Why would a martial artist seek him out? Who was this person? What was their purpose? A host of questions welled up in my mind. However, judging from the intensity of the light reflected by his spiritual vision, and comparing it to his own, he was not afraid even if a fight broke out. Wang Teng took out his sword, put on his boxing gloves, and then slowly got out of the car. Hand over the stuff, the man said suddenly, looking at Wang Teng. What is this? I don't think I recognize you. Wang Teng said in confusion. Whether you recognize me or not is irrelevant, but hand over what you obtained from Baoan Mountain, and I might spare your life, the man said coldly. What do you mean by something obtained from Baoan Mountain? I don't know what you're talking about. Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. How did this person know that they took it? The man sneered, stood up, and walked towards Wang Teng. You don't know? Then where did you get the sword and gauntlets? Of course I bought this, Wang Teng said calmly. As the other person approached, he finally saw clearly that he was a man in his 30s with no particularly striking features, but his eyes were like those of a lone wolf, not a kind one. Even when you're about to die, you still dare to be stubborn. The man waved his phone. The members of our team all have GPS tracking systems installed on their phones. You did a good job of concealing it, destroying the evidence and leaving no way to prove anything. It's a pity that you foolishly brought their phones back. Damn it, there's a GPS tracker on my phone. I was so careless. Wang Teng cursed himself inwardly. Well, speechless now? Tell me where the thing is, and I'll spare your life. Let me tell you, I am a martial artist. Even if you, a mere martial apprentice, wield a runic weapon, you are no match for me. So don't make a mistake for yourself, the man said calmly. Wang Teng felt fortunate. Luckily, I always keep those 2 cell phones with me. This person just came to me, and probably doesn't know where I live yet. But he had a shocked look on his face. A martial artist? You're actually a martial artist. But if I hand it over to you, will you really let me go? Wang Teng, channeling his inner drama queen, looked anxious, hesitant, and somewhat fearful, seemingly struggling to make a decision. Of course, you should be glad that I'm handling this alone. If my other teammates found out, they wouldn't be as easy to talk to as I am, the man said. Don't others know? Wang Teng looked up. Yes, it's only me, so you don't need to worry about anyone else causing you trouble. The man's expression seemed very sincere in order to convince Wang Teng. Fine, then I'll tell you, but you have to promise to spare my life. Wang Teng gritted his teeth and finally nodded heavily. He walked towards the other person. The man smiled and said, Don't worry, I keep my word. I'm a martial artist, why would I lie to a mere martial apprentice like you? I put that thing in. Wang Teng walked to within 3 meters of the man, his eyes narrowed, and he stomped his foot heavily, suddenly leaping up. The smile on the man's face suddenly turned sinister. You little brat, I knew you wouldn't be honest. I've been on guard against you for a long time. You can't hide your little tricks from me. A mere martial arts apprentice. Today I'll show you the difference between a martial artist and a martial apprentice. The man threw a punch at Wang Teng, his fist covered with a layer of yellow primal force, exuding a sense of solidity and weight. Wang Teng brandished his longsword. Basic swordsmanship at the microscopic level. He did not use any force when he drew his sword. However, just as the longsword collided with the opponent's fist, a burst of explosive, scorching primal force erupted. Boom! The two collided, producing a loud roar. Wang Teng used all his strength, but his opponent regarded him as a martial arts apprentice and only made a casual strike. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Pshaw! Muscles were severed, bones were broken, and blood gushed out, splashing high into the air. The man's screams followed. Ah! One of his arms was severed by Wang Teng. The man, who had just been so confident and seemed to have everything under control, was now deathly pale, his face contorted with pain, filled with shock, anger, and disbelief. Warrior, you're actually a martial artist? The man exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined that the boy in front of him, who looked like just a high school student, would actually be a real martial artist. Run! We must escape. Otherwise, you'll die. The man, having lost an arm and greatly diminished in strength, knew he was no match for Wang Teng. Filled with resentment, he turned and fled. He saw Wang Teng's face, which was filled with murderous intent. And those indifferent eyes. He showed no trace of unease or fear, it was all fake, all an act. This guy is such a drama queen. You want to leave? Wang Teng severed the man's arm in one move. Without any hesitation, he activated his subtle movement technique, increasing his speed dramatically. Flames coiled around his sword as he slashed at his opponent. Boy, don't push your luck. The man shouted in fear, dodging repeatedly. Wang Teng remained unmoved, his movements as swift as a shadow, relentlessly pressing forward. But the opponent was clearly a seasoned martial artist with extensive combat experience, and even though he was seriously injured, he still struggled to hold on. We can't let this drag on any longer. A swift and decisive victory. Wang Teng felt a sense of urgency. In a daze, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he threw his sword away, hurling it fiercely at his opponent. Whoosh! The sword, carrying the power of flames, charged forward like an arrow released from a crossbow. The man's pupils shrank to the size of pinpoints, his hair stood on end, and he dodged to the side with all his might. Pshaw! The sword sliced open his chest, leaving a bloody gash surrounded by charred marks. But he still managed to dodge the sword. Huff, huff, huff. The man gasped for breath, feeling as if he had survived a disaster. Ha ha ha, you little brat, you can't kill me today. He laughed heartily, but before he could finish speaking, a chilling gust of wind slammed into him from his right. He turned his head away. A fist, as big as an ice cube, rapidly enlarged before my eyes. Ice-type force. No! The man screamed and frantically channeled his inner energy, condensing it into an earthen yellow shield. Tsuchimoto's shield. But before the shield could fully materialize, Wang Tang's diamond stardust fist. No, it was his illusion ice fist that came crashing down. Boom! Click! The shield shattered instantly, and his fist landed on the opponent's face. Euro. Passive skill activated. Face breaking. The man was punched and sent flying. There were no cheap special effects, only extreme cold that invaded the other person's head and froze it. The man's screams stopped abruptly as soon as they began. His expression of terror froze on his face as he flew through the air and crashed to the ground. Yes, this was a fatal blow. Wang Tang had used all the ice-type primal force within his core. Even a small number is enough to kill. The other side has been defeated. From the very beginning, the information he had was incorrect. Wang Tang is a martial artist, not a martial arts apprentice. Wang Tang, with a calculated strategy, launched a surprise attack using the strength of a high-level martial arts apprentice, making his opponent believe that he had everything under control. As a result of his carelessness, Wang Tang unleashed his martial arts prowess. Before he could react, Wang Tang's arm was severed, and he lost all fighting spirit, only wanting to escape. Under such circumstances, he didn't even get to use half of his fighting power before Wang Tang sent him to meet the King of Hell with a single punch. Battle over. Wang Tang's heart was pounding, and he was breathing slightly heavily. I killed a martial artist. He was slightly stunned. This time it was different from the martial artist I killed at Baoan Mountain last time. The opponent was already seriously injured at the time, and Wang Tang did not kill him head-on, but instead used the rune gun. The martial artist never expected that Wang Tang's speed was much faster than that of an ordinary advanced martial artist, which led to his failed sneak attack. He never imagined that Wang Tang, a high school student, would be carrying a rune gun. For various reasons, Wang Tang was able to easily kill a martial artist with just a few shots. So, does that mean I'm actually a shrew? How is that possible? Wang Tang quickly shook his head. He picked up the sword, stepped forward, hesitated for a moment, and then plunged the sword into the man's heart. Although the ice-type force froze the opponent's brain, it would be safer to finish them off with a blow to the heart, just in case. Several attribute bubbles fell next to the corpse. Basic Earth Elemental Talent *12. Earth Elemental Force *3. €1 Yellow Earth Skill *1 €. Spirit 1. Strength 10. €. Earth Warrior. Looks like I'll be getting another talent attribute. I'm really going further and further down the path of all attributes. Wang Tang picked up the attribute bubble. His mental attribute increased by 1. His mind became clear, and the cultivation method of Yellow Earth technique immediately appeared in his memory. His body also transformed into an Earth affinity physique, instantly sensing the Earth elemental force wandering between heaven and Earth. Earth elemental force surged into Wang Tang's body, and the 3 points of Earth elemental force he picked up on the other side also merged into it. After circulating through the limbs and bones according to the operating method of Wang Tu Gong, it enters the original nucleus. The balance within the pronucleus was instantly disrupted. The ice-based primal force was subtly stirring. However, that mysterious power reappeared and calmed it down. The 3 slowly rotated, returning to balance, gradually forming a tripartite balance. Comprehension, 88.1. Spirit, 20.2. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Insight, Basic 1.1, 10. Force, 62/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 5/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. 4/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 2/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 2/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 2/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Basic Staff Techniques, Beginner, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 40/100. Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 9/100. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 195. Blank Attribute, 0. No combat skills drop this time? Looking at the attribute panel, Wang Tang felt a little regretful. However, the Yellow Earth Technique does include a defensive combat skill €, the Earth Element Shield. The defensive shield that this person used before must have been this combat technique. He hadn't even fully unleashed it before I shattered it. I wonder how strong its defense was. We need to find an opportunity to test it out. Wang Teng was quite satisfied with the earth element shield. He has no shortage of offensive combat skills, but he lacks defensive means, and the earth element shield makes up for his weakness. My mental attribute dropped quite a bit this time, down to 1 point. Could it be because I attacked its head? Should I get a brick and use it to smash people's heads from now on? Thinking about this, Wang Teng suddenly felt that there was great potential in it. These thoughts flashed through his mind for a moment before he turned his gaze to the corpse before him. It's time to unleash a god-tier skill, the corpse looting technique. The man's pockets were empty except for a cell phone, and there was no trace of any runic weapon. Damn, so poor. Little did Wang Teng know that this man was genuinely poor. He had only recently become a martial artist and spent a large sum of money to buy a copy of Yellow Earth Kung Fu, leaving him with no money left to buy combat techniques and weapons. Otherwise, why would he have kept it a secret from the other teammates he mentioned and come to capture Wang Teng on his own? They simply wanted to keep the belongings of those two martial artists for themselves. Without wasting any more time, Wang Teng used his fire elemental force to ignite the corpse, burning it to ashes. He stared at the gradually dying flames before him, somewhat dazed. In less than a month, he had already taken several lives. Although he never started the trouble, but was always the one retaliating, otherwise he would have been the one to lose his life. But ultimately, he was the one who killed the person. His hands were also stained with blood. Alas, sin. Wang Teng sighed, feeling that he was originally a kind and innocent person, but the world was like this, forcing good people into prostitution. The fire was completely extinguished. With a gust of sea breeze, the embers were completely scattered by the wind. Suddenly I realized fire elemental force is practically a must-have for murder and arson, and for any household. Wang Teng held the martial artist's phone in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he suddenly exerted force in his hand. Click! He crushed an expensive fruit machine in an instant. He sneered, tossed the object into the sea, and it sank with a splash. Then he took the two cell phones he had obtained earlier from the car and, in the same manner, sank them into the sea. If they want to find it, let them go fishing in the sea. This incident served as a wake-up call for Wang Teng, reminding him that in modern society, one must be wary of technological products. €1. Wang Teng drove away, and fortunately it was late and no other vehicles passed by. Otherwise, if someone were to witness this scene of murder and disposing of the body, it would probably terrify them. When Wang Teng returned home, he took out the items he had taken from the two martial artists and carefully checked them one by one. Only after confirming that there were no tracking devices was he able to breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, we shouldn't bring these things home, lest we drag mom and dad into the feuds among martial artists. They are not martial artists, so it's best to avoid contact with them. No wonder ordinary people know so little about the world of martial artists. It turns out that without truly stepping into it, they really are from two different worlds. Wang Teng was somewhat moved, thinking to himself, in that case, I'll have to rent a place. I'll go check it out tomorrow. Just then, Li Shumei's voice came from downstairs. Son, come and have some midnight snack. Oh, degree. Oh, thank goodness I practice martial arts, otherwise I don't know how fat I would get if I kept eating like this. Tuesday. Once Wang Shengguo returned home, Wang Teng could no longer indulge in his carefree lifestyle. They had no choice but to go to school obediently. He put the egg in his backpack and placed it in the car along with the two weapons, planning to rent a house outside today. Let's find a hidden egg in a golden nest. Arrived at school, Wang Teng was surprised to find that many people were studying 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulations, and their frenzy was somewhat frightening to him. Even Lin Chuan was no exception, burying herself in her studies, taking notes while muttering to herself. This is truly you can't live without being obsessed. The martial arts exam is quite attractive to everyone, and even though the chances are slim, many people are unwilling to give up. They risk their lives. Oops, they bet their college entrance exams, they were determined to give it their all. Wang Teng was very pleased. These attribute bubbles from 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation are everywhere. Students, you're all amazing. Study hard, everyone. While collecting attributes, Wang Teng expressed his admiration for his classmates who were studying hard. You guys are all great. In one morning, Wang Teng quickly mastered the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation. After having lunch with Xu Jia and a few others at noon, he drove out of the school. Zhao Ganggu and Zhao Gangbao had been waiting at the gate of Donghai No. 1 Middle School for almost 2 hours. After thinking about it all night, Zhao Ganggu made a decision that even he himself couldn't believe. At this moment, although he had waited for a long time, he dared not complain. Zhao Gangbao sat on the steps by the roadside, looking dejected and puffing on his cigarette. He looked rather haggard. As soon as Wang Tang drove out, Zhao Ganggu immediately recognized him. "Young Master Wang." His eyes lit up and he quickly shouted. Wang Tang was about to drive away when he heard the voice and stepped on the brakes again. "Yeah, it's him. He really came. I parked the car on the side of the road." "What, you've made up your mind so quickly?" Wang Tang asked Zhao Ganggu as he got out of the car. "Since we've promised young Master Wang, we definitely need to make a decision as soon as possible," Zhao Ganggu said with a wry smile. "So what decision did you make?" Wang Tang asked with interest, a hint of curiosity in his voice. Zhao Ganggu gritted his teeth, seemingly hesitant at the last minute, but finally said, "Young Master Wang, although I, Zhao Ganggu, am not very talented, I do have some novice and intermediate martial arts apprentices working for me. If you don't mind, young Master Wang, we'll follow you from now on." Wang Tang was immediately surprised. He had considered that Zhao Ganggu might go bankrupt to raise more money, or acquire some rune weapons to resolve the feud between the two sides. But no one expected that Zhao Ganggu would go so far as to try to bring his men under his command. "Brother!" Zhao Gangbao exclaimed in shock. He also didn't expect Zhao Ganggu to make such a decision. If he really became Wang Tang's subordinate, wouldn't he have no backer in the future? Wang Tang's mind stirred for a moment, as if he had just thought of something. Although they were only beginner and intermediate martial arts apprentices, with only Zhao Ganggu being an advanced martial arts apprentice, they were still considered a small force. It's certainly worth considering acquiring them. However, he did not agree immediately, and a look of contemplation appeared on his face. Upon seeing this, Zhao Ganggu's heart skipped a beat, and he pulled out Zhao Gangbao, who was standing to the side. "If young Master Wang thinks it's not enough, this matter was caused by my younger brother after all. Since he can't control his lower body, why not cut it off so that he will never dare to do anything wrong again?" Zhao Gangbao was so scared he almost peed his pants. "Brother, my own brother, I must have been picked up by you. How could you be so cruel to me?" he shouted as he struggled desperately. But how could he possibly resist Zhao Ganggu, a high-level martial arts apprentice, given his strength? Wang Tang was also stunned. Cut it." It took him a while to recover, and he looked at Zhao Ganggu with a strange expression. If it weren't for the fact that the two looked 7 or 8 points alike, he would have really thought that Zhao Gangbao was an adopted child. Wouldn't cutting it off be a bit too harsh? Wang Tang pondered for a moment. When Zhao Gangbao heard that Wang Tang had actually spoken up for him, he was almost moved to tears and quickly nodded. "Brother, since young Master Wang has said so, please forgive me this time. I'll never do it again. This time I was completely blinded by greed, which is why I had such inappropriate thoughts about young Master Wang's friend. I know I was wrong." Zhao Ganggu remained unmoved. Wang Tang nodded. "It seems your brother really knows he was wrong. In that case, don't cut him off completely." Zhao Ganggu and the other man felt something was off about what he was saying, but they couldn't quite put their finger on it. Zhao Gangbao was overjoyed, knowing that as long as Wang Tang relented, his brother would definitely not really go all out. However, Wang Tang paused for a moment, then continued. "I'm always a kind person, so I'll just cut it in half." Zhao Gangbao, I% a euro asterisk and an asterisk hash I% a euro and. You must be a devil. Their heart must be black. Half. Screw half of it. Zhao Gangbao's face turned completely pale. He stared blankly at Wang Tang, especially at that "I'm so kind" expression on his face. He was completely flustered. "Young Master Wang, how about we just cut it all off?" Zhao Ganggu's eyelids twitched wildly as he repeatedly warned himself that he must never provoke Wang Tang again. At that moment, Zhao Gangbao even felt that Zhao Ganggu said those words for his own good. Cut in half. Why not just be straightforward? Zhao Gangbao's eyes were lifeless, half from fear and half from despair. "This world is so scary, Mom, I want to go home." Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Wang Tang stopped trying to scare Zhao Gangbao, patted him on the shoulder, and said, "All right, I was just kidding. Don't go around causing trouble in the future. You won't always run into someone as easy to talk to as me." Zhao Gangbao suddenly looked up, his face full of surprise. So, it doesn't need to be cut off? But if you do it again, I'll deal with you myself. Wang Tang said calmly, then ignored him, got into the car, started the engine, and prepared to leave. Young Master Wang, what do you think of my suggestion? Zhao Ganggu hurriedly asked. No rush. Let me see your background first. If you meet my requirements, then we can talk. Wang Tang rolled down the car window, glanced at Zhao Ganggu, left a message, and drove away. Wait until the car drives away. Zhao Gangbao asked cautiously, Brother, aren't you going to cut me? Idiot, are you the only one who actually thought I was going to cut you down? Don't you understand the art of feigning injury? Young Master Wang saw through it immediately. It was just to scare you. Look at the pathetic look on your face, Zhao Gang glared at him. Zhao Gangbao was used to being scolded and didn't take it to heart. He just breathed a sigh of relief and patted his chest, saying, that scared me to death. Useless thing. Zhao Ganggu got even angrier and kicked him hard. Zhao Gangbao skillfully jumped aside to dodge, chuckled, and asked again, Brother, are you really going to follow him? Following a martial artist, especially such a young one, is more promising than following me, a high-level martial apprentice, Zhao Ganggu said leisurely. After parting ways with Zhao Ganggu, Wang Tang drove while thinking about the other man's suggestion. It must be admitted that Zhao Ganggu is a bit clever. By joining forces with this martial artist, not only can past grievances be resolved, but one can also become his protector. And that self-inflicted injury ruse. Ha tilde. Wang Tang smiled enigmatically. So, should we accept his surrender? €1. Lost in thought, Wang Tang drove his sports car to a residential area. While attending classes at school in the morning, he searched for properties between Donghai No. 1 Middle School and his home on 58.com. I also arranged to meet with several landlords to view the property at noon. The neighborhood in front of us is the first one, and the landlord is a middle-aged woman in her 50s. Because Wang Tang was a little late, he didn't look too good, but when he saw Wang Tang driving a sports car, his eyes lit up and he became incredibly enthusiastic. She took Wang Tang to see the house, chattering on and on about how great it was and how convenient the transportation was. Wang Tang was completely baffled. When it came to rent, he was even more speechless. The online price was $3,500 a month, but now it's $6,000, almost a 50% increase. They clearly thought he was a sucker. In the end, Wang Tang could only make excuses and go back to think about it before he was able to get rid of this gossipy old lady. As he left the residential area, he couldn't help but wipe away a cold sweat. That's terrifying. I then looked at 2 or 3 more places, but I wasn't very satisfied with any of them. Those landlords were either eccentric or had such complicated conditions that they didn't seem to be looking for tenants, but rather looking for someone to look after the property. What, you can't enter this room? You can't use that appliance? My house has just been renovated, so I really can't let the walls get dirty. Remember to water the plants on my balcony, feed the cats and dogs, and so on. Wang Tang was speechless. If you're unwilling to part with it, why put it out for rent? Since these flowers and plants are so precious, and the cats and dogs are so cute, why not take them with you and raise them yourself? €1. After an hour of going back and forth without any success, Wang Tang shook his head and headed straight for the last shop. I don't dare to have too much hope anymore. I should have gone to an agency. Wang Tang shook his head. In his previous life, after the Wang family fell from grace, he rented a place to live on his own and was ripped off by agencies several times. He still remembered it vividly, so he subconsciously ruled out all agencies. This last property is located near Donghai University Town. His location is no longer on the same line as his home in Donghai No. 1 Middle School. However, this place is quite secluded, and because it is located next to the university town, the security situation is quite good. He saw it by chance, thought it looked good, and decided to come and take a look. You're the young Master Wang, the boss of Kidian Orphanage? The landlord was a middle-aged, burly man who was picking his toes. He was wearing beach shorts and flip-flops. He stood on the side of the main road and asked Wang Tang a question that left him dumbfounded as soon as they met. It's about young Master Wang, the boss of Kidian Orphanage. After thinking for a moment, I remembered that this was my online name. However, this was a masterpiece from my chunibyo, adolescent delusions of grandeur, period in my past life, and I've long forgotten about it now. I don't even bother to look at my own name when I'm online. I didn't expect to be called out like that. How embarrassing. I feel like I could explode on the spot. Although he secretly wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground, he maintained a calm demeanor and nodded. "You're the landlord." "It's me. Come on, I'll show you the house." The burly man, who was picking his toes, seemed quite natural, without making a fuss at all. He seems to be someone who has seen a lot in his life. He led Wang Teng in one direction. Before me was a cluster of low-rise houses. Walking in from the main road, I wandered through the alleyways, and after a while, I arrived at a house with a yard. The exterior walls were gray and white, covered with vines. The landlord opened the iron gate and went in first. "Take a look around yourself." Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony and looked around. "The more I look at it, the more satisfied I feel." The house is in a quiet location. Although it looks old from the outside, the interior is newly decorated and looks very comfortable. It also comes with a small courtyard, which looks spacious, so if you want to practice martial arts, you can move freely. The university town is not far away. Although it is quiet here, once you step outside, you can see the student street in the distance, which is still lively even after 10 p.m. The neighborhood is mostly inhabited by ordinary families, and quite a few college students also rent here. There aren't many unsavory characters. "How about it?" Seeing Wang Teng return after going around in circles, the landlord asked. "Not bad, let's talk about the price." Wang Teng nodded. The landlord took a cigarette and put it in his mouth, then offered one to Wang Teng. "Want one?" Wang Teng didn't stand on ceremony, took it, and put it in his mouth. The landlord lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, slowly exhaled, and asked, "Are you renting this place by yourself?" "Yes." Wang Teng nodded. "It's not cheap if you rent it alone, but seeing you drive a sports car here, I guess you're not short of money." The landlord smiled. "How about this, I won't charge you much, 5,000 a month, is that acceptable?" Wang Teng had checked the rent in this area before he came, and the price was quite reasonable. Moreover, the interior decoration is quite nice. In theory, even if the price were a bit higher, people would still want to rent it. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at the burly man picking his feet, feeling somewhat surprised. "What, still think it's too cheap?" The burly man with his feet scratching his feet saw through what he was thinking at a glance and grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "The price is acceptable, even if it's a bit higher, but I have one condition," Wang Teng said. "Any conditions? Tell me." The burly man with his feet scratched raised his eyebrows. "No one else is allowed to come in during my tenancy, including you." Wang Teng said. "Sure, that's exactly what should be done." The burly man with his feet scratching his head nodded in agreement without any hesitation. In the end, the burly man didn't charge more than his share. He offered a fixed price of 5,000, which made Wang Teng feel a little more favorably toward him. Rent is paid 1 month's rent as deposit and 3 months' rent in advance. Alipay transfer. The contract is signed. The burly man with his feet scratching took out a bunch of keys and handed them to Wang Teng. "If you're worried, I can give you the spare key too. I live in the newly built community next door. If you're not in a hurry to leave, I'll go back and get it for you," the burly man said, pointing to a community that could be seen from here. "I'll move in tonight, and you can give it to me then." Wang Teng didn't refuse. The burly man nodded and walked with Wang Teng toward the road outside, a short walk of just a few minutes. When they reached the street and were about to say goodbye, the burly man's phone rang. "The vast horizon is my love." The loud and energetic ringtone of the cell phone echoed on the street, attracting the attention of many college students passing by. A 200% head turning rate. "Hey, honey, okay, I'll be right back." "Oh, you wanna buy a bottle of soy sauce? Okay, I'll go buy it now." Wang Teng watched as the burly man, who had just been so composed, now acted like a mouse before a cat, bowing and scraping obsequiously over the phone. His expression was quite interesting. A moment later, the burly man who was picking his toes hung up the phone and let out a long sigh of relief. I lit a cigarette to calm my nerves. His back straightened up instantly. "Sigh, I'm a man who owns 18 houses slated for demolition compensation. How did I end up like this woman?" Euro Wang Teng. "Dude, it seems you've revealed something really serious." Wang Teng suddenly realized. No wonder this landlord treats money like dirt and doesn't care about 1,000 or 2,000 yuan more or less in rent. A man who owns 18 houses slated for demolition is truly outstanding. That's how awesome it is. You have to admit it. He seems a little afraid of his wife. Beneath his feigned strength, Wang Teng saw a weak, helpless, and tormented soul. Amen. Let's observe 3 seconds of silence. Seeing Wang Teng's gaze, the burly man with his feet scratched his mouth. Brother, there's no need to say anything, I understand. I also admire men like you. Go and get. Oh no, go buy soy sauce, your wife is waiting for you. Wang Teng patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly. The burly man opened his mouth again, but couldn't utter a single word. In the end, he waved his hand and walked dejectedly toward the convenience store next door to buy soy sauce. A real man should be like this, daring to face the tigress at home. Wang Teng got into the car, took one last look at that desolate figure, and left a sigh that drifted away in the wind. €1. Wang Teng returned to school. Class was about to begin in 10 minutes. However, he has no intention of returning to the classroom. For him, simply staying in the classroom was a waste of time. Don't worry about the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation practice materials. Just take some time each day to review them, and you'll be able to get a perfect score in no time. Class monitor, please cover for me this afternoon. Wang Teng said something to Lin Chuan, and then leisurely left the classroom amidst her helpless gaze. That guy is so infuriating. He always makes me cover for him. I should have just ignored him. He keeps pushing his luck. Lin Chuan couldn't help but stomp her foot. In fact, the teachers of all subjects have always turned a blind eye to Wang Teng's behavior of skipping classes and even playing on his phone during class. In the eyes of the teachers, Wang Teng has always been a poor student. They are just glad that he doesn't affect the other students in the class. The school bell rang. The noise in the school gradually quieted down, and soon only the sound of the teacher lecturing remained. Wang Teng walked along the school path, deciding to find a place to cultivate his origin force. Since becoming a martial artist, he has never seriously cultivated. Now that I have some free time, I'll use it to practice the origin force technique and see how effective it is. There's a small grove of trees behind the playground, but apart from a few delinquent students smoking there, very few people go there. It's class time now, so there's nobody around. Wang Teng thought for a moment, then walked towards the grove. The grove was occasionally filled with the chirping of insects and birds, making it exceptionally quiet. Wang Teng walked inside for a while and saw a large rock, just big enough for a person to sit on. He lightly jumped and sat down cross-legged on the rock. A patch of shade overhead perfectly blocked the scorching sun. The temperature was still very high, so he used ice-type primal force to create a ring of ice around him. The temperature dropped significantly immediately. That feels so good. Seeing that no one was around, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the origin force technique. First up is the crimson flame technique. Following the cultivation method, the fire elemental force within his core was drawn out and circulated throughout his limbs and bones. Wang Teng gradually entered a meditative state. The fire elemental force that had been roaming freely in the world surged towards him. According to the description in Crimson Flame Technique, the primal force flows through the body along the path of the technique, and then returns to the primal core, which is one cycle. By this time, the fire elemental force had completed a full cycle, but Wang Teng did not stop and continued to cultivate. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. An hour passed quickly. Wang Teng demonstrated remarkable focus in his cultivation practice. An hour later, he slowly opened his eyes and felt that the fire elemental force in his body had grown much stronger, and he was also more proficient in the Crimson Flame technique. My gaze fell on the attribute panel. Comprehension, 83.1. Spirit, 20.2. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Insight, Basic 1.1, 10. Force, 63/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 5/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. 4/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 5/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 2/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 2/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Basic Staff Techniques, Beginner, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 40/100. Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 9/100. Knowledge, Basic Disciplines, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 195. Blank Attribute, 0. The fire elemental force only increased by a little bit. Wang Teng's eyes widened. He cultivated for a full hour and only increased his fire elemental force by a single point, a speed that he found somewhat unbelievable. Normally, I improve my strength by collecting attributes and my power increases incredibly fast. Indeed, there's no harm in comparison. It seems I've really been spoiled by the system. What if one day the system disappears? When Wang Teng considered this possibility, his heart tightened and he quickly shook his head. No, I can't rely too much on the system. I must also work hard to cultivate. Taking a deep breath, Wang Teng's eyes hardened. Having figured this out, he gradually adjusted his mindset. Then his gaze shifted downwards. Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 5/100ths, proficiency increased by 3 points compared to before. Wang Teng nodded to himself. If he continued to work hard like this, breaking through to the beginner level was only a matter of time. Once you reach the next level, your cultivation speed will definitely be faster. Next, he continued to cultivate, but later switched to the mysterious ice technique and the yellow earth technique. Compared to fire-type primal force, ice-type and earth-type primal force are undoubtedly too weak. Last night in the battle against the enemy, the ice-type force, as a surprise attack, played a decisive role. Therefore, it is essential to enhance these two forces so that they can be used as trump cards in the future. Time passed. For the entire afternoon, Wang Teng sat motionless on the rock, practicing his origin force technique. He stopped practicing when the bell rang for the end of the last class in the afternoon. I glanced at the attribute panel. Ice-type and Earth-type force have each increased by 1.5 points. At the same time, the proficiency of Mysterious Ice Technique increased by 4 points, and the proficiency of Yellow Earth Technique increased by 3 points. A good haul. This time, Wang Teng didn't mind paying too little. Yes, you have a very stable mindset. He was trying to get off the rock when his legs stiffened, and he almost fell flat on his face. Oh my god, that scared me to death. He quickly steadied himself against the stone and caught his breath. A martial artist almost fell off a rock that was so high, a euro. If word got out, people would probably laugh themselves to death. Those novels are all lies, right? Who said that sitting cross-legged for meditation is more effective? My legs are numb. Completely unable to move his legs, Wang Teng had to pry them open with his hands. After a long while, he was finally able to get out of bed and walk, and he was really frustrated inside. After class, the school became incredibly noisy. Students from each grade and class walked out of their classrooms one after another, forming a human stream that surged toward the school gate. Wang Teng went straight to the faculty office to register for the martial arts exam with his old teacher, Fan Weiming. The office was more lively than Wang Teng had imagined. In particular, several students surrounded each of the senior high school homeroom teachers, making the office instantly crowded. Wang Teng knocked on the door, immediately attracting everyone's attention. It must be admitted that Wang Teng is quite well known in the senior year of high school. How could it be him? What's he doing here? Is he here to register too? A rich kid is taking the martial arts exam? Has he ever practiced martial arts? Is he just joking? Did they say they've never practiced martial arts? The sudden question plunged the whispering group into an eerie silence. Tilda, I don't think I've ever said that. So, what are you all babbling about? A euro. Oh, as trademark. Oh. The topic abruptly ended a euro. Then everyone continued to gather around their respective homeroom teachers, engrossed in signing up, as if nothing had happened. Wang Teng. Fan Weiming also saw Wang Teng and asked in surprise, "Are you here to register too?" "Come in." As a competent homeroom teacher, he was well aware that several students in his class had the opportunity to apply for martial arts majors. But this obviously does not include Wang Teng. Although Wang Teng's father had given him gifts, Fan Weiming was a principled homeroom teacher. Give this kid a good talking to later. The martial arts exam is no joke. Fan Weiming thought to himself, then said, "Wait here for a moment, I'll help them register first." Okay, Wang Teng nodded. His gaze fell on several classmates. Among them were a few unfamiliar faces, Yang Jian who sat in front of him, and my deskmate and class monitor is Lin Chuan. As for Yang Jian, well, he has an uncle who works in the education bureau. He received inside information early on and was better prepared than others, so he should be very confident. As for Lin Chuan, putting aside her strength, the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation alone would be enough to give her a hard time. But she actually signed up the day after the announcement. It's important to know that many people are still hesitant and unable to make up their minds in a short period of time. Because the martial arts exam and the regular college entrance exam overlap in timing, if you register for the martial arts exam, you will definitely not be able to participate in some subjects of the regular college entrance exam. It seems Lin Chuan is quite determined. Lin Chuan, are you really sure? Wang Teng leaned close to Lin Chuan and asked in a low voice. Yes, squad leader, the martial arts exam is no joke, especially the practical combat assessment, which does have a mortality rate and is very dangerous. Yang Jian had been hesitant about how to start the conversation, but seeing that Wang Teng had spoken up, he also joined in the persuasion. Yes, I've thought all of that through, Lin Chuan nodded. Do your parents agree as well? Wang Teng asked, frowning. My parents I can make the decision myself. Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment but still said it. Wang Teng's lips twitched. So you didn't even discuss it with your parents? This girl is so opinionated. I wanted to say a few more words of persuasion, but seeing her stubborn and headstrong pretty face, I swallowed the words back down. Sigh, whatever. Everyone has the right to make their own choices. Since she has already made up her mind, there's no point in me trying to persuade her anymore. Seeing that Wang Teng had shut up, Yang Jian didn't say anything more. By this time, the other students had already registered, so he stepped forward, paid the registration fee, filled out the registration form, and that was it. The process is surprisingly simple. Yang Jian left after registering. Fan Weiming picked up the water glass beside him, opened the lid, and blew on it. Wang Teng spotted a few goji berries playfully tumbling around inside. €A_A. Lin Chuan tried her best to maintain a serious expression. Fan Weiming was completely oblivious to their odd behavior. He took a sip of water infused with goji berries and looked at the two people in front of him with a slight headache. One is the top student in their senior year, 8 class, a top prospect in the entire senior year, and a potential candidate for the top university. But this child actually wants to take the martial arts exam. It's not that the martial arts exam is bad. It's not about whether it's suitable or not. In terms of academics, Lin Chuan is the best in the entire Donghai No. 1 high school. However, in the martial arts exam, putting everything else aside, even if she could pass, her score would definitely not be very high, at least not to the level of a liberal arts student. Lin Chuan came over as soon as get out of class ended. He had tried to persuade her for a long time, but she was determined and he couldn't persuade her no matter what he did. How could Fan Weiming not have a headache? As for the other Oniya Wang Teng, there's not much to say about a rich kid whose studies are a complete mess, but the martial arts exam is no ordinary exam, and Fan Weiming doesn't want him to risk his life. So he said, Wang Teng, I told you before that the practical combat assessment in the martial arts exam is extremely dangerous. Didn't you hear me? Teacher, I've taken your advice. Wang Teng rolled his eyes inwardly. Why is he so distrustful of me? You listened. Then why do you still want to sign up for the martial arts exam? Fan Weiming was genuinely puzzled. Teacher, I know you mean well, but I know what I'm doing, so you can rest assured. Seeing his dismissive attitude, Wang Teng had no choice but to use his trump card. Besides, my dad has also agreed. Oh, your dad agreed. Fan Weiming was slightly taken aback, thinking to himself, looks like he has connections. It's good to be rich. Then he nodded. In that case, come over and register. He then handed the registration form to Wang Teng. After paying the fee, Wang Teng signed his name on the registration form, and that was it. At the same time, Fan Weiming said to Lin Chuan, Chuan, your teacher still hopes you can think it over more. The college entrance examination is a major event in life and you can't act impulsively. Teacher, I really didn't act impulsively. I've thought it through very clearly, Lin Chuan said with a wry smile. She never expected that the biggest obstacle would be her homeroom teacher. Although she was doing it for her own good, she really wanted to participate in the martial arts exam. She was absolutely determined, the kind of person who would regret it for the rest of her life if she didn't participate. Teacher, even if I take the martial arts exam, I will not give up my humanities studies. Lin Chuan bit her lip and said, if I don't pass the exam this year, I'll give up completely and repeat a year next year to take the regular college entrance exam again. Having said all that, Fan Weiming had no choice but to sigh and let her sign up, no matter how unwilling he was. After the two left the office, a teacher nearby said to Fan Weiming, Teacher Fan, that's your class's top student, right? You just let her go like that? What can I do if I don't let her go? If she's determined, can I refuse to register her? Fan Weiming glanced at the other person. Well, that's true, but then again, the allure of martial arts is truly terrifying. If I were a few years younger, I'd like to try it out too, the teacher said. Who says you can't practice martial arts just because you're old? Our Tai Chi, which has been passed down from our planet Earth, is very suitable for the elderly after being modified by martial artists. Even if you can't become a martial artist, at least you can improve your health without any problems. Fan Weiming took a sip of goji berry water and said calmly. Oh, Teacher Fan, have you practiced this before? The teacher's eyes lit up. Hee, of course I've practiced it. Fan Weiming was a little proud, and then he became very interested. Let me tell you, Tai Chi is super good for your health. After practicing it, my back doesn't hurt anymore, my hair doesn't go bald, and I feel great every night. A degree I 1/4 asterisk a degree a minus 1/2 a degree asterisk I 1/4 of a per mil a. Teacher Fan, please teach me when you have time. Asterisk caret a half caret asterisk. No problem, see you at the park tonight? Okay, see you at the park. After leaving the homeroom teacher's office, Wang Teng and Lin Chuan walked side by side toward the school gate. Squad leader, it's lunchtime. Shall I treat you to a meal? No, my mom has cooked dinner and is waiting for me to come back to eat. Lin Chuan refused without thinking. Alright, let's part ways here then. Wang Teng smiled, seemingly unconcerned. Okay, goodbye, Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng waved his hand, got into his car, and drove away. On the way, Wang Teng called his landlord and said he would come over right away. About 10 minutes later, University Castle. It was still the same main road, where the landlord, a burly man who looked like he was picking his feet, rode a small electric scooter with a beautiful woman on the back. That look was absolutely outrageous. It was still that same burly man picking his toes, but now a beautiful woman was hugging his waist. Wang Teng almost didn't recognize him. The sports car stopped by the roadside, and Wang Teng got out. Brother Wang, over here. The landlord waved to him. Wang Teng then walked over and said meaningfully, Brother, I almost didn't recognize you after not seeing you for an afternoon. The landlord, of course, knew what he meant, and laughed, saying, keep it down, keep it down. The beautiful woman behind him rolled her eyes and pinched his flabby waist. You're such a jerk. Oh my god, that voice is so soothing. Hiss. The burly man gasped. You must be Wang Teng, the young master of Kidian Orphanage. I've heard old Wang mention you before, the beautiful woman said to Wang Teng. Wang Teng. Seeing Wang Teng's depressed look, the landlord laughed and said, Alright, don't bring that up anymore. Most people really can't handle that name. It's all the fault of the young people. Wang Teng said helplessly. How old are you? The beautiful woman covered her mouth and smiled. Let me introduce you, this is my wife, you can call her Sister Han, the landlord said. Sister Han. Wang Teng called out, my name is Wang Teng, you can just call me by my name. You and Lao Wang are from the same clan, Sister Han said with a smile. By the way, brother, you also have the surname Wang. I still don't know your name? Wang Teng felt a sense of fate and asked with a smile. Don't mention your name, I'll call you Brother Wang, or if you don't mind, you can call me Brother Wang. Wang Dapao looked disgusted when he mentioned his name. Wang Teng didn't delve into it further, nodded, and asked, Are you guys going out to play? Yeah, that jerk hasn't taken me out to have fun in ages. He only finally agreed to come out with me today, Sister Han said resentfully. Brother Wang, that's not right of you. Sister Han is so beautiful, how can she always stay at home? Wang Teng said with a smile. Did you hear that? You should learn from Xiao Teng's awareness. Sister Han pinched Wang Dapao's ear and said. Wang Dapao grimaced in pain, glaring at Wang Teng with a resentful expression. Then I won't bother you any longer, Brother Wang, go ahead. Wang Teng pushed Wang Dapao without any politeness. A euro. Meanwhile, in the office building of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. A young woman in her early 20s hurried toward the curator's office, clutching a datasheet in her hand. Xiaomin works at Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. Today, while compiling statistics on martial arts students, a set of data caught her attention. At the door of the curator's office, Xiaomin took a moment to catch her breath, which was slightly out of breath from walking briskly, before knocking on the door. Knock knock knock. Come in. A steady voice came from inside the office. Xiaomin pushed open the door and went inside. Is there something you need? The owner was a man in his 30s with short hair that stood up like steel spikes. He had a serious face and a sharp look. The staff of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy were all a little timid in front of the master, and Xiaomin was no exception. She mustered up her courage and stepped forward to place the datasheet on the master's desk. Master, there are some problems with this data report. I think you should take a look. Oh? Fu Tiandao raised an eyebrow, stopped what he was doing, and looked at the data report. He picked up the report, leaned back in his chair, and glanced at it. From an ordinary person to a high-level martial arts apprentice in less than a month? Hey, that's interesting, Fu Tiandao said with a cryptic smile. Just as Xiaomin was about to say what it was, she heard Fu Tiandao speak again. You can go now. I'll leave this data report here for now. Also, don't tell anyone about its contents. Yes. Xiaomin didn't dare to ask any more questions and quickly replied. €1. After taking the key from the landlord, Wang Teng placed the crow eggs in the bedroom and started incubating them slowly. Then I drove home for dinner. After dinner, as usual, I went to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall to collect attribute points. For the next 2 days, Wang Teng's life was uneventful, with each day following a regular routine. During the day, I would go to school and practice the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation book. If I didn't want to attend class, I would go to the woods to practice my origin force techniques. This improved his mastery of both his force and his martial arts techniques. In the evening, I would go to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall to collect attributes, improve basic combat skills, and enhance my combat power. In addition, he did not forget the 2 main offensive force combat techniques, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, and Illusion Ice Fist. Through experimentation, Wang Teng discovered that it takes about 10 repetitions of the training to increase 1 attribute point. Furthermore, as his comprehension improves, his cultivation speed subtly increases. This made him even more eager for the comprehension attribute. In addition, Wang Teng also tested the defensive capabilities of the Earth Shield. If fully unleashed, the Earth Element Shield could probably block about 80% of his bombardment power. This is already quite good. You have to know that his current combat power has reached 201, which means that even if a top-level 1-star warrior attacks with all his might, the Earth Element Shield can at least offset 1/3 to 1/2 of the opponent's power. That alone is enough to save your life in a critical moment. Moreover, as long as there is enough Earth Elemental force, the defensive power of the Earth Elemental Shield can be increased. Comprehension, 90. Mental Strength, 22.8. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Insight, Basic 1.1, 10. Force, 64/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 8/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. 7/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 20/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 12/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 15/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Basic Staff Techniques, Beginner, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 43/100. Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 13/100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, 80 points. Overall Combat Strength, 201. Blank Attribute, 0. Looking at the changes in the data on the attribute panel, Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Progress that is visible to the naked eye is always easy to satisfy people. Besides cultivating, Wang Teng has also been wary of the team mentioned by the Earth Elemental martial artists these past few days. The 3 dead martial artists were likely just a few members of a certain martial arts team. Their disappearance would certainly attract the attention of others. I just hope those people can't find him. When Friday arrived, the flagship store of Lu Master, the company that customized Wang Teng's hidden weapon box, finally responded. Honey, your little box is finished. *_****. €1. What the hell is this little box? Can't we just talk normally? The fleeting joy that had just risen in Wang Teng's heart instantly turned into a torrent of unspoken complaints. The other party then sent a picture €. Hidden weapon box, JPG. It looks a bit different from the one I saw last time. The weapon box is now completely black, and there are some silver runes on the surface, making it look very mysterious. It's just a bit eye-catching. Could the other person be a rune master? Wang Teng couldn't help but speculate, and then said, You even added runes? Yes, dear, relying solely on mechanisms is too outdated, so I added runes. Once activated, the weapon you need will pop out with a whoosh. It's incredibly useful. That's right, then the price will probably be a bit higher, right? Price doesn't matter. If I can sell this hidden weapon box, my grandfather will be able to rest in peace. It doesn't matter if I go through a little trouble. What a kind person. Yes, a filial and good person. Wang Teng sent a good guy card from afar. Okay, I'll pay and place the order now, and you can ship it to me immediately. Okay, dear. E per mil CZ per mil. Wang Teng noticed that the guy opposite him really liked using emojis. He must have graduated from the China Emoji Academy. If not, then the China Emoji Academy definitely owes him a graduation certificate. How about we adopt the nickname, Emoji Maniac, from now on? Without the other person's consent, Wang Teng gave them a catchy and pleasant nickname. The price of the hidden weapon box has been changed on Taobao euro 100,000. Wang Teng clicked on the link and was about to place the order and make payment. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Sorry, you have not entered your martial arts certificate number and cannot place an order. I 1/4 Yi 1/4 Y. What the heck? What is a martial artist's identification number? Do I need a martial arts certificate number to buy something on Taobao? Why didn't anyone tell me? Wang Teng was completely bewildered and quickly asked the other party. Why do I need a martial arts certificate number to buy things from your store? Yes, honey. Is there a problem? Asterisk. What is a martial artist's identification number? Wang Teng asked after a moment of silence. The martial artist's ID number is the number on the martial artist's ID, my friend. A euro. This explanation is powerful, but it's as if it says nothing at all. Where do I get a martial arts certificate? Wang Teng had no choice but to ask patiently, thinking that the guy opposite him was probably a bit dim-witted. You can get certified by the Martial Arts Association, don't you have one? A euro squared? I 1/4. What are you kissing about? A spiky expression suddenly popped out on Wang Teng's head. Talking to this guy would definitely give him a heart attack. Why does your store require martial arts practitioner identification numbers? Because this is a high-end flagship store, dear. All products are only available to martial artists, so a martial artist's identification number is required as proof. It's in the store instructions, didn't you see it? O_O. Wang Teng quickly flipped to the front and looked around. After staring at it for a long time, he finally found the so-called entry instructions in a corner. At I%% a euro. He suddenly felt like cursing. You hide this tiny line of text inside a product description that's hundreds or thousands of words long. Who's going to be able to see it? Can we ship the goods first and I'll add the martial arts certificate number later? Wang Teng asked. No, you can't kiss me. Why? Because martial artists must pass a certification exam before they can use rune weapons. There's another way to say that? Yes, go get certified, dear. As long as you have a clean record and no criminal record, there won't be any problems. The whole process takes less than half an hour, it's very quick. Is that so? Wang Teng nodded thoughtfully. Do you have to have a clean record and no criminal record to take the martial arts certification exam? It seems the regulations for martial artists are quite strict. But why do the martial artists I've encountered all kill people without hesitation? No, I killed someone. Does that count as a criminal record? If no one notices, it probably doesn't count. Wang Teng reassured himself as he replied. Then I'll go take the certification exam first. Okay, once you've got the certificate, I can ship it today, and you should receive your item tonight. €1/2. I can receive it tonight, so fast. What kind of courier service is this? Wang Teng asked in surprise. You'll see, honey tilde. €1. Looks like I'll have to skip class again. It's morning and I've only had 2 classes when this happened again. Wang Teng sighed helplessly and said to Lin Chuan beside him, class monitor. Lin Chuan was lost in thought. She wanted to ask Wang Teng for help, but after thinking it over, she couldn't bring herself to say it. She was startled when she suddenly heard Wang Teng call her name. What? Lin Chuan almost jumped up from her seat, nervously turning her head to look at Wang Teng, thinking that he had seen through something. Wang Teng was stunned. I just called your name once, why are you reacting so strongly? He was speechless, completely bewildered. I have to go out later, you know what I mean, he said, winking at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. It turns out they didn't actually see what I was thinking. How terrifying. Wait a minute, you're trying to skip class again. The college entrance exam is just around the corner, don't you feel any sense of urgency? Don't worry, I never do anything I'm not sure I can do. You're leaving. Wang Teng waved his hand and walked out of the classroom. Lin Chuan was slightly taken aback. Such a big boast, are you sure you can do it? Or are you just bragging? A euro. The Martial Arts Association is an official organization established by countries around the world to manage martial artists in a unified manner. Only after a martial artist registers and passes the certification exam at the Martial Arts Association can their identity be considered legitimate. And only then can they obtain certain privileges that ordinary people do not have. For example, martial artists can kill people. Of course, the killing mentioned here is not random killing. There must be a legitimate reason, otherwise legal sanctions will be imposed. For example, martial artists can wield rune-inscribed weapons. Ordinary people are not allowed to carry weapons on public transportation such as high-speed trains and airplanes. But martial artists can do so legally as long as they show their martial arts identification. There are many other examples, but I won't go into them all. Wang Teng found this information online and realized just how important martial arts certificates are to martial artists. It will become much more convenient in many ways, at least. Of course, obtaining a martial arts certificate also means being indirectly subject to the jurisdiction of the state, making blatant violations impossible. This is also a form of protection for ordinary people. A knight-errant uses his martial arts to break the law. This isn't just talk. When a person possesses great military power, they become unscrupulous and difficult to control. In the early days of the martial arts era, there were many riots. However, later, under the strong suppression by the state deploying a large number of martial artists. Those who think they are invincible know that the country is still our country, and it is not something we can act recklessly about. This shows that the Martial Arts Association is indeed indispensable. Donghai Martial Arts Association. Wang Teng stood at the gate, gazing at the tall building before him, somewhat amazed. This is an octagonal, spire-like high-rise building with a distinctive and easily recognizable appearance. From a distance, among the many buildings around, the first thing you would see is undoubtedly this octagonal building. At this time, people were coming and going in front of the building. Wang Teng glanced at them and noticed that these people exuded a formidable aura. Most of these people are martial artists, he thought to himself with a start, certain of his own judgment. Seeing so many martial artists for the first time, Wang Teng was a little nervous. He took a deep breath and exhaled before walking into the building. As Wang Teng entered the building, pairs of eyes swept over him, their gazes falling on him with surprise as they sized him up. However, they couldn't see what Wang Teng looked like, because he was wearing an Ultraman mask. The crowd looked at them strangely. It wasn't uncommon for people to wear masks to take the Martial Arts Association's certification exam. After all, everyone has secrets, and some people don't want to expose themselves. But this is the first time I've ever seen someone wearing such a bizarre Ultraman mask. This guy must be joking. Fortunately, they knew that no one dared to cause trouble at the Martial Arts Association. Moreover, the aura deliberately released by Wang Teng confirmed he is indeed a martial artist. So no matter how bizarre it is, no one is going to bother to cause trouble. Hello, I'm here to take the martial arts certificate exam, Wang Teng said to a staff member at the front desk. The staff member looked up and saw an Ultraman face, his expression incredibly strange. She suppressed a laugh and nodded seriously, saying, "Okay, please follow me." Under her guidance, Wang Teng arrived outside a room. "Please go in. Just follow the instructions on the wall to operate the machine. If there are no problems, the system will register your identity, and your martial arts certificate will be generated in less than 10 minutes, the staff member explained, gesturing with his hand. Wang Teng nodded. After entering the room, the staff closed the door. He glanced at it and saw the machine placed against the wall, which looked a bit like a bank teller machine. A sense of familiarity arose spontaneously. Right next to that counter machine was a machine that looked like a sleep pod from a science fiction movie. Wang Teng had used a physical fitness testing device at the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, and this machine looked much more complicated than the one at the academy. However, he knew that this was also a physical fitness testing device, but it was specifically used to test the physical fitness of martial artists. The physique of a martial artist has changed significantly compared to that of a martial apprentice, making it much more complex. This machine costs at least tens of millions of yuan, more than 10 times more expensive than the physical fitness testing device used by martial arts practitioners. Wang Teng removed the Ultraman mask. Following the procedure, first go to the machine and place your ID card in the sensing area. Please enter your fingerprints and iris scan. Upon hearing the prompt, Wang Teng placed his 10 fingers on the 2 palm patterns in front of him while simultaneously looking at the camera directly in front of him. Fingerprint registration. Beep, pupil scan complete. Identity verification in progress. About 3 minutes later, the notification sounded again. Identity confirmed Euro, Wang Teng, age 17, Chinese citizen, no criminal record, clean identity. Meets the 108 martial arts regulations, verification passed. Please step into the body fitness testing device to have your body fitness assessed. Even though he knew there was nothing wrong with his identity, Wang Teng was still a little nervous. He only breathed a slight sigh of relief when he heard the notification sound indicating that he had passed. Then step into the physical fitness testing device. The hatch slowly closed and a full body scan was performed on him. Wang Teng didn't know if it was just his imagination, but he felt as if an invisible hand had touched him from head to toe. At the same time, I felt the primal core vibrate slightly, and the primal force inside was stimulated, becoming slightly agitated. A euro. The test finished quickly, and a notification sound rang. Test complete. Wang Teng, congratulations on becoming a martial artist. Martial arts certificate is being generated. Please wait patiently for a moment. A euro. At the same time, a black sedan slowly stopped in front of the Martial Arts Association building, and a man with hair like steel spikes got out. It was Fu Tiandao, the master of the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. A refined-looking middle-aged man came up to greet him and said with a smile, "Old Fu, you're really hard to invite. I've invited you several times before you finally agreed to come this time. I'm too busy with all the affairs of the martial arts school to get away," Fu Tiandao said succinctly. "You," the refined man said with a hint of helplessness, pointing his finger at him. "Didn't you say you had prepared the finest jade dragon tea from another world? Hurry up and lead the way," Fu Tiandao said, glancing sideways at the refined man. Come on, we've been ready for you all along." The refined man laughed and gestured for them to enter the building first. As soon as the two left, the surrounding crowd erupted in an uproar. Isn't that Fu Tiandao, the owner of the East China Sea branch of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy? Seeing is believing, her aura is truly powerful. Of course, their strength is evident from their ability to represent the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy in the important city of Donghai. Who is that other refined gentleman? He actually managed to get Fu Tiandao to come. Idiot, that's President Qin Hanxuan of the East China Sea branch of the Martial Arts Association. Wow, I was so blind to your true worth. I didn't even recognize you when you were right in front of me. He's a big shot too. The discussions continued unabated. Even after Fu Tiandao and his companion had been gone for a long time, the crowd was still enthusiastically discussing their deeds. Although their deeds are already well known as iconic figures of the East China Sea, the people of the East China Sea have never diminished their admiration for them. A euro. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan talked as they took the elevator to the top floor of the building and arrived at Qin Hanxuan's office. Upon entering the office, the first thing you see is a floor-to-ceiling window covering an entire wall. It is located directly in front of the main gate. From here, you can overlook the entire East China Sea, giving you a sense of being on top of the world. A coffee table is placed next to the floor-to-ceiling window. Sit down, Qin Hanxuan said casually. This place is nice. Fu Tiandao walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, looked down at the bustling traffic below, and said calmly. Qin Hanxuan sat down and casually brewed tea, the faint aroma of which wafted through the air. He said, "Sigh, it's lonely at the top. I work here every day, and it doesn't feel very good." Pretentious. Fu Tiandao sneered. "You're a jerk, you can't expect anything good to come out of your mouth. Drink some tea. Qin Hanxuan said helplessly as he poured him some tea. Fu Tiandao sat down, picked up his teacup, took a sip, opened his closed eyes, and said, "Indeed, this is excellent tea. Of course, I had to swallow my pride and swindle this tea from the governor," Qin Hanxuan said smugly. "How is Governor Zhang now?" Fu Tiandao raised an eyebrow and asked. "When we last met, Governor Zhang was preparing to attempt to reach the rank of general." Qin Hanxuan's expression turned serious. "Oh, are you confident?" Fu Tiandao's expression changed, and he quickly asked. "According to him, he's at least 60% sure," Qin Hanxuan said. 60%, that's a bit low. Why not wait a little longer?" Fu Tiandao took a breath and frowned. "I heard that Governor Li of Jinlin reached the level of general half a month ago." Qin Hanxuan suddenly dropped a bombshell. What, really? Fu Tiandao suddenly stood up. Sit down, sit down. Of course it's true. Do you think I'd make things up out of thin air? Qin Hanxuan rolled his eyes. We have gained another warrior. Congratulations to China. Fu Tiandao's eyes shone brightly. Congratulations. Qin Hanxuan nodded. It's just that Governor Zhang was too impulsive. How could he act so rashly? Fu Tiandao changed the subject again, seemingly somewhat worried. You know perfectly well that those two have been mortal enemies since their university days, and they've been fighting each other their whole lives. How could Governor Zhang possibly swallow this insult? Qin Hanxuan said with a wry smile. That's really true, Fu Tiandao said helplessly. I just hope Governor Zhang can get through this smoothly, then our East China Sea will have another general-level warrior. While Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan were chatting, a sound came from the office computer. What's going on? Fu Tiandao asked Qin Hanxuan. I'll go take a look. Qin Hanxuan got up and walked to the computer desk, where he saw a message pop up on the computer. A quick glance revealed a surprising sight. Old Fu, come and take a look, he called out to Fu Tiandao over there. Fu Tiandao got up and walked over. At 17, he became a martial artist. Fu Tiandao was also somewhat surprised when he saw the information on the computer. When he saw Wang Teng's name, his brows furrowed slightly. Wang Teng, that name sounds familiar. What, you know him? Qin Hanxuan asked in surprise. Fu Tiandao thought for a while and then suddenly realized, I remember now. A few days ago, someone handed me a data report. If it's not someone with the same name, I think that data report must be his. Check the surveillance footage to see if it's the same person. Qin Hanxuan operated the computer, and the scene of Wang Teng's room was immediately projected onto the opposite wall. That's right, it's him, just like in the photo. Fu Tiandao immediately recognized Wang Teng. By the way, what data did you just mention? Qin Hanxuan asked. The data shows that this kid went from an ordinary person to a senior martial arts apprentice in less than a month after joining our martial arts school, Fu Tiandao said. Haha, Wang Teng must have started training before coming to your martial arts school. Look at his information, he's the third generation of the Wang family of Donghai. His family should have plenty of resources to support his martial arts training, Qin Hanxuan laughed. That's what I thought too. I originally wanted to observe him a little longer, but I didn't expect him to have already become a martial artist. He really is a genius, Fu Tiandao said in amazement. A 17-year-old martial artist is a rare sight. It seems this martial arts exam is going to produce a dark horse, Qin Hanxuan said with a smile. Shall we go and take a look then? Fu Tiandao maintained a calm demeanor, but he seemed quite concerned. Okay, let's go together. A euro. Wang Teng had no idea that he had gained the attention of two big shots so soon after becoming a martial artist. It was truly terrifying. 10 minutes later, the martial arts certificate was completed. Looking at the small black notebook in his hand, Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. He put on the Ultraman mask and left the Martial Arts Association. When he returned to school, the last class of the morning had not yet ended, and everyone was still in class, so Wang Teng did not disturb the teacher. Once in the grove, I entered the martial arts certificate number on Taobao, paid, and placed the order. This Master Lu is really something else. He won't let you place an order if you don't have a martial arts certificate number. Why mess with money? Forget it, judging from their tone, they're probably not short of money. After placing the order, Wang Teng sent a message urging, order placed, ship it quickly. Okay, dear I micro equals I 1/4 a euro squared I half euro asterisk I 1/4 of a per mil, I 1/4 of a per mil. The other side immediately replied. Soon after class, Wang Teng and Xu Jia met up and went to the cafeteria for lunch, where they ran into Li Rongcheng and Yuan Zhenghua, whom they hadn't seen for a few days. Li Rongcheng's expression darkened as soon as he saw Wang Teng. Especially after that day, Zhou Beiyun actually asked him about Wang Teng. Originally, Zhou Beiyun valued him highly, and Li Rongcheng also believed that he had a chance to win the heart of the third young lady of the Zhou family, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and reach the pinnacle of life. The Zhou family will definitely be a great help to him. By then, Li Rongcheng will be a prominent figure in Donghai, not just a rich second generation who relies on his father. But then there's Wang Teng again. This guy's appearance stole the limelight that should have been his, and even Zhou Beiyun became interested in him. Damn it, Li Rongcheng was secretly annoyed. Young Master Li, you're here for dinner too? Wang Teng greeted Li Rongcheng casually. HMPH. Li Rongcheng snorted coldly and walked away. What's going on? What did I do to offend him again? Wang Teng asked Xu Jia beside him, looking completely bewildered. Who knows? Xu Jia shrugged. €1. During the lunch break, Wang Teng practiced his skills in the grove of trees and only returned to the classroom when it was time for class. It's the last day of the week, after all, we should at least give the teacher some face. The 3 classes ended quickly. After school, Wang Teng got up to go home, but Lin Chuan stopped him. Wait a minute, wait for me. She bit her lip, looking a little embarrassed, but finally mustered up the courage to call out. Wang Teng had already noticed that she seemed a little distracted. When she called out to him, he stopped to see what she wanted to say. Lin Chuan packed her school bag and walked out of the classroom with Wang Teng. The two walked to a secluded spot. Lin Chuan hesitated again, her expression constantly changing, sometimes helpless, sometimes resolute. Tell me what's wrong, Wang Teng said softly. Perhaps it was Wang Teng's gentle attitude that reassured Lin Chuan. She took a deep breath and then said, Could you lend me some money? After saying those words, she seemed deflated, a sense of helplessness and bitterness flashing through her heart. How much do you want to borrow? Wang Teng looked at her and suddenly felt a slight stirring in his heart. This girl has had a tough time. He believed that Lin Chuan must have been desperate to ask him for money. Otherwise, given her pride, she wouldn't have been able to ask him for such a thing. 100,150,000. Lin Chuan hesitated for a moment, then quickly added, I know it's a lot, but I'll definitely pay you back as soon as possible. After the college entrance exam, I'll go to work, and as soon as I have money. Wang Teng couldn't help but be a little surprised. It wasn't for any particular reason, but he was puzzled as to why Lin Chuan would need so much money. However, he didn't ask any further questions, took out his phone and said directly, Give me your Alipay account, I'll transfer the money to you now. €1, here you go. Before Lin Chuan could finish speaking, she heard Wang Teng's words and suddenly looked up, her eyes reddening. She took a breath to calm herself down and forced a smile, saying, Thank you. I'll pay you back soon. She emphasized this sentence again, as if only in this way could she preserve the last bit of self-esteem in her heart. No rush, do what you can afford. Wang Teng nodded, scanned her Alipay account and transferred the money directly. The world is full of differences. For example, Alipay can support large amount transfers without restrictions. Lin Chuan thanked them again, clutching her phone tightly. The 150,000 yuan felt incredibly heavy in her hands. Even at their peak, her family had never had that much money. For a family like Wang Teng's, tens or hundreds of thousands of yuan might just be pocket money, but for many ordinary families, it might take several years to save that much money. I wonder what difficulties she encountered. Watching Lin Chuan's departing figure, Wang Teng thought for a moment, but still felt uneasy, so he quietly followed her. Wang Teng followed Lin Chuan all the way and found that she had just gone home. I saw her enter the house from afar, and just as I was about to leave, I suddenly saw a group of people walking towards me. The leader was a bald man wearing a black suit. 5 or 6 thug-like youths followed behind. Wang Teng immediately stopped, lit a cigarette, and stood by the roadside smoking. What are you looking at, you brat? The bald man in the black suit cursed viciously when he saw Wang Teng staring at them. Wang Teng didn't say anything and turned his head away. The bald man in the black suit didn't cause any trouble, he just walked into Lin Chuan's house, cursing and swearing. Lin Chuan's house is a 3-story residential building that looks very old. The first floor is used as a shop where she runs a small grocery store. A bald man in a black suit walked into Lin Chuan's grocery store, grabbed a bottle of cola, and gulped it down. A middle-aged woman in the shop, presumably Lin Chuan's mother, stood to the side, looking terrified and not daring to say a word. He burped, then turned to the middle-aged woman and said, Well, is the money ready? Boss, my husband has already borrowed money from relatives and friends. Please give me a few more days, the middle-aged woman pleaded. Give me a few days' grace? I've already given you 3 days' grace, isn't that enough? Huh? The bald man in the black suit glared and kicked over a box of candy next to him, sending the candy flying everywhere and scattering all over the ground. I think you just don't want to pay back the money, do you? Boss, we really don't mean we won't pay back, we just haven't raised enough money yet. Please give us another 2 or 3 days, please. The middle-aged woman shrank to the side in fear, her eyes red. Enough with the nonsense. If you can't come up with the money today, I'll smash up your shop. The bald man in the black suit showed no sign of backing down. This is unacceptable. Our whole family depends on this grocery store for a living. My daughter is about to take the college entrance exam. If you smash up the store, how are we supposed to survive? The middle-aged woman cried anxiously. Who the hell cares how you live? Looks like you're not going to pay back your money today. You think I'm a charity? Smash it. The bald man in the black suit sat down in a chair with an air of superiority, and with a wave of his hand, his men were about to smash up the shop. Wait, a voice came from upstairs. Lin Chuan ran downstairs. She had just gotten home and gone to the bathroom when she heard a commotion downstairs. She quickly went down and found that these people had come to her door again. Hey, the bald man in the black suit's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Chuan. Why did you get down here? The middle-aged woman immediately became anxious and quickly shielded Lin Chuan behind her, saying to the bald man in the black suit, Boss, my daughter is still young. This has nothing to do with her, please don't take it to heart. I don't think you're young anymore. The bald man in the black suit stood up, his gaze falling on Lin Chuan with a hint of ill intent. Lin Chuan was not to be outdone. She stepped out from behind the middle-aged woman and said, Our family owes you 150,000 yuan, right? I'll pay you back right now. Take the money and get out of my house immediately. Haha, quite the boast, you think you have 150,000? The bald man in the black suit laughed dismissively. You silly girl, where are we going to get so much money? Lin Chuan's mother frowned, thinking she was being silly, and tried to pull her back behind her. Lin Chuan's mother knew all too well the bald man in the black suit's gaze. These people were no pushovers, and her daughter was just a high school student. There was no way she could possibly defeat them. Lin Chuan remained unmoved. Give us back the IOU, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. Could this little girl have actually made some money? She's so pretty, maybe someone will actually pay for her. The bald man in the black suit muttered to himself. Looking at Lin Chuan's beautiful face full of youthful vitality, his heart burned with desire, and he immediately had an idea, sneering. Alright, as long as you pay back the money, we'll leave immediately. But 150,000 was 3 days ago. Now, 3 days have passed, let me calculate, you owe me 200,000. So, little sister, do you have 200,000? 200,000. Only 3 days have passed, how could it have increased to 200,000? Lin Chuan's mother's face turned pale, whether from anger or fear was unknown. You are shameless. Lin Chuan trembled with anger. Originally, they only borrowed 100,000 yuan, but later they were told that the interest for 3 months would be 50,000 yuan. They couldn't afford to offend them, so they had no choice but to accept their fate and borrow money from all over the place to make up the difference. But over the years they had lent money to all the relatives and friends they could, and they all knew about Lin Chuan's family situation. Lin Chuan's father is paralyzed in bed and unable to work. There is also a younger sister in the family who suffers from a strange disease. Only Lin's mother runs a grocery store to support the family. Borrowing money from them is like filling a bottomless pit. You might be able to pay back small amounts, but no one dares to lend you larger sums. Previously, Lin Chuan had finally swallowed her pride and borrowed 150,000 yuan from Wang Teng, hoping to pay off this messy debt. I never expected them to be so shameless. Now they're saying they want another 50,000 for 3 days. Little sister, don't talk nonsense. How can someone as upright as me be considered shameless? The bald man in the black suit said nonchalantly. What you're doing is illegal. I can sue you, Lin Chuan said through gritted teeth. Go ahead and sue me, I'm not stopping you. But whether your shop will be able to stay open in the future is another matter, the bald man in the black suit sneered. You, Lin Chuan pointed at him, too angry to speak. So you can't pay it back? That's troublesome. How about this, I'm looking for a girlfriend. If you're willing to be my woman, I won't even ask you to pay it back, the bald man in the black suit chuckled. Impossible, don't even think about it. Even if my shop goes out of business, you won't be able to touch a single penny of my daughter's wealth. Lin's mother, like a tigress with her fur standing on end, shielded Lin Chuan behind her and glared angrily at the bald man in the black suit. Lin Chuan's face was pale, and there was a hint of panic in her eyes. She hadn't expected the other party to dare to make such a move, she had underestimated the wickedness of human nature. Then you can blame me for being impolite. The bald man in the black suit grinned maliciously, but before he could finish speaking, a voice came from behind him. How do you intend to be impolite? The bald man in the black suit turned around and exclaimed, Kid, it's you. Wang Teng. Lin Chuan also saw the person who came, and for some reason, she felt as if she had found a sense of security. Hey, we know each other. The bald man in the black suit squinted at Wang Teng. What, trying to be a hero and save the damsel in distress? A hero saving a damsel in distress? I wouldn't say that. Wang Teng thought for a moment and said, "Ha ha ha, look at how pathetic he is." The bald man in the black suit laughed loudly. His underlings also joined in the mockery and ridicule. "I'm just here to shoo away a few flies," Wang Teng said casually. The bald man in the black suit immediately turned extremely ugly. He had actually been underestimated, and the kid's nonchalant expression stung him. "You're asking for it," he said, emphasizing each word. Tilda, how do you seek death?" Wang Teng asked, tilting his head. Bald man in black suit. A group of underlings. Seeing the expressions on the faces of the group of bald men in black suits, who looked like they'd eaten shit, Lin Chuan kept a straight face and suppressed a laugh. Lin's mother thought the child was a bit naughty. "I wonder whose it is?" The bald man in the black suit flew into a rage, pointing at Wang Teng and roaring, "Beat him! Beat him to death!" A group of henchmen rushed towards Wang Teng, some of them even pulling out razor blades from their pockets. Wang Teng retreated outside the grocery store. Those people chased after him and surrounded Wang Teng, but unfortunately they were all ordinary people. Even if Wang Teng were still a martial artist, let alone a martial apprentice, dealing with these weaklings would be a piece of cake. He threw a punch, hitting 2 thugs and knocking them to the ground, knocking out a few teeth. Strength 1. Strength 1. Spirit 0.1. Even ordinary people can lose attributes, and they even have mental attributes? Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. "Watch out behind you." Lin Chuan chased after them to help. She was an intermediate martial arts apprentice and was more than capable of dealing with thugs. However, Wang Teng didn't give her a chance to make a move. With a powerful whip kick, he sent the 3 thugs who were wielding blades and slashing at his waist flying 3 meters away. They clutched their chests, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. Although Wang Teng held back, the force of his kick was still enough to overwhelm the thugs. Strength 1. Strength 1. Strength 1. You're actually a martial arts apprentice. The bald man in the black suit's expression changed. He never expected that his subordinate couldn't even last a single move against Wang Teng. "Kid, you forced me to take action." The bald man in the black suit took off his coat and walked to the opposite side of Wang Teng. "Then I won't force you. You don't have to make a move," Wang Teng said. The bald man in the black suit was completely dumbfounded by what he said. He quickly shook his head, clearing his mind, and cursed, "Damn it, don't try to talk your way out of this." He circled around Wang Teng, seemingly trying to find a weakness in Wang Teng's defenses. Wang Teng stood still, waiting for him to make a move, but after circling twice, the bald man in the black suit suddenly turned and ran. They ran away? That's right, he ran away. He abandoned several of his men and fled without looking back. Wang Teng paused slightly, as a sign of respect. Lin Chuan and her mother were also stunned. The bald man in the black suit watched his boss running around like a happy fat pig, and suddenly didn't know what expression to make. "Kid, this isn't over yet. We'll see." As the bald man in the black suit ran to the corner of the road, he seemed to feel safe and stopped, turning back to shout. Wang Teng shook his head, glanced at the ground, and picked up a brick. The bald man in the black suit was so frightened that he turned and ran away. Wang Teng weighed the brick in his hand, took aim, and then threw it. "Ah!" The bald man in the black suit screamed in agony, "Damn it. Spirit 0.1. Does he really have to slap his head?" Wang Teng pondered, looking at the mental attribute that had just fallen. For some reason, the underlings felt a bit of satisfaction when they saw this. Wang Teng slowly walked up, squatted down and looked at the bald man in the black suit. "So, if you're going to run away, stop talking nonsense." The bald man in the black suit covered his head, feeling dizzy. It took him a while to raise his head. He glared fiercely at Wang Teng. "You're finished, kid, you're finished. Our Black Loan Company also has martial arts apprentices, and they're high-level ones, and there are several of them. Just wait to die. Hey, he's pretty fierce." Wang Teng chuckled, then raised the brick and smashed it down on the face of the bald man in the black suit again. Click. PFF'd. The bald man in the black suit had his nose broken, blood spurted out, and he screamed in agony. Spirit 0.1. Wang Teng's eyes lit up immediately. "I don't know if I'm finished or not, but you're definitely finished." As he spoke, he raised the brick and began smashing it down repeatedly in the other person's horrified gaze. The bald man in the black suit initially appeared very tough, with an extremely fierce gaze, staring at Wang Teng like a vicious wolf. But now he was afraid. Don't be fooled by the smiling, calm demeanor of this high school student. Once he started fighting, he was truly terrifying. Stop hitting. I'll vomit, I'll never dare to vomit again, vomit in the rice pot. The man in the black suit, bald, with a bruised and swollen face, spoke incoherently, his heart filled with nothing but fear. That's too ruthless. That's fucking ruthless. Ouch. That hurts. I didn't originally intend to hit you, but seeing that you weren't very convinced, I'll reluctantly do it, Wang Tang said, stopping his attack. It's not that he didn't want to fight, but after losing his mental attribute once, he couldn't lose it again no matter how hard he fought. What a pity. Accumulated a euro, spirit asterisk 0.4. The bald man in the black suit looked up at the sky and suddenly felt like crying. If you're making this so difficult, you don't have to fight. Nobody's forcing you. Mom, this person must be a devil, I want to go home. So, are you convinced or not? Wang Tang asked. Win. I win. The bald man in the black suit nodded hurriedly. Wang Tang slammed another brick down. Ah, why did you hit me again? The bald man in the black suit screamed, looking completely bewildered. You're playing mahjong, who asked you if you're going to win? Wang Tang glared at him. The bald man in the black suit was incredibly frustrated, almost spitting blood. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter a single word, I give up. Good. Wang Tang nodded. Snap. Caught off guard, the bald man in the black suit was hit by another brick. Why? Tears welled up in his eyes, he had nowhere to express the grievances he felt. No reason, I just don't like you, Wang Tang said calmly. Quote. Black suit, bald head. Give me the IOU. The bald man in the black suit obediently pulled out the IOU. Wang Tang called Lin Chuan over and handed her the IOU. Check if it's correct. Lin Chuan went back and checked with her mother, then came back and nodded, saying, that's right, it's the one my parents wrote before. Wang Tang took it and looked at it, then sneered, borrowing 100,000 and having to pay back 200,000 is easier than robbing someone. He squatted down and waved a brick in front of the bald man in the black suit. I ran into 5 bank robbers before. They tried to kill me. Do you know what happened to them afterward? The bald man in the black suit suddenly remembered something he had heard a few days ago. Several bank robbers have been murdered. I heard the murderer was a hostage, and that hostage seems to be a high school student. The bald man in the black suit looked at Wang Tang in terror, trembling uncontrollably. Bang! Wang Tang suddenly squeezed the brick in his hand and crushed it, saying, look, they're like this. Big brother, I know I was wrong, really wrong. Please let me off the hook. The bald man in the black suit suddenly felt like crying. He had only come to collect a loan shark's loan and harass a little girl. So how did he end up with such a wicked devil? You must have forgotten to check the almanac before going out. Yes, that must be it. Wang Tang stopped trying to scare him and said to Lin Chuan, transfer the money to him, 100,100 yuan, and consider the other 100 yuan as interest. Do you have a problem with that? The last question was directed at the bald man in the black suit. No. The other person quickly shook their head. At this point, how could they dare to have any objections? Did they even want to keep their heads? I heard that those robbers had their heads smashed open. Oh my god, that's terrifying. Lin Chuan quickly transferred the money. Wang Tang took out a lighter and, in front of the bald man in the black suit, set the IOU on fire, burning it completely to ashes, leaving not a trace. The bald man in the black suit left, his face bruised and swollen, filled with grievance and fear, to return and report to his boss. He knew he probably wouldn't be able to get the interest on this debt back. The other party is a ruthless character, the kind who would smash their head when angry. I can't afford to mess with them. The boss probably wouldn't want to mess with this kind of person, right? Fortunately, we got our initial investment back, so it wasn't a complete loss. That's the face of mine, it took a whole beating with bricks for nothing. Ouch. That hurts. Sigh tilde. A euro. After getting rid of the loan sharks, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said to Wang Tang, thank you for what you did earlier. It's nothing. Wang Tang shook his head and lit a cigarette as he put away the lighter. Stop smoking. Lin Chuan suddenly said. Smoking is harmful to your health, Lin Chuan said. I was so scared I had to light a cigarette to calm myself down. Wang Tang said. Quote. Lin Chuan. Just kidding. Wang Tang threw the cigarette on the ground and stomped it out. It's definitely not a good idea to smoke in front of a girl. By the way, what are you doing here? Lin Chuan suddenly asked, puzzled. Would you believe me if I said I came here specifically to see what was going on? Wang Tang said with a smile. Lin Chuan's heart skipped a beat. She quickly turned her face away, feeling her ears getting hot. She then tucked her hair behind her ear to cover it up. I'm not talking to you anymore, I'm going to go see my mom. Lin Chuan ran back to the grocery store and explained to her mother that the loan sharks had been dealt with and the IOU had been burned. Lin's mother hugged Lin Chuan and wept with joy. She had been driven almost crazy by those people lately. By the way, Xiaohan, who did you borrow that money from? Tell him that although we don't have that much money right now, we will definitely pay him back as soon as possible, Lin's mother said, wiping away her tears. I borrowed it from him. Lin Chuan looked towards Wang Tang. Oh, where did a young man like him get so much money? Lin's mother was somewhat surprised. His family owns a company, Lin Chuan said. Lin's mother suddenly realized something, then, as if remembering something else, asked suspiciously, Xiaohan, you. Seeing her mother's expression, Lin Chuan immediately knew what she was thinking. She stomped her foot and said coquettishly, Mom Tilda, what are you thinking? He's my deskmate. Okay, Mom didn't think too much about it. Lin's mother quickly said. You silly girl, why didn't you invite him over? He's helped us so much, Mom wants to thank him in person. Lin Chuan was about to go and call Wang Tang when she saw him already slowly walking over. My mom said she wants to thank you in person, she said to Wang Tang. Yes, Xiao Tang, you don't mind me calling you that, do you? Thank you so much this time, otherwise we really wouldn't know what to do, Lin's mother said gratefully. It's no problem, Auntie. Chuan is my deskmate and she's helped me a lot. It's only right that I help her when she's in trouble, Wang Tang said. Okay, Xiaohan is so lucky to have a deskmate like you. The more Lin's mother looked at Wang Tang, the more pleasing he became. What a good child he was, even though he was a bit mischievous. But he seems like a responsible and capable man. He speaks politely and takes good care of Xiaohan. Having a son-in-law like that doesn't seem so bad. In the martial arts era, people can get married at 18. Lin's mother felt it was time to consider her daughter's marriage. We'll have dinner at Auntie's tonight. Lin's mother suddenly became enthusiastic. Auntie will go buy groceries right away. Xiaohan, you stay home and take care of Xiaoteng. Without giving Wang Tang and Lin Chuan time to react, she rushed out the door. Wang Tang and Lin Chuan were left looking at each other, and the atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. How about, I go first? Wang Tang said. Why are you leaving? My mom went to buy groceries. If you leave, how am I supposed to explain it to her when she gets back? Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. Just make up any excuse, like I have an emergency or something, Wang Tang suggested. Lin Chuan looked at Wang Tang. Is this guy really that unhappy? Although she felt embarrassed, Wang Tang's unwilling look made her feel uncomfortable. You can explain it yourself, I'm not going to. Lin Chuan glared at Wang Tang. Alright, it's just a meal. Wang Tang, I'm not afraid at all. Although Wang Tang said this, he looked as if he were going to the execution ground. Seeing his reaction, Lin Chuan realized that he wasn't unwilling, but rather a bit timid. She had forgotten that he was just a normal person, since he usually seemed fearless. She couldn't help but chuckle to herself behind his back. Wang Tang stood in the store, unsure of what to do. Seeing the candies scattered all over the floor, he went over to help pick them up. Lin Chuan also realized what was happening. Looking at Wang Tang's back, her eyes softened even more, and she squatted down to pick up the items. I'll transfer the rest of the money to you later, she said, remembering the money. Okay, Wang Tang nodded. As for the 100,000 yuan, I'll work during the summer vacation to earn money to pay you back, Lin Chuan said. No, it's 100,010, Wang Tang laughed. Yes, 100,000, you tightwad. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. Ha ha ha, Wang Tang laughed without caring at all. Lin Chuan didn't realize that it was this hidden respect in their words that allowed their relationship to remain as normal, without creating any estrangement because of this incident. €. Not long after, Lin's mother returned from grocery shopping, carrying large and small bags filled with fish and meat. Xiao Teng, you and Chu Han go upstairs and sit for a while. I'll go cook, Lin's mother called out and then plunged into the kitchen to get busy. Let's go upstairs. Lin Chuan led Wang Tang upstairs. Isn't Uncle home? Wang Tang asked. Lin Chuan bit her lip and said, he's here. I'll take you to see him. Wang Teng met Lin Chuan's father, a drunken man who was emaciated and had lost both his legs. How could your dad have become like this? Wang Teng was truly surprised. My dad used to be a martial artist. He came back from another world and ended up like this. His teammates saved him with great difficulty, but he not only lost both legs, but his original core was also shattered, making him a complete cripple, Lin Chuan explained sadly. €. Although Wang Teng knew that the world of martial arts was not as wonderful as it was rumored, he really did not expect it to be this cruel. The shocking wounds on Lin's father's body made him feel a chill run down his spine. Moreover, he never expected that Lin Chuan's father was actually a martial artist. Since you know how cruel the martial arts world is, why do you still practice martial arts? Why do you still participate in the martial arts exam? Wang Teng couldn't help but ask her. I want revenge, Lin Chuan said through gritted teeth as she closed the door. Was it done by someone? Wang Teng was shocked again. My dad's teammates said that their enemies set a trap, which caused all of this, Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng suddenly remembered that he seemed to have heard in his previous life that Lin Chuan had a father who was paralyzed in bed, and he did not expect that it would be the same in this life. However, in this life, Lin Chuan's father was a martial artist who was ambushed and became like this. By the way, what about your father's teammates? Don't they know about your family's situation? Wang Teng asked. They have helped a lot in the past, but they spend most of their time in another world, and sometimes they may not be able to come back for several months. This time, they have not been back for half a year. My sister's illness suddenly flared up half a month ago. My mother had no choice but to borrow money through someone's introduction to treat my sister, Lin Chuan said. You have a younger sister? What illness does she have? Wang Teng realized that he really knew nothing about Lin Chuan's family. I've always had a younger sister, you just didn't know. Her illness a sigh, if only we knew what it was, we wouldn't all be at a loss. Lin Chuan sighed. She then led Wang Teng to a room and knocked on the door. Chu Sha, I brought a friend with me, may we come in? Come in. A faint, girlish voice came from inside. She spoke very strangely, uttering each word separately, yet without any pauses, sounding weak and listless. If such a sound suddenly came out at night in a dark environment, it would probably scare someone to death. Wang Teng felt goosebumps rise all over his body. Lin Chuan gave a dry laugh. Don't mind her, my sister has always been like this. Push open the door €. Creak tilde. A screeching sound came from the wooden door. The room was dark, with all the curtains drawn, and not a single ray of light could be seen. Wang Teng's gaze swept across the room, but he couldn't see a single person. But what I saw was a ground covered in bubbles. This is? Wang Teng was stunned for a moment. The entire room was filled with attribute bubbles €, on the floor, on the tables, on the chairs, on the bed, in front of the cabinets €. They're everywhere, big and small, densely packed. Wang Teng swallowed hard and couldn't help but walk into the room. No, Lin Chuan hurriedly stopped him, and then reminded him, you should stay behind me, but remember not to get too close later. Why? Wang Teng asked, puzzled. I'll tell you later, Lin Chuan said softly. Then she stepped into the room first, and said to the corner of the bed and the wall, Chusha, your older sister is coming in. Following her gaze, Wang Teng finally spotted a girl with her head buried in her hands and knees, her long, jet-black hair cascading down her back, in a blind spot at the corner of the bed. Long, black, and straight. I looked at Lin Chuan, and it's the same as her. His attention immediately fell on the attribute bubbles around him, and he was already quite impatient. What exactly are the properties of these bubbles? This was the first time he had ever seen an ordinary person drop so many attribute bubbles, and it was all done naturally. This was really not in the way of martial arts. Could it be related to Lin Chuan's sister's strange illness? Wang Teng secretly guessed, then gently touched the bubble beside him €. Pick it up. Poison Force *2. Poison Force *1. A Demon Lotus Poison Body *1 A. In an instant, Wang Teng felt a change in his body, and was able to sense a very peculiar and rare primal force in the world. Poison-type force. There's actually such a force? Wang Teng was quite surprised. Then, the poison-type primal force entered Wang Teng's body, but since he had never cultivated a poison-type primal force technique, the poison-type primal force instantly went berserk, running rampant within his body. Oh no, Wang Teng exclaimed in alarm. If someone were to observe his skin and face at this point, they would find that it is turning a purplish red color. It was as if he had been poisoned. However, a peculiar force instantly calmed down the poison-type primal force, and then all of it returned to the primal core, forming a balance with the other three primal forces. The abnormalities on Wang Teng's body surface receded as quickly as the tide. What's wrong? Lin Chuan turned her head and asked. Oh, it's nothing. Wang Teng came to his senses and smiled. At the same time, the girl crouching in the corner seemed to sense something, and suddenly raised her head, looking at Wang Teng with a puzzled expression. Wang Teng also saw the girl's appearance, and his heart skipped a beat. Her facial features are 7 or 8 parts similar to Lin Chuan's, so she should have been a very beautiful girl as well. However, her cheeks were covered with purplish red spots of poison, almost covering most of her face. The poisonous spots were pitted and uneven, looking extremely disgusting and ruining all the beauty of the face, making it look somewhat ferocious and terrifying, and impossible to look at directly. Wang Teng's gaze met the girl's. Although he was startled, he felt no disgust. I just felt sorry for the girl. She was so young, yet she had to hide in this dark room and couldn't live like a normal person. She didn't even dare to step out the door. Wang Teng could easily imagine how many scornful looks and ridicule she had suffered. And the strange illness that Lin Chuan mentioned should be true, right? Demon Lotus Poison Body. It's probably a very rare constitution. Otherwise, Lin Chuan's father, being a martial artist, would have solved it long ago, instead of remaining helpless until now. Even martial artists can't cure this kind of constitution, let alone modern medicine. The martial arts era and the technological era are, after all, two different systems. This kind of physique had never existed before the emergence of martial arts. There are no known successful medical cases of this treatment. The solution may have to be found in another world. Sister Tilda, who is he? The girl glanced at Wang Teng, but the feeling from before was gone. A hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes as she slowly asked. His name is Wang Teng, and he's my sister's friend. Lin Chuan squatted down in front of the girl, but didn't get too close, keeping at least a meter's distance. Wang Teng began to understand why Lin Chuan didn't allow him to get close. Because he could now sense that poisonous primal energy was constantly seeping from the girl's body and permeating around her. If ordinary people get too close, they will be affected. If they are exposed for a long time, they will definitely be poisoned, and in severe cases, they will die. The Demon Lotus Poison Body is terrifying. Is he my brother-in-law? The girl suddenly asked Lin Chuan. Gah! Sis, brother-in-law. Lin Chuan froze, her face turning bright red. You brat, what are you saying? He's not your brother-in-law. Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. This girl was such a great help. Oh Tilda, the girl tilted her head and responded non-committally, her expression unchanged. Helpless, Lin Chuan stood up and said to Wang Teng, this is my sister, Lin Chusha. Don't take her words to heart. Why are you so nervous? Wang Teng teased. Who's nervous? Lin Chuan felt a chill run down her spine from his gaze. Wang Teng smiled, then suddenly walked past Lin Chuan and toward Lin Chusha. Don't go over there. Lin Chuan quickly tried to stop her. It's all right. Wang Teng waved his hand, and before Lin Chuan could stop him, he had already walked up to Lin Chusha, squatted down, and extended his hand. Hello. Lin Chusha widened her eyes slightly as she looked at Wang Teng's outstretched hand. Lin Chuan was also startled by Wang Teng's sudden action. She knew her sister's condition best. Even being within a meter of her sister would affect her, let alone direct physical contact. She tried to stop her, but Lin Chusha spoke first. Aren't you afraid of me? What am I afraid of? Wang Teng asked. Afraid of my face. Afraid of the air around my body, Lin Chusha said. Do I look like I've been affected? Wang Teng said with a smile. Hearing this, Lin Chuan, who was standing next to him, was shocked and stared at Wang Teng in disbelief. Really? For an ordinary person, being this close would already make them feel uncomfortable and their face would turn pale. But Wang Teng acted as if nothing had happened. Wang Teng, you. It's probably because I drink goji berry water often, which makes my immunity stronger, Wang Teng said seriously. Lin Chuan, the hell do you think drinking goji berry water makes your immunity stronger? Do you think I'm stupid? Can't you be a little more serious about something this important? Lin Chusha observed for a while, then her eyes lit up, and she said, it seems like everything's really all right, Tilda. She slowly reached out her hand, and although she was still somewhat hesitant, she finally grasped Wang Teng's hand. The next moment, Lin Chusha was stunned. She had an indescribable feeling, as if a cold current was being stirred within her body, circulating through her limbs and bones. Just as she was about to ask a question, she saw Wang Teng wink at her mysteriously. The words that were on the tip of my tongue never came out. Wang Teng smiled slightly, released Lin Chusha's hand, and stood up. At the same time, he also collected all the attribute bubbles around Lin Chusha's body. Demon Lotus Poison Body *7. Poison Force *15. She was undoubtedly surrounded by the most bubbles. After collecting them all, Wang Teng felt that his Demon Lotus Poison Body was becoming more and more complete, and he also had more poison-type primal force in his body. Lin Chusha felt as if the surroundings were empty, and the oppressive, sticky feeling, as if she were enveloped by some kind of liquid, suddenly disappeared. But she didn't ask any more questions, she just looked at Wang Teng with curiosity. At the same time, a glimmer of hope appeared in my heart. Lin Chuan had been watching Wang Teng closely. Seeing that he was unaffected even by physical contact, she breathed a sigh of relief, but her doubts only grew stronger. Wang Teng, what's going on? Why aren't you affected by my sister's strange illness? I don't know either, maybe it's just that my immune system is stronger. Wang Teng didn't tell Lin Chuan the truth. He doesn't know how to solve Lin Chusha's problem right now, and telling her would only make her happy for nothing. We can talk about it later when things really start to look promising. As for letting Lin Chusha know some things, it was to leave her with hope. Otherwise, if we let a girl live a hopeless life every day, problems will inevitably arise sooner or later. Lin Chuan looked at Wang Teng with suspicion. If you really know something, I hope you can tell me. It's so important to our family, she finally said solemnly. Sister, please don't make things difficult for brother-in-law. Lin Chusha said. I already told you he's not your brother-in-law. Lin Chuan was speechless. Don't worry, if I really have a solution, I'll definitely tell you as soon as possible, Wang Teng assured him. Lin Chuan nodded, her expression somewhat gloomy as she saw that Wang Teng was truly helpless. After a moment, she rallied her spirits, squatted down, and earnestly said to Lin Chusha. Don't worry, early summer. I've already signed up for the martial arts exam. I'm sure I'll become a martial artist in the future and help you find a cure for this strange illness. Sister, didn't Mom forbid you from practicing martial arts? Lin Chusha asked in surprise. Lin Chuan quickly put her index finger to her lips and said, Shish, keep your voice down. Don't let Mom know about this. Wang Teng was speechless. Tell your sister to keep her voice down. Who was shouting so loudly just now? However, he finally understood why Lin Chuan hadn't told her mother about participating in the martial arts exam. The incident involving Lin Chuan's father must have been a huge blow to Lin's mother. As a mother, how could she allow her daughter to follow in her husband's footsteps? Even the slightest possibility had to be nipped in the bud. Dinner wasn't ready yet, so Wang Teng and Lin Chuan chatted with Lin Chusha in the room. Lin Chuan was also happy to have another person accompany Lin Chusha. Normally, only Lin's mother and she can keep Lin Chusha company, the little girl is too lonely by herself. Wang Teng took advantage of the break in their conversation to collect all the attribute bubbles in the room. Demon Lotus Poison Body *5. Poison Force *12. €. He brought up the properties panel and took a look. Comprehension, 90. Mental State, 26. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Spirit Vision, Basic 1.4, 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15/1000. Force, 64/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 8/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. 7/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier level. 30/100 Poison, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 20/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 12/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 15/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Micro Body Technique, Basic Staff Techniques, Mastery, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 43/100. Illusionary Ice Fist, Beginner 13/100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, 80 points. Overall Combat Strength, 218. Blank Attribute, 0. As you can see, there's a new talent called Demon Lotus Poison Body in the Talent section. Wang Teng has a feeling that this physique is pretty awesome. And look at its upper limit, €10,000. How long will it take to finish scrolling like this? However, this also reflects the extraordinary and powerful nature of the demon lotus poison body. Furthermore, the poison force has reached 30 points, which is more than the ice force and earth force. Lin Chusha has a very good reserve of poisonous creatures. Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh, already having a plan in mind for how to use poison-based primal forces. In future battles, secretly mix a little poison-type energy into other types of energy, so that the opponent will be poisoned before they even realize it. Wow, that's perfect. It seems they're going further and further down the path of being a cunning old fox. Have I gone astray? Wang Teng asked himself. Not long after, Lin's mother finished cooking and came up to call everyone to eat. Seeing that Wang Teng and Lin Chusha got along very well, she was overjoyed and even invited Wang Teng to visit her home often. During the meal, only Lin's mother, Lin Chuan, and Wang Teng were present. Lin's father was completely drunk and was still unconscious. Lin Chusha couldn't eat with them, so her mother brought the food to her room. At the dinner table, Wang Teng felt uncomfortable due to Lin's mother's enthusiasm. The rice bowls in front of him were piled up like a small mountain, which left Wang Teng somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing Wang Teng's embarrassed expression, Lin Chuan secretly chuckled to herself. After the meal, Wang Teng practically fled. Remember to come visit Auntie's house often, Lin's mother said as she saw him to the door. Lin Chuan and Wang Teng walked side by side to the street corner. Wang Teng's supercar was parked on the side of the road. He stopped, opened the car door, and said to Lin Chuan, "Go back quickly." Lin Chuan nodded and said, "Thank you so much for today." Wang Teng waved his hand and drove away. Lin Chuan stood there, lost in thought, staring blankly for a long time. After leaving Lin Chuan's house, Wang Teng drove towards the Polar Star Martial Arts School. He had called home earlier. However, it was just a random excuse. He didn't dare tell his parents that he had eaten at Lin Chuan's house. Otherwise, given the gossipy nature of the elderly couple in the family, who knows what kind of trouble they might cause. I can't even imagine. Before long, we arrived at the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. Wang Teng headed straight to the third floor of the martial arts training building and began harvesting attribute bubbles. After a night of practice, combined with the accumulation of the previous days, he finally pushed all his basic movement techniques, basic knife techniques, basic sword techniques, and basic fist techniques to the comprehension of the situation stage. Now, any punch, sword strike, or even a knife strike he makes carries imposing force, creating a deterrent effect in battle. Even its movement techniques have a mesmerizing effect, making it even more elusive. Although it is only a basic combat skill, once you reach the level of comprehension of the situation, it can unleash considerable power. Wang Teng sighed with emotion, realizing that these basic combat skills had finally reached their peak and could no longer be improved. He then discovered that the attribute bubbles related to several combat skills never appeared again, and there was nowhere to pick them up. Goodbye forever, I'll miss you all Tilda. In addition to the attributes I picked up a few days ago, plus the attributes I gained tonight, my basic staff technique has finally reached mastery. After that, all that remains are perfection, subtlety, and understanding of the situation. €. At 11 p.m., Wang Teng left the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy and returned home. After finishing the late-night snack prepared by Li Shumei, I went upstairs to take a shower, sighed comfortably, and was about to lie down to rest. Suddenly, a tap-tap-tap sound came from outside the window. What is that? Wang Teng leapt to his feet and instinctively used his spiritual vision to look out the window. A cluster of dark blue light. It wasn't very strong, but it was definitely the light of the Force. What attribute does deep blue have? Wang Teng breathed a slight sigh of relief. This level of origin force posed no threat to him. He was also a little puzzled, as he had never seen this color before. Knock knock knock. The creatures outside were impatiently knocking on the window. It looks like a bird, but how did it get here? He walked to the window, keeping a watchful eye on himself. Open the window. A chubby Scottish chicken with a round face. Wang Teng was somewhat surprised. Looking down, I saw a long, wrapped object at the feet of the round-faced, chubby chicken. The package had a line of text written on €. Owl delivery, always on your way. I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. Express delivery. And they even say, mission accomplished. Is this truly the era of martial arts? Instead of an invasion from the magical world? Wang Teng realized how ignorant he was, and it took him a while to accept the fact that it was a package delivery. Suddenly remembering something, he quickly took out his phone to contact the owner of the Master Lu store, took a picture, and sent it over. Is this the package you sent? Yes, dear. Surprised? Unexpected? Happy? Tilda. The other party replied instantly. Even when it's almost midnight, it's no exception. Does this shop owner spend 24 hours a day in front of the computer? Besides, what's so surprising? What's so unexpected? What's so happy about it? Can you please not be as cheeky as me? Now he understands why the owner of the Master Lu shop looked so mysterious. Who would have thought that a package would be delivered by an owl? Is the world of martial arts always this fantastical? In addition, the owner of the Lu Master store was indeed not lying. The delivery was really fast. Interprovincial express delivery. I sent it at noon and it arrived in the evening. Magic. Can we eat this round-faced, chubby chicken? I suddenly have a craving for barbecue. Wang Teng replied. Round-faced chubby chicken? Barbecue? The person on the other end was completely dumbfounded. Shouldn't they be surprised and delighted at this point? What kind of twisted psychology is it to want to eat roasted round-faced fat chicken? Pa, what round-faced fat chicken? It's clearly an owl. How about I order takeout for you? I per mil I pound equals. Quote. Wang Teng never expected that this silly shop owner would actually believe it. At this point, the round-faced, chubby chicken became even more impatient and clucked a few times. It could never have guessed what kind of malicious thoughts the person in front of it had just harbored towards it. Sorry to keep you waiting. After Wang Teng finished speaking, he realized that this was not a delivery man at all, but an owl. However, to my surprise, a look of disdain appeared on that round face. A look of disdain. Damn, can you imagine an owl with a disdainful expression on its face? Wang Teng took a deep breath, trying his best to compose his shattered worldview, and untied the package from the owl's leg. Tilda. The owl, carrying a small backpack, used its claws to pull out a receipt and a pen, placing them in front of Wang Teng. Wang Teng was quite surprised by the intelligence of this round-faced, chubby chicken. I looked at the delivery receipt and then signed my name. The owl stuffed the signed receipt and pen back into its backpack, cooed, and flew away. They moved so fast that they disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. As Wang Teng watched the round-faced, chubby chicken fly away, the phrase Owl Express mission accomplished kept flashing through his mind. He quickly shook his head. He closed the window, returned to the bedside, unpacked the package, revealing a black wooden box inside. Hidden weapon box. Wang Teng stroked the silver runes on the surface of the weapon storage box, liking it more and more as he looked at it. The shop also thoughtfully included a black tote bag, which can be carried by hand or worn on the back. The hidden weapon box was placed inside, and the zipper was closed, so no one could tell what it was. Perfecti 1/4. €1. The next day, Saturday. Wang Teng still came to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall. Along the way, I greeted familiar students. Brother Peng, you're up so early. You're so diligent. Hey kid, sports are the essence of youth. Get to work. Peng Hai, sweating profusely and revealing his bronze skin, gave Wang Teng a thumbs up and grinned. He was the senior who taught Wang Teng the 9th set of national broadcast gymnastics. Not long after Wang Teng advanced to the 3rd level, he met him. Peng Hai was extremely surprised when he saw Wang Teng. After all, when he first met Wang Teng was still a novice who didn't even know the 9th national broadcast gymnastics exercise. Well, although not now. But that's not the point. The point is, how long has it been? Wang Teng has already become a high-level martial arts apprentice. Wang Teng naturally used the same excuse that he had practiced martial arts long ago to get away with it. As for things like the 9th National Broadcast Gymnastics set, they're all just fluff. Many children from wealthy families don't like practicing this because it's too shameful. They have better ways to train their bodies. Therefore, Peng Hai didn't dwell on it too much. Hey kid, you're late today. Come over here and spar with me. As soon as Zhang Xiaoyang saw Wang Teng, his eyes lit up and he pulled him to practice boxing. Have you forgotten how badly you lost last time? You still dare to spar with me? Wang Teng joked. Since Wang Teng's basic boxing techniques reached a level of subtlety, Zhang Xiaoyang has never won again. Now his basic boxing skills have even reached the comprehension of form stage, which is quite impressive compared to others. My boxing skills have improved a lot since we sparred recently. I'm almost at the level of mastery now. I won't lose to you this time, Zhang Xiaoyang said with a smug look. Since you're so eager for torture, I'll grant your wish. Wang Teng didn't say much, shook his head, and gave a look of concern for someone with intellectual disabilities. It's still hard to say who will win. Zhang Xiaoyang was furious, clenching his fist and attacking Wang Teng. A few minutes later, Zhang Xiaoyang covered his eyes. Damn it, don't you know you shouldn't hit someone in the face? You hit so hard. You should be glad I only slapped your face. Just because you attacked my lower body earlier, if it were someone I didn't know, I would have beaten them until they doubted their existence. Wang Teng sneered. Zhang Xiaoyang chuckled dryly. Who told you to be so abnormal, actually reaching the enlightenment stage, beating me without any chance to fight back? So I had no choice but to resort to this tactic. TCH, so you're saying it's my fault? Who was it that insisted on getting beaten up just now? Wang Teng said disdainfully. Damn it, Zhang Xiaoyang was speechless. It seemed that he really had brought this on himself. He dared not challenge Wang Teng to a duel anymore, muttering to himself as he walked to the side and went off to practice his own boxing techniques. Wang Teng shook his head. The gap between the two was destined to widen, and sparring was no longer meaningful. He turned his head and saw a disappearing attribute bubble. He felt a pang of regret for a second, then immediately began harvesting attribute bubbles. I, Wang Teng, have never stopped striving to become stronger. Strength 2. Speed 1. Spirit 0.3. Basic Staff Techniques *3. Blank Attribute *3. Spirit 0.5. A euro. Huh? Wang Teng exclaimed in surprise. Here it is, the blank attribute has reappeared. Blank Attribute *3. After thinking for a moment, Wang Teng directly added the 3 blank attribute points to the Spiritual Vision talent. So far, he hasn't found any way to improve his Spiritual Vision talent, so he can only use blank attribute points. As the day ended and before going to sleep, Wang Teng brought up the attribute panel. Comprehension, 93. Spirit, 31. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Spirit Vision, Basic 1.4, 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15/1000. Force, 64/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level. 8/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior Level. 7/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier Level. 30/100 Poison, 1-star Warrior Level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 20/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 12/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 15/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Body Posture, Basic Staff Techniques, Perfected, Spear Techniques, Minor Mastery, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 43/100. Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 13/100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, 80 points. Overall Combat Strength, 221. Blank Attribute, 0. Looking at the changes, Wang Teng was very satisfied. Recently, his comprehension and mental state have improved, making him feel that his mind is becoming clearer and more agile. The Spirit Vision talent added 3 points to the blank attribute, now it's 1.4. Although the number looks meager, at least it's an improvement. Because Wang Teng practiced the basic staff technique solo today, this combat skill improved very quickly. The accumulation of the whole day allowed it to be improved again and become perfect. However, the gun skill attribute has remained unchanged. Since killing several bank robbers, I haven't encountered the gun skill attribute again. Rune-infused firearms are a popular type of weapon, with many martial artists specializing in gun techniques, honing their skills to perfection and achieving astonishing power. Wang Teng did not underestimate the importance of spear skills, especially since they had previously helped him kill a martial artist. Therefore, I must improve my marksmanship if I have the chance. Being a sharpshooter is a pretty good character trait, isn't it? Biu tilde. If one shot can't solve the problem, then 2 shots will do. Fighting to the death is exhausting. Sunday. Falcon Shooting Club. Wang Teng parked his supercar at the main entrance, tossed the car keys to the doorman and asked him to park the car, then walked into the club lobby. Falcon Shooting Club is a high-end shooting club. It has a great reputation in Donghai, and many wealthy and socialite who like guns choose it as their first choice. With more players, the number of attributes lost will definitely be significant. Although many people are just doing it for fun, mainly for the experience and entertainment, there are definitely some who have real skills. Wang Teng went to the front desk to complete the formalities, paid the fee, and became a member of the club directly. The staff immediately became extremely respectful. Members are just that awesome. Led by a beautiful woman in a black bodycon dress, Wang Teng arrived at the shooting range. His eyes swept over the area, and a smile involuntarily crept onto his lips. Numerous attribute bubbles floated on the ground. 1, 2, 3. Wang Teng knew that his trip hadn't been in vain, and his membership subscription hadn't been a waste of money. After the woman in the bodycon skirt gave her an explanation, Wang Teng told her to leave and started wandering around. Spear technique *2. Spear technique *1. Spear technique *1. €1. Seeing his spear skills continuously improve, Wang Teng almost burst out laughing. Various shooting techniques kept popping into my mind. At the same time, my body became more and more familiar with the firearms, my eyes became sharper, and my accuracy improved. He felt that as long as he held the gun, he could easily perform some difficult techniques and hit objects 100 meters away with ease. This feeling is absolutely amazing. As his marksmanship improved and he saw others having so much fun, Wang Teng suddenly felt itchy to try it himself. So he ran over to the staff, got a gun, found an empty spot, and got to try it out. Wang Teng was familiar with the gun in his hand. This is a rune gun from the Falcon series. It has a rugged and handsome design with a wild beauty that only gun enthusiasts can appreciate. He raised his gun and aimed. The movements were fluid and skillful, like those of a seasoned gun user who had been handling guns for years. Bang! Pull the trigger. The gun jerked. An ordinary person might not be able to control the recoil, but Wang Teng's hand was incredibly steady, without the slightest tremor. Bang bang bang. He didn't stop, and then fired several more shots in quick succession, his movements seemingly unchanged throughout. However, a keen observer might notice that his arm and wrist are slightly adjusted each time he shoots, rather than remaining unchanged. Rings 10. Wang Teng put down his gun, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. The difficulty was too low, I didn't really enjoy it. He continued to collect attributes, occasionally firing a few shots, trying to conceal his actions to avoid looking too out of place and attracting attention. €1. Excellent, excellent marksmanship. Suddenly a loud shout came from ahead. Wang Teng walked over and found a group of people gathered together, watching a middle-aged man shoot a gun. The man had a buzz cut and a somewhat resolute face, exuding a military air about him. He was shooting at a moving target, firing occasionally, and hitting the bullseye every time. The amateurs watching couldn't help but cheer. Finally, I've found someone interesting. Wang Teng's eyes lit up. He pushed through the crowd, got closer, and picked up a few bubbles from the ground. Spear skill *10. Spear skill *7. Spear skill *13. €1. That's awesome. The attributes dropped by this man would require Wang Teng to collect the attributes of at least a dozen amateur players to complete the set. Master. He must be an expert. That's the difference between an expert and an amateur. Wang Teng glanced at the attribute panel and saw that his spear technique attribute had finally jumped from the minor level to the major level, greatly increasing its power. Brother, your marksmanship is godlike. As soon as the man with the buzz cut finished firing his gun, someone went up to talk to him. You flatter me. My marksmanship is at best accurate, but I don't deserve the title of God. The man with the buzz cut said modestly. If you're not a god, then what does it take to be considered a god? The people around him were somewhat skeptical. You guys really shouldn't disbelieve me. I once saw someone with godlike marksmanship, he was truly a god. The man with the buzz cut said with a look of deep emotion, as if recalling something. Just how amazing is it? Someone asked curiously. Have you ever seen a gun that can curve? The man with the buzz cut asked mysteriously. Wang Teng's attention was drawn to their conversation, and he stopped in his tracks, having intended to continue collecting attributes. A marksmanship that can curve? Is it really that mysterious? Do you think this is a fantasy film? No, it's not a fantasy film, but a martial arts drama. In the era of martial arts, anything is possible. The buzz-cut man's question left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. They were a group of amateurs, they hadn't even seriously seen many people with good marksmanship, let alone someone with godlike skills. The man with the buzz cut fell into reminiscence, then sighed and said, I've seen him. That man was a true marksman, his marksmanship was divine. Unfortunately, he was too arrogant and fell into someone else's trap. He used his most prized marksmanship to kill the woman he loved most. His words truly surprised everyone. Looking at the man with the buzz cut, even though they hadn't seen him in person, they felt sorry for him. Tisk! Wang Tang smacked his lips, unsure of what expression to make. And then what happened? Someone nearby couldn't help but ask. The others also stared intently at the man with the buzz cut, their curiosity piqued, eager to know what would happen next. Later, he couldn't take the blow and had a mental breakdown. He's in a mental hospital in the western suburbs now, the man with the buzz cut said regretfully. Ah! Everyone was really surprised by this outcome, and there was another wave of regret and sighs. West Suburbs Mental Hospital. Wang Tang muttered the place name to himself, his eyes gleaming, clearly plotting something. €1. After lunch, Wang Tang went straight to the West Suburbs Mental Hospital. The place wasn't hard to find. Following the navigation, I drove to the western suburbs and easily found my destination. Wang Tang stopped the car and got out. Before me stood an old building, predominantly gray and white, with mottled walls and iron railings around it. The paint on its surface had peeled off, revealing rust, and weeds grew in the corners, as if it hadn't been tended to for a long time. Wang Tang was somewhat surprised by the dilapidated state of the mental hospital and the desolation of the surrounding area. Logically speaking, shouldn't mental hospitals in modern society pay more attention to their environment? This place looks like a haunted house from a movie. Living in a place like this for a long time would probably make you sick even if you weren't. Puzzled, Wang Tang entered the mental hospital. He wasn't sure if it was just his imagination, but he felt a chill in the air. As a martial artist, one's hearing is much better than that of an ordinary person. Standing at the entrance of the mental hospital, he could almost hear the sound of someone running in slippers through the empty corridor. Tap tap tap. Hiss! Wang Tang couldn't help but shudder. Damn it, he thought, I wonder if coming to this mental hospital was the right decision. Hello, I'd like to visit that gun god, gentleman. In the lobby of the West Suburbs Mental Hospital, Wang Tang explained his purpose to the nurse at the front desk. The nurse was looking down at her phone and didn't respond. Hello, Wang Tang patiently spoke again. What's so good about it? The nurse suddenly looked up, her face round and her eyes narrowed, and stared at Wang Tang. Staring. Wang Tang had a sudden inspiration. I think you'll look really good when you lose weight. Really? The round-faced nurse's eyes lit up. Of course, everyone who knows me calls me honest young man, and you can trust what I say, Wang Tang said confidently. Then I must lose weight and prove it to everyone. That's right, let's prove it to them. Let me prove to them that even when I lose weight, I'm still ugly, ha 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 tilde. The nurse with the round face suddenly burst into laughter. €1. Wang Tang. Are the staff at a mental hospital also abnormal? Wang Tang stared in horror at the nurse laughing maniacally in front of him. She was laughing so hard she could barely breathe, and powder was falling off her face. Could I possibly meet Mr. Gun God? Once the nurse's laughter subsided, Wang Tang cautiously asked. Mr. Gun God? Which one are you talking about? There are 9 people here who call themselves Gun God, said the round-faced nurse. Wang Tang suddenly felt a headache coming on. He began to doubt again whether coming to this mental hospital was the right decision. The one who accidentally killed his own woman. Wang Tang carefully considered his words before speaking. Oh tilde, you mean that poor wretch, that unlucky guy. The round-faced nurse said expressionlessly, but with a look of sudden realization. It's him, it's definitely him. Wang Tang nodded. I'm sorry, we don't accept any visitors here. The round-faced nurse lowered her head and went back to playing on her phone. Huh? Wang Tang felt the veins on his forehead throbbing. Refusing visits? Why didn't you say so earlier? Oh, I see you're really keen to chat, so I'll reluctantly keep you company for a while tilde, the round-faced nurse said without looking up. I at %, I hash I a percent and asterisk a. Damn it, I'd rather die than have the desire to chat with you. Wang Tang almost choked on his own rant. I never imagined that I, Wang Tang, would fall into the hands of a big-faced woman like you. Snort. With a snort of anger, he turned and left. €1. Wang Tang returned to the shooting club, his grief and indignation fueling his motivation to collect attributes. I collect. Spear technique *1. Spear technique *2. Spear skill *5. €1. His already mastered spear technique is constantly striving towards perfection. Time flies when you're busy. In the evening, Wang Tang went home for dinner, and then went to his rented apartment in the university town to visit Xiao Dandan. Tilde, they haven't hatched yet. Instead of going to the shooting club, they went to the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy. I stayed until 11 o'clock before leaving. Then, Wang Teng returned to the West Suburbs Mental Hospital. The western suburbs were already desolate and sparsely populated, and at this time of day, they were even more deserted, with an eerie silence all around. Wang Teng felt that it was even more crowded here than during the day. The mental hospital in the darkness is like a giant beast lying on the ground, waiting for the ignorant to approach before swallowing them whole. So should I turn back now? Is it too late? Although he was a bit timid, for the sake of his attributes, Wang Teng finally took a deep breath and, with a determination that he would never return, quietly sneaked into the mental hospital. There were security guards at the main gate, so Wang Teng had to climb over the wall to get in. At the front desk, the round-faced nurse from the daytime has been replaced by a male nurse who is leaning back in his chair watching TV. Judging from the sound, the plot seems to be some kind of anti-Japanese war drama. Wang Teng made a noise outside the door, and the male nurse immediately looked up. Who is it? There was no response for a long time. He stood up suspiciously and walked towards the door. Hearing the footsteps, Wang Teng waited until the man stepped out the door before knocking him unconscious with a karate chop. Then he dragged the person back to the corner, thought for a moment, took off the work jacket he was wearing, and put it on himself. Put your mask on again. Looking at his outfit, Wang Teng couldn't help but give himself a thumbs up for his cleverness. Only then did he lower his head, avoid the camera, and walk to the front desk to sit down. Wang Teng turned on his computer, checked the internal records of the mental hospital, and wrote down the room numbers of several suspected target mental patients. After taking down a bunch of keys hanging on the wall, he went upstairs. The hallway was quiet. Even though I tried to walk as quietly as possible, I could still make a slight sound. Even he himself felt a chill run down his spine when he heard it. The first one, room number 203. Following the room number, Wang Teng walked to the door of 203, glanced through the window, and saw a figure lying on the bed sleeping. He found the corresponding room key, quietly opened the door, and went inside. A person was lying on the bed, seemingly fast asleep, while several bubbles floated quietly beside him. There are still bubbles that haven't disappeared. Wang Teng's eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise as soon as he entered. These bubbles probably fell recently and hadn't had time to disappear before he bumped into them. Pick it up. Spirit 1. Spirit 0.5. €. Upon discovering that it was actually a spirit attribute and in a considerable amount, Wang Teng was overjoyed. They're all mental attributes, so how can mentally ill people lose their mental attribute? Wang Teng suddenly seems a bit confused. If his guess is correct, then what kind of ridiculous setup is this? He shook his head, walked over, and woke the person on the bed. Hey, get up, it's time to take your medicine. The man, still groggy, mumbled, Didn't I just take my medicine? Why am I taking it again? Oh, I forgot to eat one of those things, but I suddenly remembered, so I quickly came to make up for it for you, Wang Teng said jokingly. The man took the Lu Wei Diwang pills that Wang Teng handed him, put them in his mouth, and swallowed them in one gulp. Wang Teng bought these Liashen pills on the way, specifically to help these poor mental patients replenish their kidneys. Wang Teng watched him finish taking his medicine and casually asked, I heard you're a very accurate shot? Upon hearing this, the other party immediately perked up. You actually know my skills? Let me tell you, I'm an excellent marksman. I can shoot down a plane in the sky with one shot. The moment the topic of masturbation came up, a morbid excitement suddenly appeared on his face. Really? Can you demonstrate it for me? Wang Teng asked. No problem, watch carefully, he said, and started taking off his pants. He actually started taking off his pants. Wang Teng. Seeing that something shocking was about to happen, he quickly delivered a chop to the neck, knocking the man unconscious. Mentally ill people are indeed terrifying. But just now, another attribute bubble fell off this mental patient. Spirit 0.5. €. So should we have let him perform for a little longer? You'll get a sty. Close the door and look for the next mental patient with incredible marksmanship. As for whether the one from before is still lying on the ground, what do I care? 207 I 1/4 208 €. The next one is in room 209, but the lights are on in room 208 when I pass by it. Wang Teng suddenly saw a familiar person. A nurse with a round face. How did she end up in the hospital room? Wang Teng was filled with questions. Could it be that she's actually mentally ill and sneaked out during the day to impersonate a nurse at the front desk? And I ended up arguing with a mental patient for ages. Wang Teng felt completely awful. The entire mental hospital seemed to be filled with malice, silently enveloping him. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, Wang Teng had no desire to investigate further and went straight to room 209, opening the door and walking in. Biu a euro. Inside the room, a man was firing a gun at the air. Who are you? Did the squad leader send you to help me? He asked excitedly as soon as he saw Wang Teng. Wang Teng saw the attribute bubbles scattered on the ground and silently picked them up. Spirit 1, Spirit 0.8, Spirit 1.5, a euro. They're all mental attributes, none of them are marksmanship attributes, so it seems this is another fake marksman. However, it seems my guess was actually correct. The person who came up with the idea of mentally ill patients losing their mental attributes must be a genius. Wang Teng stared speechlessly at the ceiling. Hey, why aren't you answering me? Could it be you're a mole? Seeing that Wang Teng didn't respond for a long time, the man looked suspicious and made a gun gesture towards Wang Teng, as if he would shoot him dead if he gave the wrong answer. That's right, kill him. What a drama queen. Judging from his expression and the amount of mental attribute he's lost, he's probably terminally ill. There's no way to answer a hopeless mental patient. A simple chop to the neck is all it takes. Sigh, why is it so hard to find someone? Wang Teng closed the door and sighed. Continue. Next is the third floor. From the first to the third floor, it was utter chaos. Many patients hadn't slept at all. Most of the rooms were lit up, and farces were unfolding that were both laughable and unsettling. So many attribute bubbles. Wang Teng was overwhelmed by the choices and randomly opened a door. A patient was seen squatting on the ground, motionless, with many attribute bubbles scattered around him. Take your medicine, Wang Teng shouted. Don't bother me. A faint voice came from behind him, but he remained motionless, huddled in the corner. Wang Teng walked over. Pick it up. Spirit 0.5, Spirit 1, Spirit 1.2, a euro. Why do you always squat here? Wang Teng was so curious that he couldn't help but ask. I am a pile of cow dung. The eerie voice echoed again. Oh, as trademark. Oh. Why are you a lump of cow dung, and not pig dung or sheep dung or something? Wang Teng asked. Only cow dung would be used to put flowers. You make a very good point. After collecting the attributes, Wang Teng turned and left. He had absolutely nothing in common with a pile of cow dung. Goodbye, no, never again. Next, he visited each room one by one. I've finally seen what it means for mental patients to have so many tricks up their sleeves. For example, the person in front of us. Do you know who I am? Who are you? I am the Creator God. God said, a euro let there be light, and there was light in the world. God said, a euro let there be an abode between the waters a euro. Did God tell you that you should take your medicine? A euro. This is a poor writer of online novels who is obsessed with becoming a god. In order to enhance the reader's reading experience, he did not hesitate to use a terrible immersive writing style. And then, that was it. Now he's a god in this mental hospital, not a great god. Earning millions a year and winning over beautiful and rich women have nothing to do with him anymore. Next, a fetishist hugs a body pillow with an anime girl on it, rubbing and licking it incessantly, and even chatting incoherently with the body pillow. Japan definitely owes you a beautiful anime girl. Amen, may the sun bless you. Next one. A euro. This is really enlightening. Wang Teng sighed as he finally arrived at the room of his last target. If this isn't true, then he must have been fooled by that buzzcut man during the day. Although I stumbled upon a place where I could farm my spirit attribute by accident, I, Wang Teng, was actually scammed. This is simply unacceptable. Open the door. A man sat on the edge of the bed in the room. He had long black hair, which was a high-quality imitation of ramen noodle hair. He had a stubble beard, melancholy eyes, and a weathered face. Handsome. This is an extremely handsome and charming man. Compared to the previous mental patients, this man looked so normal that he didn't seem mentally ill at all. However, Wang Teng couldn't help but become more vigilant. The more normal a person with a mental illness appears, the more dangerous they are, right? Hello, Wang Teng asked cautiously. Hello. The man looked up, his voice hoarse, yet surprisingly gentle. He looked Wang Teng up and down and said, You're not a staff member here. I'm here to. I know, but don't say it out loud, or I'll go berserk and I won't be able to control myself. He seemed to know what Wang Teng was about to say, and stopped him before Wang Teng could finish speaking. Don't say anything. Brother, can you give me a hint? Otherwise, how am I supposed to guess? Wang Teng was a little confused. He didn't say it out loud, but he was already certain that this man was the one he was looking for. The things he couldn't talk about were either guns or his beloved. This is a bit tricky. We can't even talk about it. What can we do? This man is no different from a normal person when he's not having an attack, so we can't fool him. Wang Teng clearly sensed that this man was no ordinary person. At least, when he faced him directly, he felt a sense of danger. If this man is treated the same way as the previous patients, he'll probably suffer a terrible fate. Looks like you came all this way for nothing. The man chuckled and asked, "Do you have a cigarette?" Wang Teng was slightly taken aback. That turn almost hurt my back. He took out a cigarette, offered it to the other person, and sighed, "Well, I'm a little disappointed, but it wasn't a complete waste of time." The man lit a cigarette and then handed it back to Wang Teng. Feeling depressed, Wang Teng also lit a cigarette and the two of them began to smoke in the ward. "You're not bad, you're a martial artist at such a young age," the man suddenly said. Wang Teng was immediately startled. "How did you figure that out?" "I can feel the force," the man said. "Are you a martial artist too?" Wang Teng asked. The man smiled but didn't say anything, then fell silent until he finished his cigarette. "It's a pity there's no wine. I haven't had a drink in a long time," the man said. "If you want some, I can bring you some next time." Wang Teng stood up, preparing to leave. "Wait a moment." Wang Teng turned his head and saw the man throw something at him, which he quickly caught. "What is that?" "USB flash drive." Wang Teng looked at the object in his hand in surprise, while also feeling a bit puzzled. "Here you go, it contains what you want," the man with the ramen noodle hair said. "You gave me a gift the first time we met. I feel so bad." Despite saying that, Wang Teng unceremoniously stuffed the USB drive into his pocket. "Consider it payment for that cigarette you just smoked, haha tilde." The man with the ramen noodle hair yawned, lay down, and waved to Wang Teng. "You can go now, I'm going to sleep. Remember to turn off the lights when you leave." Wang Teng gave the other person a deep look, put on his mask, turned off the lights, and left. As soon as he left, the man with the ramen noodle hair suddenly jumped out of bed and pressed his face against the window of the door for a long time. "You said he left?" he muttered to himself. "We should go." After confirming that Wang Teng had left, he suddenly burst into wild laughter, laughing so hard he bent over backwards, rolled on the ground, and laughed until tears streamed down his face. "This is hilarious, so hilarious. This kid actually believed it, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. €1. Wang Teng lowered his head and walked downstairs when suddenly a voice came from behind him. "Hey, you there, wait a minute." Wang Teng's heart skipped a beat. Were there still staff on duty at this hour? He hadn't seen any when he came up. Various coping strategies flashed through my mind. If I were discovered, I would have no choice but to €1. Footsteps sounded behind him, and the person was getting closer. Wang Teng slowly turned around and saw a man in a white coat, who looked to be about 30 years old, walking towards him. "Why are you up here instead of on duty downstairs?" He looked at Wang Teng with a serious expression. "Oh, I just heard some noise upstairs and thought something had happened, so I came up to check," Wang Teng said, making up a story. Upon hearing this explanation, the doctor in the white coat's expression softened slightly, but he immediately asked with a look of suspicion, "Why are you wearing a mask so late at night?" "I have bad breath and I'm afraid of bothering others if I don't wear a mask." Before Wang Teng could finish speaking, a loud alarm suddenly sounded throughout the entire mental hospital. "A mental patient has escaped." A loud shout came from downstairs. The man in the white coat suddenly changed his expression, shoved Wang Teng aside, and ran away, tearing off his coat as he ran, laughing loudly, "Come and catch me. Come and catch me. €1, Wang Teng. Mental hospitals are terrifying. Let's hurry home." Taking advantage of the chaos, Wang Teng scaled the wall and left the mental hospital, driving home. "It was very late when I got home." After taking a shower, he returned to his room, took out the USB drive, plugged it into his computer, and found that it contained only one video file. In the era of martial arts, even martial arts manuals are taught via video tutorials? Wang Teng asked, somewhat surprised. "Click to watch the video." In an instant, a voice that made one blush rang out. The sound was quite loud. "Damn it," Wang Teng immediately panicked, grabbing the mouse and clicking randomly. He could usually hit the pause button with a single click, but now he just couldn't find it. In a moment of panic, he forced the computer to shut down. The sound finally disappeared and the room became completely quiet. Wang Teng dared not breathe, listening intently. His parents' room was not far away and he was afraid they would hear him. Weiwei Euro. Thank goodness, it seems they weren't woken up. Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. I actually got scammed. Only then did he have time to deal with this matter. Thinking back to that man with the ramen noodle hair, he realized he had been completely fooled by his appearance. You believed his lies. I must have been out of my mind to believe a mentally ill person? Wang Teng couldn't help but smile bitterly. Buddha Euro a Euro. This video looks pretty good. I just glanced at it and noticed that the female lead is quite attractive. She has a great figure, fair skin, and is very beautiful. Tisk tisk tisk. Why don't we take another look? Just one glance. Wang Teng consoled himself, found his headphones, turned on his computer again, and opened the video. He. In the dark room, only the computer screen emitted light. The room was quiet, except for the occasional eerie chuckles that were a bit creepy. Not bad, not bad, the plot is very engaging, and the female lead is very pretty, but her voice is a bit too loud. It's just a massage, why is she yelling so loudly? She startled me. Wang Teng watched the video with a critical eye. However, just as he was about to turn off his computer and go to sleep, he discovered that the progress bar below was only halfway done. Wang Teng moved the mouse away, letting the progress bar advance. Shortly after, the rest of the content came out. Wang Teng's expression changed instantly, his drowsiness vanished in a flash, and he stared intently at the computer screen. Half an hour later. After the video finished playing, Wang Teng closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. When he opened his eyes, he gave another bitter smile. This is such a rip-off. I almost missed what came next. Thank goodness. He felt somewhat fortunate. Speaking of which, I have to thank the female lead because she's so beautiful that I reluctantly watched it. Otherwise, he would just turn around and throw the USB drive away, and then he would have no chance to access the contents thereafter. Open the Properties panel. Comprehension, 93. Mental State, 55. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Spirit Vision, Basic 1.4, 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 15/1000. Force, 64/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier level. 8/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior level. 7/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier level. 30/100 Poison, 1-star Warrior level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 20/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 12/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 15/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Body Posture, Basic Staff Techniques, Perfect Gunfighting, Beginner 1/10, Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 43/100. Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 13/100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, 80 points. Overall Combat Strength, 221. Blank Attribute, 0. In the Combat Skills section, the original Spear Techniques has been changed to Spear Fighting Techniques. However, this is just the basics. Later on, more attribute points are needed for upgrades, and like other basic combat skills, spear techniques are not clearly specified. A blatant act of contempt from the system. Therefore, given the system's inherent nature, gunfighting is undoubtedly a higher level than gunfighting. Although Wang Teng had never heard of gunfu before, there was related content in the latter half of the video. The theory of gunfu is attributed to the combination of martial arts and technology. Since the birth of rune-infused firearms, Earth's warriors have gone through repeated trials and innovations before finally developing the now feared gunfighting style. Terrified at the mere mention of their name. This is not an exaggeration, but a fact. In theory, gunfu is a powerful ability that integrates physical skills, gun skills, and sword skills. Many martial artists specialize in rune-inscribed firearms, and when combined with this gunfighting technique, their power is astonishing, truly terrifying. According to the video introduction, the principle of gunfu is to establish a statistical model centered on the self. You heard right, statistics. If you want to learn gunfighting, you must first master statistics, so those who are academically challenged should stay out of the way. Continuing on to the main topic. In statistical models, bullet trajectories during gunfights and enemy positions can both be included. Therefore, by skillfully applying gunfu, every blind spot can be taken into account, allowing for both offense and defense. It's a bit complicated to explain, but to put it simply, a euro. Combining martial arts with gunplay and incorporating statistics, we can design effective shooting routes. Yes, that's it. Wang Teng rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. He had no other problems, except that he felt Newton might be turning in his grave. Someone come quick. Hold it down. Don't let it tip over. A truly impressive ability. How do I improve the attributes of this gunfight technique? Wang Teng was a bit confused. After thinking about it, he decided that he could only try it later when he had the chance. Now that we have this gunfu technique, we should naturally make use of it. And gunfu definitely requires a gun to perform. Although Wang Teng had a rune gun, he had already used up all the bullets when he fought against the martial artists at Baoan Mountain last time. I need to buy some bullets, but where can I buy them? Master Lu. He suddenly thought of a place, took out his phone to contact the other party, but found that it was already late at night, so he had to give up. It was already quite late. Wang Teng yawned, shook his head, turned off the light, and prepared to go to sleep. I took one last look at the attribute panel before going to sleep. Spirit has reached 55 points. That's a meteoric rise. The West Suburbs Mental Hospital is such a great place. If it weren't for the fact that the patients there aren't very friendly, he would want to stay there permanently. A euro. The next day. Because it was Monday, Wang Teng got up very early. He went to bed too late last night, and when he ate breakfast he had dark circles under his eyes and kept yawning. Li Shumei and Wang Shengguo exchanged glances. You say, why don't you tell me? Tell me or I'll use your toothbrush to clean the toilet. Alright, I'll tell you. This exchange of glances ended in a complete defeat for Wang Shengguo. He put down his spoon, coughed, and called out, son. Wang Teng looked up at him, puzzled. Although you are a bit young and vigorous at your age, you still need to be more moderate, as it's not good for your health. Wang Shengguo said meaningfully, I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. A euro moderation, restraint? Wang Teng looked puzzled. Wang Shengguo said nothing more, his expression saying, you know what I mean, which almost made Wang Teng spit out a mouthful of blood. So, were the sounds from last night still heard? I knew it would turn out like this. Please allow me to explain, that was really just the sound of a massage, absolutely nothing embarrassing happened. Son, come on, eat these 2 eggs to nourish your body. Li Shumei handed over 2 eggs at this moment. A euro. Wang Teng didn't even know how he received the eggs. Looking at the 2 eggs in his hand, he suddenly realized that this matter was definitely impossible to explain. Damn ramen noodle hair. This has ruined my lifelong reputation. Next time I see him, I'll bring him some bar wine. Put some urine in the wine, and some laxative in the urine, and that's how it's decided. Wang Teng fled his home as if escaping. He couldn't bear the gazes of the elderly couple. Wherever he went, he could feel 2 pairs of eyes watching him with concern. Donghai No. 1 Middle School. The atmosphere at the school was incredibly intense. With only 1 week left until the college entrance examination, all students are studying and doing practice problems like crazy. Because of this year's reforms, most students who want to take the martial arts exam are going all out, with their backs against the wall. Good morning, class monitor. Wang Teng sat down and greeted Lin Chuan. The other party arrived very early, as always. Good morning. Lin Chuan looked up and responded softly. I won't bother you, focus on your studies. Ever since Wang Teng learned about Lin Chuan's family situation, he admired her even more. For a girl to endure so much and still achieve what most people can't, you have to admire her. Lin Chuan was a little surprised, but she didn't say anything and turned back to continue reviewing. Her time is indeed very tight. Now she is desperately reviewing 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, whenever she has time, and at the same time she has to train in her spare time. Otherwise she will definitely not be able to pass the practical assessment. Although the 5-year martial arts examination and 3-year simulation is a mandatory part of the martial arts exam, the actual combat assessment is the most important component. In martial arts training, strength is of course the most important thing. To be honest, Lin Chuan's strength is not strong and is even somewhat weak. As a fellow intermediate martial arts apprentice, compared to others, she would probably only rank in the lower middle range. When Wang Teng cornered Lin Chuan against the wall, he was still a high-level martial arts apprentice. At that time, he felt that her strength was very weak, but he didn't pay much attention and thought she was just an ordinary person. Looking back now, one reason is that he himself was too strong, which made Lin Chuan appear exceptionally weak. Another reason is that he has only recently started practicing martial arts and does not yet understand the difference between ordinary people and martial arts apprentices. So it wasn't until later that he learned Lin Chuan was actually an intermediate-level martial arts apprentice. I wonder if she can pass the martial arts exam smoothly? Wang Teng looked at Lin Chuan with some worry. If she fails, it will probably be a big blow to her. After all, to a large extent, participating in the martial arts exam was not for her own sake, but for her father and sister. But Wang Teng knew that he couldn't say anything at this moment. Instead of undermining her confidence, let's offer support, perhaps a miracle will happen? Wang Teng put the matter aside, took out his phone, and sent a message to Master Lu. Are you there? In the parent, Zui 3 pounds I pound, Zua, I 1/2 Z. Reply instantly. Do you sell bullets? Wang Teng asked. Yes, we do. What caliber, material, and properties of bullets do you want? Wang Teng was stunned for 2 seconds. There was so much to say about buying bullets? So he went online, found a picture of the same gun as his, and sent it to them. The bullets for this gun. This model of pistol can use 6.5mm bullets, so what kind of material and properties do you need? The other party replied. What materials and properties do they have? Wang Teng asked. The other party immediately sent 2 images, a list of materials and a list of attributes. The materials are all kinds of things, many of which Wang Teng has never even heard of, such as aura alloy, Cefarlo alloy, etc. The corresponding metal content, density, and various properties are also marked next to them, making them look quite impressive. As for the price, it ranges from several thousand to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. The other attribute list consists of familiar elements like metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, but with added rune effects, giving them attribute attacks that are even more powerful. But most importantly, they are all very expensive. Extremely expensive. That unscrupulous businessman. Shady businessman. Despite his cursing, Wang Teng still bought rune alloy bullets from the Master Lu store. However, instead of buying foreign alloy bullets, they purchased the domestically developed Zhang's alloy. We must support domestic products. Zhang's alloy is ranked 7th in the Lu Master store, and its price is not cheap. Moreover, Wang Teng bought rune bullets. They are ice type and fire type respectively, and their power is much stronger than that of ordinary alloy bullets. Of course, the 2 types of bullets cost Wang Teng a total of 300,000 yuan. With his recent expenses, his savings were almost gone. I've paid and placed the order, now I'm just waiting for the round-faced, chubby chicken to deliver it to my door. Wang Teng put down his phone, attended a few classes honestly, and reviewed the attributes of 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation. €. Time flies, and in the evening, Wang Teng went home for dinner. The family sat together, chatting occasionally, and before they knew it, the topic of the college entrance examination came up again. The Education Bureau has reformed the system, and this year you only need to reach the intermediate level of martial arts apprentice to participate in the martial arts exam. It's a pity you started practicing martial arts a little too late, Wang Shengguo said with some regret. Wang Teng had been practicing martial arts for less than a month, and Wang Shengguo never imagined that Wang Teng would become an intermediate martial arts apprentice in such a short time. Therefore, he didn't actually have any hope for this college entrance examination. Wang Teng opened his mouth, but then heard him say, "But don't worry, I'll get you the paperwork to repeat a year, we'll have another chance next year." "Yes, son, your dad and I are prepared. We'll take the exam again next year. Don't feel pressured," Li Shumei chimed in. Wang Teng opened his mouth again, but finally sighed inwardly. "Never mind, I'll give them a surprise later." He still didn't tell his parents about his abilities. It was too difficult to explain, so he decided to let the facts make them happy instead. After finishing his meal, Wang Teng went out to Polar Star Martial Arts School. When Wang Teng returned in the evening, the round-faced fat chicken arrived on time. He received the rune alloy bullets and stored them together with the rune gun in the weapon storage box. All that's missing is improving his gunfu skills. €. In the past few days, he had someone investigate Zhao Genghu's clique. The result was not very good. Those people are a mixed bag, with little potential, and they don't do anything productive. They bully the weak and fear the strong, extorting protection money from small companies and such. They're really not respectable. As for Zhao Genghu himself, he is already in his 30s. Although he is a senior martial arts apprentice, he is clearly not qualified enough. Wang Teng is already a martial artist, so his improvement speed won't be too slow. He will only get stronger. Zhao Genggu will be left further and further behind, unable to keep up with his pace at all. Therefore, Wang Teng ultimately gave up the idea of accepting Zhao Genggu and the others. Zhao Genggu was stunned for a long time after receiving the reply. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng refused the offer of a high-level martial arts apprentice. Disdain? Do you really look down on me, Zhao Genggu? He clenched his fists, his face looking rather grim. Zhao Gangbao was secretly pleased. Since that evil star didn't accept them, as long as they stayed away from him, he wouldn't have anything to fear. He was still the second in command. Apart from his brother, his subordinates still had to listen to him. Brother, if you ask me, that kid is blind. He can't see your talent. Why should we insist on following him? Zhao Gangbao said, stirring up trouble. Don't try anything funny. Zhao Genggu glared at him. Then he asked one of his men behind him, how much money do we have left? Probably less than 8 million, the subordinate said. Go borrow it, gather 10 million, and I'll personally deliver it to him, Zhao Genggu said. What, 10 million? Brother, are you crazy? He doesn't care about us anymore, why would you give him 10 million? Zhao Gangbao immediately jumped up and down, looking at Zhao Genggu incredulously. Wondering if he had been scared out of his wits. You don't have to give it to me. Anyway, I'm not the one who caused this trouble. When you run into them again, you'll have to deal with it yourself, Zhao Genggu said with a mocking smile. These €1. Upon thinking of Wang Teng, Zhao Gangbao immediately backed down and hesitated before saying, then let's give him 6 million, which is 1 million more than last time. He should be content with that. That way, we won't have to borrow money from others. Whatever, you handle this yourself. I don't want to get involved anymore. Zhao Genggu sighed inwardly, filled with disappointment, shook his head, and left the room, ignoring him completely. He went straight back to training and work even harder than before. I'll make you regret the decision you made today. Zhao Genggu made up his mind that one day he would make Wang Teng see that he was not entirely useless. €1. Young Master Wang, there is 10 million here. I scraped together this money from all sides. I hope you will be lenient and not hold it against me again. At the entrance of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, Zhao Gangbao held a bank card in his hand, bowing and scraping as he respectfully handed it to Wang Teng. There was no trace of his previous stubbornness or reluctance. Ah, it smells so good. Interesting. Wang Teng hadn't expected Zhao Gangbao to be so sensible. But it's easy to guess that it was probably his brother Zhao Genghu's idea. Otherwise, given Zhao Gangbao's intelligence, he might not have been able to make such a decision. Wang Teng originally didn't intend to take the money from the other party. After all, there's no point in asking them for money again after refusing them. But now that the other party has offered it to us, there's no reason to refuse it anymore. Besides, he's been spending a lot lately, and even the landlord's family has no surplus grain. Why not take the money that's offered to him? Let's leave it at that. Don't ever get involved with me again. Wang Teng took the bank card, put it in his pocket without any hesitation, and said indifferently. I would never dare, Zhao Gangbao said with a forced smile. After Wang Teng left, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and let out a long breath. Martial artists are indeed terrifying. I don't know if it's just psychological, but their aura alone is unbearable. Oh well, let's just consider it a loss to avoid further trouble, Zhao Gangbao sighed, trying to console himself. €1. Having resolved the matter with the Zhao brothers, Wang Teng lived a peaceful life for the next few days. These past few days, he has already finished working through the entire 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation workbook. So in the last few days, he stopped wasting time going to school. He has a lot to do every day. In addition to cultivating the force, you also need to go to the Polar Star Martial Arts Hall to collect attributes. I even have to visit the mental hospital late at night because mental health is quite rare. I finally found a place to boost my spirit stats, don't miss it. In addition, he also took some time to visit Lin Chuan's home to see Lin Chusha, the poisonous baby. While you're at it, pick up the bubbles containing her overflowing demonic lotus poison and poison-type primal force. This will not only alleviate Lin Chusha's surrounding environment, but also enhance her demon lotus poison body and poison force, which is the best of both worlds. The only regret is that I can't visit Lin Chuan's home often, otherwise her mother might misunderstand. €1 pity. With so many things going on, Wang Teng's life couldn't be more fulfilling. Properties panel. Comprehension, 97. Spirit, 91. Talents, Basic Fire Talent, 11/300, Basic Ice Talent, 13/300, Basic Earth Talent, 12/300, Spirit Vision, Basic 1.4, 10, Demon Lotus Poison Body, 31/1000. Force, 68/100 Fire, 1-star Soldier Level. 16/100 Ice, 1-star Warrior Tier. 15/100 Earth, 1-star Combat Soldier Level. 46/100 Poison, 1-star Soldier Level. Techniques, Crimson Flame Technique, Beginner 32/100, Mystic Ice Technique, Beginner 23/100, Yellow Earth Technique, Earth Element Shield, Beginner 26/100. Combat Skills, Basic Combat Skills, Fist, Sword, Knife, Staff, Body Posture, Gunfighting, Beginner 1.8, 10. Fire Kirin Sword Technique, Beginner 56/100, Illusion Ice Fist, Beginner 28/100. Knowledge, Basic Subjects, Full Marks, 5 years of martial arts exams and 3 years of simulation, Full Marks. Overall Combat Strength, 231. Blank Attribute, 0. Looking at the attribute panel, all the attributes have improved. His mental attribute, in particular, skyrocketed to 91. Wang Teng felt as if a strange power was being nurtured in his mind. Could it be that when one's mental attributes are raised to a certain point, some kind of qualitative change will occur? Wang Teng wondered to himself. He suddenly had a premonition. However, we can only know what will happen when a real qualitative change occurs. As you look further, it becomes clear that with Wang Teng's diligent cultivation, his mastery of various elemental forces, techniques, and combat skills has improved considerably. Their strength has increased. It's worth mentioning that his basic staff techniques have also reached the level of understanding the posture. At this point, he could no longer improve the basic combat skills he had mastered, and there was no need to waste time grinding for attributes anymore. In addition, Wang Teng went to the Falcon Shooting Club again to try to pick up the gun skill attribute and see if it would improve his gunfighting skills. Result: check the attribute panel. Gunfighting, Beginner 1.8, 10. This shows that the gun skill attribute does indeed enhance gunfighting, since gunfighting includes gun skills. However, the improvement of the gunslinging attribute on gunfighting is very limited. It took dozens of attribute bubbles to increase the gunfighting attribute by only 0.8 points. Improving your gunfight skills seems like a long and arduous journey. Friday, before school ends. Class teacher Fan Weiming distributed the admission tickets, first to the liberal arts students, and then to the few students who were taking the martial arts exam. The other students looked on with envy as they watched the students taking the martial arts exam go up to receive their admission tickets. The class monitor is also going to take the martial arts exam. Everyone was especially surprised when it was Lin Chuan's turn. Lin Chuan is a recognized academic genius whose academic performance surpasses all other students and dominates the entire Donghai No. 1 middle school. She actually went and took the martial arts exam? The crowd found it unbelievable, even unacceptable. The last person to go up and collect his admission ticket was Wang Teng, who arrived late. Wang Teng is also going to take the martial arts exam? The students, who were packing their bags to go home, were shocked again. Has he ever practiced martial arts? Never heard of him. Has he been hiding his true abilities all along? Maybe he's a rich kid, so learning martial arts is much easier for him than for ordinary people, someone said sourly. Hee hee, look how sour you all are, tilde, someone scoffed. €1. After handing out the admission tickets, Fan Weiming said to everyone, go back and get some rest tomorrow, Saturday. Keep a regular schedule, don't go to bed too early or too late. Review appropriately and adjust your mindset. Arrive at your respective test centers early on the morning of July 5th. The exam starts promptly at 8 a.m. Take it easy and don't be late. Make sure you bring everything, especially your admission ticket. Every year someone forgets to bring it, so don't say I didn't remind you, or you'll have nowhere to cry when the time comes. He patiently and earnestly explained. His classmates chuckled and said he was long-winded, but they didn't show the slightest impatience. Fan Weiming was a very dedicated and responsible homeroom teacher, and his students naturally respected him greatly. Do your best on the exams and don't waste these 3 years. Looking at the youthful faces below, Fan Weiming suddenly spoke with some emotion. 3 years of hard work, all for this one battle. Fan Weiming's words deeply moved the students, strengthening their resolve as they went home. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, is on July 5th. After the students left, the entire school was completely sealed off. Many things in this world are different from those in my previous life. For example, in your previous life you would have a 3-day holiday before the college entrance exam, but in this life you only have 1 day. However, a large amount of manpower and resources were mobilized to set up the college entrance examination venue, which could be done in a day. As a key high school, Donghai No. 1 High School was naturally one of the examination venues. Other schools, and even several famous martial arts schools, were completely sealed off today, and preparations began. That's right, martial arts schools are also one of the examination venues, but they are specifically for martial arts exams. The martial arts school's various instruments were requisitioned to conduct physical examinations for students participating in the martial arts exam. Wang Teng received his exam admission ticket, said goodbye to Lin Chuan, and then they went home separately. €. The next day, Saturday, Wang Teng didn't go anywhere, he just stayed home and rested. We've improved everything we could recently, so 1 more day won't make a difference. For him, the college entrance examination is just a process, he is certain he will pass, so there is nothing to worry about. Unlike other parents of students who are already in a state of panic, anxious and worried, wishing they could take the college entrance exam for their child, Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei, as parents, remained calm and went about their business. In the evening, Wang Shengguo watched the news on TV while drinking tea, while Li Shumei practiced yoga leisurely beside him. When Wang Teng went downstairs to get some water, he saw his parents and was speechless. Can you guys please show some respect for the college entrance examination? So calm, where does this leave the dignity of the college entrance examination? Despite his complaints, Wang Teng knew they were just hopeless, which was why he remained so calm. I wonder what kind of expressions my parents will have when the college entrance exam results come out. This might be quite interesting. Son, have you prepared everything for tomorrow's exam? Even if it's just a formality, you still need to take it seriously. At least don't come back with a 0, otherwise your dad and I won't be able to tell people if they ask. Li Shumei paused and said. Wang Shengguo took a sip of tea, squinted his eyes to savor it, and said calmly, your mother is right. If you get a 0 on the exam, I'll just say you didn't even take it. You can't afford to lose face like that. €. Wang Teng was speechless. You have so little faith in me? It's not that we don't have confidence in you, it's that you haven't given us any confidence at all, son. Wang Shengguo said. Watch me get you a few more 0s back on your tests, Wang Teng chuckled. That brat. Wang Shengguo rolled his eyes in annoyance. Just then, his phone rang. He picked it up, glanced at it, and said to Li Shumei, who was looking over, it's my brother on the phone. Hey, big brother. Wang Shengguo answered the phone and chatted with Wang Teng's uncle, Wang Shenghong. Before she could finish speaking, Li Shumei's phone rang. She answered, hello, Dad. A few minutes later, the two hung up the phone. Son, everyone's here to check on your college entrance exam. How's it going? Feeling any pressure? Wang Shengguo teased. What pressure could I possibly feel? It's just a matter of getting a 0. If 1 isn't enough, we'll have 2. Anyway, it's you two who will lose face, Wang Teng said nonchalantly. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei's faces immediately darkened. This little brat, how dare he talk like that? The 3 of them had only exchanged a few words when the phone rang again. Then, uncles, aunts, and other relatives all called to inquire about Wang Teng's college entrance exam. In the end, the looks that Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei gave Wang Teng became increasingly dangerous. Son, if you don't get a top score in this college entrance exam, you'd better prepare for my wrath. Li Shumei threatened. And what about my thunderous wrath? Are you ready? Wang Shengguo glared at Wang Teng. Wang Teng immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Father, mother, I cannot do it. HMPH, you're finished if you can't do it. My phone is ringing again. €. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were silent for a moment, then said in unison. You answer it. You answer it. Wang Teng's lips twitched. He felt that the 2 elders were probably going crazy from tonight's phone call. Now, here's a math problem. What is the area of psychological trauma for Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei? There's a reward for answering correctly. Li Shumei glanced at the caller ID on her phone and urged, answer it quickly, it's Dad calling. Hello, Dad, Wang Shengguo answered quickly. Why did it take you so long to answer the phone? A robust, elderly voice came from the other end of the phone, sounding somewhat authoritative. Oh, I was just in the bathroom. Wang Shengguo was good at making up stories in front of his father, and he could just spout off whatever came to mind. Alright, I'm too lazy to waste my breath on you. Is my grandson here? Let him answer the phone, Old Master Wang said impatiently. Here, your grandfather's phone. Wang Shengguo obediently handed the phone to Wang Teng, looking somewhat jealous. Wang Teng put the phone to his ear and called out, Grandpa. My dear grandson. Old Master Wang's words immediately came through. It was the same person's voice, but this time it sounded very kind. Hearing this kind tone, Wang Shengguo's expression became even more resentful. Li Shumei couldn't stop chuckling to herself. Wang Teng chatted with Grandpa Wang for a while, mainly about the college entrance examination. Finally, Grandpa Wang said, do your best on the exam. After you finish, Grandpa will throw you a banquet to celebrate. Wang Teng always behaved very well in front of Grandpa Wang since he was a child, so much so that Grandpa Wang always thought Wang Teng was a good child and a good student. And never suspected that Wang Teng was actually a poor student. Wang Teng still remembered that in his previous life, Old Master Wang had also hosted a rather large banquet for him. As a result, Wang Teng's achievements could not be hidden from those who were interested. The banquet became a laughingstock in the aristocratic circles, and Old Master Wang was so angry that he almost died. Thinking about this incident, Wang Teng felt both guilty and remorseful. Fortunately, in this life, I became a cheat code. The National College Entrance Examination, Gaokao, Wang Teng secretly decided that this time he must give everyone a surprise and let those who once looked down on him see what he was made of. What does it mean to crush someone? After Grandpa Wang, no one called again, and Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei quietly breathed a sigh of relief. They were originally very calm, but at this moment, they looked worried and miserable. What should we do? Li Shumei asked. Otherwise, we can break our son's legs so he won't have to take the college entrance exam and won't get any results, Wang Shengguo suggested, offering a terrible idea. Li Shumei's eyes lit up. Why not give it a try? Anyway, everyone says that people who practice martial arts recover quickly and can get better in 3 to 5 days. A broken leg shouldn't be a big deal. Are you devils? I'm afraid I'm not their biological son. Wang Teng trembled beside him. Tomorrow's headlines are Euro. Shocking. A student's parents broke his leg to prevent him from taking the college entrance exam because of his poor grades. Is this a distortion of humanity or a moral collapse? Who could have imagined the terror Wang Teng experienced the night before the college entrance examination? So this teaches us a lesson. Never anger your parents. When they get angry, they're absolutely inhuman. Euro. The next day, Wang Teng got up very early, planning to sneak out of the house before his parents got up, so as not to get his leg broken. Unfortunately, you can never be earlier than your mother. Wearing an apron and carrying breakfast, Li Shumei came out of the kitchen. When she saw Wang Teng, she looked surprised and said, Son, why are your dark circles so heavy? Didn't you sleep well last night? Wang Teng indicated that he did not want to answer. You don't really think your dad and I are going to break your legs, do you? Li Shumei asked in shock. Hee. How could your father and I be such cruel parents? Li Shumei shamelessly ignored what she had said last night. Hee. Hurry up and eat breakfast, you brat. Li Shumei said helplessly. Euro. After breakfast, Wang Shengguo planned to personally drive Wang Teng to the examination venue. Although he didn't have high hopes, Comrade Wang still attached great importance to it. Son, did you bring your ID card and exam admission ticket? Li Shumei asked again before leaving the house, still worried. Take it, Wang Teng said. Let me check it over. Li Shumei personally inspected the items before seeing Wang Shengguo and his son out the door with peace of mind. Euro. Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Wang Teng took his liberal arts exam at Donghai No. 1 Middle School. At this time, many cars were parked in front of the No. 1 Middle School. Outside the school's cordon, students gathered in groups of 3 or 5, their voices mingling and creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. On the other side, several buses were parked. A group of students gathered under the bus, whispering among themselves, noticeably more reserved than the other students. They are students who came from nearby areas to take the college entrance examination. Wang Teng got out of the car and scanned his surroundings, trying to see if there were any familiar faces. A voice came from behind. Young Master Wang, over here. Wang Teng turned around and saw Yang Jian shouting and waving at him. Lin Chuan and several classmates were also present next to him. Dad, my classmate is calling me. I'm going there now, Wang Teng said to Wang Shengguo. Go ahead, I'll pick you up after the exam. Wang Shengguo nodded. No need, I can go back by myself at noon. You go ahead with your work, Wang Teng said. Alright, one more day won't make a difference. It's settled then. I'll pick you up after the exam. After saying that, Wang Shengguo drove away. Wang Teng walked over and joined Lin Chuan and the others. How are your preparations going? Wang Teng casually asked Lin Chuan and Yang Jian. It's alright, I should have no problem with the humanities exams, Yang Jian said. Today's exams are Chinese, math, and English, so there's nothing to worry about. The main thing is the martial arts exam later on, Lin Chuan said. The martial arts exam consists of a written test and a practical assessment. All students first take exams in Chinese, math, and English. Then, regular students take exams in physics, chemistry, and biology. Students who take the martial arts exam will then take a written exam about martial arts. That is, the 5-year martial arts exam and 3-year simulation textbook that we usually read. Wang Teng nodded, and seeing that Lin Chuan was alone, he asked in surprise, "Didn't your aunt bring you here?" "I didn't let her come," Lin Chuan said. Wang Teng didn't say anything more. Lin Chuan's family situation was quite special. The whole family relied on his mother to take care of everything, and she was too busy to manage. It was normal that she didn't come. "Are you okay with Chinese, math, and English?" Lin Chuan changed the subject and asked. Wang Teng has never paid attention in any class, and his test scores are always in the single digits. With such scores, how can he possibly pass the exams? However, he seemed completely confident, as if the score was no challenge for him at all, which made Lin Chuan somewhat uncertain. Don't worry. Wang Teng was indeed like this again. "Okay, it's good that you're confident," Lin Chuan said. "Xiao Jian, are these two your classmates?" A middle-aged man next to Yang Jian asked. "Yes, Dad, they sit behind me and they're also going to take the martial arts exam," Yang Jian nodded. "Squad leader, young Master Wang, this is my dad." Yang Jian also offered an explanation to Wang Teng and Lin Chuan. "Hello, Uncle Yang." Wang Teng and Lin Chuan greeted him quickly. Yang Jian's father smiled and said, "Hello, you are both going to take the martial arts exam. You might even get into the same school. You can keep in touch with each other in the future." "Alright, Dad, the exam is about to start, you should go back now," Yang Jian said. Okay, I'll come pick you up again at noon. Good luck on your exam." Yang Jian's father said goodbye to Wang Teng and Lin Chuan and then drove away. Wang Teng and his two companions chatted idly in place. Other students arrived one after another, and the number of people at the entrance of number 1 middle school increased. "Oh no, I forgot my exam admission ticket." Suddenly, a cry rang out from the crowd, drawing the attention of the students and their parents. She was a slightly chubby girl who was frantically pacing around, tears streaming down her face, rummaging through her school bag and making a complete mess of everything. The more chaotic things became, the more anxious she became. Her parents were also anxious and kept complaining. "Before you left, I repeatedly told you to double-check everything and make sure you had everything ready, but you just wouldn't listen. What are we going to do now?" Her mother, a middle-aged woman, was also at a loss. €1. The students present all looked on with sympathy. Time was running out, and it would be too late to go back and get it. At the same time, they all checked their belongings, fearing they might also become one of the tragedies of forgetting to bring their own things. Wang Teng couldn't help but check it over as well. The atmosphere can affect people. The atmosphere on site was very tense. Even though Wang Teng appeared calm, he was still afraid that something might happen. Fortunately, such things are rare, and he wasn't that unlucky. Speaking of bad luck, someone nearby sneezed. "Damn it, I caught a cold last night, and now I have to be sick for the college entrance exam today." It's a bit tragic that he got sick during the college entrance exam. It might affect his performance, and he might miss the mark by a few points and not get into his ideal university. Similar incidents occur frequently during the college entrance examination and are not considered unusual. The scenes before my eyes have evolved into a microcosm of the lives of people taking the college entrance examination. Time was up quickly. The cordon was lifted, and students immediately poured into the examination hall. Wang Teng and Lin Chuan parted ways and headed to their respective examination rooms. Wang Teng was already very familiar with Donghai No. 1 Middle School and easily found his exam room and class. After handing in his mobile phone and other electronic devices, and having his ID card and admission ticket verified, Wang Teng was allowed to enter the examination room. Sit down in your assigned seat and wait patiently for the exam to begin. Not long after, an announcement came over the loudspeaker explaining the exam rules and important notes for the exam. The students listened attentively, afraid of missing a single mistake. In the college entrance examination, even a single point can be enough to eliminate an entire class. There is no room for error. The broadcast ended, and the college entrance examination officially began. The first subject, Chinese. The teacher handed out the test papers, and upon looking at the questions, Wang Teng immediately burst out laughing. The Chinese exam was supposed to last 2.5 hours, but Wang Teng only used less than an hour and a half, spending the remaining hour just going through the motions. However, he did not choose to leave early, but waited until the bell rang before walking out of the examination room with the other candidates. At the entrance of the number 1 middle school, a group of parents waited anxiously. As soon as the students came out and saw their parents, before they could even say anything, the parents immediately asked, "How did the exam go?" Naturally, some people are happy while others are sad. If you're unhappy about the college entrance exam, then I'm naturally happy. In contrast, Wang Shengguo was much calmer. He didn't even ask any questions and took Wang Teng home. Back home, Li Shumei remained calm, unlike someone who had just taken the college entrance exam. Wang Teng was also helpless. Last night he was thinking about breaking his legs, but today he acted like nothing had happened. What can you do when you encounter such bizarre parents? I have a math exam this afternoon. The English test was the next morning. Wang Teng passed all the tests smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Next up is the martial arts exam. He didn't need to take the exam on the afternoon of the second day, so he returned home early and waited to go to another examination hall on the third day to take the martial arts exam. Wang Shengguo and Li Shumei were very surprised. "You signed up for the martial arts exam?" Wang Teng hadn't told them about this yet, and the sudden news that he had participated in the martial arts exam caught the elderly couple off guard. "That's right, otherwise, why would I practice martial arts?" Wang Teng said matter-of-factly. "But you've only just started practicing martial arts and haven't even reached the intermediate martial arts apprentice standard yet. Wouldn't it be a waste of time to participate in the martial arts exam? Besides, I've heard that the practical combat assessment of the martial arts exam is extremely dangerous. If you go, wouldn't you just be offering yourself up as food?" Wang Shengguo said with a serious expression. "Son, don't joke with your life." Li Shumei became nervous upon hearing this. "Don't worry, if you can't even pass tomorrow's intermediate martial arts apprentice assessment, then don't even talk about the practical combat assessment." Wang Teng waved his hand. "Oh, that makes sense." Wang Shengguo suddenly realized, then asked in confusion, "Then why did you participate in the martial arts exam? There's no hope at all?" "Let's go experience it first," Wang Teng casually said. "Yes, it's good to experience it in advance, so we'll have experience next year," Wang Shengguo nodded. A-euro. July 7th, the third day of the National College Entrance Examination. In the morning, Wang Teng arrived at Donghai No. 1 Middle School, where the school gate was still crowded with people. The first stage of the martial arts exam is the martial arts apprentice level assessment. The martial arts apprentice level assessment is not conducted at the Central Academy of Fine Arts, but rather at various renowned martial arts schools. At this moment, several buses were parked not far from the entrance of No. 1 Middle School, where Lin Chuan and other students participating in the martial arts exam had already gathered. Other students taking the regular college entrance examination would occasionally glance over there, whispering among themselves and looking on with envy. They are students from No. 1 Middle School who are going to take the martial arts exam. This year's reforms have given even intermediate-level martial arts apprentices the opportunity to participate in the martial arts exam. And the number of participants is significantly higher than last year. Unfortunately, we still don't have the chance. Well, a euro. Martial arts practitioners have become a symbol of the upper class. As society and times change, many high-level positions must be held by martial arts practitioners, who play an indispensable and important role. Ordinary people may not understand the reasons behind it, but that doesn't stop them from yearning for the scenery there. Becoming a martial artist means escaping the ordinary social class. Who would willingly live at the bottom forever? Wang Teng got off the bus, said goodbye to Wang Shengguo, carried his luggage in his hand and a long, black object resembling a cello case on his back, and walked towards the bus. If you pass the martial arts exam and the martial arts apprentice level assessment, you will go directly to the military region for the remaining assessments. Therefore, candidates must bring a change of clothes and personal items. Wang Shengguo found it somewhat amusing that Wang Teng, who was just there for show, had actually brought luggage and was doing it all with great flair. But he didn't say anything and let him do as he pleased. Wang Shengguo was curious about the long, black object that looked like a cello case, wondering what was inside. Unfortunately, Wang Teng wouldn't tell him, so there was nothing he could do. Watching Wang Teng walk towards the bus, Wang Shengguo suddenly realized that his son had become very different from before. That back was straight and resolute, like a peerless sword about to be drawn. He even had a misconception that his son's departure would unleash a storm. Wang Shengguo shook his head and couldn't help but chuckle. Over here, Wang Teng met up with Lin Chuan and the others, and chatted idly under the bus. "Young Master Wang, what's that behind you?" Yang Jian asked curiously, examining the weapon storage box behind Wang Teng. Lin Chuan also looked over curiously, her gaze sweeping over the hidden weapon box, but unfortunately it was covered by a bag, so they couldn't see what was inside. My heart was itching even more. "A secret weapon?" Wang Teng laughed. "TCH, fine, don't tell me then," Yang Jian retorted. When the time came, the cordon was lifted, and the students taking the National College entrance examination entered the number 1 high school examination room one after another. Before they left, they took one last, reluctant look at the students taking the martial arts exam, their expressions complex. The college entrance examination is a turning point in life. But at this moment, it feels like a fork in the road of life. Some people choose to live an ordinary life. Perhaps they will become outstanding in their respective fields in the future, but if they don't become martial artists, they will ultimately remain ordinary people. For some, however, the path to extraordinary achievements is about to begin, where immense power and long lifespans will no longer be just dreams. Even though the path of martial arts is difficult, many people fall along the way, dying earlier than ordinary people, and the peak is hard to climb. With most martial artists remaining at the foot of the mountain, there are always people who follow in their footsteps. After the students taking the National College entrance examination entered the venue, the square was finally no longer so crowded. However, cars from other schools arrived one after another and met up at number 1 middle school. Although there weren't many martial arts exam takers, the number of students from several schools in the same district totaled 700 or 800. Especially this year, the martial arts exam standards have been lowered, and only intermediate-level martial arts apprentices can participate, resulting in a significant increase in the number of participants compared to previous years. School leaders and homeroom teachers from all the senior classes arrived at this time. The homeroom teacher is calling roll for the students taking the martial arts exam. The school leaders, however, were talking to leaders from other schools and several leaders from the Education Bureau. On the senior year 8 side, Fan Weiming finished taking attendance and everyone was present. Seeing that there was still time, he said, "Since you have signed up for the martial arts exam, then give it your all and don't leave any regrets. I also hope that you can bring glory to the school and win one last honor for our senior class 8. However, no matter what, please remember that your safety should always be your top priority." Fan Weiming's words deeply moved the students, and many of them couldn't help but express their feelings. "Teacher, don't worry. Although our class doesn't have any advanced martial arts apprentices, we have a lot of applicants. We will do our best to be the class with the most successful applicants." That's right, we used sheer numbers to defeat those classes with advanced martial arts apprentices. A euro. These students didn't know that their class didn't have any advanced martial arts apprentices, but it did have martial artists. At this moment, Wang Teng's expression suddenly became somewhat strange. Looking at the classmates in front of me, howling and barking, I felt like they were a bunch of howling huskies. And I, blending in among them, felt like a wolf pretending to be a goofball, which seemed rather sleazy. "What's wrong with you?" Lin Chuan asked, puzzled, noticing his strange expression. It's nothing." Wang Teng quickly shook his head, earning Lin Chuan an even stranger and more puzzled look in return. Seeing the students' high spirits and radiant faces, Fan Weiming was very pleased and couldn't help but open his water bottle. A sip of goji berry water, so refreshing. Meanwhile, the homeroom teachers of several classes had also finished taking attendance. The principal walked over, clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention, and asked, "Has everyone finished taking attendance? Are all the candidates here?" A woman who appeared to be middle-aged stepped forward and said, "One student from our class is absent. It's the homeroom teacher of class 13 in the 3rd year of high school. Someone from their class didn't come." Who's so reckless as to sign up and then not participate? The students immediately started whispering among themselves. What happened? The principal asked, frowning. Yuha Euro, the homeroom teacher of class 13 of senior 3, looked a little strange and hesitated for a moment before saying, he trained too hard last night and broke his arm. His mother called me this morning and said that he will not participate in this year's martial arts exam. PFF'd. Upon hearing the reason, the students around him burst out laughing instantly. That's too reckless. How much recklessness would you have to go to break your arm? Awesome, awesome. A role model for us all. If I had this kind of drive, I would have been a high-level martial arts apprentice long ago. Same here, this guy is amazing. A euro. The principal, who had been looking serious, almost lost his composure and wanted to cover his face. How could Donghai No. 1 High School have such a brainless student, especially at such an important moment? It was a disgrace to him. Didn't you see the expressions on the faces of several education bureau leaders that they couldn't bear to look at? Even the leaders of several other schools were secretly laughing, watching their school make a fool of itself. This is infuriating. We must strengthen students' psychological well-being education in the future. What kind of nonsense is this? The principal scolded, his face grim. Alright, we don't have much time. Now that everyone's here, let's set off. I am Lu Wenxi, the leader of this martial arts exam team. You can call me Teacher Lu. Enough with the small talk, get on the bus, an education bureau leader said, stepping forward. The group of test takers boarded the bus. Wang Teng shamelessly sat with Lin Chuan, while Yang Jian sat to his left. At this moment, he turned around and said, that was my uncle. He works at the education bureau. So he's your uncle? Wang Teng said with some surprise. What a coincidence. Yang Jian's uncle was actually in charge of leading the team in their area. A boy next to Yang Jian, also from class 8 of senior 3, was very excited when he heard that the middle-aged man, whom even the principal treated with amiability, was actually Yang Jian's uncle. He said, Yang Jian, your uncle is actually a leader in the education bureau. With you around, he will definitely take care of us. Several classmates nearby chimed in. Yang Jian, beaming with pride at the compliment, said, of course. But don't show it, lest you cause trouble for my uncle. Let's keep it to ourselves. Liar tilde. Several students quickly lowered their voices, whispering amongst themselves as if they shared a secret. A euro. The bus drove towards the seaside. When he saw the familiar road, Wang Teng couldn't help but sigh that he was really lucky, as the examination venue was in a familiar place. At this moment, all martial arts students at the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy had been cleared out, and the entire academy was completely silent. The security guards allowed the test takers to enter without any problems. The bus stopped in the martial arts school's parking lot, and the examinees got off one after another. Many of them had never been to the Polar Star Martial Arts School before and looked around curiously. This is Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, one of the 3 giants among martial arts academies in the China region. Indeed extraordinary. Those 3 buildings look strange, they resemble something. See Chapter 2 for details on their shapes. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to it. The boys smirked, while the girls blushed and secretly cursed. That gentleman really has a twisted sense of humor. Lu Wenxi got out of his car and saw this scene, and couldn't help but smile wryly. Shortly after Lu Wenxi's convoy arrived at the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, 2 more convoys arrived one after another. At least 1/3 of the martial arts exam candidates from Donghai are concentrated here. The test takers got off the bus and gathered in small groups, making a lot of noise. I never expected that we would be assigned to the Polaris Martial Arts Academy for the level assessment. There should be quite a few candidates at Thunder Martial Arts Academy and 100 Refinement Martial Arts Academy. These 3 martial arts academies attach great importance to the martial arts exam and compete to be the exam venue every year in order to observe potential candidates and recruit them early. Not only that, I've heard that this is also a way for martial arts schools to showcase their strength. When candidates take the exam here, they will witness the strength of the martial arts school and will naturally be more inclined to choose this school in the future. A euro. The students were discussing it with great seriousness. At this moment, the leaders of the 3 teams met up. They were all from the Education Bureau and knew each other before, but today they were in different positions. Line up and follow me. As their voices faded, 3 distinct lines of candidates quickly formed. Each team was further divided into 8 or 9 smaller teams based on the number of members, each led by its own teacher. The 3 team leaders led their respective teams toward the martial arts training building. However, before the exam started, no one was allowed to enter the martial arts training building, they could only wait outside. Those are students from Weiying Private School, right? Judging by their school uniforms, it must be them. Although it's a private high school, it's known for being very strict with its students. I witnessed it firsthand today, they even have to wear school uniforms for the college entrance exam. I've heard that Weiying is really powerful, with as many as 8 advanced martial arts apprentices. TCH, what's so great about them? At least 5 out of 8 were poached from other schools with money. As Wang Teng listened to the discussions around him, he followed everyone's gaze and looked at the group next to him. A group of students wearing blue and white school uniforms lined up in a straight line, and there seemed to be quite a few of them. The group of candidates stood there, chests out and heads held high, each one trying their best to show an arrogant expression. The first 8 candidates in line were the focus of everyone's attention, and even the students of Weiying School were whispering about them. At the same time, Donghai No. 1 High School, as a key high school, is also the focus of discussion among candidates from other schools. The students from Donghai No. 1 Middle School are no weaker than those from Weiying Middle School. I heard they have 5 advanced martial arts apprentices, and all of them got into No. 1 Middle School on their own merit, unlike those bought by Weiying. Besides, the total number of students from Donghai No. 1 Middle School participating in the martial arts exam is no less than that of Weiying Middle School. Donghai No. 1 Middle School and Weiying Middle School, one is a key public high school and the other is a strong private middle school, and people couldn't help but compare them. The students from Donghai No. 1 Middle School immediately looked proud. Let's compete then, who are we afraid of at No. 1 High School? For a moment, the students from No. 1 Middle School and Weiying Middle School couldn't stand each other, and sparks flew between them as they stared at each other. What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Try looking at another one. Look at me again and I'll slap you. Candidates from other schools were immediately relegated to the background, but they were all unconvinced and secretly determined to make a name for themselves in the evaluation. It would be even better if we could surpass No. 1 High School and Weiying High School. The time came quickly, and the main entrance of the martial arts training building slowly opened, with several staff members standing at the door. They're from the inspection bureau. Someone recognized the staff member at the entrance and exclaimed in surprise. Wang Teng's expression shifted, and his gaze fell on them. He had long heard of the reputation of the supervisory bureau. I found this control yuan when I was searching for information online. Like the City Protection Bureau, the Inspection Bureau is also a powerful department for martial artists responsible for oversight. Anyone who crosses their line will either die or suffer greatly. Many martial artists who held official positions were terrified of the inspectorate, just like mice seeing a cat. Wang Teng was genuinely surprised that such a powerful department would appear at the martial arts exam venue. I heard that cheating was common in the early days of the martial arts exams. But the situation has been alleviated in recent years thanks to the intervention of the Supervisory Commission, Yang Jian said in a low voice beside him. Wang Teng nodded. They entered the examination room in the queue, where staff from the control yuan checked each candidate's admission ticket and ID card and scanned the entire body of each candidate, which seemed very strict. When it was Wang Teng's turn, there were no surprises. After the verification and scanning, he went directly into the examination room. I'm going in first, let's meet up after the exam. Okay, Lin Chuan and Yang Jian nodded. Wang Teng had been to the martial arts training building countless times in the past month and was extremely familiar with its environment. But when they entered, they found that the interior had changed drastically. All the equipment was moved away, leaving only the force measuring instrument, speed measuring instrument, and physical fitness testing instrument. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 machines, but rows upon rows filling the entire training hall. Each set includes 3 instruments, a force measuring instrument, a speed measuring instrument, and a physical fitness testing instrument, with 2 staff members standing next to them to conduct the tests. Each group is numbered, and candidates should find the corresponding group according to the number on their admission ticket. Wang Teng glanced at his admission ticket Euro number 8. A long queue had already formed in front of the testing machine for the 8th group, so he walked over and followed the crowd. Although there were many candidates, everyone was very self-disciplined in such an important occasion and dared not cause trouble. They lined up in no time. The announcement of the start of the level assessment came over the loudspeaker. Each group of staff members held a list and read out the names of the candidates one by one. Wang Junming, Qian Zhengxiang, A euro. Each candidate whose name was called stepped forward to begin the test. Intermediate martial arts apprentices need to have a strength of 300 to 700 kilograms, a speed of 7 to 5 seconds to run 100 meters, and a physique of 50 to 80. After the test takers finish, the test takers will read out the results on the spot, and another staff member will enter them into a tablet computer. Wang Junming, strength 362, speed 100 meters 6.8 seconds, physique 56 euro, pass. Qian Zhengxiang, strength 411, speed 100 meters 6.2 seconds, physique 61 euro, pass. Euro. XXX, strength 298, speed 100 meters 6.9 seconds, physique 51 failed. Upon hearing the announcement, one candidate turned deathly pale, looking utterly devastated, muttering unconsciously, "How could this be? How could this be? My strength was clearly over 300 kilograms in the previous test, how come I've lost 2 kilograms now?" The other candidates couldn't help but cast pitying glances at him. Fluctuations in strength and speed were inevitable, it all depended on his performance. Especially for those who are stuck in the middle, if they perform even slightly worse, they definitely won't pass. No, I need to test again. I didn't fully demonstrate my strength. I'm already an intermediate martial arts apprentice, I need to try again. The candidate went a little crazy, rushed towards the tester, and demanded that he be tested again. "Drag him out," the tester said it casually. Everyone only has one chance in the martial arts exam, and how well you perform is also a test. If you don't perform well, you can't blame anyone else. Moreover, the standards have been lowered a lot this year. This candidate can't even meet these standards, so there's no hope for the practical assessment later on. Going there would be a waste of time. As soon as the tester finished speaking, several stern-faced security personnel appeared out of nowhere, easily lifted the candidate, and dragged him out of the examination room. "No, I won't go out. Please give me another chance, please, give me another chance." The examinee refused to accept his fate and struggled desperately, unwilling to leave. "If you cause any more trouble, you will be disqualified from the martial arts exam." A cold voice came from the loudspeaker. The candidate's struggling movements froze instantly, and he seemed to deflate completely, no longer daring to make a sound. The other candidates felt a jolt in their hearts. The severity and inhumanity of the martial arts exam made them even more tense, and they dared not slack off in the slightest. They all took the upcoming assessments even more seriously. Having learned from that candidate's mistake, the other candidates all behaved themselves. If you fail, you fail. No one dared to make a scene anymore, and they walked out of the examination room dejectedly. Because the standards were lowered, many candidates took the exam hoping to get away with it, which inevitably led to a lot of questionable results. However, precisely because of this, the evaluation requirements are also more stringent. Euro. The martial arts school's monitoring room. At this moment, a number of people had gathered in the monitoring room, including personnel from the Inspection Bureau and high-ranking officials from the Education Bureau. Even Fu Tiandao, the owner of the East China Sea Polar Star Martial Arts School, and Qin Hanxuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, are here. "President Qin, I didn't expect you to be here today to watch this level assessment," a slightly overweight middle-aged man said to Qin Hanxuan. "Director He, this martial arts exam is related to the future martial arts talents of our East China Sea, how could I not come?" Qin Hanxuan said with a smile. "This assessment is just a screening process, the real-world assessment that follows is the key," said the man known as Director He. "This year's figures are a bit too high," Fu Tiandao frowned, seemingly pessimistic about the situation. "We have no choice. You must have heard about the situation over there. We must do our best to replenish our ranks. Otherwise something bad will happen sooner or later," Director He said with a helpless bitter smile. "Old Fu, Director He is right, this is inevitable," Qin Hanxuan said. "HMPH, even so, what use are these students who have barely reached the intermediate level of martial arts apprentice? Putting them into actual combat assessments will only greatly increase their mortality rate." Fu Tiandao snorted. "Alas, we are well aware of that," Director He sighed. However, this year's practical assessment has deployed 5 times more security personnel than in previous years, striving to ensure the safety of the students to the greatest extent possible. "We will not neglect this aspect." Hearing this, Fu Tiandao's expression finally softened a bit, and he didn't say anything more. "How many promising talents do you two think will emerge this year?" Director He changed the subject and asked with a smile. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan exchanged a glance and said, I don't know about the others, but there is one genius who has the potential to reach the level of a war general. What? Director He thought he had misheard. General level. If a promising talent with the potential to become a general emerges, it would be a great achievement for him. In the future, it would be possible for him to receive financial support or be promoted to a higher position. It sounds wonderful. You two aren't joking with me, are you? Director He asked, his hands trembling slightly as he swallowed hard. Although she looks beautiful, I'm afraid these two big shots in front of me might make fun of her. If you don't believe me, just keep watching and you'll see, Qin Hanxuan said with a smile. Oh dear, you two are keeping me in suspense. Tell me quickly. Director He was extremely anxious, his future was at stake, so he had to be quick. Otherwise, given his many years of experience in officialdom, how could he have acted so impatiently and out of control? The 8th group. Fu Tiandao couldn't stand it anymore and shook his head. Director He's face lit up with joy, and he quickly looked toward Group 8. Once the scope is narrowed down to one group, it becomes easier to find the one that stands out the most is definitely the warrior-level prospect that Fu Tiandao and the other person mentioned. Unexpectedly, Qin Hanxuan added another sentence. However, today is just a level assessment, so that kid may not show his full strength. Director Yi's face stiffened, somewhat bewildered. Why? He was very puzzled. Shouldn't the martial arts exam be a test of full strength? The better your grades, the better the university you'll be admitted to, so why hide your talents? Because even if he doesn't give it his all, he's still good enough to get into the best university. Qin Hanxuan said. Director He was slightly taken aback, then seemed to realize something, his face filled with shock. Could he already be a martial artist? Only martial artists can get into the best university without using their full strength. Because the martial arts exam is designed specifically for martial arts apprentices, as long as one demonstrates top-tier martial arts skills, they will be favored by prestigious schools. Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan simply smiled without saying a word, offering no response to Director He. Even so, Director He became even more certain of his guess, and a surge of joy welled up inside him. Warrior! Warrior! There's actually a martial artist among this group of martial arts exam candidates. Ha 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 euro a euro. Director He almost wanted to burst into laughter 3 times to show his respect. What does it mean that a 17 or 18-year-old martial artist, a student who has become a martial artist before even being admitted to a martial arts major, is a martial artist? No wonder both Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan, with their keen insight, agreed that the candidate possessed the potential to become a warrior general. Nationwide, there are only a handful of people who become martial artists at this age. Perhaps many talented individuals, after entering university and enjoying the school's resources, will accumulate knowledge and skills and quickly become martial artists. But compared to this, they are completely different concepts. I remember last year, a martial arts candidate with the skill level of a martial artist appeared in Jinlin, which even alarmed the governor of Jinlin. Jinlin's education bureau chief benefited greatly, and he was so proud and smug that everyone envied him. No, this candidate must be found, Director He thought to himself. He knew that many big shots would be watching the upcoming practical assessment. If he could help that candidate make a name for himself and shine in the practical assessment, then he would definitely be proud. Would those big shots forget his kindness? Thinking of this, Director He stared intently at the assessment of Group 8 on the monitor. They were afraid that they might accidentally miss that potential warrior-level talent. A euro. Group 8, Wang Teng. As the testers called out names, it was finally Wang Teng's turn to be evaluated. He stood in front of the force gauge and casually threw a punch. 1000 kg 1/4. Wang Teng had already tried it before and knew how much force was needed to reach this critical value. So at this moment, a casual punch reached the critical value of 1000 kg. The tester looked at the force gauge display screen and stared at Wang Teng in shock. The limit of a martial arts apprentice. The test in front of him had actually reached the limit. He took a deep breath and then silently wrote down the number. Wang Teng then stepped onto the speedometer and began to accelerate. 100 meters in 3 seconds. The testers were speechless. It was another extreme test. Where did this prodigy come from? He was so incredibly strong. Finally, there's physical constitution. Wang Teng entered the physical fitness testing device, and the results came out shortly afterward. Physical fitness 100. Even Wang Teng himself was somewhat surprised by the result. He can control his strength and speed, but he can't control his physique. Whatever the instruments measure is what he is. He had previously worried that if his physique exceeded the martial arts apprentice standard by too much, it might cause unnecessary trouble, but now it seems that his worries were unfounded. Oh right, this is a physical fitness testing device specifically for martial arts apprentices. Its maximum score is 100. Anything above that can't be detected. Wang Teng suddenly realized. Regardless of what he was thinking, the two testers next to him looked at each other in bewilderment upon seeing this physique. Physical fitness 100, the third limit. The two were numb and hesitant, unsure whether they should announce the result. They exchanged glances, their eyes falling on the three instruments. Could it be that the machines were broken? Impossible. Even if they were broken, it's impossible for all three to break down at the same time. The candidates behind him saw that Wang Teng had finished his assessment, but the testers had not yet announced the results, so they became puzzled and began to whisper among themselves. What happened? Is the machine broken? Could this be cheating? Stop talking nonsense. How can you be so friendly while cheating? Have you forgotten about that student who was dragged out earlier? A euro. As more and more people noticed the situation, the two testers became somewhat anxious. Fortunately, at that moment, they heard sound coming from the earphones they were wearing. Keep this result. Yes. The two exchanged a glance, both looking somewhat shocked. Since even the higher-ups had affirmed this result, it seemed that the candidate had no problems whatsoever. They're really awesome. Wang Teng, strength 1000 kilograms, speed 100 meters 3 seconds, physique 100. Pass. Wow. The moment the tester finished speaking, the entire room erupted in chaos. You must be kidding. All three stats have reached the martial apprentice's limit, not a single one is off. How is that possible? Who is Wang Teng? I've never heard of him before. Could this be cheating? That shouldn't be possible. The testers didn't announce it immediately, they were probably confirming it. Since it's finally been announced, it must be fine. And there's definitely surveillance. Do you think they're just sitting around doing nothing, trying to cheat right under the noses of the ombudsman's staff? Then there's only one possibility. This is a hidden master. A euro. In an instant, all eyes were on Wang Teng, and the discussions were endless. Advanced martial arts students from various schools paid extra attention to Wang Teng. These advanced martial arts apprentices were secretly competing with each other when suddenly a peak martial arts apprentice appeared and trampled them all under his feet. This taste, wow! It was like a jumble of flavors, with all sorts of emotions surging into my heart at once. In particular, several senior martial arts students from Donghai No. 1 Middle School stared at Wang Teng, wanting to see which nook or cranny this guy had come from. They had all heard of young Master Wang's reputation as a playboy, but it was precisely because they had heard of it that they found it unbelievable. Is this really the same person? Li Rongcheng had long known of Wang Teng's abilities, but he was also determined to compete with Wang Teng in the college entrance examination and show some people that he, Li Rongcheng, was no worse than anyone else. As a result, the competition had only just begun when he was already far behind Wang Teng, to the point where he couldn't catch up at all. At this moment, Li Rongcheng's face was extremely ugly. On the other side, Lin Chuan stared wide-eyed at Wang Teng in the distance, incredulous. Was this guy really that strong? Everyone who knew Wang Teng, and even those who didn't, wore expressions of shock and disbelief. This result was like a depth charge, leaving everyone stunned. Wang Teng stood there, feeling quite embarrassed, and glared fiercely at the two testers. They come from the control yuan, can't they be a little calmer? Can't they act a little more normally? What might have been a small-scale discovery has now become known to almost everyone, making me feel like a husky being watched by everyone. Do you think it's easy for me? Inside the monitoring room, director he couldn't help but show his delight and said to Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan, this candidate should be the one you two are paying attention to, right? However, Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan wore enigmatic smiles, their expressions conveying two words: a euro, guess. I'm not telling you, just to annoy you. He. Director he immediately became depressed. Screw you, guess what? He was so frustrated he felt like vomiting blood. If these two big shots weren't so powerful that he couldn't afford to offend them, he would have cursed them out. He was a powerful figure in the East China Sea. In this small territory, everyone respects him to some extent, but unfortunately, he can't do anything about Fu Tiandao and Qin Hanxuan. At this moment, director he looked as aggrieved as a 180-pound child. Despite his frustration, director, he was at least 90% certain that the person Fu Tiandao and the other man were paying attention to was this examinee named Wang Teng. Ultimate martial artist? He's probably a martial artist. The ultimate martial apprentice could actually be considered a quasi-martial artist, but after observing him closely, he realized that Wang Teng was too relaxed, as if he were just playing casually. Wang Teng's ability to reach his limit even when he's playing casually demonstrates that his skill level is far greater than what he's shown. A euro. Inside the examination room, the commotion finally subsided, and the remaining candidates gradually returned to normal, focusing on the level assessment. This was, after all, a crucial moment in the martial arts exam. Even though Wang Teng's assessment results brought a great shock and pressure to the candidates, they had to quickly adjust their mindset and continue the exam. Moreover, while Wang Teng's results increased the pressure on the test takers, they also served as a stimulus for them. In particular, the advanced martial arts students from various schools unleashed their pent-up energy. Those with good mental fortitude performed well, and their test scores were even higher than usual. As for those with weaker mental fortitude who can't withstand the pressure and underperform, they can't blame anyone else. No one will pay for this. If you can't even withstand this little bit of pressure, how will you proceed on your martial arts path, which will be even more difficult and dangerous? A euro. The evaluation is still ongoing. A sudden assessment result has caught the attention of many. He Manrong, strength 834, speed 100 meters 4.2 seconds, physique 86 a euro, pass. He Manrong is one of the 5 advanced martial arts students at Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Many candidates, including those from Donghai No. 1 Middle School and other schools, have heard of her. All eyes fell on her. My first impression is that she's beautiful, with long legs. At this moment, however, everyone was more focused on her achievement a euro, advanced martial arts apprentice level. This is not to be underestimated. Since the assessment was not yet over, candidates were not allowed to leave the examination room. Wang Teng was standing in the waiting area of the examination room when he heard the results announcement, and he couldn't help but look at the girl in the crowd. He remembered that when he first came to this world, the first advanced martial arts apprentice he encountered was He Manrong. He only glanced at him from afar, and the other person didn't recognize him at all. At that time, Wang Teng was just an ordinary person and thought He Manrong was quite amazing. He never expected that now, she would become a martial artist. If I were to encounter He Manrong now, well, I'd give her one hand. Time passed, and batches of candidates went up for the assessment, while more and more were eliminated. Wang Teng had already stopped paying attention. They were all martial arts apprentices and posed no real threat to him. Knowing or not knowing made little difference. However, a report made him raise an eyebrow and a playful smile appeared on his lips. Li Rongcheng, strength 812, speed 100 meters 4.8 seconds, physique 83 a euro, pass. Li Rongcheng's results are in. Judging from the data, he passed the assessment according to the standards of an advanced martial arts apprentice. But Li Rongcheng knew very well that he had underperformed. The pressure from Wang Teng was immense. The two already harbored resentment towards each other, and the better Wang Teng performed, the more he wanted to surpass him. The result was that they not only failed to surpass their opponents, but they also failed to demonstrate their full potential. Damn it! Li Rongcheng glared fiercely in the direction of Wang Teng. Ever since he ran into that guy Wang Teng, his luck had never been good. Upon hearing this result, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle. He had fought Li Rongcheng before and knew that Li Rongcheng was stronger than this person. This time, I clearly didn't perform well. This can't be blamed on me. Wang Teng muttered to himself. In truth, whether in his past life or this one, before the Wang family fell from grace, he and Li Rongcheng didn't have any major grudges, at most. It was just a case of rich second-generation kids not liking each other. But in his previous life, after the Wang family fell into ruin, how could Li Rongcheng let go of such a good opportunity to ridicule him? Not only did they take advantage of his misfortune at every turn, but they also frequently humiliated him. Wang Teng's life was already difficult at that time, and he could only make a living by doing odd jobs. Once, Li Rongcheng ran into him, humiliated him, and even accused him of being dishonest, causing him to lose his job. And that's how the feud began. Li Rongcheng in this life is probably quite innocent. He did nothing wrong, but was inexplicably framed and beaten up. Later, Wang Teng always outshone him, which made Li Rongcheng hate him to the core. Every time Wang Teng saw how Wang Teng hated him to the core yet was helpless, he couldn't help but think of himself in his past life, and he felt much more at ease. Regardless of whether there was any connection between their past and present lives, and regardless of whether Li Rongcheng had ever humiliated him in this life, Wang Teng simply disliked him. So he's going to be in trouble. Wang Teng, I'm just that petty. Thinking about the painful past, the evaluation gradually came to an end. After comparing the results, Lin Chuan finished the assessment and passed without any major mishaps. However, her data is really quite unreliable. Strength 323, speed 100 meters 6.8 seconds, physique 55. This data left Wang Teng speechless. He never expected that Lin Chuan, a top student, would have such a moment. That's awful, absolutely awful. Haha, you finally met your match. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes at his expression, which seemed to want to laugh but dared not. Laugh if you want to, my martial arts achievements aren't as freakish as yours. I wasn't laughing, I was very serious. Wang Teng quickly denied. He thought, you're joking, why would you laugh just because a woman tells you to? You have no sense of propriety. After a while, Yang Jian also finished the assessment and passed smoothly. This guy has an uncle who works in the education bureau, so he has inside information much earlier than others and is very well prepared. It would be outrageous if he didn't pass. He walked over from a distance, and as soon as he saw Wang Teng, he rushed forward shouting, Young Master Wang, I crawl on my knees and kowtow to the ground. I 1/4 ye 1/4 y. Wang Teng was completely dumbfounded. What do you mean? He turned to Lin Chuan, wanting the top student to translate for him. He knelt down before you. Lin Chuan said, her face full of exasperation. Yang Jian nodded frantically. Young Master Wang, I'm kneeling, I'm really kneeling. I didn't know you were this awesome, boss, please accept my utmost respect. Get lost. Wang Teng was speechless. This guy must be crazy. The morning assessment lasted until noon before it ended. Wang Teng and his group followed the crowd out of the martial arts training hall of the Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, where many people were discussing the results of the recent assessment. Where did Wang Teng from number 1 high school come from? He's so awesome. That's right, the ultimate martial arts apprentice is just one step away from becoming a martial artist. This kind of person is definitely hiding their true abilities, waiting to make a splash in the college entrance exam and attract everyone's attention. They're cunning and scheming, practically a scheming old fox. As Wang Teng listened, he suddenly felt something was amiss, and his face gradually darkened. Can't you speak properly? Damn it, who's the cunning old fox? Don't leave, explain yourself. If Lin Chuan and Yang Jian hadn't been holding him back, Wang Teng would have rushed up and pulled those candidates aside to have a chat about life and ideals. These little brats haven't been toughened up by society, they dare to say anything. How could someone as upright and honest as me, Wang Teng, be a scheming old man? That's ridiculous. Alright, it's just a few words from someone, what's the big deal? Don't be so petty, Lin Chuan said, suppressing a laugh. You make it sound so easy, but you're not the one being talked about, Wang Teng snorted. Yang Jian chuckled inwardly and quickly changed the subject. Did you hear the results of the assessments for those advanced martial arts apprentices from Weiying Middle School? I did hear about one, someone who lives relatively close to me, named Qin Dao. His strength is 901, his speed is 3.6 seconds for 100 meters, and his physique is 90. Lin Chuan said with a serious expression. Wow, that's strong, Yang Jian exclaimed in surprise. I have one here too, Lin Qing, with a strength of 866, a speed of 4.1 seconds for 100 meters, and a physique of 87. It seems that the advanced martial arts students at Weiying Middle School are all quite strong, Lin Chuan remarked. What's there to be afraid of? We still have a big shot here. We can crush them. They should be the ones worrying right now, Yang Jian said, glancing at Wang Teng. How are the results of our school's other 3 advanced martial arts apprentices? Wang Teng asked, ignoring Yang Jian's words. I don't know yet. It seems they haven't had time to test it yet. I guess we'll have to wait until this afternoon. Lin Chuan shook her head. Zhou Wu has been tested. His strength is 915, his speed is 3.9 seconds for 100 meters, and his physique is 93. Yang Jian suddenly said. Zhou Wuzheng is one of the 5 advanced martial arts apprentices at Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Oh, this is probably the highest score, Wang Teng said in surprise. Brother, how dare you say that? Yang Jian glanced at him sideways. Comparing yourself to me is pointless, Wang Teng said arrogantly. TCH. Cut. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian both expressed their disdain. You're awesome, but please put away your arrogance and indulgence. Oh right, I need to call my mom. Lin Chuan suddenly remembered this and quickly took out her phone to call home. Oh no, I forgot too. Quickly tell my parents this good news. Yang Jian slapped his forehead. Once the assessment is passed, candidates will proceed to the next assessment location, where they will stay for 2 or 3 days. Those who failed were sent back directly. Those who pass can only use their mobile phones to let their families know the news first. Wang Teng took out his phone, hesitated for a moment, and then dialed Li Shumei's number. Beep beep beep. The call was answered shortly after. Hey son, is the exam over? What time are you coming home? Mom's cooking right now. It's okay if you didn't pass, we were all prepared anyway. Just come home and prepare for retaking the exam. Before Wang Teng could even speak, Li Shumei started babbling on and on. Mom, I passed the level assessment. Wang Teng said quickly, taking advantage of the pause in Li Shumei's speech. You passed. Mom knew you wouldn't have passed, isn't that normal a euro? Li Shumei suddenly stopped, her voice rising 8 octaves in an instant. What? You passed. Yeah, I passed by accident. Wang Teng said. By this time, Lin Chuan and Yang Jian had finished their phone call. Hearing this, they gained a new understanding of Wang Teng's shamelessness. Careless. Haha, what a shameless person. It took Wang Teng a lot of effort to finally convince Li Shumei that she had passed the martial arts apprentice level assessment. Li Shumei was both happy and worried. Although passing the assessment was a happy thing, Li Shumei couldn't help but worry about the practical assessment that followed. She didn't even cook rice, she was just about to call Wang Shengguo. But then I thought, he's on a business trip to discuss an important project, so I shouldn't add any more psychological burden to him. It turned out that after Wang Teng went to take the martial arts exam, Wang Shengguo went on a business trip. He never thought that Wang Teng would pass the assessment. Li Shumei put down her phone again, feeling anxious all by herself at home. All we can do is silently pray that Wang Teng will return safely. As for whether she could get into a martial arts major, she didn't have a strong hope. €1. At noon, the examinees ate lunch in the cafeteria of Polar Star Martial Arts School. To project an impressive image, Polar Star Martial Arts Academy offered a completely buffet lunch, which was also free, allowing the martial arts students to eat their fill. Wang Teng, Lin Chuan, and Yang Jian sat at the same table for a meal. The other martial arts students in Class 8 of Senior 3 gathered around and greeted Wang Teng familiarly. Before they knew Wang Teng's strength, they all kept their distance from him. Now that they saw that he had actually reached the limit of martial arts mastery, their expressions changed drastically, and they all came over to get acquainted with him. Even students from other classes came to see our young Master Wang's unparalleled talent, actually just to see what made him so amazing. Unfortunately, our young Master Wang had a cold face the whole time, even more unapproachable than usual. You used to ignore me, but now you can't even reach me. Humph. And is that ugly thing a man or a woman? Oh my god, it has body odor too. Don't come near €1. Ugly, no thanks. After finishing our meal, we had an hour to rest. Several school leaders from Donghai No. 1 Middle School walked over with smiles. You must be Wang Teng, right? You are indeed a handsome and talented young man with extraordinary talent. Principal, do you have some unparalleled martial arts technique to pass on to me? And then send me to save the world? Wang Teng suddenly asked. €1, headmaster. Quote. Lin Chuan. Yang Jian. Quote. The students around him. Hee, Wang Teng is quite humorous, the principal chuckled dryly. No? What a pity. Wang Teng looked regretful, as if he really wanted to save the world. The principal was exasperated, feeling that his years of self-discipline were about to crumble. Hey kid, be serious. I'm talking to you about serious business, okay? Who told you about saving the world? Is that something we should be concerned about? Seeing the veins bulging on the principal's forehead, Wang Teng quickly said, Principal, what were you going to say? Please continue. The principal took a deep breath and resumed his kind and gentle demeanor, saying, I've come here to thank you for the honor you've brought to our school. And I also hope that you will continue to work hard and strive to stand out in the practical assessment, bringing glory to our Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Principal, it's our duty as students to bring honor to No. 1 Middle School, but I have limited abilities. My grades are terrible and I've always been considered a slacker by the teachers. I'm willing but unable to do anything about it, Wang Teng said with a bitter face. The principal looked at the student in front of him and realized that he was not like an ordinary high school student. If it were any other student, after being praised and encouraged by him, they would have already made a promise to him. But Wang Teng remained unmoved and even dared to play dumb with him, the principal. What necessary connection does it have to a martial arts exam candidate and poor grades? Even if Wang Teng fails the written martial arts exam, with his strength as a top-tier martial arts apprentice, if he performs well in the practical assessment, prestigious universities would still compete to admit him exceptionally. It seems this kid won't act until he sees the benefits. Wang Teng, you probably don't know this, but our #1 high school has a reward system for students who take the martial arts exam. In the martial arts exam, ranking in the top 50 will reward you with 1 low-grade yellow rank source stone. Ranking in the top 40 will reward you with 3 low-grade yellow rank source stones. Ranking in the top 30 will reward you with 5. Ranking in the top 20 will reward you with 7. And ranking in the top 10 will reward you with 10. And if you make it into the top 3, you'll not only be rewarded with source stones, but also with a bottle of spirit pills. The principal looked at Wang Teng, a mysterious smile on his face, and slowly said, if you can get first place, you'll not only receive all the previous rewards, but also a mystery bonus that will definitely not disappoint you. Originium, a miraculous pill, a mysterious reward. Wang Teng immediately became interested. Each reward was more attractive than the last. €1, source stones, elixirs €1. He never expected #1 middle school to have such a wealth of resources. Wang Teng had done his homework. Originium is a mineral formed by the primal force of heaven and earth incorporating into it. It is buried deep underground through special terrain and slowly evolved over a long period of time, eventually forming a mineral with crystallized primal force. It is mainly produced in other worlds. Earth has only been eroded by the force for a mere 30 years, which is not enough time to produce originium. As for elixirs, they are made by alchemists who are also professional alchemists, who use special methods to refine various medicinal herbs, and they have a wide range of effects. These two resources are generally only available to martial artists and, of course, they play a crucial role for advanced martial apprentices who are trying to break through to the level of martial artists. Some people may fail to absorb enough primal force when breaking through to the level of a martial artist, and all their previous efforts may be in vain. At this point, several originium stones rich in origin force, or a single elixir, would be the best protection. However, originium and elixir are important resources that only major powers can allocate in large quantities. Only martial artists affiliated with institutions like universities, the military, or prestigious martial arts schools can enjoy this privilege. Other smaller factions, however, can enjoy very limited benefits. Even on the market, only some officially recognized major brand companies can sell them. After all, if these resources fall into the hands of certain schemers and are used to cultivate martial artists with warped values, then there will be considerable trouble. While they may exist on the black market, the quantity is always limited, and they are always in demand but priceless. The principal of Donghai #1 Middle School is certainly being generous by offering these two items as a reward. As for the mysterious reward he mentioned, Wang Teng was speechless. Do all these people like this kind of thing? Zhou Beiyun did this last time, and now even their principal is doing it. It's so boring, considering how old he is. Principal, I think your reward system is excellent. It can maximize the students' motivation to improve. I believe our school will achieve good results in this college entrance examination and martial arts test. You can rest assured to prepare the rewards. Wang Teng said earnestly. Not a single word about himself was mentioned in his speech. But the principal's eyes lit up, and he exchanged a knowing glance with Wang Teng, revealing a meaningful smile, their understanding unspoken. With your words, Wang Teng, I feel relieved. Alright, I won't disturb your rest any longer. You candidates who have finished your assessments can rest a bit this afternoon, and then head to the next examination room tonight. After the principal finished speaking, he put his hands behind his back and left with the other school leaders. Speaking of which, I've never heard of any rewards for martial arts exams before. Wang Teng asked Lin Chuan beside him. It's always been there, you just haven't been paying attention. How dare you say that? You're either skipping class or not paying attention in class every day, it's a wonder you know. Lin Chuan rolled her eyes. Okay, my bad. Wang Teng chuckled dryly. What are your plans for this afternoon? Yang Jian interjected at this moment. There's a live broadcast of the afternoon assessment in the cafeteria. I'll just kill some time there, Lin Chuan suggested. That's a good idea. We should definitely keep an eye on the level assessment this afternoon. Who knows if a few dark horses will emerge from the remaining candidates. Yang Jian nodded, then looked at Wang Teng. Young Master Wang, what about you? What are your plans? Let's find a place to sleep, Wang Teng yawned. Fine, you're the boss, you can do whatever you want. Yang Jian said, admitting his defeat. Wang Teng didn't go anywhere in the end, because even students who had finished taking the exams weren't allowed to wander around during the exam period. He had no choice but to stay in the cafeteria like the other students. The 1-hour break passed quickly. Candidates who did not participate in the level assessment entered the examination room one after another to begin a new round of assessment. The students of Class 8 of Senior 3 gathered together to watch the live broadcast of the assessment and occasionally made comments. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian also watched with great interest and started discussing it with other classmates. Wang Teng was scrolling through his phone, looking rather bored. In fact, most candidates are only intermediate-level martial arts apprentices, and advanced-level martial arts apprentices are relatively few in number. Almost half an hour later, advanced martial arts apprentices began to appear one after another. Look, it's Yan Peng from Weiying Middle School. Strength 924, speed 3.6 seconds for 100 meters, physique 93. Yang Jian suddenly exclaimed. Everyone's attention was drawn to this, and they immediately started discussing it. This performance is already on par with Zhou Wu from our school, and he's stronger and faster than Zhou Wu. Their physical constitutions are actually the same. If they really fight, Zhou Wu will be at a disadvantage. That's hard to say. Although Zhou Wu is a bit weaker in strength and speed, don't forget that strength also includes basic combat skills. That's right, if Zhou Wu's mastery of basic combat skills is higher than Yan Peng's, then it's hard to say who will win a Euro. People couldn't help but compare the two's strengths. The students from Weiying Middle School couldn't help but show pride when they heard the discussion among the students from Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Look, our Weiying also has powerful advanced martial arts apprentices, no worse than your No. 1 Middle School. What are you so proud of? However, when the students of Weiying Middle School saw Wang Teng, who was so bored that he was scrolling through his phone, showing no interest in even the appearance of a high-level martial arts apprentice like Yan Peng, they immediately lost their spirits. Even Yan Peng is quite different from Wang Teng. With such a powerful figure in charge of No. 1 Middle School, Weiying Middle School is unlikely to make a comeback this year. That's outrageous. How did such a prodigy emerge from Donghai No. 1 High School? The students at Weiying Middle School were very unhappy, but they were completely helpless. Unless Weiying also produces a hidden dark horse, and one as dark as Wang Teng from No. 1 Middle School. A euro. The level assessment was finally drawing to a close. Although many more advanced martial arts apprentices emerged afterward, none of them surpassed Zhou Wu and Yan Peng in strength. Most of them had a strength of less than 900, and their speed was generally between 5 and 4 seconds for 100 meters. Their physical fitness was also in the 80s, with only 1 or 2 exceeding 90. They were still somewhat behind Zhou Wu and Yan Peng. 5 o'clock. The level assessment has been completely completed. All candidates were divided into 2 groups. One group that failed the test and was about to leave, and the other group that passed the test and was about to go to the next test center. In the plaza of Polar Star Martial Arts Academy, Lu Wenxi stood before the assembled examinees, his voice carrying far and wide. Although it is a pity that some of you did not pass, you are all still young and will have another chance next year or the year after. As long as you are determined to pass the martial arts exam and never give up, I believe that you will eventually pass the martial arts exam and enter university. Our country is paying more and more attention to martial arts, and you should all be able to see that, so don't give up easily. You still have a chance, and I hope to see you again next year. His words undoubtedly reaffirmed the resolve of those disheartened candidates who had been wavering. If they couldn't pass this year, they could always try again next year or the year after. Martial arts are the trend of the times. Those who cannot become martial artists will fall to the end of the era. No one is willing to be subservient to others. The candidates who passed the assessment are now sitting on buses, forming a convoy, and heading in one direction. There were originally 2,000 or 3,000 martial arts exam candidates, but now, after the level assessment, less than half remain, totaling only about 1,000 people. That's a pretty high elimination rate. The bus drove for about an hour before slowly coming to a stop. The bus curtains were drawn the entire time, so the test takers had no idea where they were. Everyone, get off the bus. After the bus stopped, Lu Wenxi's voice came from outside. The candidates got off the bus one by one. They soon discovered that they were in front of a heavily guarded military camp. At the gate, soldiers held rune-inscribed firearms and scanned the newcomers with their eyes. A solemn and respectful atmosphere filled the air, immediately making the candidates restrained and afraid to make a loud noise. The martial arts exam is actually being held in a military camp. However, some people were still whispering among themselves. This is the military exam, which is much stricter than the regular college entrance exam. Even the exam location is in the military camp. Terrifying. A euro. No noise allowed in the military camp, everyone be quiet. Lu Wenxi frowned and shouted at all the examinees. In an instant, the buzzing chatter, like flies, completely disappeared. All the candidates stared at him expectantly. At that moment, a middle-aged man in military uniform walked over. You've finally arrived. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Lu Wenxi said politely. Come in with me, but you'll have to leave your vehicles outside. The man in military uniform didn't say much and led the examinees straight into the military camp. The candidates lined up in a long queue and, led by Lu Wenxi and the man in military uniform, passed through the gate, underwent screening and scanning, and walked into the military camp. The entire military camp appeared extremely spacious, very quiet, and with a solemn atmosphere, with patrolling soldiers passing by from time to time. A guard every 3 steps, a sentry every 5 steps. Their straight backs, solemn and resolute faces, and uniform steps all exuded the aura that soldiers should have. This allowed all the candidates to truly witness what military spirit is all about. So handsome. The girls' eyes lit up when they saw those soldiers with their unique demeanor. They were practically ready to rush up and ask for autographs. Upon seeing this, the man in military uniform leading the way burst into laughter. Girls, if you see someone you like, go for it. I can swear on my conscience that we soldiers are the best men. The girls blushed slightly upon hearing this. But what they were really thinking remains unknown. Wang Teng couldn't help but glance at Lin Chuan. Thank goodness, she didn't swoon over her crush. The boys were already annoyed by the girl's infatuation, and these words made them even more resentful. You are excellent, but there is no best, only better. Otherwise, where would we be placed? These martial arts examinees were naturally proud and arrogant, especially in front of girls. How could they easily admit defeat? Ha ha ha, you little guys, if you're not convinced, let's have a contest tonight? The man in military uniform couldn't help but laugh. The candidates immediately looked eager to try. Lieutenant Luo, they have an exam tomorrow, so don't cause me any trouble, Lu Wenxi said helplessly. What does it matter? Tomorrow is a written exam, it won't have much of an impact, the man in military uniform said nonchalantly. Don't say that to me. Go tell it to your boss, go tell it to Governor Zhang. Lu Wenxi rolled his eyes. Boring, the man in military uniform scoffed. A short while later, he led everyone to a row of wooden houses. This is where you'll be staying. 4 people to a room, please arrange your own rooms. You have half an hour to rest. After that, eat dinner on time. Anyone who misses the time will go hungry tonight. Also, I want to remind you that in the barracks, you must obey the rules of the army. Your room must be kept clean, your luggage must be put away properly and not left lying around. Except when you are sleeping, your blankets and pillows must be folded into squares. We will have people specifically checking them. Anyone who fails to do so will be disqualified from the exam. After the man in military uniform finished speaking, the candidates' expressions changed drastically. Their blankets weren't folded properly, and they were disqualified from the exam. What kind of ridiculous rule is this? Lieutenant Luo is right. Once you enter the military camp, you must abide by the rules. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. There are no exceptions. So don't think that just because you are good-looking, you can act recklessly. I am reminding you, but how you act is entirely up to you, Lu Wenxi nodded. The timer has already started. You only have half an hour. Hurry up and get going. Lieutenant Luo suddenly shouted coldly. His expression was solemn and cold, completely unlike his previous approachable demeanor. Go, Lu Wenxi also said. The candidates quickly got to work. Half an hour was neither a short nor a long time. Some of the girls were especially slow and didn't dare to waste any more time. Seeing the candidates scrambling around, they completely forgot their previous arrogance. The man in military uniform smiled and said to Lu Wenxi, "These little guys just need a good beating. Give them to me for a week, and I guarantee I'll have them completely under my thumb." Hee, you're really stirring things up. Many of them have martial arts talent, and who knows how far they might go in the future. Aren't you afraid they'll come after you later? Lu Wenxi joked. Heh, I've trained at least 50 or 100 martial artists, why would I be afraid of these greenhorn brats? Lieutenant Luo said disdainfully. Alright, you're really something, Lieutenant Luo. A euro. Wang Teng and Yang Jian share a room. The other two are also classmates from Class 8 of Senior 3. Everyone knows each other, so living together saves a lot of trouble. As for Lin Chuan, she lived with 3 other female classmates. She was very popular in class and many people would ask her questions. Although she was a bit aloof, she always answered her classmates' questions. Half an hour passed quickly and Lieutenant Luo's voice came calmly. Come out and assemble. The candidates dared not delay and rushed out to assemble. Fortunately, half an hour was plenty of time, so the girls didn't dare to dawdle. They quickly finished packing and waited to gather. Count off from front to back. The candidates lined up, and upon hearing his words, they immediately began counting off, starting with the first one. 1, 2, 3, a euro. Before long, the number of people was reported, totaling 1352. Very good, everyone's here. Looks like you remembered what I said. Lieutenant Luo nodded in satisfaction and said, now come with me to the canteen for lunch. Led by Lieutenant Luo, the candidates arrived at the mess hall, where many soldiers were already eating. Only one area was empty, clearly reserved for the candidates. When the soldiers who were eating saw the group of examinees, they couldn't help but look up at them curiously, but then they lowered their heads to eat again. And the whole process was extremely quiet. Half an hour later, after you finish eating, gather outside. At another command, the candidates rushed in, found seats, and sat down to eat. In just a short while, they've already established a strict and disciplined demeanor. Farts are strictly forbidden. I'm mainly afraid of being disqualified. The candidates had no way to express their grievances. They had already cursed that Lieutenant Luo 100 times over in their hearts, and secretly made up their minds that they would never take the military academy entrance exam in the future. It was too insane. By the time everyone finished eating, it was already 7:30. Lights came on in the barracks, and loud military songs drifted from the parade ground, adding a touch of liveliness to the solemn barracks. Young ladies and gentlemen, would you like to come over and sing a couple of songs? Lieutenant Luo asked with a smile. Are there any pretty female soldiers here? We won't sing if there aren't. Someone, incredibly bold, shouted from the crowd, immediately drawing a jeer from everyone. Oh, yeah, do you have it or not? We can't compete in martial arts, but we can compete in singing. Good lad. Lieutenant Luo was so angry he laughed. He had never seen anyone so arrogant. He said, come on, let's go over and have a competition. If you want to see pretty female soldiers, that's fine too. If you win, I'll let you see our military flowers. You said it, you can't go back on your word. Seeing that he didn't threaten to disqualify them from the exam at the drop of a hat, the candidates became bolder and dared to challenge Lieutenant Luo. Lu Wenxi shook his head at the sight. This Lieutenant Luo is really troublesome. He has an exam tomorrow, is it really okay for him to make such a ruckus at night? But then he saw how excited the candidates were, and after thinking about it, he decided to let them be. Never mind, let's just treat it as a break. I wonder what the situation is like for the candidates from Thunder Martial Arts Academy and 100 Refinements Martial Arts Academy in other military camps. A leader from the Education Bureau, next to Lu Wenxi, suddenly asked. As long as we don't run into someone as unreliable as Lieutenant Luo, everything will be fine, another Education Bureau leader said with a smile. Haha, you're right. Lieutenant Luo led the examinees to the parade ground and shouted at the soldiers who were singing. Brothers, these kids are really unhappy with your singing and want to have a competition. What do you guys think? Let's have a competition, and no one should back down, said a soldier who looked like a squad leader. Let's compare. The other soldiers also got excited and joined in the commotion. Let's compete then, are you afraid of us? The boys were immediately filled with competitive spirit and wanted to show off in front of the girls. Who knows, he might not only pass the martial arts exam smoothly, but also bring a girlfriend home. Just thinking about it makes me happy. Suddenly, songs, applause, music, and cheers filled the playground, creating a beautiful melody. This night was anything but peaceful. The next day, The written exam is scheduled for 9 a.m. It was only 7 o'clock when the candidates were awakened by Lieutenant Luo's whistle. They had so much fun last night. However, in the end, the group of candidates couldn't beat those soldiers. Each of them had a frighteningly loud voice and excellent singing skills, and they didn't get hoarse even after singing for 2 hours. We can't afford to mess with them. I'm outta here. I didn't get to see the military beauty, and I also lost face. The candidates were startled awake by the whistle, still a little dazed, but the thought of what Lieutenant Luo had said last night jolted them awake. Cancel the exam qualification? Woke up. Now I'm fully awake. Everyone packed up as quickly as possible, rushed out of the barracks, and assembled in front of Lieutenant Luo. Everyone looked at Lieutenant Luo with the same expression, resentful. However, Lieutenant Luo completely ignored them, chatting and laughing with Lu Wenqi and several other education bureau leaders, glancing at his watch every now and then. Which made people grit their teeth in anger. Alright, time's up. Gather and count off. After the candidates finished calling out their numbers, no one would falter at this point. Even those who were slow would receive help from their classmates. Lieutenant Luo led everyone to breakfast and then took them to a multimedia building. The candidates waited for a full hour before the exam began. 2 hours later, as the bell rang, the candidates left the examination room. The written exam went smoothly, at least that's what Wang Tang thought. However, judging from the appearance of some candidates, they did not seem to have done well on the exam, and they were sighing as soon as they left the exam room. I didn't review so many of the key points for the exam, I'm doomed. That's right, with only 2 weeks, there's simply not enough time. I remember some of the questions, but I just can't recall them. What did you choose for the third multiple choice question? Was it A? Is it B? I choose C. Damn it, I chose D. Hearing the discussion of the students next to him, Wang Tang almost burst out laughing. There are only 4 answers to a multiple choice question, and you guys have covered them all. There's no one else like it. Judging from your expression, you did well on the exam, Wang Tang said, seeing the relaxed smile on Lin Chuan's face. It's alright, not too difficult. Lin Chuan didn't deny it. Sure enough, for a top student like her, written exams were incredibly easy. I told you this year's written exam wouldn't be too difficult, Yang Jianli immediately rushed out to boast. He had indeed said before that the exam questions wouldn't be too difficult this year due to the special circumstances, and he was right. A euro. With nothing much to do in the afternoon, the candidates, led by Lieutenant Luo, visited the military camp and observed the soldiers' drills. Of course, some confidential areas are not open to visitors. While observing the soldiers' drills, Wang Tang picked up some strength and speed attributes. However, he can't get too close, or he won't be able to pick them up if they're too far away, and currently, the strength and speed attributes alone don't provide much of an improvement for him. For martial artists, the force is fundamental. With a strong force, one's physique will naturally be stronger, and strength and speed will follow suit. This is the difference between a martial artist and a martial arts apprentice. Afterwards, Lieutenant Luo took the candidates to the shooting range to practice shooting, which gave them a great experience of shooting. Wang Tang laughed. I didn't expect there to be this benefit. Spear technique *1. Spear technique *1. A euro. After looting everything, Wang Tang's gunfighting skills improved. Gunfighting, 2/10, beginner. It has improved from 1.8 to 2 points, which is better than nothing, and we are happy to see it. Unfortunately, even at the military shooting range, I didn't find the gunfighting skill attribute directly. A euro. It was a little after 9 o'clock at night. Wang Tang was about to rest when Lu Wenqi suddenly found him. Uncle, what brings you here? Yang Jian, who was lying in bed about to go to sleep, jumped up as soon as he saw Lu Wenqi enter the barracks. I've come to say a few words to Wang Tang, Lu Wenqi said. Looking for me? Wang Tang was a little surprised. He didn't seem to have any interaction with Lu Wenqi. Why was he looking for him? Yes, Wang Tang, let's talk in private. Lu Wenqi nodded. A euro. The two left the barracks and found a secluded spot. Uncle Lu, what can I do for you? Wang Tang asked. Hearing Wang Tang address him by his name, Lu Wenqi was quite pleased, especially since such a promising young man was so respectful to him. He smiled and said, actually, it's not that I'm looking for you, but someone else wants to meet you. Who wants to see me? Wang Tang was even more puzzled. Lu Wenqi stepped aside, and a slightly overweight middle-aged man walked out from behind the barracks. It's me, Wang Tang. It's easy for me to see you, the middle-aged man said with a smile. This is our director He. Lu Wenxi introduced with a slightly respectful tone. Director He. Wang Teng was startled. Considering Lu Wenxi's identity, Director He could only be the head of the Education Bureau. I wonder what Director He wants to see me about, he asked. Seeing that Wang Teng had already guessed his identity, Director He smiled and said, Wang Teng, you're already a martial artist, aren't you? Wang Teng was immediately shocked. Have I been exposed? How did he discover it? Impossible. I haven't shown any weakness. Could he be bluffing me? Lu Wenxi was very curious. It was puzzling that Director He had gone to such lengths, using his connections to enter the military camp in the middle of the night, just to find a student named Wang Teng. Although Wang Teng demonstrated the strength of an extreme martial arts apprentice, it was a bit too much. Now, he finally understood Director He's purpose. Wang Teng is actually a martial artist? Lu Wenxi doubted whether he had misheard, but Director He's words were clearly not unfounded and were probably based on something. Director He, you're joking. I'm just a beginner martial artist, how could I possibly be a martial artist? Wang Teng said with a smile, his expression unchanged. It's okay if you don't admit it. Director He smiled noncommittally, then said, but I hope you can get first place in tomorrow's practical assessment and perform exceptionally well so that everyone can see it. Don't worry about that. The college entrance exam is very important to me, and I will definitely do my best. Wang Teng was full of empty talk. Give it your all. Do you know how much I go at full power? Hey. Director He didn't say anything, but he took out a box from his pocket. You could tell he was a little pained, but he still opened the box in front of Wang Teng. This is? Inside the box was a palm-sized bone, dark green in color, crystal clear, yet radiating a metallic luster. Extremely unique and beautiful. Star bone, Lu Wenxi exclaimed. That's right, it's a star bone. Director He nodded, his face twitching slightly. A Euro, Heartache, JPG. How was it? You demonstrated your martial arts prowess in the practical assessment, and this starbone is yours. Director He said to Wang Teng. Wang Teng took a deep breath. He had certainly heard of starbone, it was the most precious part of a star beast, and the chance of it appearing was extremely small. Only some powerful star beasts, living in unique environments and possessing extraordinary talents, can have star bones born within their bodies. Moreover, each star beast typically only produces one star bone. These star bones are not very large, some are only the size of a palm, and some are even no bigger than a glass bead. Most importantly, each star bone contains special abilities. Star bones have a wide range of uses. They can be used to make weapons and imbue them with special abilities, making these weapons invaluable treasures. Therefore, the rarity and preciousness of star bones are evident. How could Director He bear to take this thing out? Why? Wang Teng was not blinded by anger and stared straight at Director He as he asked. For promotion. Director He smiled slightly, making no attempt to hide anything, and said directly, I've been in this position for many years. If it weren't for a turning point, I probably would have continued until retirement. But fate has been kind to me, and you are that turning point. Moreover, I've been through the ups and downs of officialdom and have reached this age. I've long lost my ambition and drive in martial arts. If this starbone had defensive capabilities, I might have used it myself, but unfortunately it doesn't. So, I originally intended to use it as a reward to win over others. I just haven't met anyone worth giving it to yet, but you are different. You are so young, have great potential, and can help me go further. Although starbones are precious, there are still things in my heart that are slightly better than them. Director He spoke very bluntly, even revealing his ambition. Wang Teng stared at him for a long time, but couldn't see anything suspicious. That fat face was surprisingly sincere. This is truly bizarre. However, Wang Teng knew that these people were all old foxes, so he still had some hesitation. Starbones are valuable, but if a martial artist's strength is exposed in such an important occasion, who knows what kind of big trouble might arise. I know what you're worried about. Director He seemed to see through his thoughts and said calmly, let me give you some advice as someone who's been through it. A warrior must fight for this. Martial artists are different from martial apprentices. The competition in the martial artist world is much more intense than that of martial apprentices. For a martial artist to climb to the top, they need to consume an unimaginable amount of resources. There will only be more and more martial artists, but resources are limited. Where do these resources come from? Naturally, they were all obtained by fighting or snatching from others. Even if you don't compete or fight, others will compete and fight with you. If you are mediocre, that's fine, but if you are outstanding enough and have amazing potential, then your competitors will only increase and become stronger. Countless geniuses will compete with you for resources. So even if you choose to keep a low profile and hide your talents now, it won't be long before they are exposed. Unless you are willing to be a coward and give up the resources you have, others will force you to show your strength. It can't be hidden. Director Yi's words struck Wang Teng like a thunderbolt, leaving him deeply shaken. A must-fight for martial artists. Wang Teng thought of the two martial artists fighting to the death over an egg, and of another martial artist who came to him for the belongings left behind by his companion, only to end up dead as well. They were all arguing and pressuring him to make a move. Director Yi's words seemed to make a lot of sense, but he still felt something was off. Wang Teng, you have disappointed me greatly. You have great potential, but without the right mindset, you may not be able to go very far in the future. Director Yi sighed, his face showing disappointment and regret. Fine, I won't make things difficult for you. Just pretend I was never here tonight. He turned and left, seemingly not intending to say anything more to Wang Teng. Wang Teng just watched him walk away, step by step, until he was out of sight, and then he kept watching. Ahem, Wang Teng, why don't you reconsider? Seeing that Wang Teng hadn't called him back for a while, Director Yi cursed inwardly, but had no choice but to turn around and come back, saying with a fawning smile. Ha, you little brat. Director Yi, don't try to play tricks on me. I admit what you said makes sense, but there's a difference between exposing it sooner or later. Furthermore, it depends on the occasion. During the college entrance examination, all forces are present. Directly exposing my identity as a martial artist would attract too many people, which would definitely put me in endless trouble, Wang Teng said. Director Yi looked disappointed. This kid was not easy to fool, he couldn't be reasoned with at all. Well, it seems this promotion is out of the question for me. Although he could unilaterally announce that Wang Teng was a martial artist, that would inevitably cause Wang Teng to feel resentful. If Wang Teng insists on turning against him, he will definitely make things worse. Not only will he lose his chance for promotion, but he will also leave a bad impression on his superiors, which would really be a loss for him. However, Wang Teng then added a twist, I'll take this deal. Director Yi's eyes widened and he almost choked on his own saliva. So, he was just playing me for a fool. That's pretty bold of you. He narrowed his eyes and glared at Wang Teng with a dangerous look. Hee, don't mind it, let's continue our transaction. Wang Teng was startled and chuckled awkwardly. HMPH. Director Yi took a breath and snorted, I keep my word. As long as you demonstrate your martial arts strength and shine in the practical assessment, this starbone is yours. No problem, deal. Wang Teng reached out to take the starbone from Director Yi's hand. Then, to everyone's surprise, he withdrew his hand and actually put the starbone away again. The results aren't even out yet, and you're already trying to take things? You're dreaming, Director Yi said with a sneer. What if you go back on your word if I don't give you the item? Wang Teng said, how could I be a person who goes back on his word? Director Yi glared at him. That's hard to say, Wang Teng said dismissively. Director Yi felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, unable to vent it. He took a deep breath and said, at worst, we can make a contract. Wang Teng was naturally more than happy to oblige. The two signed a contract, affixing their names, and then left, each with their own thoughts. Lu Wenshi couldn't get a word in edgewise the whole time, and he couldn't help but marvel at how remarkable the young people were these days. Not only could they bargain with Director Yi, but they also managed to make him suffer a small loss. Most people couldn't do that. Moreover, Wang Teng is actually a martial artist. When we get back, we must make sure Yang Jian clings to this powerful figure. €. When Wang Teng returned to the barracks, Yang Jian couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Young Master Wang, what does my uncle want with you? What else can I do? I just need to perform well and bring them honor, Wang Teng said casually. Oh, alright, go to sleep now, we have to get up early tomorrow. Tomorrow is the practical assessment, and many candidates didn't sleep well last night and seemed very anxious. The mortality rate seemed like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, the candidates still got up very early, ate breakfast, and gathered in an open square. A huge unidentified flying object landed in front of the group. What is this thing? Wow, it's huge. It looks a bit like an airship. What do you mean, looks like? That's an airship, but look, there are runes on it. A euro. The candidates were chattering amongst themselves when Lu Wenxi snapped, "All right, quiet down." Lieutenant Luo stood with his hands behind his back in front of the crowd, and after they quieted down, he said, "You are all very good. It was a short time getting to know you, but I am very happy to have met you. Here, I wish you all good luck in passing the practical assessment, and that everyone comes back alive." After he finished speaking, he saluted the crowd. The test takers couldn't help but straighten their backs. Salute. That's settled then. Everyone get on the airship. We'll depart immediately for the combat assessment location, Lieutenant Luo said. After he finished speaking, he turned around and was the first to board the airship. The students lined up and followed. Once inside the airship, the examinees looked around curiously. It was their first time riding in such a mode of transportation, and everyone found it quite novel. Tisk tisk, this must be the Force airship, Yang Jian exclaimed. Force airship? Wang Teng was puzzled. He had never heard of such a thing before. It's a giant airship that uses runes as its carrier and draws on the Force as its driving force, Yang Jian explained. Isn't this the same as our current Force cars and Force airplanes? Wang Teng was even more puzzled. It's different. I heard that the manufacturing technology of the Force airship came from another world, and some of its internal structures are quite different from our current technology. I don't know the specifics, Yang Jian said. After all this time, you're just a half-baked amateur, Wang Teng said speechlessly. Speaking of which, do other worlds also have similar technological products? Lin Chuan asked. Who knows? Although photos of other worlds occasionally circulate, they don't contain anything crucial. It seems like they're being restricted. How would we ordinary people know what it's like there? But as long as we become martial artists, we'll have the chance to go to other worlds, Yang Jian said longingly. How could you not know? Wang Teng asked Lin Chuan in surprise. Lin Chuan's father is a martial artist, she should know that. Lin Chuan knew what Wang Teng meant and said, he never told us any of this, and I was young at the time. After the incident, he would never mention it again. Wang Teng nodded knowingly. Yang Jian was completely confused. So, you two have some little secrets that you didn't tell me. A euro. The airship took off, and looking out the window, white clouds floated all around, while the buildings below looked only as small as ants. The airship, carrying more than 1,000 examinees, flew smoothly through the sky with almost no turbulence. About half an hour later, the airship trembled slightly and began to descend. We've arrived. The test takers looked out and saw that they were on an island. They had set sail. The practical assessment is actually being held on an island. Incredible. No wonder I've never heard of where the practical assessment is held. Look, there are 2 more airships landing over there. A sudden sound drew everyone's attention. Sure enough, following the examinee's finger, 2 airships flew in from different directions, also heading towards the island. They must be candidates from other districts of Donghai, someone guessed. A euro. The airship slowly landed on the island. The island was quite vast. The airship landed on an open area, in front of which was a large camp. The examinees disembarked from the airship and looked around at their surroundings. The camp in front of them covered a vast area, surrounded by a large number of heavy runic firearms, and faced the island's primeval forest and coastal coastline. The primeval forest is surrounded by iron nets inscribed with runes, and guards stand watch at each exit. At this moment, the other 2 airships also landed one after another. A large number of test takers poured out, quickly filling the open space in front of the camp to capacity. Look into the forest. No sooner had a cry of alarm fallen than a beast's roar echoed through the forest. Roar a euro. In the primeval forest, a giant beast roared and charged toward the iron fence. The abundance of food outside had clearly aroused its appetite. Boom! Unfortunately, before it could get close, a loud explosion occurred. The guards aimed their cannons at the giant beast and fired, blasting the beast into pieces. A piece of meat fell with a thud in front of a test taker, startling him so much that he turned pale. I had heard that there were many mutated wild beasts in the wild, but today I have finally seen them for myself. However, these should all be ordinary alien beasts that have not yet developed force. They are just tough and thick-skinned, not star beasts that have mastered force. But these beasts are terrifying too. Are they what we'll be facing in our practical assessment? Some people said in fear that what had just happened had frightened many people. A euro. Everyone, welcome to the 3rd test site in the East China Sea. Your practical assessment will be conducted here this time. We have prepared protective suits and weapons for you. Please call your names and come forward to collect them one by one. Of course, some people are used to using their own weapons and carry weapons themselves. If they are inspected and found to be in compliance with regulations, they can also use them. You have 2 hours now, hurry up and collect it, then the assessment will begin. A man stood on a high platform in the camp. His voice was not loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Chen Xiaoming, Lin Dewei, Zheng Dong, €1. Below the platform, rows of large boxes were lined up, and dozens of staff members were distributing weapons. Candidates whose names were called went up to receive their weapons. There is also a special area next to it for checking whether the weapons brought by the candidates are compliant. Wang Tang walked over, took out the weapon storage box, and showed off the weapons one by one. Of course, he did not bring the rune gun. It goes without saying that firearms are definitely not allowed. The inspectors were somewhat surprised when they saw the hidden weapon box. Young man, this is a nice item. Where did you buy it? Customized for Taobao, one of a kind. Wang Tang said. The inspectors smiled and didn't ask any further questions. They began to examine Wang Tang's weapons, which were gauntlets and a sword. They're all 1-star rune weapons, no wonder you don't use the weapons they issue over there, the inspector said, looking at Wang Tang with surprise. Is it compliant? Wang Tang asked. Compliant? How is it not compliant? Only martial artists can unleash the true power of a 1-star rune weapon. In the hands of a martial apprentice, it's just a bit sharper. Are you a martial artist or something? The inspector said. Even if you are a martial artist, if you can unleash the power of these 1-star rune weapons, that is your skill and naturally does not constitute a violation, another inspector beside him said. Wang Tang nodded. After the inspector confirmed that there were no problems, he put away his weapon, slung the concealed weapon case over his shoulder, and returned to the group of examinees. So this is your weapon? Lin Chuan exclaimed in surprise. I told you it was a secret weapon, Wang Tang said with a smile. TCH, you call that a secret? Lin Chuan said dismissively. Lin Chuan, Wang Tang. At that moment, their names were called, and they quickly stepped forward to receive theirs. Wang Tang said to the staff, just give me a set of lightweight defensive combat clothing, I don't need any weapons. This combat suit is relatively lightweight, but its defensive capabilities are slightly insufficient. The staff member found a light black combat suit and handed it to Wang Tang. Wang Tang tried it on to see the size and nodded, saying, this one will do. €1. An hour later, all the martial arts examinees received their defensive combat uniforms, combat boots, and the weapons they needed. The combat uniforms and boots are military-grade items, made of special materials and are extremely durable. The combat suit includes long pants and a vest, which offer good protection against the claws of alien beasts and safeguard vital organs. The weapons were also standard military equipment, with a wide variety of types and specifications. Although they are not rune-inscribed weapons, they all contain high-density, high-strength alloys, capable of tearing through the tough skin of alien beasts. It is worth mentioning that candidates can only use cold weapons. Firearms are strictly prohibited. At this moment, the candidates changed into their combat uniforms and boots and were getting used to their weapons. The assessment time had not yet started, and everyone was patiently waiting in the rest area. Wang Tang, Lin Chuan, and others rested in the rest area. It was clear that Lin Chuan and Yang Jian were somewhat distracted at the moment, fiddling with their weapons without any method or strategy. As the moment approached, these two, like everyone else, began to feel nervous. This is understandable. The bloody scene of the beasts roaring and being blasted to pieces had a tremendous impact on the minds of all the examinees. Especially when the beast tried to break through the iron net, the undisguised malice in its eyes made it clear that it regarded the examinees as food. Humans have actually become food? These candidates are still innocent and inexperienced young people in the ivory tower. They have never experienced the harsh realities of society, nor have they witnessed the cruelty of the law of the jungle. Although they may have known about the brutality and terror of the beasts through various means, they did not have such a direct experience of it. Only by seeing it with your own eyes can you truly understand it. Are you alright? Wang Tang asked, looking at Lin Chuan. To be honest, even with her strength, she was still struggling against those strange beasts. It's nothing. Lin Chuan gritted her teeth, trying to appear calm. I thought I could face this real-world assessment without fear, but now I feel a bit scared. Yang Jian said with a wry smile. That's right, look at them, aren't they all cowards? Wang Tang gestured for him to look at the people around him. Even Zhou Wu and He Manrong are nervous, which makes me feel much better. Yang Jian breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the expressions on the faces of the advanced martial arts apprentices. Wuxia Euro. But why don't you seem worried at all? I can blast those beasts to pieces with one punch, what's there to worry about? Wang Teng said casually. That's bullshit, those beasts are tough and thick-skinned. Even if you have a strength of 1,000 kilograms, you might not be able to blow them up with one punch. Yang Jian clearly didn't believe it. Do you think your fists are cannonballs? Lin Chuan also expressed her disdain. Nobody believes me when I tell the truth. Wang Teng said, speechless. A euro. The three chatted casually, and after some light-hearted banter, Lin Chuan and the other woman were clearly less nervous. Everyone a euro. Hearing the loud voice, everyone looked towards the platform, where the officer who had previously directed the distribution of combat uniforms and weapons was addressing the crowd. The practical assessment is about to begin. Here are the exam rules. First, the practical assessment will last from 10 a.m. to 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. That means you will have to spend a day and a night in that primeval forest in front of you. Upon hearing this, the candidates' expressions changed. A whole day and night. The primeval forest is already fraught with danger. Now that they're told they have to stay there for so long, are they even allowed to survive? The officer ignored the uproar among the candidates and continued. During this day and night, you will have to find your own food and water, and even your own lodging for the night. At the same time, to pass the assessment, you need to hunt at least 5 exotic beasts. This is the minimum standard. The more exotic beasts you hunt, and the stronger they are, the higher your credits will be, which will give you better choices when applying to universities in the future. Throughout the assessment process, we will monitor the entire forest via satellite, and each of your combat uniforms will have a communicator. This communicator not only includes tracking capabilities to ensure that every candidate is under surveillance. The strength and number of the exotic beasts you hunt will be recorded through monitoring, converted into academic credits, and included in your files. But you must hunt it yourself, no one else can help you. Otherwise, it will be considered cheating, and you will be disqualified from the exam. Also, remember that the practical assessment does not allow candidates to kill each other, but there is competition. So you must not only be wary of the alien beasts, but also be wary of other candidates. There's also an emergency alarm button on the communicator. We have deployed a large number of experienced martial arts apprentices in the forest, and even 3 martial artists. When you press the alarm button, the nearest staff member will immediately rush to your location based on the location. The martial arts exam is important, but life is precious. Remember not to be reckless or reckless. As long as you are alive, there is hope. That's all I have to say. Upon hearing this, the candidates' faces turned pale, and they erupted in uproar. This practical assessment is way too difficult. It was more difficult and more dangerous than anyone imagined, causing many to back down. Those who want to withdraw can step forward now, the officer said calmly, as if he could read their minds. The candidates looked at each other in bewilderment, and then surprisingly, a girl stepped forward first. I quit. She was already sobbing when she said those words. It is clear how painful it was for her to make this decision. A martial arts exam candidate must have put in a lot of effort for the exam. For students from ordinary families, their families even cut back on food and clothing to support their martial arts training. But now, she's given up. The other candidates were surprised, had mixed feelings, and felt a sense of empathy before feeling relieved. Once someone starts, they can feel at ease. After feeling lost, in pain, and struggling, some people also chose to give up. The hope is too slim. They were only trying to gamble on a sliver of hope, but their inner fear wouldn't allow them to do it at the cost of their lives. A moment later, these candidates who had given up stood together in a scattered group, numbering over 100. Has no one else quit? The officer asked a question, and only after seeing that no more candidates stepped forward did he give the order. In that case, the remaining candidates will be shuffled into 10 teams and enter the primeval forest from their respective entrances. Staff members stepped forward to organize the candidates, and eventually the familiar candidates were separated into 10 teams, which then led them to the various entrances. Wang Teng stood in one of the teams, surrounded by unfamiliar faces. Lin Chuan and Yang Jian have blended into other teams and are no longer visible. We can only hope that they can pass the assessment safely. Before long, Wang Teng's team arrived at an entrance. After waiting a moment, the team leader looked at his watch and said, "It's almost time, everyone go in now, good luck." He gestured to the guards at the entrance to open the iron gate and let the examinees in. All the candidates remembered what the officer had said earlier. There is competition among candidates, so we need to be careful. People's hearts are unpredictable, and no one dares to underestimate this saying. So once they entered the forest, the group parted ways and each chose a direction to leave. Wang Teng casually chose a direction and walked into the depths of the forest, already wearing boxing gloves and holding a battle sword in his hand. Although he spoke casually before, he wasn't foolish enough to let his guard down. All around were tall, lush trees, the ground covered with fallen leaves and branches, and the smell of decay mixed with the fragrance of flowers and trees filled the air. Rora Euro. The roars of beasts echoed in the distance. Practical assessment. Start. The practical assessment has been underway for an hour. On the island, in this secluded primeval forest, numerous examinees were scattered, each fighting against strange beasts. The mythical beasts correspond to the martial arts apprentice levels and are divided into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. All candidates are intermediate or advanced martial arts apprentices. The best option is to hunt down the weakest, most basic alien beasts. In fact, many people know that this practical assessment is not just an assessment, but also a test of the candidate's mentality and wilderness survival skills. After all, if one becomes a martial artist in the future and goes to another world, the environment there will only be more difficult than this. There won't be such a good opportunity again to find a place with only alien beasts to hone myself. Then I'll be facing terrifying star beasts. At this moment, Wang Teng was squatting on a big tree, his eyes fixed on a jungle monitor lizard below. This was the first strange beast he encountered. Moreover, it's a high-level exotic beast. Whether he was lucky or unlucky, he wandered around for an hour without encountering a single beast, but when he did, it was a high-level beast. This jungle monitor lizard has mutated, its body covered in thick scales that gleam with a metallic sheen, its claws like sharp blades, and its exposed fangs like giant spikes that could pierce right through a person. Wang Teng thought it hadn't noticed him and was planning to launch a sneak attack from above. Since it was their first time encountering a strange beast, they did not act rashly. However, unexpectedly, the jungle monitor lizard suddenly swung its tail, and the enormous force snapped the tree in half where it was hiding. Boom! The big tree creaked and fell downwards. Wow, that's incredible. Wang Teng quickly pushed off with his feet, leaping into the air. He then swung his sword, unleashing his full power, and slashed down at the giant jungle lizard below. Roar! The jungle monitor lizard roared and lashed out at him with another tail whip. The force of this drift was considerable, and the air crackled and popped. Wang Teng's eyebrows twitched slightly. Naturally, he wouldn't be foolish enough to take the attack head-on. He used a basic movement technique at the enlightenment level and actually twisted his body in mid-air, easily avoiding the attack. Wang Teng suddenly lowered his center of gravity, landed quickly, and punched the side of the jungle monitor lizard. Bang! His strength was terrifying. This punch directly smashed open the scales of the jungle giant lizard and even damaged the bones inside its body. Awa Euro. The jungle monitor lizard roared in pain, opened its massive jaws, and lunged back, its pungent, fishy stench assaulting Wang Teng's face. Snort! Wang Teng snorted coldly, bursting with speed to dodge the jungle giant lizard's attack. He raised his sword and charged forward. Sizzle! Blood splattered. His sword slashed directly through the giant lizard's gaping maw, severing most of its head. The next moment, the jungle monitor lizard collapsed to the ground, dead beyond any doubt. Phew! Wang Teng breathed a sigh of relief. High-level alien beasts were more difficult to deal with than he had imagined, but that was all. Look toward the corpse of the jungle monitor lizard. Strength 20. 5 blank attributes. Wang Teng was immediately overjoyed. Blank attribute. Another blank attribute. Pick it up. He didn't rush to add points, but instead saved the attributes first. Wang Teng stared thoughtfully at the giant lizard's corpse. Could it be that killing alien beasts and star beasts increases the chance of obtaining blank attributes? He couldn't help but think of the giant raven star beast that had been killed last time, which had lost 60 points of its attributes. This giant lizard, on the other hand, had lost 5 points. Although blank attributes have been found from human martial artists before, the drop rate is extremely low and the quantity is also small. Sigh, this setting can't be explained clearly all at once, I have to figure it out myself. Wang Teng sighed helplessly and decided to try a few more strange beasts. If it was really as he guessed, then the primeval forest of the practical assessment would be a good place to improve blank attributes. A wicked smile immediately appeared on his face. Almost simultaneously, all the strange beasts in the forest felt an overwhelming sense of malice descending upon them. A euro. Report. One of the examinees has already hunted down a high-level alien beast. Meanwhile, in a huge control room at the island camp, there were computer videos showing the candidates in the forest. Hundreds of staff members were staring intently at the video when suddenly one of them shouted. Education bureau leaders, including Director He, as well as senior executives from the 3 major martial arts schools and Qin Hanxuan, the president of the Martial Arts Association, were all gathered in this room. They were chatting when they heard the sound and immediately looked over. The staff member operated the system to enlarge the video in front of him onto the wall so that everyone could see it clearly. They even replayed the previous footage. Hee, it really is that kid. Director He couldn't help but laugh when he saw the young man standing in front of the giant lizard corpse in the video. What, do you know Director He? Zhang Hong, the owner of the East China branch of Thunder Martial Arts School, asked. This young man is quite good, his fighting spirit is very strong, praised Ji Yuhafei, the head of the East China branch of Balian Martial Arts School. This candidate is the only extreme martial arts apprentice among all the martial arts candidates from East China Sea this year. Director He said with a smile, secretly glancing at a heroic-looking man sitting at the head of the table. Qin Hanxuan and Fu Tiandao exchanged a glance but remained silent. The imposing man glanced at the video with a calm expression, showing little emotion, except when he heard, extreme martial apprentice, his eyebrows twitched slightly. Ultimate martial apprentice, not bad. Let's keep watching, he said calmly. Director He was secretly delighted. Just from this sentence, he could tell that Governor Zhang had already developed some interest in Wang Teng. It turns out that this man is none other than the Governor General of the East China Sea. Last time, Qin Hanxuan and the other person said that he was on the verge of a breakthrough, but now he has appeared in the martial arts examination hall. The others didn't say anything more, after all, the assessment had only just begun. However, they couldn't help but pay more attention to Wang Teng. A euro. Time passed second by second, and in every corner of this forest, bloody battles were taking place. Unlike Wang Teng, the other candidates were not so relaxed. It was their first time facing the alien beasts, and some of them couldn't even unleash 1 or 2/10 of their own strength. An intermediate-level martial arts apprentice had to expend a great deal of effort to kill a low-level beast. Forgetting all the advice in the books about finding the weak point before attacking in actual combat. Some people were so cowardly that they fled in terror before the fight even began. In just 2 or 3 hours, nearly half of the candidates were eliminated. 3 p.m. In a clearing in the jungle, 2 dark figures were locked in combat. Pisha. A flash of cold light appeared and the 2 figures parted ways. Wang Teng landed steadily, his sword pointing diagonally at the ground. A trickle of blood slowly flowed down the sword's edge and dripped onto the ground. The other dark figure crashed down, its head flying high into the air before slamming to the ground and spraying out a large amount of blood. Although both are high-level exotic beasts, this azure python is much more troublesome than the previous jungle giant lizard. Wang Teng sighed and then stepped forward. Speed *15. 6 blank attributes. As expected, another blank attribute dropped, and Wang Teng was secretly delighted. Pick it up. Just as he picked up the attribute bubble, the python next to him suddenly sprang up its head, opened its mouth wide, revealed its fangs, and lunged at Wang Teng. I was prepared for this. Wang Teng sneered, slashing his sword diagonally and splitting the python's head in 2. The book 5 Years of Martial Arts Exams and 3 Years of Simulation mentions that pythons are incredibly resilient. Even if their heads are cut off, their central nervous system remains active for a short period and can produce a certain reflex. If you are not careful, you may be bitten back before they die. Moreover, the larger the size of this strange beast, the less poisonous it is. Some venomous beasts, after mutating, not only become larger but also have stronger toxins. If you are bitten, you could die on the spot. We must be careful. Wang Teng turned to leave when he suddenly heard a whooshing sound behind him. Whoosh! The sound was shrill, the air crackled, indicating its incredible speed, and a sharp pain shot through my leg. He reacted almost instantly. With a surge in speed and full exertion of movement techniques, his body slightly deviated from its original position. Boom! An arrow pierced his leg, embedded itself in a large tree, and blasted a large hole in it. Candidates are not allowed to kill each other, but they can defeat each other. In this case, the monsters hunted by the other will be counted as the winner. That arrow didn't hit Wang Tang's vitals, but if it had struck his thigh, it would have greatly reduced his fighting ability. Wang Tang saw the examinee who had shot the arrow from the tree in the distance. Without hesitation, he dodged into the bushes and used his movement technique. Snake-like movement. He made it impossible for the opponent to aim at him, and then chased straight in the direction the opponent was. MMP 1/4. You're asking for it. Seeing Wang Tang's swift reaction and decisive action, dodging his attack and darting into the bushes to pursue him, the examinee who had launched the sneak attack immediately changed his expression. Retreat. Without a second thought, he turned and ran away. His combat skill is basic archery, which is suitable for long-range attacks but not for close combat. Just now, seeing Wang Tang fighting with the advanced beast, he knew that if Wang Tang were caught up, he would definitely not be a match for him. Wang Tang moved swiftly through the woods, his movements unpredictable and his aim unpredictable, making it difficult for his opponents to find a target. You dare to scheme against me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? His expression was stern, and his speed increased dramatically as he chased after the examinee in front of him. Damn it! The student who launched the sneak attack was startled by Wang Tang's sudden increase in speed. How could he be so fast? The distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. As he fled, he fired arrows backward, hoping to slow Wang Tang down for a moment, even if it was just to reduce Wang Tang's speed. However, although his arrows caused some obstacles for Wang Tang, the distance between them did not increase but continued to decrease. Wang Tang was much faster than him, and he was almost out of arrows. Before long, the two were less than 30 meters apart. Die! Wang Tang stomped his foot, causing the ground to crack, and he burst out like an angry bear, his battle sword drawing a semicircular arc in mid-air before slashing down. The examinee looked horrified and raised his bow above his head to block the sword. Clang! The bow and sword clashed, producing a metallic clang. The examinee's expression changed as he felt a tremendous force surge down, sending him flying backward. Bang! He crashed to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, and roared at the nearby woods, "Aren't you going to do anything? How long are you going to wait?" HMPH. Wang Tang sneered and suddenly charged at the examinee who had ambushed him. Don't come any closer. The other person's expression changed, and they quickly got up from the ground and flew backward. Without saying a word, Wang Tang punched his opponent. Stop! A loud shout suddenly came from the woods behind, and a gust of wind struck Wang Tang's back. However, Wang Tang seemed to have eyes in his back, dodging the strong wind, and his hard iron fist still slammed into the face of the examinee who had ambushed him. With a snap, the other person's nose collapsed noticeably, blood spurted out, and they screamed in agony. Wang Tang unleashed another sweeping kick, and his opponent, seeing stars and blacking out, was unable to defend himself and was instantly sent flying. Basic Archery Techniques *10. Basic Archery Talent *3. Huh? Wang Tang's eyes lit up. It even has innate attributes. The attribute bubbles that this candidate dropped are quite interesting. Pick it up. At the same time, the two examinees who had just emerged from the woods turned extremely pale upon seeing that not only had they failed to protect their companion, but they had also watched helplessly as he was severely injured by Wang Tang. Wang Tang, you're too ruthless. We're both test takers, yet you've gone to such lengths, one of the test takers shouted at Wang Tang. Who do we have here? It's you, young Master Li. Wang Tang turned around and looked at the person who had just arrived. One of them was a complete stranger, he didn't know him at all. But the other was an old acquaintance. It was Li Rongcheng. What, you've been humiliated by me too many times, and now you want to get revenge in the martial arts exam? Wang Tang looked at him with a half smile. Where did you find these two idiots to fool into accompanying you to your death? Li Rongcheng's expression darkened further after he saw through his thoughts, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. These two were indeed brought by him. Wang Tang repeatedly opposed him, causing him to lose face. Moreover, he already knew that the time he was beaten up for no reason was because Wang Tang framed him, making him take the blame. That bastard is so cunning. In the previous level assessment, Wang Tang demonstrated the strength of an extreme martial arts apprentice, making a name for himself and making him even more jealous. That's why he tricked two senior martial arts students from other schools into kicking Wang Tang out of the practical assessment. Of course, Li Rongcheng already knew these two advanced martial arts apprentices, and it was only with the promised benefits that he was able to persuade them. Unfortunately, an iron plate is an iron plate, and your father is still your father. The examinee who attempted to ambush Wang Teng not only failed, but was now being brutally beaten and lying on the ground unable to get up. They were already wary of Wang Teng's strength. With one person down, only Li Rongcheng and another advanced martial arts apprentice remained, further reducing their chances of winning. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, another advanced martial arts apprentice glanced at Li Rongcheng, a look that made Li Rongcheng's heart skip a beat. There's no point in saying more now, let's get started. Surprisingly, this advanced martial arts apprentice was extremely decisive. Although he knew Li Rongcheng's intentions, he figured that since he had already made an enemy of Wang Teng, begging for mercy would be of no use, so he might as well join forces to deal with him. Alright, Li Rongcheng gritted his teeth, said nothing more, and charged towards Wang Teng with his battlesword in hand. The seeds of distrust had already been sown between the two of them, but now they had no choice but to cooperate, and he had to show enough sincerity. As expected, when the advanced martial arts apprentice saw him make the first move, his wary expression relaxed slightly, and he also attacked Wang Teng. He wielded a heavy warhammer, and with each swing, the air crackled as he slammed it down on Wang Teng. Li Rongcheng unleashed a basic sword technique at a perfect level, his sword speed as fast as lightning, leaving afterimages and completely enveloping Wang Teng. Even a peak martial artist would find it troublesome to deal with two advanced martial artists working together. However, Wang Teng's true strength is not that of a limitless martial apprentice, but that of a martial master. Not only that, his combat skills completely overwhelmed the two of them. Even without using his martial arts strength, he could easily crush them. He fully unleashed the basic movement techniques of the enlightenment level, his body shifting within a minimal range, as if he had never moved at all. But Li Rongcheng's knife didn't even touch the hem of his clothes. A movement technique at the enlightenment level. Li Rongcheng was shocked. Just then, the iron hammer that the advanced martial arts apprentice had swung down arrived, and a cold smile appeared on Wang Teng's lips. He unleashed both fists, clashing head-on with the warhammer. Ding tilde. Wang Teng's fists, though gloved, were unharmed. Instead, he shoved his opponent back, causing the opponent's hands, gripping the warhammer, to tremble uncontrollably. The warhammer almost slipped from my hand. He pressed his advantage, appearing in front of Li Rongcheng in a flash, and threw a punch at him in his horrified gaze. Li Rongcheng tried to dodge, but found that his body couldn't keep up with his thoughts at all. He was defeated in one move. Why, is it still the same as last time? His heart was filled with resentment, and the memory of the competition in the school gymnasium filled him with bitterness. Seeing that Li Rongcheng couldn't even withstand a single move from Wang Teng, the advanced martial arts apprentice's pupils contracted. He gritted his teeth and forcefully controlled his trembling hands. Just as he raised his warhammer again, his iron fists met the attack. Boom! A punch landed on his chest, the immense force sending him flying. This power, how is this possible? The moment he was sent flying, an unbelievable thought surged in his mind. End of Arc 1. Earth, Part 1 of 2.